Yo, it's your boy PSA Sitch with another Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite, according to Adam Smith, A-team is late team and they like to chew gum they found on the seats of public buses. Adam friended.
What's up, everyone? We have another special guest with us here today.
That's right.
Doomer Politics.
How you doing today, Doomer?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, good, good. You want to give
Doomer,
your backstory a little bit, since you're going to be joining us for the commentary? Like, you did a very popular "Is Vosh ironically evil, unironically evil" video, correct?
Yeah, I just call it the Vosh is evil video because it's easier to parse. But yeah, the big Vosh criticism that apparently people are pretty fond of is something I spent way too much time working on.
Well, but it turned out to be worth it.
It did. It didn't feel like it at the time, but it certainly did.
You know how often I spent so much time on a video and then it's like 10,000 views. You're like, this was a waste of fucking time.
Totally.
Dude,
totally.
legitimately, I like almost quit working on it halfway through editing it. Like, you know, like 80% of the way through the process.
Yeah,
I was like, this is so much work. No one's going to watch this.
Yep.
Just stop.
But you stuck with it and bam, here you are. And it all worked out because now you get to be on the Sitch and Adam show.
You won.
Well, I mean, unironically, kind of, yeah.
There you go. There you
talk
go.
to people.
It was all worth it.
All right, what are we doing today? Come on, this is taking forever. Enough of this.
God.
Let's get into this video already.
Sitch, we have to immediately jump into the video. Oh my God, Sitch, immediately. You can't talk at all.
There are new people here. Come on, we've prattled on enough.
Listen,
we've introduced our guests. Let's get going.
Listen, today we'll be watching this was the most requested thing to watch this week by everyone, including our guest, was the Demon Mama, who is the professional leftist heel of Twitch, had a debate with someone named Hans, saying that
Hans Gruber
with Hans Gruber from the first Die Hard. Yes, Alan Rickman will be appearing in the stream. With the debate was about whether school should be mandatory or not, and Demon Mama takes the insane moronic position that schools should not be mandatory and that you should just have to, convince your kid. You just have to convince them to go to school. I'm sure your young child who just wants to stay home and play video games all day, you can just say, hey, kid, let me explain to you the benefit of going to school and how it'll help you 20 years in your future. I'm sure that will go over well with the children.
Sure. I like it. Hey, and a little bit later, we're going to be talking about, we did a debate with Big Joel on, was it Tuesday, Wednesday?
Wednesday.
So Sitch wants to talk a little shit about that. So you guys can look forward to that.
That's right. I'll put a link in the description right now because I forgot to do it. Yeah, if you guys missed it, we debated Big Joel on the Blair White stream, actually, that we did on him like a million years ago.
Yeah.
It was a very interesting conversation.
Yes. So I thought it was super productive. Sitch thought it was a huge waste of time. So you'll get to hear some of our
content.
Some of our commentary on it.
I wouldn't say good content's a waste of time, Adam. Okay.
All right. Let's get into the video here.
Let's get into the video.
Let's go.
Press the button. Why do I have to press the button?
It's your job.
I'm adding the Big Joel debate into the description.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you are. I'm not.
This isn't the guy from Die Hard. You lied to me, Sitch.
I know. I lied. I'm so
you
sorry.
told me Demon Mama was debating the guy from Hans Gruber from Die Hard.
I know.
This is a completely different Hans.
How disappointing.
It's Stretch Armstrong.
I think you're exactly. That's what I thought.
All right,
so
have a good one.
And that's where we will end this.
Whoa. Whoa. How come we don't have a cool intro like this? This is amazing. What's going on?
We don't need a cool animated intro, Adam.
All you do is yell into your microphone. This guy has, look at these
likes
pictures.
The hey now that I definitely did not steal from Howard Stern, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
You know what, Adam, if we get like a shirtless drawing of you,
Hans of Haka.
If you want a shirtless drawing of yourself, Adam, we could put that in the front of every stream. I'm sure many of our fans will greatly appreciate it.
We have had so many people do amazing animations of us. We should put one together. We really should.
We should.
Yeah.
We should.
We should have a cool intro.
All right, chat. Who's ready? Who's ready? It's time. We do a little debating. Hello?
This guy doesn't observe the rule of getting into the debate immediately. Getting into the content immediately. We argued about this before the stream began. I was like, Sitch, we have to get directly into the content.
Adam says as he paused the video.
You're very
So we
very
can't get
particular,
into it.
Adam. He's talked for about 5 seconds, and you're
No.
pushing him out.
See, this is what I was telling you.
I know.
This is why you have to get into the content. You got people like me that are like, what is this shit? What are you doing?
He said hello before immediately jumping into the debate. What is this?
We're
garbage?
41 seconds into the video. What is happening here?
Oh, hello. You are live. How are we doing?
Why? Hello, my friend.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
Do we get to see Demon Mom in this debate? Or is this...
Unfortunately, no.
What?
I know. It's very sad.
Why?
You
What's
can bring
going
up
on?
a picture of Demon Mama to put on a screen if you want. Just
I
to
will.
Give
I'll-
people
I'll-
She's
I'll
not
bring up the
streaming
one
right
that-
now. Yeah.
I'll bring up the one that you
Seem
did.
pretty,
okay.
seem
That
pretty
you sent
hyped for
me.
this, huh?
Oh, I mean, I'm excited. I just want to have a good discourse. You know?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do
Yeah.
it.
Where do you want to start?
I mean, I don't know. We can start anywhere. Like, you're the one who put up the video and put up the stream and whatever. We can start wherever you'd like.
Of
It's your
course.
call.
So let's start with the olive branch. Ready? I think we
Sure,
both,
yeah.
I think we both want to improve.
I sense a little bit of condescension in this voice here. Am I alone in that? Are you guys?
Well, I think
so-
they had a Twitter debate before this that kind of led to this conversation. So
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
sort of the background, from my understanding, is that Hans and Demon Mama were at the very least friendly, if not friends. But I think Hans really didn't like her take on this. Yeah, and there was some sort of a Twitter exchange.
because this take is fucking dumb.
Yeah,
This take is
yes,
insane.
that's exactly why. Yes.
We have plenty of insane takes, but we don't get condescending with people over it.
That's true.
Education,
Me and
right?
Adam have never been condescending to anyone ever in our entire lives.
Well, I was a little condescending with Sargon about a week ago, so I take that back. I am guilty. Okay, never mind. Let's get past this. Forget I said any of that.
And I would be in favor of things
Sure, yeah.
like, say, like no homework, better training for teachers, smaller
yeah.
class sizes,
Hell yeah.
like more options, like not just like the memorization box, like some people in chat have like said. I think there's a lot
Yeah,
of
sounds
ways
good.
of currently fixing education, but I think where we differ is that I still believe in mandates for some flavor of education, one of these types.
Well, yeah, because we have. It appears we have very different.
Hold it, pause it.
Sort of perceptions on.
You
how-
pause it.
You can pause
Oh,
it. You're
I can
allowed.
pause it?
You're
I don't know
allowed,
how
yeah.
this works.
You press. You see the button.
yeah,
You can-
yeah. So one of the big contentions and the drama surrounding this is that Hans is supposedly only advocating for school and not for like alternative forms like homeschooling or tutoring or whatever. He just made it pretty clear he's fine with all of that. You just need to get an education, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
The state should be involved in these sort of things.
Okay, so
Yeah.
give me.
And I have a problem with a state demanding that children have to go to a school, especially a school system that's deeply, deeply flawed. Yeah.
So unless the school is would you? So quick question: would you be okay with mandates if school was perfect?
No.
Okay, so then that doesn't matter.
So there are parts. There are parts in this conversation where I think Hans did a bad job, but there are also parts I think he did a great job. And I'm so glad that the first thing he gets out of the way is this question, because otherwise, this would be a 10-hour conversation about why school sucks, when it turns out that's entirely irrelevant to the debate completely.
Yeah, and like no one that I've heard talking about this is saying that school is great. I mean, I'm in favor of a lot of educational reform. It's just that you need to make sure kids go to school.
Yeah, exactly. So Demon Mama, even if school was perfect, still should not be mandatory.
So
I mean, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean that point doesn't matter?
you said like you had a problem with state mandating like imperfect schools, and I asked if you'd be okay with the state mandating a
Yeah, no, I said especially when they're imperfect. But
Okay,
yes,
so-
I don't really believe the state should or the state has a right to force people to do something that is something like education. I think you can make a more salient argument for something like vaccines, where it's a viral vector, it's a force of nature, that there's nothing that we can.
So, are you familiar with Demon Mama Doomer?
Yeah, I actually made a video that heavily involved her, but I took it down.
Oh,
Well, give us the
well,
backstory.
wait,
then.
yeah. What's going on there?
So, are you familiar with Dylan Burns' Hippy Dippy podcast?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you know about the drama surrounding the most recent championship?
No. Tell us.
There wasn't there some idiotic drama like someone won and then they were saying that Demon
Yes,
Mama should
exactly.
have won or something.
Oh, yeah.
There's precisely some idiotic drama. That's the perfect
Okay.
explanation.
Thank you. Yes.
So basically, there was. I'll just skip some of the details that aren't important. They had a judge system. The votes with the judges were confused, and it ended up with them being on Demon Mama's stream for like 2 hours, arguing about who won, basically.
For those of the chat that don't know, Dylan does a stream where basically whoever people get voted out and eliminated, and you win, and what you win is bragging rights. So
Yeah.
So they literally
No money?
had no money.
No
They
money.
literally had multiple hours streaming and complaining about winning some stupid, insipid bragging rights thing, and that they acted like this was some sort of important drama.
Yeah. So the conversation was like awful. But what I was focused on was one of the judges is a person named Vadim, and Vadim after that went on like
That's,
a 5-day.
That's Creationist Cat.
Yeah, Creationist Cat. Yeah, he went on a 5-day like complete Twitter meltdown. Like, I still have the tweets saved. He called Dylan abusive like 18 times or something. I mean, he kept insulting him. He said like 10 different times that Dylan rigged it for profit, when it's just like a stupid meme wrestling political joke show. Like at one point, he basically called him transphobic. He said he was enabling transphobia by it was just really bad. So the focus of my video was on Vadim's crybullying specifically, because Vadim was acting like everybody was being really mean to him. But if you go through the video, nobody was mean to him.
Right.
He was mean to other people,
right.
you know, and then afterwards he was just incredibly rude. So that's what the video was about. And Vadim was on Demon Mama's team. So I kind of caught Demon Mama in the crossfire a little bit. And I think I was honestly a bit harder on her than I should have been. She wasn't nearly as bad as he was. And given the circumstances, I think she was, pretty reasonable. But overall, I have a very negative opinion of Demon Mama.
Was this video up when you dropped your Vosh video?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I actually watched the video.
Why'd you take it down?
I took it down for 2 reasons. One is that it's just very badly made. Like, I actually can't watch it. I like cringe out of my mind looking at it and how badly it's like edited and put together. The other reason is that the end is really hyperbolic. Like at one point I say something like psychopathic monsters or something, and it's like just really over the top. Really like yeah, I'm sure people in chat are like,
look at Doomer is a man of character.
Get hyperbolic on this show. Never.
But look, Doomer's a man of character. He's like, I think I went too far in this video. I'm gonna take it down. Most people be like, I'm promoting the fuck out of this shit.
Yeah, totally. We couldn't get Big Joel to take his video down, although we weren't really asking him to take his video down.
Well, I'm starting to understand that, because I've tried to just be like honest and straightforward with people. So I've gone on all these different shows to answer questions and stuff. And when people give me criticism that I think is fair, I'll just admit it. I'll be like, yeah, I could have argued that better, or I think that might be a problem. Like, I changed the title of the video because Dylan convinced me that it wasn't really in line with rehabilitative justice to make this like absolute claim about who Vosh is now based on things he did in the past. And it's like, I thought that was fair enough.
That's a terrible argument.
That's a great argument. Sitch,
I'm pretty big on rehabilitative justice. It's big, so like I care about that, right? So I thought fair enough. I'll change the video so it's less like essentializing or whatever. And then like you would think all these people are complaining about the title. By the way, I changed the title of a YouTube video with a 30% click-through rate. It was 30% when I changed the title.
Yeah, which is, okay, for those that don't know, that's like insanely good.
Insanely good. Like 15% is pretty fucking good.
Right.
30% is, I didn't even know that was possible.
Unheard of.
Yeah. And then so I changed it, and I'm thinking, well, all these people are so mad about the title. Surely I'll get some. I haven't seen a single person give me credit for that. No one. Literally no one.
Wait,
everyone's like, oh, he's backpedaling.
What was the original title, and what did you change it to?
The original title is Vosh is unironically evil.
Right.
And I changed it to Is Vosh unironically evil with a question mark.
Yeah. It's a huge change. It's giant.
It's It's a considerable change. Yeah, but like everybody
Is Vosh unironically fucking evil?
everybody just jumped on it
Is
as me
ironish,
backpedaling.
unironically a cocksucker.
And then like I went on Dylan Burns' stream, the guy who actually he was beforehand watched the Vadim video. That's part of what we were talking about. But then he asked me a bunch of questions, and like if you watch it and you track the conversation, I don't back off of any of my core arguments, even a little bit. There's like there's like things that I agree I could have argued better. I see how people could misinterpret that, but like all the core arguments are still there.
Which video are we talking about? I'm confused.
Oh, sorry. This was me going and talking to Dylan about.
Okay, this is the talking to Dylan about the Vosh video or the
about the Vosh
Dippy?
video. Yeah.
Okay.
And basically, I made like what I thought were reasonable minor concessions of like I could have made that better. Obviously, you could just say that about anything. Anything could be made better. But it's like, this could be argued better. These are problems. You know, the video is not perfect. And you go read the comments section. Everybody's like, he backtracked the whole video. You just went. I've heard that so many times. You walked back the entire video. It's like I haven't heard a single argument that dismantles any of my core theses. Like, what are you talking about? It's like I gave 10 examples and one of them wasn't perfect, right? So I understand why people don't do that as public figures, because it's just not rewarded at all.
Right.
Totally.
Shoot out.
It's all this optics battle. But what I was going to ask is, so what is, I'm not super hyper familiar with Demon Mama. I've seen her say crazy shit in debates a couple times. What is her politics? I assume that she was some kind of socialist, but considering she's so concerned about state coercion, that doesn't really seem to align.
So it's hard to say exactly. Yeah, I would have taken her to be a socialist. I was kind of surprised to hear the anarchist takes, but I mean, a lot of these people they don't have necessarily one like grounded center political ideology. Like you can hear Vosh call himself, a market socialist, a communist, or an anarchist. Just sort of depends on the day. I guess he calls himself an anarchist less now, but I mean, a lot of people just sort of throw all of these things together as just sort of like, I oppose what is currently in power, is sort of my perception.
I see. Well, I know it's kind of interesting because I listened to this video. I listened to a video she put out, I think yesterday, about, it was like just on her channel talking about her position on this, and she really didn't make it any better, but she's really appealing to like a lot of libertarian moral foundations here about, how, she's just so triggered by the government telling people what they have to do. Like that's an argument on its face against mandatory schooling. Yeah,
so Mouthy Infidel pointed this out. It's like, so Demon Mama and basically all of these like let's say anti-capitalist streamers, they usually present themselves as utilitarians. I'm pretty sure Demon Mama presents herself as a utilitarian, but her argument here is just like a straight up no threshold deontological argument against coercion. It's just like coercion is just bad, period, always bad, right? It's like, well, what about the outcomes? Isn't this normally your position? It's very confusing.
That's why I was so confused by all this. JMac for $50 says, anyone who likes the live action Cowboy Bebop opening, we can no longer be friends. We're just too different. It's not me, it's you. There you go. Wow. Strong feelings.
I thought it was pretty lame. Yeah, I checked it out.
Oh, I didn't watch it.
Looked lame to me. So
they didn't just copy the cartoon one and then just put actors in.
That's exactly what they did.
Oh. Well, what's the problem then? What's the problem, Jay? What did you expect them to do, Jay? I'm just kidding.
It looks to be like shot for shot, but I never really watched the original show. Yeah. I don't know. It seemed a little bit cringe to me, but I think a lot of people are more attached to it because they like really care about the original. And I can understand that because like, I mean, that happens with things that I care about, right? People start remaking them. It's like, bro, don't do it.
I was never super invested in Cowboy Bebop, so.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's almost impossible to do live action anime correctly. It always looks bad.
Yeah.
It just does not translate into live action.
Did you hear about the proposed script for the Akira remake?
No.
Oh man, it was so bad. Like just embarrassingly bad. And it's also like, why remake it? It's like about this cultural time and place in Japan, and and it's purposefully meant to be animated. It's dealing with things you just can't do in live action. It's impossible. Right. So it's like, why do it? I never liked Akira. I'll be 100% honest. Really? It's my favorite movie.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Now it's kind of tied with something else, but yeah, I love Akira.
because I don't know. I think I went into it like, oh, this is an anime about a kid with psychic powers and he like fucks shit up. I'm like, oh, that sounds interesting. And then it's like, no, 90% of it is like motorcycle gangs and friendship. I'm like, oh god, I don't care about this. Get to the psychic powers stuff.
What's wrong with motorcycle gangs?
I don't give a fuck about motorcycle gangs.
I mean, compared to psychic powers, it's pretty
That's right.
hands down psychic powers, right?
Well,
Yeah.
if you want to see psychic powers, watch the end. It gets pretty.
Yeah, I've seen the whole
intense.
thing. There's giant babies getting hit with space lasers. Yeah, very bizarre. A-Rog for $100. Thank you so much, A-Rog. It says, better late than never. Hey now. That's right. That's true. J-Mac for another $100. Thank you so much, Daddy J-Mac. Says, money for the Doomer appearance. Just a PSA. YouTube won't let you give more than $2,000 in super chats per week.
Really?
Holy shit, Jay. Are you actually
Really?
reaching that amount?
That's crazy.
insane. Jay is truly the father of the show. That's what you get when commies run the show. Suggestion for Doomer Politics group, the Doom Squad. Oh, that's a good name.
Oh, yeah, that is good.
Doom Squad. You like that one?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay, awesome. Anyway, we were watching a video of something, right?
We were. Demon Mama. What, just to recap, we've been talking so long. What is Demon Mama politically again?
She's kind of like I would present her as mostly being against the mainstream, so she's like anti-capitalist.
So she's
Usually-
anti-capitalist.
Yeah, usually that's socialism, but I guess she also appeals to anarchist sentiments
Well,
here, and she's usually
in-
very, very socially progressive.
In her video yesterday about this, she said the state should not be tasked with taking children out of abusive homes.
Mm-hmm.
That this
Yeah.
should be the community. And I'm like, what the like? That's why I'm like, there's like very strange like socialist libertarian vibes here.
Yeah, that I think so. Like I call that the Cope spiral. It's like you say something ridiculous, and then someone calls you out on it, and you have two options. You could admit that you're
Mhm.
wrong or double down, and people will just double down over and over and over
I
again and get
see.
more and more and more ridiculous.
I see.
So
So
I'm guessing that's what that is.
I'm giving too much good faith and I'm assuming that Demon Mama just has some like very unusual, contradictory moral foundations, and you're just like, no, she just said something dumb and is trying now to defend it. So maybe
mean,
you're right.
I don't the things she's saying. Yeah, it's not like I don't think this is a moral foundations theory thing. This is
Mhm.
just like you're saying things that just don't align with reality at
Right,
all.
right.
You know, and just to point this out, one of the arguments that I don't know that she makes it in this video, but she'll be like, well, lots of kids want to go to school, and it's like,
She does
well,
say that in this video, yeah.
yeah, even if 80% of kids either want to go or would be forced by their parents, that would still be 20% of people who would like not get an education.
Right.
Well,
It's like kind of a big deal.
As soon as
Like,
the
don't you care
20%
about these
were
people?
out, they would convince the other 80% that it was a waste of time. It would immediately become 100%.
Well, just to ask you guys, like if I had the option to not go to school, I would have never spent a day there.
Yeah, of course. Well,
that's
well,
tough.
It's my parents would have forced me, but if I was someone who, I mean, I guess I could have just gone to school, and then when I showed up with my friends, we could just walk to like the
Yeah,
park next
yeah.
door or something, you know? Because what are they supposed to do about it if
Yeah,
it's
I
not
didn't-
mandatory?
I didn't realize skipping school was even an option until like high school, and then I very much exercised that privilege.
Yeah, exactly. But exactly.
How do you have a state without coercion? Like if she's so anti-coercion, I don't see
Well,
how you even have a state.
I don't think she would support the existence of a state given what she said here.
Right.
Okay.
No, I don't know. She
But
said
how can
she's
you be
in favor of
anti-capitalist?
mandatory.
Yeah.
She said she's in favor of mandatory vaccines. So I don't know how that is allowed, but not school.
How would vaccines come into existence without capitalism? And
Education.
and how
I don't know.
how could you enforce anti-capitalism without a state, which would be coercive?
Yeah, when you start asking questions like how do you enforce this, you're gonna
We get the
it's a
Cope
really
spiral.
yes, exactly. You are exactly right, because there isn't an answer to that. This is my whole problem with anarchism is like, okay, how do you keep equilibrium in this society? And I just never get an answer to that. It's like, oh, people will just spontaneously keep it going.
Yeah.
And
I
no
think
one will
that
come
should
take
be a
their shit.
meme.
It's like, okay.
I think that should be a meme now. I think people should call out the Cope spiral in debate, like as you're having the
Yes.
live debate. Joel, I think we're in a Cope spiral here. We need to,
Let's back up. Let's
we need to back up a bit.
Right. Well, she did address this point in her video yesterday. She said, well,
The
you know,
Coke spiral?
no,
She
no, no.
addressed-
This, like the idea of like, you know, what's the alternative? You don't have an idea of how to enforce blah, 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 blah. And her answer was, well, I bet when slavery existed, people couldn't imagine an alternative, but it was still justifiable to fight against it.
Mhm.
That was her answer to this
Ooh,
question.
that's some scary shit right there.
That's the garbagest answer ever.
Yeah.
People knew the alternative to slavery. It's called hiring someone to do a
Yes,
fucking
they were
job. It was
doing it in
happening
the
all over
North.
the world at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were doing it in the North. They had an
Yes.
example. They had a
Yeah,
very
they knew.
clear example.
They were doing it in the South. People were being hired to do normal jobs everywhere in the world.
Right.
Well, so here's an interesting question, because I don't actually know the answer to this. Do you think people who put forward these ideas actually believe them? Because I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either.
I think most of them do, and they're just very naive, or they have a very stupid view of the world that's just completely disconnected from reality.
Yeah, like something that often happens is that anything bad that people are doing is just like, oh, well, that just happens because we live in a capitalist society.
Right.
But the problem with that is that most of human history wasn't in a capitalist society. People were still doing these things.
I know. Most of human history, we're living in some sort of weird anarchy society, and there's lots of murder and killing and terrible things, you know, going on. But you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Really do about that people spread to other people. So I know the first thing people tend to go to on this, and I've seen this online, is oh well, would you support the state doing vaccine mandates? I think that's a really complicated question, much more in depth. On a larger scale, I'd say no.
And just disbanding public school is not a complicated question at all. That one is super easy.
Right.
Vaccines
But
complicated.
that's because a vaccine has to do with spreading a disease to other people, and vaccines are largely valuable not just for the self, but for stopping a disease that's killing people. I don't think we can make that argument for school.
Wait, of
wait,
course
I
you
would-
can make
Yeah,
that
you
argument.
can.
Sorry, yeah, I was
Hugely.
going to pause it too. What are you talking about? Like
That is the argument.
You want to have a democracy, and you purposefully want to allow your population to not even like learn to read? Like what?
Even beyond that, I mean, if people don't get educated, then they're going to be less likely to get a job, and you're going to have all these like people that are not attached to society who are more likely to be criminals.
Yeah,
and fuck things
desperation.
up. Yeah, like
Desperation. Yeah.
the kids, you know, what is the whole, you know, if the society doesn't embrace the children, they'll come back and burn the village down. I mean, it's weird because usually the leftist types are very big on trying to help oppress people and oppress minorities. And if you're going to say school is no longer mandatory, you're basically fucking over the most underprivileged part of the society, because all the rich parents are going to make their kids go to school.
Hell yeah, they are.
That was exactly my argument on Twitter. I was like, this is just going to fuck over poor kids.
Yeah,
What do you think is going to
Again.
happen?
exactly.
Again.
Yeah, all the
Poor
rich
kids-
people are going to force their kids to go to school. They're going to hire tutors, and all the poor parents who are working 3 jobs or just don't give a fuck are not going to manage their children. Their children are going to just fuck around, not go to school, and they're going to be fucked for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the only reasonable expectation of what would happen.
All their
But no.
policies are that way. Defund the police is the same way. It just fucks up the
Right.
poor people.
Right. Well, that's the people that have this like very, I guess it's more like anarchist than libertarian, like this very like anarchist view of things. I don't think they've ever interacted with the like lower income parts of the country
Mhm.
or society or the world, because it's like, yeah, sure, anarchy is fine if you're living in your, you know, nice area in your nice neighborhood with people who are middle class and up. But sometimes when you get into like not the best areas of the world, like you'll be like, I think we need some kind of control here. I think we need some sort of guiding hand here to keep people in line.
Yeah, a lot of it is like not even a utopian view of human nature, just like I don't even know what to call it. Like basically the belief that people are inherently good in every way you could possibly call something good, and
Right.
they're only corrupted by their environment. So we just need to fix their environment, and then people will all be angels who get along, and will all cooperate naturally without any, you know, necessary state or function or anything, and there won't be crime, and we won't need prisons or police. I mean, it sounds stupid, but that's like legitimately the argument, right?
That's
Yeah.
a distinction right there. People who believe that human beings are born great and corrupted by society versus people who think human beings are born evil and need socialization to actually become, good people. That's the difference right there. Those two different axioms in people's brains totally affect their outlook on politics.
It's interesting because it seems like it's generally people on the left who think people are born innocent.
Yes.
And generally people on the right who think people are born sinful or evil.
Well, we're both, definitely lean left, and I think people are born terrible.
Yeah, I'm not saying everyone, but that just seems to be the case. I mean, I think it was Second Thought he literally said this. He said people are born innocent and good, and society corrupts them.
I guess I kind of come to that position though, because when I was younger, I was a lot more naive about people. But as you get fucked over continually throughout life, you realize, wow, people really are fucking evil.
You get to your mid-30s, and I don't know that I would call people evil like as a broad stroke, but certainly every person is capable of evil.
Yes.
Right. And it's not just because of their environment. Like it's because people want things, and there's things that get in the way of the things they want.
Yes.
Right.
Greedy fucking bastards.
Yeah. Like there's this meme that goes around called oh, you're just morally lucky. Like you just sort of naturally arrived at the correct position, but you don't understand it. Like something I feel is that I'm kind of like spiritually lucky in that I don't want stuff. So I'm not incentivized to do all this horrible shit people do. And I'm so grateful for that I don't really care about having money. So I don't have an incentive to fuck other people over, but a lot of people do. and they absolutely do that.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. And it's because sometimes I wonder people that are very moral, it's like, did they make a choice to be moral, or is it just luck? They just their brain just happens to be wired that way.
It's easy though, Doomer, not to want money when you're not in a situation to get money. Like as soon as the opportunity arises where you're like, oh wow, if I just do this thing, I could be a lot richer. That's where the rubber meets the road right there, because then
That is true.
Then you're in a situation where it's like you're literally just turning down money.
So that's actually kind of the opposite of my experience. So the reason, the exact moment when I realized this was when I was there was a year where I was a professional gambler, and there was one day where I won $13,000.
What?
Nice.
Yeah. And so I the exact moment was I checked my bank account and I saw like a $13,000 deposit, and I was just like, what do I even do with it? Like my loans are paid off. I own my car. I don't want anything. What do I do with this? And it's just from that point on, it's like, okay, well, whatever.
I think you were the rare exception. You were born morally and spiritually lucky.
You start shopping for $3 million homes in West Hollywood. What are you talking about,
Yeah,
Doomer?
exactly.
I mean, in some ways, people who have comment on a YouTube video, I might be a little bit less spiritually lucky. But
There you go.
I would disagree. I would say that a society where 15% of the population not knowing how to read or write, in a society where it's virtually necessary to exist in society, I would say that is absolutely atrocious. I think that
I agree.
Okay, so
But I agree with you.
Okay, so if we agree with that, then my question is, I do not see any way that we can improve schools to the point where children will choose schools, or their guardians will choose schools, depending on if we say the guardians are oppressing the kids as well. If people will choose to go to school over literally anything and everything else they can do, how can we make school literally the best?
I think that's a bit of an odd hypothetical to set up, but
this is super.
how is that an odd hypothetical to set up that just directly addresses her argument?
Because she doesn't have a good answer, so it's an odd hypothetical.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's the main contention. If school's not mandatory, how do you can't convince a kid ever, in my opinion, that going to school is going to be better than playing video games at home.
Yeah, I mean, I have way more self-control than kids have now. I'm in my mid-30s and I'm in grad school, and if I didn't force myself, I wouldn't choose going to class over Twitter.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you talking about?
It depends. It depends. Some people like school. I liked school. I mean, there are people that are going to want to go to school.
Yeah, but the freaks.
Well, I like it.
Yeah,
I like it, but there's a lot of things.
The freaks. Fuck you.
There's a lot of things that you would want to do, that you would have a motivation to do. There's just relative intensities, right? And it's I can get a level of enjoyment out of just sitting around playing video games.
Exactly.
Right? I'm not going to get out of grad school.
Well, okay, Adam, let me ask you a question. If you had the option, what would you have done? Would you have gone to high school Or would you have gotten high with your friends and painted pictures with them all day in the park?
Well, getting high and painting does sound very attractive. So.
Okay. Okay,
I
there you go.
was kind of girl crazy in school. So I mean, like as soon as the girls stopped going to school, then I would be like, okay,
Yeah,
fuck
but you know
school.
that's
I'm
what
not
would
going.
happen.
I'm not going to school anymore
Because this
there's no opportunities at school.
right. Because well, here's a whole nother issue about this too, is that what is, as I'm sure everyone here knows, okay, everyone remembers from their school days, is the person who's like does everything the teacher says and tries super hard in school. Are they like the cool kid or are they the nerd?
They're the nerd, obviously.
Right. The cool kid is the kid who's like the rebel, who's like, I'm not gonna listen to the teacher. I'm gonna do whatever the
you're
fuck I
right.
want.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. So suddenly
gonna
you
be
say
gone.
like, right. So suddenly you say, oh, school's not mandatory. So now you have this social pressure where like, oh, only nerdy losers listen to adults and go to school. All of the cool kids hang out next door
That
and like
exists
play video
now.
games and play. I know it does, but now it's gonna be like 100,000 times worse.
I
if
agree.
School isn't mandatory.
I agree. Yes. It's going to ramp it up.
Yep.
Well, let's hold on a second. Let's deal with what you said there. So you stated that 15% of our society being illiterate and whatever, and I can't remember what the other thing that you said was, is really bad. I agree with you 100%. I just don't think that the solution is mandatory schooling. I don't think that mandatory schooling helps at all. I think that using that there's so many ways. If you can't imagine an alternative way besides threatening kids or their parents to get them to participate in school, I think that demonstrates the problem with the schooling system as it currently exists. School.
What is that? I don't even know what that means.
Yeah.
Threatening.
I mean,
If you can't imagine an alternative to forcing people to go to school, that shows there's something wrong with school. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean.
you could just fill the school with video games and drugs and food, and people would love to go, but then it wouldn't be school.
Right. Well, it's like, that's like saying, I can't imagine that you have to force people to eat healthy. And the fact that you do shows that there's something wrong with eating healthy. It's like,
That is a fantastic analogy.
it's like everyone wants to sit around and fucking eat ice cream all day, but guess what? It's really fucking bad for you. And you have to say, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should eat some healthy food once in a while. Like, this is such a weird argument.
Anything coercive is wrong. It's fundamentally flawed.
Is this like a bizarre appeal to nature? Like humans naturally will want to do everything that's good for themselves? Is that what's being argued here?
No, I think it's like one of the axes with the one with authority. It's just a hard, like an incredibly strong emphasis on being against authority, just generally.
Liberty oppression is the
Right.
foundation.
Just so triggered by authority,
psychological reactions. How dare you make me go? It's like, but you said you wanted to see Star Wars. Not now, bitch.
Right, but that's why I'm saying this is weird, because this is almost like she's libertarian here, because she's so triggered by like the state coercion that it just overrides everything else.
Yeah.
JMac for $50. Thanks. This is from actually the Big Joel premiere. JMac said, "You don't want Sitch and Adam to make money? You don't control me, Big Joel." Thanks, Jay. Jay gave us $50 anyway.
Oh, that was when we did the.
That was
premiere.
from the Joel debate. Yes,
That's awesome. You can read those. I didn't know if you could see them.
I can see.
How about
everything.
this? I have an idea. What if we make it mandatory that children cannot attend school? How about that? Does that change anything here? Does that change the equation?
Suddenly she's like, "Oh my God, the government! They're trying to prevent kids from learning so they could overthrow everything and make a better life for themselves." You found the conspiracy.
Does that? If we did that, would Demon Mama be on board with school now?
That's right. A little bit of reverse psychology. It's a great idea. Daniel Chihote says, "Sitch, can me and the wife get a sermon from the Church of Centrism, rationality, and truth-seeking? Also, A class is S team, but they both have AP class with other Sarganinios, and they still get beaten up after school by the Glink gang. We do not get beaten up by the Glink gang. We are good friends with the Glink gang. Okay, there is nothing but good feelings between S class, A team, and the Glink gang.
Yes, obviously.
I'm sure you'll get lots of sermons in this debate from the Church of Centrism." Joey Not Nice for $20 says, "Boys, excellent job with Big Joel. Clearly stepped out of his comfort zone to talk with y'all. So I was happy to see y'all play nice. You should change that video title he had issues with seems a respectful thing to do. Oh,
Change our
I thought you
video
meant-
title?
change. No, he meant change the title. So Joel, what Joel wanted to talk about with us was that he was very upset that we had titled the stream "Big Joel Trans Shames Blair White."
That you had titled it that. I didn't.
I had
didn't
titled it. That's
title it
true.
that. I
That's
was
true.
like,
That's true. Look at it. I stand by that.
We
title.
were just-
I stand by that title completely.
we just, I mean, we try to make the titles, and this is the YouTube game. Come on.
Right.
We try to make the titles incendiary, but we do
Well-
try to be nicer in the
Well,
video.
that's
So.
that. I mean, I would never engage in clickbait.
Yeah. Yes. Fuck you, Doomer. You're the worst at clickbait.
Doomer changed the title. Doomer so magnanimously changed the title.
How about this?
Vosh is unironically evil to is Vosh unironically
How about this? How about if we change the title?
is Big Joel?
Big Joel is
Blair White?
unironically evil. What do you think?
Is no, that's what you know what I'll rename it to is Big Joel unironically trans shaming Blair White. There you go. Is that better? Is that a better
That's-
title?
You should do it.
That's a
It's-
good idea right there. Change it. Yeah, sure.
It's kind of funny. I've noticed a lot of people using unironically now, and I don't know if it was me or people who were just already doing it.
I think
like-
it was all you.
In this day and age, you
Sorry,
have
it was
to say
definitely-
that if you
yeah.
want to be clear. I thought it was perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Because
No, I thought it was a
it
great title.
is. I mean, it is unironic, right? I mean, you were serious. We got what you meant.
Yeah,
that whole
so, like,
video reeks of seriousness. It's like a documentary.
Yeah, I had asked people like what they thought the title should be before it came out, and the most common like suggestion was Vosh bad or something like that. And I was like, that doesn't really
It
communicate
sounds like too much
It
like a
doesn't.
meme.
the
Yeah.
Doesn't
gravity
really
of the
get to it,
situation.
yeah.
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 I wonder if Vosh. I mean, the most disturbing thing about the video is Vosh advocating for violence. And
Yeah.
if Vosh no longer does that, which it seems like, maybe he will change his behavior, then that's a win. I don't see how your video is not a win, right?
Yeah.
Someone called him out. A bunch of people said, "Yeah, that's fucked up." Now he changes his behavior. That's the rehabilitation thing Dylan was talking about, right?
Yeah. And that was the whole point. I mean, I never thought that I could impact his bottom line at all. But if you call attention to certain things,
Sure.
you kind of put a thought in the back of people's heads. And if he does it again, people will be like, "Oh, he did it. He did the thing." Leonardo DiCaprio meme
Yeah.
pointing at it.
Marketplace of ideas.
There you go. Is Big Joel unironically trans shaming and talking to Hunter Avalon? I forgot. That's when we talked to Hunter. It was the same stream.
That's
So
hilarious.
there you go.
That is
That
very
is
good.
hilarious.
Ooh, booyah. There you go. Look, there you go, Big Joey. Don't say we never did anything for you. Okay?
Yeah, there you go.
Alex Karras for $20 says, you do realize, thank you, Alex, says, you do realize that David Aragon, Chris the Freest Man, and my buddy Doug and I are working on an intro, right? Hope y'all like anime, lads. Oh, awesome.
Really?
I didn't
That's
know that.
awesome. Yeah. Fuck
As
yeah.
well, if you want us to play your intro and to use it regularly, just make sure that there's nothing horrifyingly disgusting in it.
Or copyrighted
Or
sounds
copyrighted.
or anything like that.
Yes. It's me and Adam feel very sad when someone works very hard
And
on
we
an
can't even
animation
play it.
that features copyrighted material or something disgusting
Yeah.
that we don't want to play.
Yeah, completely.
Yes. Daniel the Bruce for $50. Thank you so much, Daniel. So, I almost feel like I want to give Daniel a real wrench, but I kind of like Daniel's fake wrench better. There's an obsession with treating children like adults that comes from the far left because they never progressed into adulthood. For example, they do things like use cartoon avatars dressed in suits or put off releasing videos like a child. See, this is why you don't get the wrench, Animal. This is why you're never gonna get that wrench. I do agree with your far left thing. That does seem to be a continual theme.
School is like miserable for people, for a lot of people, especially neuroatypical people. And I say this as somebody who is not only
School is miserable for a lot of people. So take it away for everyone. What the?
Lots of things you have to
Right.
consider the alternative. Like, yeah, I had a horrible time in school, but imagine my life if I didn't go to school. It would be a lot worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but also succeeded very well in school, and also grew up in like a cult. I don't think that mandatory schooling addresses any of the like meaning.
Do you know what is the background on this?
What's the
What's
cult? Yeah.
Do you know? Are you
She
familiar?
was a Catholic or
So I've mostly heard people saying that she didn't grow up in a cult, but I don't know. Like, I really shouldn't express an opinion on it, honestly. I haven't looked into it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Mhm. And in the video yesterday, she said she went to some kind of Christian school. So I don't know if she's just referring to that or not, but
That's probably it.
maybe, yeah.
I was
Meaningful problems that we have with education, all it does is mean that there are punishments for the child and their family for choosing to not or deciding not that they don't want to endure that system.
Okay, so let's like handle these.
But wait a minute. Okay, you have to punish people that don't force their children to go to school. There are like, I assume she never had this experience, but if you talk to teachers who teach in lower income schools, they very often will have a problem where like a kid's acting up or something, and they keep trying to get a hold of the parent or force the parent to come to like a parent teacher meeting, and they just can't. The parent refuses to show up for whatever reason. So there's tons of parents that they do require that legal axe hanging over their head to force their kid to go to school. Otherwise, they wouldn't care.
Yeah.
And that's the point, is we need to protect those kids. They're the people that need the help the most, which is why you have to, have an enforcement mechanism for not allowing them to commit child abuse, basically, which is what you're doing if you allow your kid to grow up and not go to school.
Yeah. Oh my God. Can you imagine growing up not being able to read? Oh, brutal.
So I just Googled it. Apparently, according to this description of a podcast, Demon Mama talked about her journey from right-wing religious culthood within something called Cavalry Chapel, which
She's
is
a Calvinist.
No, it's a evangelical Christian school or something.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a cult or just
No, it's
in Florida too. There you go. Look at that.
That was the claim that I heard, was that she had a religious upbringing, but it didn't.
Right.
It wasn't like we're in some isolated community that doesn't talk to anyone and we're doing all this crazy stuff. That didn't seem to be the case.
Right. When
Calvary
you say
Chapel,
cults,
an association of evangelical churches maintaining a number of radio stations. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when you say
evangelical
cults,
church,
the implication is like,
yeah,
you're
separated
in something like
from your family.
Yeah, you're in something like Scientology. You're separated. They're teaching all sorts of, damaging stuff. They're brainwashing you. Maybe you have to get tattooed the founder's name on your body.
Yes,
Or tries to turn you into a sex slave.
Totally.
There's always some weird connotation.
According
that
to Demon Mama, I was raised in a cult too.
Yes, there you go.
Separately, the first one is that we have a problem with the schooling system. Again, I agree with you. I don't think that's what we're debating on. You said that the school is bad for neurodivergent people. I am very much in favor of like improving school for people who either think differently or have anything else that makes school harder. I am all for improving it. I still want to mandate them to have.
So, on one hand, I'm sympathetic to the whole like we need to make school so that neurodivergent people can learn or whatever.
We have special classes and stuff for that. That's already baked in.
Well, not really. Well, I don't know what neurodivergent is such a broad category that can mean literally anything, right?
People who hate school is what neurodivergent means.
Well, I have ADD. I'm neurodivergent. I have Asperger's. I'm neurodivergent.
I think the distinction is that we have a lot of programs that are designed to help people who have difficulty learning.
Yes,
but like
learning
there
disabilities.
But like they're like, just like Sitch was saying, that neurodivergency has become such a broad term. It could mean a lot of things that would give people an aversion to school that you probably, in some cases, maybe you can't even accommodate them necessarily. Like, it would be theoretically difficult to even think of how you could do that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was going to say not only that we can't, but that I don't think we should, because part of the point of school, which even Dima Mama realized in her video yesterday, is that you're trying to prepare people to exist in society as an adult. And part of that is learning to fit in, is learning to make yourself fit in to a normal situation with normal people. And so I understand, like, on one hand, it's like, okay, if you have special needs, you need to have some sort of catering to those needs. But on the other hand, if you have special needs, you still have to learn how to interact with the rest of society. The rest of society, especially when you're an adult, isn't going to bend over backwards for you. They're not going to put bubble wrap around every corner so you don't ever cut yourself.
Listen to this conservative square over here.
I know, but
Jesus
listen,
Christ.
I think we can find a balance here.
Hammer me.
I think we can find a balance here.
This is
Okay.
disgusting centrism.
I know.
I know.
So gross.
It's complicated. Let me put on my
So
beanie. It's
gross.
complicated. Listen.
I think you literally said like it's really nice that we make accommodations for neurodivergent people, but
Yeah, exactly.
Just
That's
pretty
exactly
funny.
what he said. Get
Yeah,
in that
no,
classroom, sit
look,
down and shut up.
Unironically, you need to learn how to fit in with society and other people. Okay.
Nah.
It's like, okay, if everyone had the choice, they would sit around all day naked in their home, masturbating and eating junk food, right? You have to learn how to
What?
fit into
That's-
society
no.
and be
Yeah.
a productive
No,
citizen.
We're learning
actually
too
have
much
to-
about you right now. Sid.
Actually, I have to defend.
That was actually a
Sitch
Scott
here.
Adams line, so I'm gonna give him credit for that.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's
So I-
horrible.
I used to always say that like college is less about education than it is about other things, like learning to show up on time and not get in a fight. It's like I think the way I always used to put it.
Yeah.
But I always used to say that like as a denigration. Like I can learn better on my own. Why would I go to college? But you get older and you realize that stuff like that's really important. And
It
like
is.
these things are like incredibly heavily prioritized by like human resources, for example.
Mhm.
Yes.
When you're in a job interview, my idea was always like, well, I want to prove I'm the best person to do the job. And that doesn't even matter really
No.
in a sense, because there's a lot of people that can do the job.
Sure.
They want to make sure that you're not going to commit crimes or harass people or
You're fun to
cause
work
the company a problem, and that you're
You're
fun
a
to
team
work with.
player.
Yeah,
yes.
all of these other things that
Right.
aren't just education. So I'm
Right.
Sitch is right. A lot of that's really important.
Well, I mean, it's funny because, when you're going to school, you're like, why am I wasting my time learning all this bullshit that I don't need? I had these thoughts in this argument a million times. And then when you get like your first job, even if it's a job related to whatever you're studying in school, you realize that like 90% of what you need to know to do the job, you're going to learn doing the job. You're not going to learn in school.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, so much of it is not about the actual information. It's about just learning how to interact with people in a productive, healthy way.
Yeah.
I learned
And
a
how to
lot in
train
school.
yourself.
Man,
and how to train yourself to do work and to do things you don't necessarily want to do.
I was fascinated by school.
Yeah, but I think that's unusual.
I guess maybe it is. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. I thought school sucked, but
There was
I also
a wide range of people at school. There were people that liked school and people who didn't like school. I mean, I get it. I totally get it.
yeah,
So,
the nerds. We're learning Adam was a big nerd in school.
I wasn't.
He was
really
he was
a
the nerd concerned with girls.
I wasn't really a nerd. Yeah, I know. I was like,
Wait, Adam is a Renaissance man.
There you go.
there was a lot of girls in school. Okay, I don't know if you guys know this.
Yeah, but
But
wait,
if you
there's a
wanted,
difference.
if you
Okay,
wanted to
listen.
look at pretty girls, the
Mhm.
place to go was school.
Yeah, but there's a difference between being interested in girls and you're saying being interested in learning. Okay.
Well,
These are
both.
these are two different things.
I mean, the
Okay.
girls first, learning second. But
There you go.
You know,
There
get your
you go.
priorities straight, right?
There you go.
I didn't get it.
School.
You didn't get it.
And I know you said
That's
that like
great.
this, and so then what I'm asking is how do we ensure that we get enough of society, because you agree that's a terrible thing. It's like if we have like a portion of society that can't
Yeah.
read or write,
Yeah.
how do we get them to voluntarily choose this like education system, or the new one, like the good one that we made, over literally
Sure.
anything and everything else they can do?
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of ways to do that. Like literally, there's so many. There's like almost an
So this is a claim that's going to keep happening. Oh, there's a million ways to do that. None are given.
That's so
Yes.
disappointing.
Yes.
I can think of a few, right? Pay 'em.
I think the one example is yummy food, which is
Yummy
a nice
food?
meme. Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say have hot naked teachers. Then people would definitely go to school.
You could do that. What if it was a robot teacher? Then you could have naked teachers. Why not?
There you
I mean,
go.
just do,
I mean,
Go
you might be
for
a
it.
little distracted. You might not learn.
Yeah.
not learn much.
That
might not
present
learn
an
much.
issue.
Yeah. Right.
You're training children to be attracted to robots.
Hot naked.
Oh, there you
teachers.
go. There you go. Where's Sargon? He's gonna come in here. Adam, you're trying
know,
to
I
end
know.
human civilization. Okay.
infinite amount of ways to do that. You can entice them with interesting things, stuff like, I don't know, there's like a million ways you could do this. You could offer some sort of things like, I mean, one great example is like the free lunches is something that gets a lot of kids.
There
to
you go,
show up to
yummy
school. That's
food.
one thing because it addresses an economic issue that
They
prevents
do that at Google. That's the key. They're like, if we just have 5-star restaurants in our building, this will lure a lot of people. I think it works, right?
Uh-huh. I'm
I've
sure.
gotten
Yeah, I'm sure
jobs
getting
at places
paid.
just because they have good food.
I'm
It
sure
works.
getting
It works a
paid
little bit.
a bunch of money from Google is less of incentive than having some nice restaurant inside. Yes.
I mean, I've had
That's
some
it's-
jobs where I really enjoyed going to school, or really enjoyed going to work, but you
Mhm.
still want to like leave, you know?
Yeah, of course.
You don't want to stick around.
That's why it's called work.
Yeah.
You know? Like,
It's just work where you have nice food.
yes.
going to school. It really depends on which part of the school that you're trying, or which part of people avoiding schooling that you're trying to deal with. So, like, you can name a reason why somebody wouldn't go to school, and I can try to give you a potential solution for that issue. I just don't think that, like, in the absence of solutions to these individual problems, that justifies mandatory schooling, that justifies using the threat of law or the threat of the state against to force people who are deeply either suffering in school or who, for whatever reason, don't feel like the school system is ideal for them. I think
But you
that
said
there's
that, but you said that the suffering, like,
Well, Dad, I don't want to go to school because I don't think the school system is ideal for me.
Mhm.
What I would rather do is play Minecraft.
Mhm.
You know how much I learned from Minecraft? I learned so much about the world playing Minecraft, Dad.
Mhm.
You-
Learn all about iron and the nether.
And pigmen and
Pigmen.
zombies. Yeah, no, I learned so much. Yeah. No, this is I can't imagine trying to have a conversation with like a child, trying to convince them to go. I didn't want to go to school. Fuck, like this is so stupid.
Yeah, and this doesn't get too badly drawn out in this debate, but when Hans talked to Jack, there was like the unironic. I think it was League of Legends can replace school. It was like, actually, you know, have you considered you could learn to read by reading League of Legends lore? Like that was actually one of the arguments.
Hmm.
I was like, I'm trying to
It's,
remember.
yeah.
I saw like, I don't know if it was Dr. Phil, one of those shows where a parent was complaining that like their kid won't eat healthy, they'll only eat pizza. And they're like, well, you know, pizza has vegetables on it. It's healthy food. And
Oh,
you're like,
God.
oh no, stop. Look, people don't want to understand this, but your children have to have a healthy amount of fear of their parents. Okay. They have to be afraid what will happen if they don't listen to their parents. That's a good thing.
Yeah, and like the yummy foods thing is actually kind of an issue because the things that taste the best are bad for you.
Yeah, I was gonna say cotton candy.
Right. Yeah. Should they have, so should, in order to incentivize kids to go to school, does school just be giving like the worst, most unhealthy, good tasting food?
What
Yeah,
would be?
I always thought it was weird. Like,
what would
there's
be a
vending
direction
machines.
that you would go with the debate here to make it more to
Oh,
highlight this problem a bit better?
I would, I mean, so I'm not necessarily good at debate, but I would just hard stuck on like, I would find something that is like that it can't be resolved, and I would just hard stuck on it and refuse to let the conversation proceed. And that would probably be, again, even if you're right about 80% of people that are, you know, going to go to school or their parents will force them, you're still leaving 10 to 20% of disadvantaged children that are just going to have their life completely ruined. And why would
Yeah.
you justify that?
Yeah.
How could
Right.
you possibly think that that's a bigger deal than this like deontological argument about coercion?
School is a means to an end. That's what I say. Like, well, what are your
Sure.
alternatives? Like, how do you avoid a society where 50% of people are just illiterate, totally useless for anything?
Right.
Yeah, this policy would just be bad for everyone. It's bad for society. It's bad for the kids.
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, going to school isn't pleasant, but your life is so much better for it than the alternative of just like not going to school.
yeah, that's why we have schools.
Yeah, exactly. And like, I mean, Sitch is exactly right. There are a lot of parents that it's really unfortunate to say, but they just don't give a
They
fuck.
don't
Like,
give a fuck.
They
yeah.
aren't. They don't care. I mean,
Yeah.
they're like legitimately abusive parents.
Well, and
Um,
I'm sure there are a lot of parents that use the fact that it's state mandated to get around. Like they're telling their kids basically, well, I would let you not go to school, obviously, but you have to go to school because otherwise mommy will go to jail, right?
Yeah.
That's a coercive measure that takes it out of the hands of the parents. As soon as you make it optional, then the parents, like full responsibilities on the parents.
And there also
Ye-
might be like hippie parents that are like, oh, you know, just, you know, let them do what they want. Kids
They
can
can
figure
learn
out
in
their,
the world.
yeah, kids can figure out their own way in the world as free
Yeah.
spirits or whatever.
You know, this wasn't asked in the debate, but I'm curious if we remove the state can't mandate that kids go to school. But what if the parent wants their kid to go to school, but every day they drop their kid off at school
And they
because,
leave.
you know, the parent has a job, so they can't babysit their child, and the kid just wanders away. Does the school then have the authority to force the kid to stay in the school because the parent said so?
Not in
Well, no, 'cause that would be
Mama's
state coercion.
situation. Yeah.
But, Sab, I don't know. But that's what I'm saying. I don't know what her answer to that is.
Well, I mean, you've seen this, so you know that she takes a way harder stance than that later in the debate.
Yes, right. No, but that's, I mean, this, when you ask like where I would go with this debate, I would still be stuck like on the first thing she said. I don't understand how you could say that mandatory vaccines are acceptable, but mandatory school isn't.
Yeah, I
want to understand the basis to that, because to me, not having mandatory school causes so much more harm to society than any mandatory vaccine thing could ever cause.
What would be the worst possible thing that is like a necessary coercion? Because I could see you saying, well, what is your opinion on taxes? And her going, well, we shouldn't have taxes either. Well, what's your opinion on police? Oh, we shouldn't have police either. Like, where do you run into something that everybody is just like, okay, well, that is too far. I guess you always end up at like really distasteful things like cannibalism. So can we keep people from eating each other? No, she's probably for that too. Like,
does it violate the NAP, Adam?
Well, they could have a contract. Yeah, here, I want to commit suicide. You want to eat somebody here. Let's spend the weekend together. It's like, well,
I mean, if you follow the arguments down, you usually get the government with extra steps. It's like,
I know,
some body that has,
the community can figure this out, guys. Like, oh my God, what does that even mean?
You
Shut
get
up.
the free market. All of a sudden, you're a laissez-faire capitalist.
Papa Rock 77 for $20. Thanks so much, Papa Rocks. Says the yearly free will subscription, A-Team reigns supreme. I'd be S-class, but I can't get past Sitch's authoritarian stance on pop. Well, you know what? I stand by it. I stand by it. All poppers must be eliminated and kicked out of our society. They should all be deported to Papistan. Okay? Get them out. Get them out of my beautiful country.
Terrible.
Do you have a position on pop, Doomer?
Very elitist.
Do you mean the music or the soda?
No, calling soda pop.
Yeah, really.
It sounds really.
Him.
I'm pretty anti-pop.
Yes,
really dumb. Yeah.
Thanks, Doomer. What a good guest. What a good guest. JMac for $200. Oh my God! Thank you so much, JMac. He's like, I got to hit that $2,000 cap. Says from Alex Karras, you do realize that David Aragon, Chris the Freest Man, my buddy Doug, and I are working on intro, right? Hope you like Anime Lives. Wow, look at JMac spent $200 just to repeat what Alex said.
Wow,
amazing! Thank you so much, Jay. It's incredibly generous.
And the badness of the school is irrelevant to like the mandation of like people going. Like, what if we had like the perfect school?
Yeah, absolutely.
We had a million options where like
sure.
Like,
you still don't get to force somebody to do that.
Okay,
you
but
don't
like
get to force someone to go do something like that, especially with no reason. What reason do you see? Here's the thing.
What she never explains why. Why don't you
reason?
get to force people to do what the government force people to do shit all the time? I don't understand. What's the distinction here?
The reason is it's good for society. That's the reason. We don't want to live with a bunch of stupid people.
The reason, that's the real reason. The reason that she sort of gave in her video yesterday was, well, school just trains you to be like a good capitalist drone. That seems so. I think that's like maybe that's the subtext here.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I've got kind of a hot take on that.
Okay.
I think that most people, that's just kind of like what they want. It's like people don't want to start their own business. People want to get a job and be told what to do.
Yeah,
for the most part.
I don't think that's a hot take at all.
It's with certain groups of people that I hang out with. It's definitely a hot take. But
I see.
Yeah, like I mean, everybody has the option of like starting their own business and doing their own thing, right? But it's scary and it's difficult, and a lot of people just don't really want to do it.
Requires a specific personality type, a mindset. Yeah, definitely a lot of energy.
What do you guys have a take on Montessori schools?
I don't really know much about them, honestly.
They're basically the students direct their own learning by what they're interested in. So they obviously have to learn to read and to be able to study whatever it is that they want to engage with, but it's more problem solving based. So I've heard great
As long
things
as-
about Montessori schools. So you're kind of following your interests. So if people have, obviously a lot of people become very good at certain things because they're interested. Like I'm super interested in economics right now because it's just fascinating to me. So I could see me developing some kind of project that I would work 10 times harder.
Yeah, but that's using adults.
Yeah. But I think this could apply to kids too. I mean, I was obsessed with things that's how I got into painting and drawing. I was super obsessed. Like I didn't go anywhere without a sketchbook and I was drawing like
I don't know.
10, 20 hours a day. That's all I wanted to do.
I was obsessed with like video games as a kid. I don't know
Right.
what interest.
Yeah.
I don't know like what I would have got into.
Yeah, I was playing World of Warcraft.
There,
I
exactly.
think I think I did a science
Wait,
fair
wait, wait,
project
wait,
on
wait, wait,
video
wait,
games. So
Wait,
I was obsessed
Horde
with video
or
games, too.
Alliance?
Horde.
Thank you. Okay, good.
Yes.
Good. We can still be friends.
Yeah. None of this alliance bullshit.
No, none of this
No,
human
Play a
nonsense.
fucking Tauren.
That's right. Oh, there you go. There you go.
Didn't people who are obsessed with video games find some success though? I mean, aren't a lot of those people computer programmers now and designers and all kinds of things?
Maybe or
I
streamers.
mean,
I don't know.
as to the Montessori thing, I can see it definitely working, especially for a certain kind of person. Like there needs to be a bare minimum, right? Like you can't just not do math. Maybe you can do less math. But I would see kind of a problem because I think a lot of people are just going to choose the path of least resistance and just try and min-max like what is the easiest thing I can possibly do and then just do that.
That's what I would have done. That's what I
Yeah.
did in normal school.
I mean, that's also probably what I would have done. Yeah.
Right.
I don't remember a lot from the lower grades though, obviously. Do you
Mm.
guys remember a lot? Like, can you think back to like 5th grade and think, oh, I hated
really.
school back in 5th grade?
I have like what are called flashball memories. It's like you kind of
Yeah.
have a memory, but it's more like you're remembering that you once remembered something.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Sure. I know. I never went to Montessori school. My brother spent the first 2 or 3 years, I think, of school at Montessori school,
Oh,
and my
really?
parents didn't. They ended up not liking it,
Mhm.
so they took him out of it. He went to a normal public school, and then I always went to a normal public school.
Okay. So your brother's older, so he had
Yeah, I have
the
an older brother.
Montessori experience beforehand.
They didn't. My parents did not like the Montessori experience.
Maybe
yeah.
he loved it. And your parents were just dicks.
It's fine. I mean, I liked going there to pick him up from school because they had a literal like arcade machine that was like Galaga and some other.
That's
old
why your
game
parents
from-
hated it.
Yeah.
They had Galaga. My God.
And I was like,
My
this is the best
dream
school
school.
ever.
My
I love
dream
this.
school.
I remember, you know what, you were asking about school. The one thing I remember in kindergarten is that my favorite part of kindergarten is we would do this. We had like these weird things where we would do different subject matters every day. And one of the subject matters was you got to like do these like learning things on the computer. But when you finished your work, if you finished quickly, you could play the old Mario game.
Wow.
The one where like you're like the two players fight in that like one room, and there's like turtle shells that like come through the pipes forever.
Fucking based. I remember.
And
that.
I love that was my favorite part of kindergarten was playing that game. I was like, this is the best game ever made.
Did they have the Max? I remember there were these like really
Yes.
old games on the Max.
Yes.
They were like tanks, and you like just moved. All you could do was like move the angle of and like the intensity of shooting, and that game was like so lit.
Yes. Yeah, I know
Like,
exactly what you're talking about.
yeah, everybody just wanted to get done with school so you can go play tanks.
Yeah. But this is the problem with this stupid argument. This was like every class I had that had anything to do with computers or computer games. Everyone just wanted to get their work done as fast as possible so they could play a computer game.
Yeah.
I
This is
can
one of
give you
things
the
that's
reason.
been-
Like,
wait. Hold on. One of the things that's been annoying me about this conversation is that it's presumed that you must force people to go to school. There's nothing that says that you have to do that. There's no claim that you have to force people to go to school.
Because people wouldn't do it. Oh, wait, this is it. Because everyone remembers being a child, I imagine. And everyone has talked to a child and knows that kids don't want to go to fucking school. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah. How many times a day does a kid say, I don't want to go to school? That's got to be like in the billions, the trillions. I mean, that's off the charts, right?
I mean,
Right.
it's a difficult argument to make because like I've worked as a tutor and worked with kids, and it's just something that you would never question. Like
Right.
the idea like why would you think kids would just want to go to school? What are you talking about?
I have a
Right.
term paper
Yeah.
to write. I'm so excited about it. Oh God, I can't wait to jump on this. I have this test I have to take. Woo! No, of course. It fucking sucks. Nobody wants to do that shit.
I know all those movies and TV shows and people that kids that get so sad when there's a snow day and they can't go to school. They're like, oh, shucks.
Oh
I have
yeah.
to play outside in the snow instead of going to school. How sad this is for me.
Presume that you must force kids to go to school. Interesting. Especially when she started the whole conversation saying how she fucking hated school and she didn't want to go. It was super difficult on her. It's like, I don't know. It seems like you might agree here. What's going on here?
I know.
This must be the Cope spiral.
Yeah, I was trolling Hans on Twitter. I was like, well, Hans, if your argument was correct, then kids would be skipping school now.
Yeah.
That never happens, right?
That couldn't possibly be a thing.
Mass Medium for $22. Thanks so much, Mass Medium. Says, Adam, watch One Piece. It does have cartoony aspects, but has a good story with deep lore. It is a slow burn, but the first big villain of the show abuses his government position to enrich himself. It's good. Also, S-Class is the best class.
I think I
A-Team is
started
also
to watch
cool.
One Piece. Is it that just doesn't take place on a ship, does it? Does it? I don't remember.
I think you're thinking of Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah, I'm mixing it up with Hunter.
Hunter x Hunter is the one, the kid in the green jacket.
I think I started.
And they go on
One
the
Piece.
ship. Yeah. I'll be honest. First of all, thank you, Mass,
You
for
don't
being
like
S-Class.
One Piece is a ship. Yeah, I was right. What's this? Yeah,
I don't think Adam will like One Piece.
Mhm.
I can't imagine him.
This
getting
looks
into it.
great. Oh my god.
Okay, check it out. Check it out. You know what?
Just
Go watch it, Adam. Prove me wrong. You're gonna be the One Piece fanatic.
It
all
takes
right?
place on a beach. Look at
Yes.
that. I thought
Look at that.
I thought it had a lot of sand in it. I thought I remembered a lot of sand.
There you go. As long as you don't hate sand, then you'll be good.
I have a great memory for things. This is another thing. School, I didn't have to work very hard at school to maintain like B's. If I worked hard, I probably would have got A's. So I think that factors in. School is definitely harder for some people and easier for others. So that's a huge factor.
My rote
It's a giant
memorization is
factor.
not very good. So I would
Mine's
always have a problem
terrible.
with
My
that.
memorization is no, actually, memorization I didn't do too bad with.
Well, no, like I could remember concepts very well, but it's like just names and dates. It's just like I can't remember any of that shit. It all goes out.
I had to
my
learn all
brain.
the bones, and I had to learn all the elements and all that fucking useless
You
shit.
have to learn. Wait, you have to memorize the
Yeah,
elements.
this was
That's
before the
crazy.
internet. They didn't know the internet
wait,
was going to
we had-
come along.
wait, you
could
didn't
just
have to
look
memorize
all
the
that
elements?
shit up.
Yeah, you had to go to chemistry
yeah.
class.
I
They
had
would, like,
chemistry,
ask
but
you-
I don't
they would,
remember
ask
us
you about
like.
the layers and stuff.
I remember you had to learn to understand what the numbers on the periodic table meant. I don't remember them being. Actually, no, I did have a test once where they gave you like the blank element table and you had to fill it out, but I didn't give a fuck. I
I
said,
learned
"Oh,
a
this
lot
is gonna
about
happen."
history. I got to light things on fire. I got all kinds of school was great.
An actual American flag for $20. Oh my God, I'm saluting and crying, even though you can't see it right now. Says, here's a 20 on me, boys. Let's have a great stream. America. Thank you.
Thank you.
Destiny's Tiny Coke for $20 says, here's my weekly dose of free will and parasocial validation from my favorite medium to large brain centrist. Best class is A team and S class is the gay team. Wow.
Medium to
Hurtful.
large. I like
Hurtful. Very hurtful. Mark Cruz for $20 says, I was a special ed kid that only graduated because of the No Child Left Behind program and my mom telling me you have to go to school. I'm glad I didn't have the option to opt out of school. It was hard. However, it was worth it. There you go.
that. Yes.
There you go.
Doing hard things can provide meaning to people's lives too, but I don't know. Demon
Well,
Mama, she would agree.
I mean, doing hard things. Okay. Some people are born with a personality type
Yeah.
where they are drawn to, they gain pleasure from overcoming a goal or something that's difficult that they don't want to do.
Fuck yeah.
But most people aren't like that.
That's
and most
me.
people, that's Adam. But most people, you don't realize that willpower is like a muscle. You have to train it. You have to do things you don't want to do in order to make your willpower stronger.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that's
you
what
can
part of
also-
school accomplishes.
you can kind of learn it. Like, I don't think I have the natural personality type to just do really hard stuff.
Right.
But like, if I get
Me
the
neither.
desire to do something, I usually see it through. Like, I get the idea for this stupid fucking YouTube video that takes 2.5 months to do, but I'm halfway through it and it's like, yeah, all right, I'll finish it.
I have
You
a
know?
bunch of abandoned projects. I do abandon projects because I get interested in something else. But the key is to have some external pressure that forces you to finish things, which is that's the key. You got to look for that.
Mm-hmm. Alex Stewart for $20 says, having seen this video already, Demon Mama's political position seems to be to move towards the Sigma male utopia. We can all run around uneducated, self-diagnosing diseases, screeching and peeing and pooping on the floor. You know what? That sounds pretty good. That
Rat
sounds pretty
utopia.
good. Yeah, I take it all back. Utter Nonsense for $20. Thanks so much, Utter Nonsense. Says Sitch and Doomer should discuss Jordan B. Peterson and postmodernism. Also, Doomer, do you have a list of books and YouTube shows to consume? Audible is best for us 18 dyslexics. And what is your most controversial public political take?
Oh, we're gonna get to that later. Don't worry.
We'll get to that later.
I'm gonna get straight up canceled for this take.
Oh,
really?
Yeah,
Adam,
probably.
add that to the
Don't get
list.
canceled on our show.
No, get canceled on our show. This is great reviews. Okay.
It's pretty funny.
Okay, Adam,
Yeah.
add that to the list. We have to talk about the Jordan Peterson thing. We have to talk about your most
Crazy,
controversial political
insane, cancelable take. Okay, I'm writing it down.
take. Kai Baka Corp. Wait, Kai Ba Corp for $20
Corp.
says Calvary churches are fairly mainstream. If Demon Mama grew up in a quote cult, wouldn't that be a counterpoint to community enforced learning? That's a great point.
Oh yeah,
You know what? That's a fantastic point.
That is
How do we not
community
put
enforced
that?
learning.
Oh
That's
my God.
exactly what it is.
She has all this talk about what the community should do, and then she's complaining that she grew up in a cult, which is entirely community based.
They call it Sunday school for a reason.
Oh my
It's
God.
literally called Sunday school.
That's hilarious.
Hey, we have 1,500 people watching right now. You want to give
That's right.
You want to you were super. You wanted to talk about the Big Joel debate. Do you want to switch
Okay.
gears for a second? And
Okay,
talk
we'll
about
talk
the
about
Big
the Big Joel
debate?
debate briefly. Okay.
Okay.
So for those of you who don't know, so for those of you that don't know or just tuned in, we talked to Big Joel and had a sort of debate about the Blair White. If you guys remember, we did a stream on Blair White and Karlin Poroshenko. I'm saying that right, I believe. Talking to Lauren Witzke
Mhm.
and John Doyle.
Mhm.
And the debate was about what should be the future of the Republican Party. And Blair and Carlin were both like, the Republicans should be not social conservatives and should be open to LGBT people. And John and Lauren were like, no, we need to enforce Christian morality, burn the gays, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And Joel basically said Blair sucks at defending trans people and it's terrible. We streamed this. Joel did not like our title of the stream and was very triggered by it. So we had a long debate about it. It's on the channel. You should check it out. I think we did very good in the conversation. I think we were trying to be as cordial and as nice to Joel as humanly possible.
You accused Joel of trans shaming in the title of the video. He didn't actually watch the video, so but obviously
right.
the video was I think 10 hours long, so no fault there.
Yeah.
But he wanted to make sure that he didn't. He thought maybe I did trans shame Blair, and that would be unthinkable. So therefore,
well, it's interesting because that was the main thing he wanted to talk about. But we barely talked about it,
right?
Which was a little intentional on my part because I thought it was uninteresting. So I tried to quickly move the conversation to something else. But my argument was basically that Joel, it basically implicitly and explicitly to some degree is saying that Blair is a not quote, but like is a bad trans woman. That, you know, she seems, and he kind of implies that maybe she's self-hating. Now he denies this. He says that was not his implication, but that's how I took his video. So when I say trans shaming, I mean that it'd be like calling like a black guy like the C word, basically. That's how I viewed the video.
Right. Do you have any favorite points from the debate? Well,
I want to ask, Doomer said he listened to our conversation with Joel. And I was curious as to what his opinion on it was.
People are gonna think I'm lying, but you guys like straight up changed my mind. Like I basically had Big Joel's position. Like I saw that conversation and I was so disgusted. I just basically thought that Blair was just
really.
like, cucked.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Can you just repeat that again? It's so rare to hear someone say this on the internet.
This is great.
Yeah, yeah. Like my position was almost exactly Joel's position. Like I thought that Blair handled that conversation really poorly. I was just completely disgusted by the things that were being said to her. I couldn't believe that she didn't respond to it. And like basically my takeaway was like, she knows that what's being said is completely disgusting, but she's not saying anything about it because she doesn't want to like hurt her viewership or whatever.
Right.
Like I think that would have been my position. And then you
let
pointed
me
out
just interject for 1 second, just to be clear, those that haven't seen it, the position that you're referring to was that Lauren Witzke was basically a super transphobe bigot and was saying Blair should grow out her mustache and that, you know, trans people are evil, blah, 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 blah. And Blair basically doesn't address any of these claims directly and just kind of sticks to her own talking points, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. She just like she almost acts like it didn't happen, which like really bothered me. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was you, Sitch. You were like pointing out, well, if you look at the comment section, like the reception has been very, very negative for Lauren and very positive for Blair. And you were like giving an argument that was basically, you know, this could have been a conscious effort on her part because she knew that if she just did basically what she did, that this would be the result, that Lauren would look completely fucking insane. And she didn't even need to push back against them. The best thing she could do is just sit there and look like a civilized adult while Lauren hung herself on, you know, live in 4K. And yeah, I mean, that's basically what happened. Yeah, so watching that, yeah, you just like completely changed my mind on that conversation.
There you go. I think Doomer might be the biggest brain centrist of them all. His opinion on something actually changed. This is so rare.
Yeah.
But you know, like, because my main argument against Joel was that Joel kept looking at this from what he wanted, and I was like, Joel, this debate is about the future of the Republican Party. It's not what you, a leftist, want. Okay. It's not designed for a leftist audience. Blair is trying to convince people on the right to be accepting of LGBT people. And so, I mean, she had contentious debates in the past. We all remember the screaming match she had with Candace Owens. Okay. I think it was an optical choice and a rhetorical choice on her part to say, look, I'm not going to get triggered. I'm not going to go into the whole, you're a bigot, you know, trans people, you know, deserve to be treated like normal people, which I would imagine is implicit because she's a trans woman talking. I don't see why this needs to be spoken. And if you look at the comments section, her tactic appears to have worked because everyone hated Lauren and everyone loved Blair.
This is where we're mind reading a little bit though, because we are saying this is what we feel Blair's strategy was, when she could have just stayed out late the night before and was like, I don't have time for this shit. Like maybe it's not a conscious strategy in any way, shape.
That's why I said possible strategy.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
But it can't be ruled out because just like Sitch said, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
I mean, like because it's funny because I didn't like the result was I watched it and I was just completely fucking disgusted with Lauren, but I didn't really consider the possibility that would be like literally everyone else's response as well. Like even people who might agree with Lauren on a lot of things would watch that and be like, dude, like, what are you saying?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, there were so many comments that were like, oh, I'm a Christian, but Lauren is disgusting. You know, oh, I'm on the right, but Lauren is like a hateful bigot. Oh, Lauren is just like the woke leftist version of the right. Oh, Lauren is what every leftist wants the right to be. There's so many comments that were all like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Even if it wasn't intentional from Blair's perspective, it ended up working out that way. So I don't see how you can make the argument that it was that she acted in some sort of net negative way, if that's the outcome.
Yeah. Like I can still entertain the idea that any of the things I said are at least partially true, that like either she just didn't know how to address it or didn't want to.
Right.
But it's not fair to assume that, because there's a completely other, you know, rational justification of what she might have been doing at the time. And if that was her justification, well, that is the outcome that we got, right?
That's true. There you go.
Yeah, it was a win. It was a total win, but Joel didn't conceptualize it that way. I thought the most interesting thing for me was asking Joel about what he would want for the debate, for the Republican Party to go more in the
that was a great question.
The bigoted
that was great.
Yeah.
That was a great question. He just said like, just kill it, right?
Yeah.
Basically, he wants the Republican Party to do whatever they can to lose more elections. And I pointed out, well, that would mean to go more in the bigoted direction, which seems to be against your whole outlook on life.
It's actually worse.
He didn't
than
respond
that.
to that.
It's actually worse than that, because I think you asked, or one of us asked, that is it better if Blair was able to get people to be more accepting of trans people? Isn't that a good thing? Isn't that a net positive if more Republicans or people on the right are accepting of LGBT people? And Joel's answer to that was basically like, well, not necessarily, because I want the Republican Party to just cease to exist.
Right.
So
A lot of people
pretty-
responded to that in the comments. A lot of people were just not
that's a
liking that.
pretty insane way of looking at things. And I think it's also a very ignorant way of looking at things, because this is kind of like what Sarah Silverman recently said, we should split the country up between Democrats and Republicans. Like, as if you did that, do they think that like people would just stay Democrats and Republicans forever?
No,
like, of course not. You're gonna have children, and the children are gonna switch your political views. Like, obviously, that's what happened.
And it would take a week for the far left to be calling everyone on the moderate left conservatives.
Right.
They'd have the same problem over again.
That already happened.
That already happens. I get called a fascist and a conservative all the time. And it's like, if you compare me to the average population, I'm a fucking communist. Like, I'm so far left, but nothing is enough for these people.
Yeah. It would solve nothing. They have it's a bad outlook of the world, I feel. That's a thing that I would like to fight. Well, that's the thing I feel like we are kind of fighting against. I don't know if you can get people like Joel, though. Joel is just, and this is a little bit of the pro Felicity stuff, because Joel's, his whole job is wrapped up in being a political pundit. So of course he can't. Like, his whole thing is conservatives must lose. I just think it's good that it was like articulated in the debate. I
would imagine. Now, I could be wrong. Well, maybe it's different with leftists. I would think if you asked most people on the left, do you wish Republican Party wasn't bigoted, right? According to how they perceive it, they would all say yes. I don't think most of them would say no, because I want them to keep being bigoted so that they lose elections. That's like
they would all.
But
I think a lot of them would say that's impossible. That conservatism is about.
I know, but
bigotry.
if you say hypothetically, you're right. They would probably say that. But I'm saying, if you ask them hypothetically if it was possible, I imagine most of them would say yes. They want people to be less bigoted.
They just wouldn't engage with the hypothetical. That's what I see.
Maybe. Right.
I think Adam's right. They just wouldn't even really acknowledge that was possible.
But that would have been a better answer than Joel's answer, honestly.
It was fascinating. It was an interesting exchange. And I know some of the people were accusing Joel of wanting to genocide conservatives. And he actually tweeted some of those comments out. It was pretty interesting. So,
yeah, but it was weird, because he said he didn't want them to exist. And obviously, okay, that doesn't mean he wants to physically murder them. But is that really that far away from saying you don't want someone to exist?
Kind of. There are people on the right that feel the same way about,
of course,
progressives, and I can't go there. It's the same thing. They serve a purpose too. It's a crazy, like, whacked out purpose, but they do serve a purpose.
The left is offense for culture, and the right is defense.
Exactly,
and we need to find the enlightened centrist middle ground.
And sometimes you're in a game where you need a good defense, like you're defense heavy. Sometimes you're in a game that you're offense heavy. You need those two aspects for the situation that you're in.
Yeah, no, exactly.
All right.
What gives you the right? You have to give a reason for why you think someone should be forced to do something. If you are making the argument for why we should force people to do something, you have to give a good argument for that.
Of course.
I don't think there's a good argument to force people. I don't think it's a good thing to force people to do something that's, like, quote unquote good for them. Because I think there's a huge problem with coercing people.
Okay, if we're taking that, then why force people to get vaccines if they don't want it? Like, just let people not. That just undermines, like, anything the government. Yeah.
Well, because you're hurting other people with the vaccines is what she would say, obviously.
But that's true for school too.
Yeah, you're also hurting people. She wants a democracy.
I agree.
Well, this is a crazy position. You shouldn't be allowed to force anyone to do anything because it's good for them.
Mm-hmm. You should force them to do things that are bad for them. That's what you should do.
Like, if you have some person who's like crazy, who's running around, the street naked smearing shit on stuff. I mean, are you allowed to force them to do something?
No.
You're not, like, because it's not good for them. I don't know, like, what.
No, state coercion is bad. You can't
I
do
see.
that.
Well, actually, no. She'd probably say, "Oh, well, if they're interacting with other people, then you can do something." But if they're just at home eating cat shit and rolling around in their filth, you can't force them to change. And I'm like, I disagree with that.
Can we
I think
get-
if someone's like mentally unhinged and they're
Oh
doing
my
crazy
God.
shit that's bad for their body, like for every part of their life, that yes, the state should come in and be like, okay, let's try to get you some help.
What would be an example of a good argument? That would be a good question. I'm
A
curious.
good argument of what?
Well, she's saying if you are going to coerce somebody, you have to have a good reason. And a good reason, I would think, would be that it's good for you, that the goods outweigh the downside.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the first reason, but she's already taken that off the table.
Well, I mean, we gave that argument in the beginning of the stream that a lot of, like, the major part of going to school is so that you can get a job and be a productive member of society. And if you're taking away schooling, you're basically going to be creating a permanent underclass of people who are not going to be educated and are going to be tapped out from society. And that's going to create huge problems because you're going to have way more people who are just draining money from society. You're going to have way more criminality. You're going to have way more of every problem. You're just amplifying every single problem that exists in society.
But maybe this problem solves itself, because if you have to make school enticing by yummy food, all of these illiterate people could be working at the... I mean, you'll need armies of illiterate people to make the yummy food. Right?
So they go in, they get their school lunch, and they walk out again. Like, what?
Armies of lunch ladies. You're creating the lunch lady class.
I mean, is there gonna be some kind of rule that, like, if you enter school for food, the school then gains the authority to prevent you from leaving? Isn't that just coercion?
I don't know. Yeah. It's an interesting question. Is eating coercion? I would like to ask.
Well, no, it would be
Why
because
get
what would-
hungry?
what would-
That hunger feels coercive. Don't laugh, Doomer.
That-
I feel
well, that's-
coerced.
Well, no, you're right. In sort of in that this kind of feels like that she wants Tom Jump's perfect world.
I know.
basically. That's
It
what this
totally
sounds
is.
like. Yes.
You
Well,
might
I'm sorry,
say I'm a dreamer.
We don't live in Tom Jump's perfect, objectively moral world. Okay. I'm sorry to break the bad news to you.
Come on.
Yeah, it's
Just
you're-
imagine.
You're actually completely right. So I'll try not to go on a huge rant, but I really like this.
We
dude.
love
always
rants.
completely right.
Rant.
We're always completely right.
There's this dude called Abraham Maslow. Most people know about him from the idea of self-actualization and
Hell
the
yeah.
hierarchy of needs.
Oh,
But
Maslow's
it's
hierarchy of needs.
Yeah,
Hi,
it's really
I'm
bad.
for
It's really-
smashing
it's-
hierarchies. I hate Maslow.
It's really old. I mean, it's very badly taught. It's incredibly unlikely you actually
Day
know what he said.
one, self-actualization.
Like I've argued about this with like 3 people that have psychology PhDs, and they all didn't know what he said. Just no one knows what it is.
Really?
His
No
ideas are
way.
incredibly poorly taught. Yeah,
Tell us,
incredibly.
because I
incredibly
probably
poorly
know
taught.
the bullshit too.
So,
I know it all.
So one thing you just hit on is one of his big ideas is the difference between, this depends what period of his writing you look at, but what could be called B and D drives. So like hunger isn't something that adds anything to your life. It just mobilizes your consciousness more and more until you have to eat. And then once you eat, it just goes away.
Yeah.
So it's called like a detrimental drive. Like it's not adding anything to your life. It's just this thing you have to deal with. And then you deal with it and it goes away and it comes back later. And he differentiates that from beneficial drives. I forget, he has a bunch of different ways of putting this, but a beneficial drive would be something that when you're free of detrimental drives, you have like the mental resources to go after it. And it's not something that exhausts itself or coerces you. It's something that you're allowed to do. So that would be like social pursuits, or, doing something just because you want to do it. I just really want to write this book or whatever. It's not something that you're coerced into doing. It's just something that you feel that you really, really want to do. And
Yeah.
you're
How
only
does-
able to do that when you free yourself from the coercion of the lesser drives.
How does he talk about addiction? How does that play into this?
I don't remember exactly what he said about addiction. So the biggest problem that most people have with his ideas is that they think they're like too systematized and scientific and rigid, but it's actually the exact opposite. Like chapter 3 of Motivation and Personality, which is his main book, is basically an admission that his ideas are completely unscientific and untestable and way too vague. I mean, he just basically says that. And and like like he never used the pyramid that everybody
Yeah,
knows
I know
about.
that. Yeah,
Mhm.
he
Yeah.
hated that
Interesting.
pyramid.
He hated it, yes, because it completely misrepresents his ideas.
know.
Like,
That's
yeah,
hilarious.
yeah. So like he talked about what was called hierarchies of relative propensity. So he would be saying like you would be like 40% dominated by like security needs, but then you'll slowly get through them. So you'll see more of like, you know, your love and belonging needs manifest. But he was always expressing things in terms of like percentages. And it's a really, it's difficult to take his ideas and like concretely apply them because they're so vague. But you look at that pyramid, you think, man, this guy thinks you just, oh, well, now I've got safety and security done, and I will,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
proceed
Moving
along
up.
right to love and belonging
Mhm.
and self-respect. Yeah.
Climb the
Yeah.
ladder of success right here, all the way
Right,
up to
right.
self-actualization. Yeah.
But yeah, like the lower emotions, it would be called like baser emotions,
Yeah.
are coercive forces.
I do
Um,
like that sex is on
sure.
the bottom there.
Well, but my only problem with that is I would think that you could make an argument that basically all human behavior is based or rooted in these lower emotions that you don't really have control over.
Yeah.
I mean,
primal.
Well, so
Like,
you can
Well,
take-
let me give you an example. Like with social media, okay, so you might say, oh, that's like, you know, you want to do social media, that's your B drive or whatever. But it's like, well, if being on social media stimulates some chemical in your brain that makes you addicted to chasing after likes or retweets, I mean, is that really a B drive then?
so this gets on one of his other ideas that again completely demolishes the pyramid.
Mhm.
He's completely opposed to having like concrete lists of drives, or the idea that an action almost ever would have a single motivation. Like one of his biggest things he tried to talk about was that actions have multiple different motivations at the same time,
Mhm.
and like the motivational state of your mind is incredibly complicated.
Right.
This is why I really don't like speculating about people's intent, because it's very likely that there's a lot of different reasons they do the things that they do.
Hell
And
yeah.
you can always just fixate on one of them and act like that's all that's going on.
Mhm.
Like for example, with my video, it's pretty obvious that making something with that much effort, I was entertaining the idea that I could possibly do this for a living or possibly make money off of it.
Mhm.
But the idea that I did it only for that is just absurd.
Totally.
You know, if you were
Mhm.
trying to min max the way that you were going to make money, you know, you wouldn't make a video that ended on 5 minutes of riot footage that's going to get it demonetized. It's just
Right.
ridiculous to think that was my only
Yeah.
thing.
You're
Maybe
always
temporal.
weighing the options. You're weighing your different goals and
Yeah.
your behavior.
Sure.
There's like lots of different things link into these things. So with sex, sex has a very, very base drive that, you know, everyone always experiences, right? It's just this need to do it, right? But there's a lot of other things that are related to sex as well. You know, if you've been in a relationship that's really, really healthy with someone that you deeply care about, sex with them is going to be a lot different than sex with someone you just picked up off of Tinder or whatever.
You would think.
Yeah.
Nah.
That's been my
Sex is better
experience.
when you hate the person and they're crazy.
Well, there is some truth to that.
There you
Sitch, it sounds like you're
That's
speaking
not
from
a long term.
Sitch, it sounds
There
like
you
you're
go.
speaking from experience. Sounds like you're speaking from experience too, Doomer. Jeez.
That's not true.
Yeah.
I'm a virgin, Adam. I've never engaged in such debauchery.
You
okay?
guys are for the
I've had some
crazy girls, I
experiences.
guess, huh?
I'm saving
I
myself
have
for
a-
marriage.
I have a critical problem with crazy chicks. Yeah. You could call it a fatal attraction. It's funny, but it's
There
not.
you
A
go.
Critical like you're gonna die or broken bones.
no, critical. Like I know it's bad for me, and I also know I'm going to keep doing it.
Yeah.
Interesting. Mr. Dolphin for $20 says, I saw this debate. It's so insane. My favorite part is when Demon Mama tries to make the case that we shouldn't have foster care. As someone who knows foster care stories firsthand, that would be a huge mistake.
Wow.
That's true. She does say that. Yes. J-Mac for $20. Thanks so much, J-Mac. Says, I learned more about world history from playing Civilization and Age of Empires than I ever learned from Mr. Jacobs. Screw you, school. There you go. True.
What if we force all video games to teach something in addition to playing the video game? Then could we do
That's state coercion.
then could we do the I know it's state coercion, but I mean I'm trying to solve the fucking goddamn problem here. I don't think you can solve the problem without coercion.
I like someone in the chat says, I'm saving myself for someone I really hate. There you go. There you go. Perfect.
Oh, that's
Wonderful.
that's
That's an
masterful.
A plus comment.
It is, yeah.
To like your particular like worldview. And I think that there's arguments that can be made. I think that there's all kinds of things you can do to convince people that your way of doing things is better. I just don't think that forcing them with the power of the state is the answer to that, especially in this particular context. I think there are places where you could argue that like force is more justified, and I think that we could run down that path. Like I said, natural disasters, plagues are ones where it's like, okay, if we don't step in here, other people are going to die far beyond this person. But that's not the case with school. You don't have that impetus.
Wait. She said it's more justified, but she didn't say it was justified. Then she said the reason that it would be, and then she said it was justified and said the reason that it would be justified is because people would get hurt. What?
Yeah, this is not a very clearly thought out position. Well, it's completely untenable. I mean, obviously, not having school would hurt so many people in society.
You hurt
and society
the
as a
people
whole.
and the people who didn't go to school and did go to school. You hurt.
Well,
them
no,
both.
but it sounds like her argument is if you're only hurting yourself, then society can't stop you, basically.
What does a society look like with 50% of the people who are illiterate?
It looks like feudalism, basically.
That's what I was literally about to say.
Yeah.
It looks like that dreaded feudalism that Richard Wolff is so concerned about.
I mean, what are you talking
no,
about?
well, I mean, as we all know, this isn't feudalism, though.
Yeah.
But this was so weird because basically she's arguing to go back in time to where people were more oppressed and hierarchies were more solid. I mean, if school was not mandatory, you're just solidifying hierarchies based on class and wealth way more than they are already.
Yeah, I mean, it's like people have these, this is something I'm probably going to make a video on, is that people have these pet ideas, and the idea seems fine if you just look at it. But then if you chart out the logical chains, it leads to these things that are completely insane, and people won't back off of them because they're like, but wait, look at the initial thing. What's wrong with that? And it's like, what's wrong with it is the thing that it's leading to,
right?
that you don't want to acknowledge because you like the initial sentiment. But when you look at the society that's cultivated, through a chain of events that start with this idea, it's quite bad. That means that the idea is bad without some, curtailing limit or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I think people just have some initial irrational emotional reaction to something. Like, I just don't like Demon Mama just emotionally is triggered for whatever reason by the state forcing you to do something. And then it's like, okay, how do I justify this emotion? And it just leads you down this path of insanity.
Yeah, it could be that. It could also just be that the world's really complicated and we need like simplified explanations to explain stuff. So it's like, well, here's my explanation. It's the state's bad. The state's causing all these things, and it becomes a problem when you what is it Hyde called it, like moral dumbfounding. It's like you attack it, and they won't back off of it, but they can't justify it.
Right.
Yeah.
No, that's true. Especially if you speak publicly on it, then you can never back down from your position.
Yeah, exactly.
How many people on YouTube, though, are on Demon Mama's side? I think it's probably overwhelming. There's a bunch of kids on YouTube that don't want to go to school, so they're completely convinced by this argument.
Maybe like young kids. I mean, I can't imagine the majority of people watching Demon Mama or Demon Mama talking conversations agrees with this insane position.
Well, the thing is, if you take my basic thesis that like the position being argued is just a position of opposition to authority, like whatever the authority is.
Yeah.
So like that's why there isn't really a basis in like socialism or communism or market socialism or anarchism or whatever. I mean, if that's the case and the audience just wants to oppose the dominant narrative, then you could easily see an audience being on board with some things that would be completely ridiculous, as long as they're fulfilling the purpose of, opposing the dominant narrative.
No, that's a really good point.
People are bringing up homeschooling in the chat, so we should address it.
Yeah, but she's...
Yes, like I said...
Go ahead. Finish your thought on this.
Yeah, like I said at the beginning, he's obviously for that. I mean, it's explicitly stated at the beginning of the video, and it's also implicitly stated because we already have that, and Hans is arguing to maintain the status quo. So yeah,
I saw people were sending me also Destiny and Booksmarts had an argument about this, and that was kind of part of it, where that some people were interpreting Hans's position as like, oh, you have to go to like the physical public school building, which is not really his position. The position is just that there has to be some form of mandatory schooling, regardless of whether that's homeschooling, private schooling, public school, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. And I would imagine that Demon Mama is against the government enforced homeschooling too.
Well, I'm wondering,
against the government.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Well, I mean, is she against the parents coercing their kids into homeschooling? I mean, she's saying coercion is the problem.
Yeah, she's
Oh,
against,
she's
no,
against
but
state coercion.
yeah, she'd be against the state saying you can homeschool your kids, but there has to be some form of schooling that they have to
Right.
engage in. Yeah.
I'm
So,
not
yeah,
against
yeah, sure.
homeschooling. I think,
Sure.
I mean, if you want to homeschool your kids, go for it.
Well, homeschooling is weird because my intuition would always be that homeschooling is probably worse because you're not really socializing your
Yeah, it's
child.
going to hurt your kids, I think.
But whenever you see statistics on it, usually homeschool kids do better. So
Really?
it's kind of, I think so. So
Well,
it's kind of
yeah.
interesting.
I wonder if the parents are, the parents probably are, they probably socialize in other ways. Like you can put your kid in like a karate class, or there's all kinds of different ways you can socialize.
Sure. Well, here's what's weird. I would think it wouldn't be the same, but I mean, I don't know. There could be also selection bias because you'd say the parents that would be motivated to homeschool their kids are probably going to be more intelligent and,
Sure.
you know,
There's one really good reason. There's one really good reason it would be better, and that's that they get individualized attention.
That's
like
true.
It's very different being in a class of 15 to 30
Right.
people and just like having a one-on-one tutor, right?
Yeah, but I would think that you just miss out so much on interacting with people.
That's certainly true. Yeah.
I'm skeptical.
The stats are the
metric.
stats. You know, I don't know.
I'm super skeptical of that individual attention metric. I'm super skeptical of that.
My
That's what the
intuitions,
literature has demonstrated.
Yeah, my intuitions are with you, Adam. I'm skeptical of it, but I believe all literature says homeschooling is pretty good. So you know, I'm a man of science. Okay,
Yeah.
I will follow the facts.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I worked as a tutor, and the whole idea is you're trying to figure out where a kid's at and like what's going wrong. And very often there's something that you can do that's going to help them, advance at the same rate of everyone else. But it's just something it's a little bit different than whatever it is that they're doing in class. Talk to them one-on-one and kind of like figure it out.
They use this class size metric all the time, and I don't, doesn't seem like a good metric to me, because it seems like if you could have a mediocre class with a tiny class size over the ultimate class on whatever it is, by the best instructor, the funniest instructor, you basically turn the class into a movie. It seems like that, A++ class delivered to 1 million people at once would be far more efficient than this small class size metric thing. That's why I'm skeptical of it.
Well, that might be true for some subjects. Like I can very easily see that being true for like history, for example.
Yeah, sure.
Because like largely what you're doing is you're telling a story and recounting facts, and
sure.
I mean there aren't really multiple ways to deal with it, right? It's just there's this one thing.
Searching for the super class that really just taught people in mass you could mass produce, I think would be a better use of our time than trying to come up with an institution where you've got 6 kids per class. It's like then if you're focusing on small class size, you are in a problem where how do I repeat this experience over a wider number of classes?
Yeah. So like I wasn't necessarily advocating for like a policy change where we have to have smaller classes. I was just saying that there's like an obvious benefit to homeschooling, and that you have your parent there just paying exclusive attention to you.
And I only bring it up because they constantly talk about it in reforming school. The class size is too damn big. We need these smaller class sizes. It's like, don't you need smarter teachers? It seems like having idiots teach your kids is probably the real source of the problem.
It depends, because it depends what the problem is, because a lot of schools that are failing schools, the main issue is just that the disciplinary problems are so out of hand. And that's what a lot of like the large class size makes it impossible to deal with these disciplinary situations.
You just put like a little handcuff on the kids that has an electric shock on it, and you just set them in the seat with that. How about that?
I'm over that. There you go. Shock collars. Yeah. Shock collars for kids.
Cattle prods. That's what we need. Cattle prods in the classroom.
Kids would definitely behave better if the teacher could press a button that zapped them.
They'd be zapping each other. How about this? Anyone can press the button that zaps them.
That's a terrible idea. It's the worst.
You have
idea.
2 buttons on your desk. Zap the person next to you.
Oh my God.
Actually, the 1 button. That's all you need right there.
Also, really quick to clear something up. There's this idea that people have different learning styles. That like some people are visual learners, and some people are like, want to touch stuff or whatever.
You're saying this like it's not true.
Because it isn't true. So I was going to clarify that I wasn't saying that. That this is very
Why
very
is wait,
debunked research.
Why is that not true? Because
Yeah.
I feel like that's 100%.
That is true. That's totally
Well,
true.
I mean, I don't know. You'd have to take up with the people who did the research.
Okay,
It's
'cause
just,
that-
this is a very popular idea in social science, but the literature like completely debunked
Really?
it.
Because that
Which is
totally aligns with my experience. Like, I remember in Boy Scouts, I was so bad at learning to tie knots because the instructors would be like, here's how to tie a knot, and they would just show it to you, and everyone could do it. And I would just be like, I literally don't understand. It's because my visual learning is so shitty, but my kinesthetic learning is really good. So like if someone would like hold my hands or like really walk me through it step by step, like my muscle memory, I could instantly learn how to do it. But if I'm just watching you do it,
So
I
I guess-
can't do it.
So I guess there's a clarification. The research isn't necessarily saying that doesn't exist. They're saying that you can't design a curriculum that is going to target people. Like you can't like give people a test and say, oh, you're a kinesthetic
You're this
learner.
type of learner.
And then design
Yeah, okay.
design a curriculum
Interesting.
that would appeal to you. That's what the research is debunked.
I see. That's yeah.
So,
Because
yeah,
well,
like
the way that I learned that I was a kinesthetic is because I had a teacher that said, when you memorize vocabulary words, do you either, and you're taking the test, do you either see the word in your mind and you remember and you see like the definition next to it? Do you hear the word in your mind and you hear the definition, or do you memorize its physical location on the page and you assign that value? And when she said that, I realized I did the last one, and that's when I said, "Oh, I'm kinesthetically focused."
That's dog shit. That's the worst one right there.
Well, it might be the worst one, but that's where I'm at. So
I feel sorry for you, man. That's
thank you.
awful.
Well, I know, like I'm so like those things where you look at the
Where
picture of
it's
the
out
messy
on the
room.
page.
You know where you like look at the picture of the messy room and then you flip the page and it's like name 10 things that are different. I can't name one. I can't do any of that. It's just my brain can't focus on.
oh
that
yeah, I
information.
can't do that at all.
Yeah. Maybe you're kinesthetic too. You're here dismissing it, Doomer, and it's you.
I mean, I honestly wonder whether or not I have the ability to like imagine stuff in my head at all. I feel like I just almost can't do it.
No,
Like-
me too.
like-
me too.
I was
That's like my
obsessed
favorite
with this
thing
woman.
to do.
Yeah, I was like obsessed with this girl for like years. We ended up dating and like I broke up with her. 3 months later, I couldn't remember what the fuck she looked like. I had
Well,
to like,
that's
look
a
at a picture of
blessing
her.
right there. That's
No, but I'm the same way. Like if I try to like I only see images in my head, they're like very blurry. It's like not clearly defined or detailed. And for a while I assumed that was everyone. And then I learned no, most people have very clear mental images.
Some people
in
are
their
like Adam, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, for me, it's like stick figures would be being generous.
You're not
Right.
you're not really remembering things. You remember things in a list and you recreate from that list. So you're basically reimagining every
Yeah,
time
but you can
remember.
you can reimagine a very clear image in
Hell
your head,
yeah.
right?
Hell yeah.
Okay,
It
we
gets
can't.
better over time.
That's
Yeah,
what we're
I
saying.
can't do
We
it.
can't do that.
It gets better over time. Of course.
Like-
I'm an artist. I visualize stuff all the time.
Yeah,
I've
that's
written
what
movies.
we
Writing
can't.
movies is literally visualizing scenes
Right.
and stuff.
That's the
But
thing
that's
is I write
what's so
screenplays
strange.
and I can't do that.
Right. It's
That's
so weird.
terrible.
Yeah.
Start working with a director as soon as you can.
JMac for $20 says I'm homeschooling my kids last year.
Mhm.
I'm homeschooling my kids last year.
Mhm.
There are tons of social opportunities open, including community study groups. This is obviously dependent on where you're at.
Yeah,
I think-
see, that's what I was thinking.
Because I saw people in the chat, some people saying that they had homeschool experiences that were great, and some saying that they had homeschool experiences were awful. And I guess it's just entirely dependent, obviously, on your parent and how they deal with it. So yeah, sure. I guess it could be really good. I guess it could be
Yeah,
really good.
I was
The literature would
homeschooled.
definitely put it in a good light. So
Yeah, I was homeschooled and had a crush on the teacher.
Ooh, that's Doomer. Why would you say that? That's terrible.
it's fine, okay? They're just
No.
step family, Adam. They're not the real family, okay?
Oh, okay.
When step teacher gets stuck in the washing machine, Adam, it's okay.
Oh, guys, let's move on quick. My moral intuitions.
Okay, so here are the two most basic reasons I can provide for why we should force somebody to go to school. All right.
Excellent.
First one,
Give me-
personal betterment. If wait, ready? If existing in society is it is necessary to have a certain degree of skills, whatever those skills may be. It may be basket weaving, it may be hunting, it may be reading, writing, arithmetic. Any of those things, if you need it to exist in society, you probably should know it for your personal benefit. No.
Wait, you
No.
just
No.
did-
No.
wait,
No.
no.
I
Hold
let you talk for 5 minutes. Please let me go through.
That was
Okay,
not
so-
5 minutes. Okay. That was probably, that's 30
let-
seconds.
Let me point out a trend. And this is something that I really don't like about Demon Mama is that she's very insistent that like other people are interrupting her.
Yeah.
Someone timed this conversation. She speaks for 22 of the 32 minutes.
Yeah.
Ooh,
and
interesting.
she's the one who, and she interrupts everything he says immediately, but then
Mhm.
she'll be like, you won't let me talk, you're interrupting me.
Right.
Yeah. She's
Yeah.
she's the victim. She's oppressed in this conversation. Yes.
Yeah, and this happens constantly.
Right.
There was one conversation on Chud Logic's stream she had with someone called Rim, and I thought Rim did the best job of anyone of
Mhm.
actually dealing with this. He just didn't take the bait and was just very polite, and he just kept saying, I don't understand why you're interrupting me. And there was like no response she could have to it.
Yeah, that's a great
because he was just
response to
being
that,
so
yeah.
polite. Yeah.
Right. I mean, we covered a stream with Rem, and he was saying real crazy shit. Though it was the gender. There's no biological basis for gender differences.
Rim
sex
was the kid
differences.
who thought he was just gay, right? And he
Yeah, I
he
forget,
didn't
there was
know he
some
was
weird thing
gay, or
going- I don't remember. There
I
was
have,
some.
I
weird
have no
thing
idea.
going
Are
on.
you talking about when he was talking with Doe?
No, there's a stream with him, Destiny, and
Oh, perspective
some-
philosophy.
Was it perspective philosophy? I don't. Maybe it was.
Was Destiny playing a game with like balls that drop down a thing?
I don't
yes,
remember.
that's
Maybe.
totally yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
remember
they were
that
they were basically saying that
Visual
there's
memory.
no that all gender is performative, and I'm just like, are you fucking out of? I'm just like losing. Me and Adam are like losing our minds when we hear people go on this.
Well,
topic, so.
I think that the gay thing came up because he was saying that he was non-binary, but it just seemed like he was attracted to guys and dealing with that.
Yeah, it seemed like his. Oh yeah, because then I think he started to say in that conversation, if I recall correctly,
Mhm.
that he wasn't even sure sexual orientation was biological.
Mhm.
And it seemed like all of his beliefs about, or all of his denial about, how important biology is to sexual orientation and gender differences, like it was confusing himself. Like he didn't know what he was because he was kind of buying into this everything's performative stuff.
Yeah.
So okay, so you could imagine a cluster of things that would like constitute masculinity or femininity, right?
Mhm.
So you don't have to go through and define them. We could just sort of
Right,
get an
right.
idea in our heads of what that
Yeah.
would look like. Do you
Me
think
and
that-
Adam are the pinnacle of masculinity.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I
not me.
always say I'm 20% soy, but
Right.
So like, do you think that somebody would be like less of a man if they don't exhibit some of those characteristics?
hell no.
No,
Yeah.
not really.
So I think that's all that he's getting at with
Yeah.
the gender is performative thing. This might be
No,
like a
that's not what he's
semantic
getting at.
breakdown. What's
He's
he
getting at? I don't. We had a conversation with Sargon about this a long time ago, about neither me nor Adam are in favor of prescriptive gender norms.
Yeah.
Okay. However, you can't deny that that if you were to map like gender differences, they do map on, or if you're at like map certain personality traits, they do map on to gender, and that seems to be biological. It's not society. It's not like society does teach people like what it means to be masculine and feminine, and there's pressure to conform to those behaviors to some degree. However, a lot of it is just biological, and the research has shown that a lot of it is biological. They've done, I mean, there's like a million fucking toy studies. They've done toy studies on chimpanzees and bonobo monkeys that match what human children do in terms of these gender differences. And his position was that, but Rem and Perspective's philosophy position was that they're just throwing all that out, and they're saying no, all of gender and all of masculinity and all femininity, this is all just society pushing these on you. People are not born with these traits, and that's where we took an issue with.
I question the performative stuff too, because I have a best friend that is, 90% of the people that meet this guy just assume that he's gay, and he's not remotely gay. Loves everything guys like, cars, gadgets, like totally into every guy hobby you can think
Does he
of.
like women? That's the key.
Loves women,
Okay.
crazy, yeah.
Right.
Not remotely not bisexual, not remotely interested in guys, none of that stuff. But he has a voice and mannerisms that you would just read as gay.
Right.
And so I don't even know about that. Like, he's just being himself. He's not performing. as a gay man. Like he's not interested in attracting gay relationships. That's him. So I don't even know if I buy that whole performative stuff.
Okay, so I don't know exactly what Rim's position is, so I can't fully defend him. But here's what I will say. In the stream I was talking about, where he was talking to Demon Mama, Demon Mama was arguing the position you don't like, and Rim was arguing against it. And then after that,
Really?
Xkillsiax came on, Doe, and she took a similar position that Rim agreed with more. But it certainly isn't the case that I don't think your impression of his position is entirely accurate.
I mean,
I think it's
do you remember the conversation too, Adam? I mean, we covered it on stream. We did a whole stream on it. I very clearly remember them both taking this position that there didn't seem to be any biological rooting of sex differences.
They were completely 100%
for sex differences or gender.
Well, when I say sex,
social
I mean,
constructionist. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, like not just like your genitals.
Nothing
but that there
was
are
biological,
behavioral sex differences on average between men and women.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
no, that's
Well,
the thing.
I
That's
haven't
the
seen it, so I can't really
frustrating
respond to
thing.
it, yeah.
That's
Well, I
the
mean,
frustrating thing.
I'm interested. I'll watch. I'm curious to watch the Rem talking to Demon Mom about this because maybe he changed his position. I don't know. But
He could have. He probably watched our stream and changed his position because we got to him. We convinced him. You were in the middle of the stream. You're like, you're gay. Rem, you're just gay. It's okay. None of us are judging you. We live in a world you can be gay.
We changed Doomer's mind and we changed Rem's mind.
Yeah.
We're changing the hearts and minds over here, Adam. This is just a comedy show that we changed.
He's probably super happy now. He's probably got himself a boyfriend. They're engaged to be married. This all has a happy ending.
I know both Rim and Hans. Rim a little bit, Hans a lot more. If you want to get either of them on, I could probably get him on if you wanted to talk to him.
Well,
probably not now, but
I don't want to bring him on while he's. It's kind of weird when people are here to critique their own video. So
yeah.
I was more bringing up Rim. It's like you guys could actually talk to him if you want. I think there's some sort of a communication breakdown there.
There could be. I mean, maybe
you can do whatever you want.
Maybe we could talk. I mean, it could be interesting to talk to him on a
I
Tuesday or a Thursday or something.
I don't think we talked a lot of smack about Rem, to be honest with you. I don't think we
I don't remember. I'm sure we said he was stupid because we usually say that about everyone.
You say that about every. Listen, Sitch thinks everyone is stupid.
No, and when I say that, I mean literally everyone. 100% of people.
That's weak.
It's true. What do you mean?
That's based in doom-pilled.
It's awful.
99.99999% of the population is stupid. The only non-stupid person is me, motherfuckers.
They have intelligence in other areas, and you're just a total elitist.
I am the ultimate elitist. That's
What's wrong with being an elitist?
It's terrible.
Adam's a populist, okay? He's
exactly.
Anti-elite.
I'm not a populist, but I'm against elitism.
Miles for $20 says, would it be more appropriate to say respect your parents? Because I was very fearful of my dad when I was younger, and if anything that made building a healthy relationship where I feel free to even talk. Because I was very fearful of my dad when I was younger, and if anything that made building a healthy relationship where I feel free to even talk to him harder. I think. Oh, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, obviously, look.
Translate. What was said?
Okay, I understand. Because I said that you want to have a healthy dose of fear of your parents.
Oh, yeah.
But so let me expound on that a little.
You have to have a healthy fear. Not terror.
Yes. You have to have a healthy fear of pissing your parents off or doing something they don't want you to do. You have to be afraid of some consequence of if your parent tells you to do something, you don't do it. Now, obviously, this can go way too far in the other direction, and you can have problems where, like, you don't really like or love your parent because you're just so afraid of them. So sure, yeah, there has to be some balance there, definitely.
The best thing to do is just take your kid to the park, drop them off, and then forget to pick them up for a couple days. And then when you finally show up,
and
you're like, I don't know what I was thinking. I totally forgot. Let's hope that doesn't happen again.
Right. And then you can always say, like, you don't want to go to the park, do you? We're going to go to the park. You know, listen to the mommy and daddy.
Which you want to go to school or you want to go to the park? Tell me which one.
The only reason I would say fear over respect is because I don't think respect works on small children. Like when you start to get, like, when you're a teenager, like, first of all, when you're a teenager, it's possible for teenagers to respect parents, but I think that's also very difficult when you're going through puberty because you're so rebellious. So that's why like I would generally say fear over respect. I think you have to be a little bit more mature to start respecting your parents.
You have
Well,
to
it's
teach
also-
respect.
It's not just something that parents want to do. There's also like in the child psychology, it's like something that kids want is for boundaries to be set so that they can test them. It's
Yes.
like it's very much a two-way street.
Right.
If you had a parenting style that didn't have boundaries and where there weren't consequences for acting out of line or whatever, it's very bad for the kid, even from their own perspective.
Right. No, that's true. That's very true. Christopher Myers for $20 says, thank you, Adam, for the response to my super chat about maturity and having children from last Thursday. You were very honest, and I appreciate that. A-Team most certainly reigns supreme.
Well, you're welcome. Yeah. Yeah, you're talking to a bunch of people here who don't have kids. People in the chat are like, these people don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
What were you talking about on Thursday?
Well, I think if you have kids, obviously you have an experience that you understand. But I think it's also easy to think this is how all kids are, when I think kids, I mean, they run the gamut, right? All kinds of different experiences you have with kids.
Sure. I mean, this came up with Rakita Law.
Yes.
Who
I think he has
apparently
about
is
10
homeschooling his
kids.
Yeah. He's homeschooling his kids. So people
He
are
has
talking
10
about that.
kids?
No, I'm probably
Being
exaggerating.
hyperbolic.
But I think he does have a bunch of kids. We'll ask him. Rakita's going to come on. You guys have asked for Rakita to come on. I've been talking with Rakita in DMs about coming on. He couldn't come on this week, but we can talk about next week or the week after.
But no, he had a clip where he was calling out Tim because Tim was basically telling a parent.
Oh, you got into that.
I did. Yeah. There's this clip of Tim, of the parent. Well, I didn't really understand this. I was kind of curious to find the whole clip, but I didn't. Where a parent was saying that they're upset because they basically raised their child to play sports and baseball for most of their life. And the school or whatever organization he was basically requiring a vaccine in order to continue to play baseball. And the father felt very conflicted about what to do with this. And Tim was basically like, just tell your kid, that they can't play baseball anymore. And the father's like, well, I can't just tell my child they can't do this activity that I've been training them to do their whole life that they really enjoy because I don't want them to get the vaccine.
They live for it. The only reason they're going to school is so they can play this stupid sport.
Right. And Tim is like, no. You just tell them like that they're not doing that anymore. Tell them to fuck off. And it's just like, and I just felt like every adult with a child was like, Tim, okay. You know what it's like to have a child and interact with them. You can't just tell them to fuck off. That's not how this works.
Yeah.
So, and I feel like that's true for this conversation too. With Demon Mama, like this whole, like whenever someone talks about like, oh, just convince your child to do something. It's like, okay, if you never interacted with a small child before, like, I don't think you know how this works.
Yeah. Jack Murphy was the guy. He was on Timcast IRL, and the thing that was uncomfortable about the clip, and I think why Rakita called him out, and I did watch Nick Rakita's follow-up stream where he went into detail about it. And I felt the same way as Nick, because Tim, in this very public forum, is basically accusing the guy of not having any principles if he doesn't tell his kid to fuck off, which puts him in this precarious situation where it's like, what the hell? I've already admitted that this is an uncomfortable bind for me, but to say that I'm like completely immoral for making this concession so my kid can play this sport seems like a bit, nasty. And I feel like I agree. It is totally nasty.
That's why I wanted to find the whole clip, because I didn't understand the argument. Because if what was the guy's name?
Jack Murphy.
Jack Murphy. If Jack Murphy had a health concern, like he thought the vaccine would make his children sick,
right,
then I would say, I
don't believe that was the case. Yeah.
Okay.
It was
then
more
I'd say,
just general, these vaccines haven't been tested, which I feel like they have been tested to some extent.
Sure.
Millions of us have taken.
But that's why I didn't understand this conversation, because I was like, if you have a health concern, it would make sense to me that you'd say, I don't want my kid, I would sacrifice my kid not playing baseball because I think if he gets the vaccine, it will do some sort of real harm to him.
Yeah,
but that wasn't what was being talked about. It was like, he has some kind of principle, like they just don't want to get the vaccine because someone's telling them to do it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, That's a really fucking dumb reason not to do something. That's like the
Yeah.
demon mama. You shouldn't have to go to school just because someone tells you to do it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
I don't know
not
if it's a good
reason.
argument, but yeah, that's basically my take.
Yeah.
It's like,
So that's
just-
why I didn't
take it.
understand what the principle exactly that they were referring to was in the conversation.
I have a drug here that will give you the ability to fly, but I'm going to force you to take it. No! No! Keep that away from me!
Right. I mean, and I understand that's people's moral intuitions, but that's not a good logical
I
reason
have
to
my
react that
principle,
way.
Sitch. I will not be forced on this magical flying drug, okay?
Right. Someone said, don't forget, Tim said that, like, oh, just go buy a farm and
I
like
know,
live out in the middle of
I
nowhere
know.
somewhere. It's like, oh,
How,
okay. I don't
first of all, how
Really,
does this
Tim?
solve the problem of
It
your
doesn't solve the
kid
problem.
playing baseball? I didn't get that.
You can go start your own baseball league.
It's like, how do I wait? I don't get that. Go live in the woods. It's not the solution to your kid wants to play baseball.
Not a good, no.
It's kind of a non sequitur there.
John Doe for $20 says, I went to Montessori school as a kid. The basic idea is to ingrain an idea of personal responsibility and work ethic. When I went to general school, I was amazed at how stupid it was. Got the same vibe in grad school. Well, there you go. So there could be really good Montessori schools.
Oh, I forgot the best thing that Nick Rekieta came up with, the thought experiment. He said he would like to ask Tim if, and this is, of course, obviously Tim would probably answer, no, he wouldn't take the vaccine. But Nick was saying, YouTube could say, we're not going to make you a YouTube partner unless you show proof of vaccination. Then all of a sudden, Tim is in a much more precarious situation, right? Now
Right.
his entire livelihood is on the line for whether or not he takes the vaccine. And this is something well within the purview of YouTube being able to do. So that's an interesting quandary, right?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I would actually not be that surprised if Tim stopped being on YouTube for
Really?
that reason. Yeah.
Really?
I don't like a lot of Tim's content, but I do think he is that kind of person.
He'd be turning
what is his
down,
opposition to it?
He'd be turning
I have
down
I have no idea.
like $4 million a year. He's going to turn
He'll
down.
just start. He'll just post his videos somewhere else. He'll just start some other.
He's
thing.
going to unperson himself over the vaccination.
He could. I would believe he would. I
God,
would believe he would. Yeah.
maybe okay.
Thaddeus Maxim. Oh, no, I don't know what his actual. I don't know why he's anti-vax or whatever. But Thaddeus Maximus for $20 says, I went to a Montessori elementary school. It's a far superior method. Gifted kids can advance past their grade level, and the kids that need more support can get more attention from the teacher. Beats the one size fits all. There you go.
Yeah, everything I've heard about Montessori is it's great.
J Mac for $20. Thanks so much, Jay. Says, yeah, but parents love school because it's free daycare. True. That is true, especially for
That is very true.
situations where both parents are working. Yes. But I think Demon Mama would just say, well, can't the government just pay them not to work or pay for daycare? Yeah, of course. Sure.
Why is the government forcing them to work?
Duper Dot for $20 says, you and me are in the same boat, Adam. I took gifted and AP classes and never studied for anything, got 70s or 80s on most things. I felt super guilty listening to people complain about how much they studied.
I know. Oh my God.
Yeah, I feel like that was basically me too. As long as the class didn't have a lot of homework, I would do very well in it.
Oh, those classes where they told me to read the book, I just was totally screwed. Any class where there was a lecture, I could just listen and ignore the book.
Yep, that's me. Yeah. I had oh my God, in college, I had a teacher who forced us to read their fiction book.
Oh my God.
It was so garbage.
Oh no.
I literally refused out of principle. I said, I'm not doing this. It's funny. I ended up getting a C in the class because on all our assignments, up until that point, I had an A, but then they're like, well, I'm basing half of your grade on your final book report on my fucking book. And I just didn't do it. It's like, I have fun.
One of my teachers was like an English teacher who was teaching us about poetry, and he gave us a bunch of examples of poems and asked us to like rank them. And he was like, afterwards he told us what they were, and like the one in last place was his, and the rest of them were all like famous poems.
Ouch. At least he didn't tell you before. So
yeah, well, that's kind of the whole point.
Yeah.
People are super chapped about the vax discussion, and I just I don't understand that all, because I guess it's because there are a bunch of lefties out there that are fucking trying to force this on people, which I think is detestable. So,
But Adam, we do understand it. It's very simple. It's become a politicized issue.
yeah,
It represents so
it's
much
just,
more.
It's just the
than-
factionality.
but I don't
Yeah.
know why do people like try to insult me because I'm vaccinated? Like I did something stupid. That doesn't,
because
it's
it's
like,
a representation of what team you're on.
I'm not saying you should do it. I'm saying that it was right for me. I don't understand that.
Like, it's funny to watch Scott Adams triggers the shit out of his audience
When he
whenever
talks about how he's vaccinated.
whenever he talks about how he's vaccinated or why he thinks getting vaccinated is a good idea. It just triggers the shit out of people.
I would not listen. There was a time to have vaccination hesitancy. It's when you're the first guy in line, right?
Yeah.
Here's
Right.
the new vaccine.
Right.
Step up.
Right. Yeah, no,
Sucker.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I was like, 30 million people have taken this vaccine.
well, it's interesting because like there's all these Twitter posts of like people who are very anti the COVID vaccine, and they'll dig up like things from 2-3 years ago where they're like totally anti-vaxxer, like vaccinate your kids, idiots. And now it's like the opposite. So I mean, it's just unfortunate that this has become such a political issue when it honestly shouldn't have been and didn't need to be.
Yeah.
Because it gets tied into so many more things, like you support the lockdowns, do you support the government mandates forcing you to do things? You know, it gets tied into all these other political issues that I think are really the trigger for that.
The thing I try to point out to people is that Trump is pro-vaccine.
Yeah.
That's probably the
Yeah,
best
I
way
know.
to get people on board.
No, they booed him. He was saying at a rally, you should get vaccinated. Everyone booed him.
Yeah, and they booed
And
him.
he was like, "Oh, maybe I won't say that again."
Well, it's like something that Haidt said in like The Righteous Mind. He was like, when people get exposed to the evidence that they're wrong, they just double down and become,
Right.
you know,
Totally.
even more stalwart in whatever their position is.
Cognitive dissonance kicks in. But and to be fair, the opposite is true too. There's all these tweets of people when Trump was president saying, "I'm not going to trust any vaccine that comes out during the Trump administration." And then as soon as like Trump's not president, they're like, "Oh, they're suddenly super pro-vaccine."
Yeah.
It's like Joy Reid was one of those people. She's like, "I don't trust any vaccine
I
that comes out of the
remember
Trump
that.
administration."
It absolutely goes both ways. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, now Biden's president. What did they change the formula the day Biden became president or something? Like, what happened? So no, it's dumb.
It's the same thing with the Afghanistan war. Like Trump was trying to pull out, and then Biden pulls out, and everyone's like, "Well, why are you doing that?" You know, it's like,
Right.
guy you like was
Exactly,
doing it
yeah.
too. You know,
Sure.
Weren't we watching
Well,
a
it's the
video?
same-
What's this video
it's-
about?
I was gonna say, we'll watch it. We'll go back to 1 second. I just want to say that if Trump had pulled out of Afghanistan and it was like the same clusterfuck, it'd be funny because it would just be a complete reversal. All the people that
I
are
know.
defending Biden would be attacking Trump and vice versa. And
It kind of makes you wish
100%.
you had a time machine so you could go back and like see both outcomes and just
right,
you really fuck with people.
the alternate universe machine. Yes.
Yeah.
It's 2 points. Like, please, God. So it will help them do better in society, and for especially extremely young children, where these formative years are extremely important. I do not think they are personally capable of saying, "Oh, I will choose just to never go to school, and that's better for me." And you're saying you can't force someone to do something that's good for them. But we argued, and I'm not going to talk about the vaccine stuff. But
I mean, I think it's a poor comparison. But
okay, cool. I would say that in this specific case, being able to interact in society in a way that lets you like do literally anything inside of it, like you can't order food off a menu, you can't do like you can't like get a job, you can't like do hobbies that require this activity.
Sure. Okay.
And this will permanently like make you worse off. It's like if people don't learn to read until like 10 years old, it's harder for them to learn to read. So what are we going to do then? We're going to permanently allow people to cripple themselves in terms of their capacity for life because of that. And then the second argument is societal. If society requires people being able to do these things, read, write, basket weave, hunt, and we don't get them to be able to do it, society will functionally collapse because people have zero skills to keep the society functioning. I think those are two very good reasons as to why we should coerce someone. I'm not saying forcing someone to school isn't coercive. I'm saying it is necessary coercion for the the good of society, for the good of keeping anything existing. So I would ask, what would we do for the super young kids, for the 3-year-olds who don't want to go to school? Are they capable of making that discussion?
Yeah,
Oh,
sure.
no.
3-year-olds don't go to school. What is this guy talking about? So
Yeah,
I guess,
start
you
school-
go
you
to
start
preschool
school
when you're 4.
4, yeah.
Right? Yeah. Whatever. Okay.
He doesn't have
Debunked.
kids. I didn't know that either.
Rookie move.
There you go.
Rookie move.
Destroyed.
Have you ever talked to a 3-year-old?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Because I don't know if you know this, but
I've had long conversations with 3-year-olds. Okay, I talk about nuclear physics with them.
I've had long conversations about Paw Patrol with 3-year-olds. Yes.
like as a matter of child psychology, children are actually pretty receptive to new things. They don't understand the world. They naturally seek guidance from parents. But this is like a reason, this is discussed. So this is so fundamental. We know this is why children are vulnerable to even negative things like abuse and things like that. It's because they trust their parents.
Again, so this is a really bad argument, because
Yes.
even if there's a tendency, even if you can demonstrate a tendency where it's kids tend to want to do this thing, it's well, there's going to be some that don't for
right.
whatever reason.
Right.
And again, very bad consequences if they don't do the thing, which is, yeah, exactly.
No, that's exactly right. Not every kid's the same. Some kids are going to be born wanting to learn, and some kids are not. But even more than that, even if there is some natural tendency for every child, the majority of children, to learn to some degree, if kids don't live in a vacuum, okay? If the choice was stare at a blank wall or go to school, most people would go to school because they need some kind of stimulation in their lives. But that's not the choice. The choice is play video games, watch Paw Patrol on Netflix all day, a million other distractions, be on your phone, be on YouTube. There's a million fucking entertainment choices you can choose over going to school. And you can't tell me you've ever interacted with a 3-year-old if you think they're going to choose going to school than the million entertainment options they have.
Yeah, you ever seen a kid with an iPad? They're watching Elsa videos all day.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
have no idea. I'm out of my depth here. What a 3-year-old wants.
Yeah. They don't want to go to school. Okay.
I've never talked to a 3-year-old. nor am I looking forward to talking to a 3-year-old.
Adam has never been
I've only had brief engagement.
There you go. No, a friend of mine has 3 kids, and I spent a lot of time with all these kids as they were growing up.
You talk to the 3-year-old?
Well, they would come and talk to us. They want to be part of the conversation and stuff. So
That's
that's
gotta
true.
be uncomfortable.
Well, I mean, it's kind of annoying to some degree. It can be kind of annoying and frustrating. So I mean, kids are naturally curious, and they do want to, if they love their parents. Obviously, this depends on what kind of family situation they have, because this isn't true for all kids. But if kids have a loving family and they want to, be engaged with their parents and stuff, they're curious and they'll try to be parts of conversations. And I'm a big proponent of not talking down to children. I think you should talk to children, as if they are intelligent. However, I do know that their parents, my friends, their parents, they had big problems with the kids. They don't want to do homework. They want to fucking play video games all day. They want to stare at the iPhone. They want to look at the iPad. They want to be on Netflix all day. They don't want to learn. They don't want to do school.
Sitch, who calls every single human being an idiot, thinks you should talk to children as if they're intelligent. I think that's the beauty of it.
Well, it's based on, my parents never talked to me like I was an idiot, and I think my parents talking to me like I was an adult.
Yeah, baby talk
helped
is
me be
bad.
smarter.
Yeah, baby talk is bad.
Well,
No, I agree with that completely. Yeah.
Yeah. But they're all still idiots.
It's probably
Parents, they trust the
reason.
adults.
The baby talk is the reason they're all idiots.
That's right.
Figures in their life, and that trust right now is often taken advantage of and used to be really abusive, and that includes with the school system. You can tell a child, hey, we're going to go to school today. Isn't that fun? You're going to meet new friends. You're going to do this thing. And most kids, they're going to go. I don't remember a single time in any of me or my siblings' childhood where anyone had a problem going to school. It was ever even necessary to issue a threat.
None of this
Fuck?
is an
such
argument.
bullshit.
I spent my entire childhood trying to find ways to skip school.
Me
Faking
too.
being-
What the
faking
fuck?
being sick, like anything. What I learned
God.
was that if I stayed up all night playing video games, I could just sleep through school. So I opted for that for a while.
You guys are such derelicts.
Okay,
I
listen,
can't
guys.
believe I'm hanging out with so many derelicts.
Listen, nobody tell my parents. Okay, this is top secret Sitch lore. I used to fake being sick all the time
Did
to
you
get out of
really?
school. Okay,
Holy
like,
cow!
constantly. Oh, I didn't do my homework. Oh, I'm sick. Oh, I'm too sick to go to school. Like I can't. This is unbelievable. Like, does Demon Mama just live in some sort of like insanely perfect situation where all the kids love school and they always want to go?
That's
I don't
so
believe that
sad
for a
that you
second.
had to.
I don't believe that for a
that's
second.
so
I'm pretty
sad.
comfortable calling this out. This does not seem
This is
genuine.
Oh, it's
yeah,
total
I agree.
bullshit.
I agree.
That's sad
Because,
that
well-
you had to fake being sick not to go to school. What a terrible.
Why is that sad?
I would just say I'm gonna go do something with my friends, and my mom would write me a note.
What the fuck? Look at your parents. They're like,
Adam
"Oh,
went
yeah,
surfing. He couldn't
Oh
make it
my
to school.
God.
What the fuck kind
Look
of grip in
This
California?
is
or
why
something?
this is why you're a druggy artist, Adam. Okay,
My
this
mom-
explains so much.
My mom wouldn't lie. My mom was just. It's hilarious though. Like, what does the truancy clerk do with Adam? Couldn't go to school. He's going surfing. Like, what?
My parents would not be
What
okay with
could
me
you
just
do?
saying I don't want to go to school today.
Oh,
Okay,
it's
that
so-
was not
it's
an
so
option
thumbs it-
available
It
to
so
me.
thumbs it in the face of the truancy office.
Jesus.
It's
Like,
also
that's
really
right.
upsetting. Just imagining you like in high school going surfing and like imagining what I had to do in high school. Like that sounds like so much more fun.
Yeah,
We just go
right.
surfing. Maybe Demon Mom is right. Let's just go surfing.
Let's just go surf. You know how much you
If
learn
you're a
out
good,
there on the waves.
if you're a good student though, I'm not faking being sick every other week. Like I had a good, like I liked school. I went to school. I got good grades. I mean, if I want to take a day off, my parents would understand.
Here's
but-
here's a serious question, Adam. Do you think you would have enjoyed an all boys school?
No, an all girls school maybe.
There you go.
No.
There
Yes,
you go.
I guess school was kind of a nuisance, but yes, I was definitely going for the social aspect of school. Let's just say. Didn't you ask me if I was an extrovert? I think we might be getting closer.
Adam was a Sigma male even as a kid. There you go.
What is Sigma? I thought Sigma was bad. What is Sigma, man?
No, Sigma's
No,
like
Sigma's
the
the best type of male.
oh
it's like
really?
it's like the alpha male but goes their own way, you know.
Oh
They're
wow. Okay.
Skewing the rules of society. They're not trying to impress anybody. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I like that.
I think your parents were just California hippies because that's what it sounds
My
like.
parents are not remotely hippies. Like my mom was way more conservative. Like she just didn't want to lie. I would be the one saying, just tell them I was sick. What is this? What am I supposed to do with this?
Oh my gosh.
That's
I
pretty
don't want to
base, then.
lie. I don't want to lie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I kind of like that. That's awesome.
Okay.
Fiduka just says
don't
for
lie.
$5, I'd go to the bus stop and hide in the trees and go back home after my parents left. That's the Sigma move right there. That's pretty.
I do remember
Yeah,
we
pretty
did.
alpha.
We had some bushes. We went in the bushes and smoked weed more than once.
There you go.
Definitely.
There
We
you go.
had some good bushes around our school, so I feel you there.
Mm-hmm. JMac. Oh no, I read that one. Joe the Mig for $20 says, I'm kind of surprised that smaller teaching groups didn't develop for K-8 during COVID, where a handful of families got together to pay for a teacher. Adam, check out Vision of Escaflowne. It's a great 90s mecha anime.
Vision of Escaflow.
Escaflowne.
I'll check it out.
So there you go. Yeah, I guess I'm a little surprised that didn't happen more. Maybe it did. I'm just not very aware of it. Whatever Indeed for $20 says, I know a lot of teachers, they all come to the classroom thinking that the parent is inherently wrong about what the child needs. This is the biggest reason I am homeschooling my kids. There you go.
The parents are wrong or the teachers are wrong?
They're saying that they know a lot of teachers who automatically believe the parents are wrong.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure,
Especially the politics just taking over people's lives has got to be awful. Because they're
Well,
like, these
mhm.
kids are being taught MAGA at home and we have to totally subvert that. Otherwise, they're going to be white supremacists.
Well, I think there's another problem too, which is that a lot of beginning teachers have to teach at the shittiest schools
Oh, yeah. I know.
originally, where the
Yeah.
parents often are bad.
Terrible. Yeah.
And so maybe they're bringing over that experience when they start working at like
The better schools.
better
Yeah.
schools. Yeah. JMac for $20. Thank you so much. JMac says you need a balance of fear and love. True. Very true. Raccoon in the Closet for $20 says, I just hopped in and I always love Adam's on the fly graphic design. A-Team reigns supreme.
There you go. Yeah. We produce the show as we do the show. It's great.
Yeah, there you go. JMac for another $20. Thank you so much, JMac. Our own father. JMac is homeschooling me and Adam, really, if you think about it.
We're learning
says-
so much. I learned about that you can only spend $2,000 a month on YouTube. Who knew? On YouTube Super Chats.
Who knew? Says, my daughter is completely different than my son. They respond to different disciplinary styles and incentives. True.
Yes, big time.
Why gender matters.
Yes.
Great book. Great book. Yes, very true. And that is always the benefit of homeschooling, that intensely personalized teaching. Yeah.
Yeah.
JMac for another $20 says, I agree with Tim in that one. Stick to your principles and teach your kids to have character. I have kids, so obviously I'm right. There you go. There you go. Can't argue with that one, Jay. Can't argue with that one, Jay.
Yeah.
Threadbare Robe for 20 pounds says, Hans looks like the before and the DM looks like the after.
They're like twins.
There you go. There you go.
Because we were excited to go there, to learn, to have yummy foods, to meet our friends, to talk to our teacher who we liked. These are all things that can inspire someone, inspire a child to go to school. I would love to know what the statistics are on the number of times that you have to, the law has actually had to be invoked for a child. Now, this is what tends to happen in this conversation, and this happened on Twitter quite a bit, which is that there is a
Wait, how many times the law had to be invoked on a child? Like more than once, just for me. People had to go find me and bring me back to school. Like,
yeah.
Do you need statistics? I don't know.
I mean, I am curious what the number. I'm sure it's
I started looking
very
at
high.
the prevalence
yeah.
of truancy based on the frequency of skipping in the past month was 11%, 9% moderate truancy, and 2% high truancy. But gender differs. Differences were found in use reporting.
Sure,
To
I'm sure it's
high
mostly
truancy,
males. Yeah, that are
truancy in the U.S. Yeah, don't you love the fact that people compile statistics on this stuff?
Truancy rates are constant between the year 2002 and 2014, vacillating from 10 to 11%.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah. That seems
That
about
doesn't surprise-
my guesstimation. There were always people that were like, this. They call his name every day and he's never fucking here.
Well, here's an issue too. I mean, Demon Mama went to some evangelical Christian school, right? Like maybe she's just very in her own bubble. Like for those of us that went to public school, like we're like, yeah, of course people skip class all the time. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. Yes.
I knew a kid in class who literally snorted a line of coke right before his science final.
What? You saw this?
I did.
You saw a kid snort a line of coke in school?
Yeah.
Wow, I never saw that.
I've been around worse than that, but I probably shouldn't bring it up.
I remember the first time I saw a guy smoke a joint in junior high, and I was like, "Oh my god, they're smoking the weed!"
Sure, there's all sorts of crazy shit.
Then the
goes
next
on.
week, I was like, "Oh my god, I'm smoking the weed!"
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, my high school got half burned down, and like there's a rap song about it by a pretty famous rapper.
Wow.
Did it get burned down because someone was smoking?
I don't know. That happened before like a year or two before I went there. So I don't know. I don't remember exactly.
a sort of switch, that a pivot at convenience between like a high school kid or a child that's like 3 years old. I don't think you have to apply any level of force to get a child to go to school. And if you do, then there's a reason to, there's probably a reason for it. If a child is screamingly terrified of school, then you can go, okay, maybe school or standard school is not the right answer here. Mm-hmm. And you can have something else set up for them.
Juvie.
Maybe they need a tutor at home because they have special needs. That sounds fantastic.
That's
but
not
what
abolition.
I don't understand.
That's not abolition.
Wait, that is absolute. Wait, what do you define abolition as? I would be really interested to understand what you think.
This is just like what is this? He's not, again, he's never said the only thing that we want is school. He's consistently said like you could have homeschooling or tutoring or whatever. There just needs to be a mandate. She's not even responding to his argument.
Yeah. I was looking at truancy statistics. Chronic absenteeism in the nation's schools, a hidden educational crisis from the U.S. Department of Education.
It's not hidden. We all went to school. I guess it's
Not
a bit
hidden
better for
from
Adam
us.
than it was for some of us.
In high school, about 1 in 5 students is chronically absent. 1 in 5. What? That's like 20%. Oh, that's high school. Obviously, there's shit to do in high school. That's when you get your girlfriend, and of course you have reasons to be absent then. Let's move on.
In this case, if you're like abolishing the concept of like a mandated school system, essentially you're saying we're going to send a tutor at home. What if the tutor gets there and they say we don't want to do anything? What? And you say like the parents. And again, this is like explicitly all anecdotal that you said you had a good experience and that you liked going to school.
Yeah, I loved it.
Okay, cool. A lot of kids do not. A lot of kids.
Yes, I know.
Wasn't that a change? I swear Demon Mom in the very beginning said she was not neurotypical and hated school.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that was the position at the beginning of the debate.
It's weird because her video yesterday was like, she kept saying like, oh, I was very good at school, but then also talking about how awful school is at the same time.
Right.
Which would imply that she didn't love school. So it does seem like a lot of cope spiraling maybe is going on.
School was the easiest job I ever had. I mean, jobs are way more difficult than school.
Yeah, but you don't realize that when you're a kid.
I know. Yeah.
That's the problem.
Just give the kids the option. You want to work or you want to go to school? You pick. Right.
That's right. You're in favor of child labor, right? Let's go back to child labor.
Here you go.
There you go.
You want to be a chimney sweep or you want to go to school?
Instead of mandatory schools, have labor camps.
Yeah, there you go. Work camps.
Hate going to school.
Learn discipline.
And
And
here's
your
the
position
second part.
advocates they should be forced to on threat of law.
Correct, because it is necessary for society. So
I
excellent,
disagree
excellent.
with you.
Right.
Wow. Forcing people. Wow.
Oh my
Look at
God.
this.
Can you imagine?
Authoritarian tactics.
Like laws forcing people to do things. Wow. This is so
Can you
shocking.
imagine?
Cool. So I let you talk for 5 minutes and let me go. So if you are saying that kids will willingly go to school if right now you say kids like going to school because you like going to school, but in the alternative world that you are suggesting, it is not mandatory to go to school, which means kids can choose to do literally anything else. And you are telling me, straight-faced, that they will choose to go to the school, even a fun school, over doing literally anything else. Consistently enough.
I don't know. This sounds like a really weird framing.
It's
like
not
the
a weird
idea
framing.
A kid. Wait, hold on.
That's not a weird. That's the framing.
That's the argument. That's just the argument.
Oh, this is where I'm like, I think you're right about the cope spiral. Did she just have this position and she didn't think about it at all, and then came on to debate something she didn't think about for 2 seconds?
This happens every day on the internet now. This is like a regular thing. Oh yeah, I'll debate you.
Yeah, I've noticed this consistently. It's not just in like these, Twitch debates.
Mhm.
I mean, this happens in like Discord debates and debates going back forever. Someone will say something that's just like insane and easy to like one Google search from proving it wrong. Like, you just Google it and they're wrong. And people almost never back down. Like I would say it's like maybe 10% of the time people will back down.
Well,
I always compliment them when they do it. It's like, look, you fucked up, but at least you admitted it. That's better than most people.
Sure, I know that they're never going to back down, but what I mean is, if you're going into this debate, which she did, she chose to have this conversation, I would imagine if you thought about your position for 2 seconds, one of the first arguments is going to be, how do you convince a child to go to school when they have the entire world of entertainment options available to them? That's like number one thing you think about. It's not a weird framing of anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to put myself in the mind of somebody who would be arguing this, if I'm being honest.
Right.
Yeah, I don't usually do a debate unless I have an argument. Like I have an argument. Having the argument is what makes me want to do the debate. I mean, I don't jump into a debate where I don't have any idea of where this is going. Derek Drummond for $5 says something relevant here. You guys keep making fun of Demon Mama for presenting anecdotal evidence while presenting anecdotal evidence of your own. I know Sitch is just completely. I looked up the statistics here. I'm on the U.S. Department of Education.
What do you
right
mean? I
now.
looked at the truancy statistics.
These guys.
Well, the problem.
These guys and their anecdotes, their
Well,
unscientific thinking.
I don't have a problem with her anecdotes. I have but her anecdotes don't prove what she thinks they prove.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like what I keep saying. You know, I'm sure that what she's saying is true for a lot of people, but I care about the 20% of people who it's not true for and whose life will be destroyed by not being forced to go to school.
Yeah.
Sure. The reason we're bringing up anecdotes is because she's bringing up anecdotal evidence as if her experience of it is the normative experience.
Right.
And if every single other person's anecdotal experience is basically the opposite, which it seems to be, then it should. Then yeah, you're saying, okay, your experience was unique, Demon Mama.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all we're talking about here. JH for $20 says the vaccine has killed over 150,000 people, and that's just a fraction. Many people have natural immunity, which is better than immunity from vaccines.
Hell
is that
yeah.
number true?
If I
feel
listen,
like that.
if I had COVID,
Wait.
If I had COVID, I would not get vaccinated. Like, I think it's ridiculous that they're forcing people who've had COVID to get vaccinated.
Well, it depends on.
agree.
It depends.
Fuck those
I don't know
people.
what is the number of reinfection rate. I don't know the answer to that.
The natural immunity is way better. You're exposed to the entire virus, where we've only been exposed to the spike protein.
No, I understand that. I'm saying, but what is the rate of reinfection if you have natural immunity?
That 100,000 people have been killed by vaccinated people have been killed by the vaccine or by COVID?
I don't.
Which one?
They're saying, okay. Well, okay. So I guess we're changing topics here, but the 150,000 people they're claiming died from the vaccine. I don't know where that number comes from. I'm very skeptical of that number. Yes.
Crazy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Highly skeptical of that number.
Yeah.
Let me see. I can Google. I don't know where does this come from.
Let's move on. I don't want to argue vaccines. You guys.
I don't really want to argue vaccines either.
You guys do you. If you've had COVID, you do you. I wouldn't get vaccinated. That's what I would do personally. But you do what you do your thing.
Sure, but I don't think it's necessarily a good idea to go out and intentionally get COVID.
Right. Now, if
Probably
I
not a
had,
good idea.
yeah, if I had COVID
Mhm.
and I had natural immunity, and someone was offering me $1 million to get vaccinated, I take the $1 million and I get vaccinated. It's like, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
A second. A kid can do anything, literally anything else. Okay, so like what they can do that now. Our kids can already do. They're already creature. Like, okay, let me ask you this, just so that I can get clear what you're trying to get at. Let's say you have a 6-year-old, okay? And it's time to go to kindergarten, and maybe you get them to go for the first day.
These people know nothing. What the fuck?
Mhm.
Kindergarten starts when you're 5, you moron. How do I know this shit? Where are these? Why are these morons debating this stuff when they don't
That's
even
true.
know the basics?
That's true.
You're a 6-year-old and you're starting kindergarten. Really? Well, you're gonna look super dumb starting kindergarten a fucking year late. Your kid's gonna get beat up. They're gonna be like, what's up with the giant over there?
Yep.
We're all 5. He's 6. What the hell? He's a foot taller than all of us.
Okay.
Wait,
and you don't even
I
have
got
to
them to go? Like, is that coercion? Because when parents tell their
No,
kids
no,
to go to
let's
school.
just-
Wait, no.
let's
Ask the
just-
question: is when parents tell their kids to go to school, is that coercion? Like, is the parents like
All
coercing
right,
the kids to go
bud.
to
Are
school?
you? What's
Like-
your goal with this?
No, it's a serious question. You said we can't coerce
Is that
people to go to
a
school.
serious question?
Yes.
Because it doesn't look like
No,
or
it's
sound like a serious
completely serious.
How is that not a serious question?
It's because she's starting to get backed into a corner where there's just no way to defend her position. So she has to start personal attacks. This kind of happens a lot. And it's going to happen way worse later on. It's like she'll get put in a position where there's just like there is no response. There's not even a cope response. So you just kind of have to go on the attack, I guess. I don't know.
Sure. I mean, I think it's a different question than what she was in the middle of answering. And you could say tactically, maybe it'd be better to let her answer. And then you say, well, is there a difference between, are you in favor of parents coercing their children versus the state, or is there some kind of difference? But I think it's a completely legitimate question to ask.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say, hold on. When I say you get your kid to go to school, let's say you go, hey, 6-year-old, we have this brand new cool thing called school, and it's really great. You get to go do these things, and the kid goes, okay, daddy, okay, mommy, let's go to school. And then they go to school. And, okay, that's what I was going to ask you. What if they say no? What do you think should happen?
They say, sorry, buddy. I know you don't want to.
Wait a minute. Why is he answering this question?
I know. It's such a trap.
You're the one saying that you have to convince your children to go to school here. Okay. When I had to first go to preschool, I didn't want to go. I cried. I said, I don't want to go to school. There's strangers there. I want to hang out at home and watch TV. I don't know what's up with that. Can I dress up as Zorro? I'll go if I can dress up as Zorro.
Mom, we've had a nice thing going where we stay home together and you answer, you're at my beck and call.
Yeah, I like when I stay home and you make snacks and I watch TV. That's the good life.
Why do we want to change this up? We've been doing this a long time. It works. Yeah, no, I remembered school. Fuck, I didn't want to start school. Everyone remembers their first day of school, right? You're like, oh man, terrifying.
Yeah.
Stay home, but you should probably go.
Okay.
And if
all right, and then what if they wait? And what if they say no then?
You take them to school.
Okay, and what if they don't want to get in the car?
You pick them up and take them to the car.
Okay, so you pick them up. And what if they fight you on that?
Then
I don't understand. Why is he even engaging this line of questioning? So bad.
Yeah, I don't. You pick up your child as they're crying and you screaming, and you put them in the car seat or the car, however old they are.
What is the
drive them to school?
What
and
is
then
the
you
point of
drag them into the
engaging in this
classroom.
conversation, though? I think
I don't know.
She's basically making an emotional argument that, obviously forcing people is bad because look at all the resistance you're getting. I mean, we understand that.
But I disagree because almost everyone either was or knows someone that was the kid that was cryingly dragged to school.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's such a common occurrence. This isn't like some very rare thing.
Yeah. No, I remember.
And then what happens? You go to school and you see all the other
There's
kids
crying
are crying
kids everywhere. Yeah.
Right.
You're
And then-
surrounded by crying kids.
Right.
Yeah.
Like the first day, maybe there's a bunch of kids that are upset, but then like the second and third day, if you're the one kid crying, all the other kids look at you weird. Like, what's wrong with this wussy? And congratulations, you just socialized your children to not cry to go to school.
Yeah. You put them in a room with a bunch of other crying kids.
No, a bunch of kids that aren't crying, and they're like, oh, they feel awkward if they're the only one that's upset.
Yeah, it works. But I don't understand what this whole, it seems like a trap, just setting it up so Hans is looking like the bad guy here. Look at
that is what it is.
Well, that is exactly what it is.
But why is he falling into this? Why does what does this have to do with
friends.
anything?
Because they're friends, and he's like trying to treat her in good faith. I've made the exact same mistake. It's like if you give someone charitability and they take advantage of it, it can take a while to notice what's going on.
Just say, hey, what's this have to do with anything? We were talking about we were having a conversation about what society looks like when 50% of the population can't read. Okay?
Right.
What
Sure.
I understand, it's like, people don't want to go to school. Okay, let's talk about the outcome.
Well, or the argument for the specific part should be, how do you're the one saying that you have some magical way of convincing children to go to school without force. So you need to explain that process to me, because I don't know what that
He keeps
looks
asking
like.
that, and she just obfuscates.
Yeah,
Right.
if you want to make,
She'll say there's a million reasons yummy food, and then change the subject.
there's a million
It's
reasons
happened
of
like two
yummy
or three
food.
times. Yeah.
if you want to make school less coercive, hey, we're all in favor of less coercive. Yeah, find a way to make society less coercive. We like that. Yeah, but if it involves 50% of people not being able to read, it's probably not a good option.
Mm-hmm.
If
Do you beat your kid?
No, I'm not a favorite child abuse.
God.
Okay, so what happens if you can't get them to go
Oh
in the
my God. I totally nailed it. This is so bad faith.
Yes. Well, I think
you
that
beat
was
your
really
kid over the head. Do you club him? Do you get the kid with the stun gun?
Yeah, I think the point of this line of questioning was to get to this, are you going to physically abuse your child line? I think that was the entire point.
I mean, I did abandon him at the park for 2 days, so I don't know.
Look, I'm pro spanking, okay? I don't care what people say. I don't care what studies say. I don't care about your sciences. I'm pro spanking. Sometimes kids need to be spanked.
How do we
Need to
watch
fall in line.
How do we watch the movie 300 with Demon Mom? I want to see how she reacts at the very beginning of the movie.
They abandon the children.
When they
in the wilderness.
abandon the kid. Here, get out of here. You don't get any clothes. Yeah, get out of here.
It's pretty based, right? Because there's no state interference.
That's right. There's no coercion there.
Yeah. Here you go. Let nature coerce you. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, there you go.
the car because they're terrified and they don't want to go to school? Do you say, okay, let's wait until tomorrow and let's try this again?
And then tomorrow,
do you just...
and tomorrow they say the same thing, and they keep doing this. This kid never gets an education.
Sure, yeah, that's really challenging. That's a really challenging situation. The answer that you have to answer here? I don't have.
You have to answer. You have to answer.
This is so pathetic. Okay, you can't let your child rule your life. Say, oh, I'm begging you. You have to go to school. And they say, I don't want to go to school. And you say,
that's a losing fight.
We'll try again tomorrow. Okay, so you're teaching your child to either be a fucking beta or to be an obstinate psychopath who gets their way. So this isn't good in either direction.
But this is the problem. This is so many parents have teach their kids this. This has been the parenting style.
This is insane.
I don't have to answer that question.
Yes, you do.
You think they should? No, I do not. You believe they should be forced to go to school. I believe we should seek out an alternative. If a child is terrified of going to school, we should seek out another way to teach them. Excuse me. If a child...
Excuse me. So, how rude.
I know. Demon Mama does this thing that Hans doesn't call her out on, which he really needs to do.
The rude interrupting?
She keeps, well, beyond that, she keeps saying if kids are terrified of going to school, she keeps framing this like the only reason kids don't want to go to school is because there's just so much anxiety and social pressure and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no. Kids don't want to go to school because they just fucking think it's boring and stupid and they would rather do something fun.
Yeah.
That's the reason most kids don't want to go to school. It's like because they're terrified and scared.
More anecdotes here.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's sort of the fundamental problem with a lot of things is that there's, in the short term, it's not fun, but in the long term, there's a benefit. And as an adult, you learn to like make that choice. It's like, okay, well, I'm going to suffer through this now. You know, I'm going to suffer through quitting smoking or eating healthy or learning to exercise or, you know, literally anything you do for self-improvement is like that. But kids just can't think that way, really.
There's 100 different reasons why someone might not want to go to school, but who cares? You just, I mean,
no, but it's important because she's framing it like terrified for the sake of the conversation in order to like get this emotional feeling like, oh, you have all these terrified kids who are just so scared of going to the oppressive school and you just want to force them to. You're an evil monster.
Yeah, she's leaning on the Care Harm Foundation. She wants to categorize Hans here as a terrible, awful person who wants to harm children.
And it's funny because she's falling into like the most stereotypical negative like leftist stereotype. Of like, oh, you know, you just let the kid do whatever they want. You know, you don't force them to make the decision that's better for them. You know, they can't understand. You know, the hard work will pay off down the line.
Yeah.
Yes, by and large, children are, but there are of course examples where this is not the case. Largely with children who have like severe behavioral or learning issues from childhood. Those things absolutely happen. So your belief is that you should physically pick up the child, force them into the car, and then what? What if they go to school and they're terrified and they're freaking out? What should you do then? I want to know what your view is. We should have the good
school. We should have the good school. And if that,
okay.
And if that,
so what if they don't like the good school?
Then they go anyway. I'll let them pick the best of all the bad options.
And what happens if they don't want to go so bad, they're so terrified that they try to get out of school? What do you think they should do then?
Wait, oh my God.
Put them in military school.
Okay. The entire world, Demon Mama, does not bow to your preferences. And part of living as a human being is realizing and understanding how to exist in a world where sometimes you have to conform to the situation. You have to learn to be flexible. Okay. So I don't give a fuck if some kid doesn't want to go to school. That doesn't mean that you have to magically construct a school that they want to go to. It means the child has to learn some discipline.
Yeah. Isn't this really like 50% of socialization right here that she's advocating we get rid of?
Yes.
Can you imagine a world where people were just like, could opt out of school?
I don't want to do anything that I don't initially or instantaneously want to do.
Yeah.
Is the argument that she's basically saying.
Nothing would get done.
We should be respecting. Yeah. Well, this is like every negative stereotype of a socialist I could ever exist.
Yeah.
Like this speaks so poorly to like the leftists. Like, oh my God.
Yeah.
We were just talking about this earlier on Twitter. Like the quote unquote right wing straw man is like actually a real thing. You really need to deal with those people.
It
They
is.
make you look really bad.
And Demon Mama is like the avatar for the left, the straw man. She just isn't. She's not straw man at all.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
This is why these people get popular, though, is because people want to say, yeah, look at the crazy lefty. This is what Shu was talking about in her tweet. She's like, oh my God, we got to quit signal boosting all these weirdos. What are we doing?
Well, I'm not sure. I think Demon Mama is becoming popular by being the heel of Twitch politics. I don't know if she's going to ever become popular within like, because people like her or agree with her whatsoever.
How popular
for-
is she? I'm just curious.
I don't know. Do you know? Is she really
I'll
popular?
investigate. Go ahead. Read your super chat.
She's
Oh, go ahead. You know?
yeah,
Boomer?
she's moderately popular within Twitch politics, but she's like nowhere near as big as like Vosh or Destiny or Hassan
Sure,
or somebody.
We're nowhere
Not even remotely.
near Vosh or Destiny. So,
You guys do okay.
yeah, but
Thank
they're
you.
like, they're fucking, look, come on. Hassan is buying a house in West. We're not West Hollywood yet.
That's true. That's true.
But
Hassan is now the co-host of the H3H3 podcast.
Really? No, you're
Isn't that
kidding me.
insane?
You're kidding me.
No, isn't that shocking?
What?
Wow.
It's very
I thought he
weird.
was just
Yeah.
going to be a guest. You're saying he's the co-host?
I think isn't that what Ethan said? He said the new co-host is Hassan.
I thought it was a new
What?
show. I didn't know
It's a
it was
new
the-
show. Yeah, it's a new show. Right.
Oh,
Like,
Ethan's like, I'm getting rich.
remember when H3H3 used to make fun of like social justice and wokeness, and
Oh, I totally remember that. It was
now
yeah.
okay. I guess you go where the money goes, right?
Evidently.
Yeah.
Miles for $20 says a balance of both fear and respect seems fair. I don't know, might just be first child problems. My brother feels dad was fair and mom was too, but I don't remember his friends trying to get child protective CPA is child protective services, right?
Yeah.
CPA
Yeah.
to come visit us. Just a me thing, I guess. Well, I mean, look, I'm sure your experience was just awful, Miles. So, I mean, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that you're wrong to have it. Obviously, there could be way too much fear in one direction. And maybe maybe your parents learned that they were way too hard on you and they learned to kind of tamper it back. I mean, there is a thing, very often parents are a lot stricter with their first kid than their second kid because they're kind of like nervous that they have to get everything right. And then and it's a new experience for them. And by the time it's their second kid, they're kind of like bored. They're like, oh, whatever, let them do whatever the fuck they want. Like they've lost their energy, to kind of raise the kid. So
Yeah. I
that
don't
happens a
know.
lot. Simon O'Leary for 20 New Zealand dollars says the vaccines are still experimental. Normally takes 3 to 5 years to test completely. Thus hesitancy. I'm not rushing because of the TNF blockers I take for ankylosing spondylitis.
Mhm.
I'm not sure what that is. If others do it, it's fine. They'll just go blind in 6 years.
Yeah.
JK.
It's going to be hilarious
go.
if all 300 million Americans go blind. That's going to be,
Right.
I want to be a part of that.
Sure. There you go.
We'll all be blind together.
There you go. No, I mean, look, if you have some like health condition, obviously that would make you hesitant to take the vaccine. I mean, that's a completely different issue. And I understand that completely. So,
Could be a shit show.
contrast.
I don't know.
sorry, what was
I don't want to dwell on it. I mean, it could
Yeah, I
be
don't
a
really
shit
want to
show.
talk about
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
But we'll find out. Contrast for 20 Aussie bucks says in high school, I used to stay home since I lived with dad and he had to work. My place was known as the wagging house. What does that mean? So whenever I would stay home, about 5 or 6 of my friends would appear. We'd play Counter-Strike and Tony Hawk 2. It was good times. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That's
My
true.
house wasn't that, but I had a friend that definitely had the wagging house, I guess you're calling it.
Mm-hmm. Yonkers OF for 30 Aussie bucks. Thank you so much, Yonkers. Says, anecdotally, but I went to Montessori school and I listened to Sitch and Adam every Sunday. So my favorite class was yes class.
There you go.
There you go. There you go. Sammy G for $20. Hey, Sammy. Says, I went to Montessori. There's a lot of our audience apparently has gone to Montessori schools. I wonder if going to Montessori school correlates with being a big brain enlightened centrist. Maybe
I think it does. Yeah.
I went to 2 Is 4K like
4
pre-K?
through, I don't know, K through 4 maybe? I don't know.
4K through second. Oh, pre-K through second grade. Okay, maybe. I always choose the quick, easy work in order to get the video game time. Me too.
The
They
first,
suggest
go ahead. Sorry, I didn't
they
realize.
suggest harder work, but I got final say. I got 2 years behind in reading. My parents pulled me out. Kids are little shits. LOL. Oh, interesting. So Sammy had kind of a negative experience.
With Montessori school? Huh, interesting.
Well, she was saying that since she got to choose, she would do what I would do, which is to be lazy. So yeah, no, definitely. Interesting.
Never got to go to Montessori school, but it's the first time I read about it, I thought this would have been for me. I was kind of,
Right.
I always had my own projects going outside of school. So I always had something that I wanted to do or make. It was just, that was the thing. I love doing that shit.
Yeah, but I think, and we talked about this before, I think you're a highly self-motivated person.
I am very much so. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think
Yeah.
that's very unique and rare.
Yes. I think you're right. I think you're correct.
Yeah, I didn't have like the self drive to go do difficult things I didn't know how to do until like I was probably 20.
Mm-hmm.
I
Definitely
think
not in high school. I mean,
Right,
maybe
right.
made some Warcraft 3 custom maps, but that's about it.
I think there must be a genetic component to it because my mom always, like, she would start a job as like a temp and she'd be running the place in like 3 months. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and but my mom didn't, I mean, my parents didn't really teach me a lot. I mean, I learned in public school, but I was basically like a latchkey kid, so I didn't get like a lot of education from my parents, I wouldn't say. So
Right.
it had to be genetic.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of your personality type is, I mean, obviously it can be changed by extreme experiences, but I think a lot of it is biological. You're kind of just born with this kind of type of personality.
That book, No Two Alike by Judith Rich, I believe it is. Or maybe Judith Harris. I can't remember. She's completely self-taught. I love this book because she's a total autodidact. But she wrote this book and she dug into a bunch of the learning statistics and all that and found most parenting really is inconsequential to the parents, which is a complete black pill. That they've done all these twin studies now where they find out, like 90% of it is genetic. So
I think she was on Sam Harris. I remember him talking about this with some author
maybe.
about this exact situation. I mean, and just from my own anecdotal experience, because whenever I would meet someone who was very like the type A motivated person, I'd always ask them, you know, do you always remember being like this, or did like some experience change your life? And every single one of them was like, oh no, I was just always this way.
It's Judith Rich, No Two Alike, Human Nature and Human Individuality. Yeah, that
Right.
book really, I mean, I remember reading that book and I have family that, you know, I don't have kids myself, but they're raising their kids. And I just started thinking, wow, none of the stuff that you're doing to teach your kids is really even matters. You're working so hard, but it seems
still gotta act
completely
like it does.
inconsequential.
You still got to act like it does because you don't know. You don't know.
That might not be accurate. It could just be the case that, like, let's say you have a smart kid, like they're always going to be a smart kid, but maybe with really good parenting, you know, it also the only outcome you care about isn't just income or whatever it is that they're benchmarking against. You know, they could be happier for having good parenting, or
That's all I care about as a good
Sure.
capitalist.
Yeah, it's about the relationship. I agree. All right. Video. What's up?
We have you can have people. In this case, let's be anarchists here. Let's say we have a community watch that if they see a child outside of school, they will
It's like a cult? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
escort them back to school.
Okay, and what if the child says, "I'm not going back to school. That place terrifies me." Even in the perfect school
Then we
system.
can get them help. We can get them therapists.
Okay.
That's
How
not
do
an
you get-
argument.
See, but this is why he has to fight back on the terrifying thing.
I know. That's what I'm thinking. Like,
Yeah.
the immediate question you would ask is, what, you know, are you being sexually abused? What are you terrified of? Let's
Right.
dig into that problem there. Something's
Right.
obviously going on here. School is not designed to be terrifying.
yeah, I mean, being 25 without a high school education is also pretty terrifying.
It is.
Yes.
Can you
very
imagine?
terrifying.
Yeah.
Right.
even for no
help.
school. The
Wait.
Have you seen those videos of the people who don't know how to read? They learn to read when they're like 30.
No, I haven't.
That's embarrassing as fuck. How do you tell somebody, "Oh yeah, I'm 30. I need to learn how to read. Can you teach me?" It's like,
It's
whoa.
like so much harder too.
I faked it all through my 20s. I've been faking it my entire. That's what they do. It's so sad. It's so sad.
Yeah.
Once you've been faking something for 5, 10, 15 years, you're like, okay, I guess I'm just going to continue to fake it. It's fucking sad. Yeah. I wish he'd bring up some of those alternatives here.
Hold on a
Demon
second.
Mama
We're
is
not.
to get
Don't jump
people to
ahead.
go to
Don't jump
school.
ahead.
Demon Mama's going to be like, I'm faking it. I can't read.
Don't jump ahead. If the end goal is to get people to go to school, I don't think that you need a mandatory system. I think there are other ways you can do this. If a kid is resisting to the point of like physical distress, I think it's fair to say, wow, there is something that is terrifying my child, and we need to go seek out a way to help them learn, a way to get them inspired in learning, whether we're able to talk them through it with maybe a counselor or a psychologist.
Yeah. So just to point this out, and this is an anecdote, right? But I mean, I was to the point where you would probably have to physically like make me go to school a lot.
Yeah.
I wasn't like abused. I just thought it was boring.
Yeah. That's
I
the
wanted to go
hardest
do
thing.
something else. It was just boring. You just sit there. I felt like I was just sitting there and just like staring at the clock, waiting for the day to end, and I just hated it.
There were
It wasn't
some
like
classes that were
terrifying.
boring. I mean, I thought I got a good education. I feel bad for you guys.
Well, I mean, I think I had a good education. I just think I was just a lazy shithead, but that's a different story. But
yeah, yes.
well, I mean, this is such a. I hate this hypothetical because I remember vaguely that, like, the first time I ever went to school, I was scared to go to school because I was 4 years old. I've never been to school, blah, blah, blah. But after that, if I didn't want to go to school, it wasn't because I was scared. I just didn't want to go because, as you said, I was bored or I didn't do my homework.
Didn't do the homework. That was the worst right there.
Right. I didn't do my homework. I knew there was some test I was not prepared for. Like this idea, that's why he has to fight this framing, this idea that like, oh, there's all these kids out there that are just so emotionally scarred to go to school because of some unspecified reason. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And like, I'm sure that happens. I'm sure there are kids who are abused at school and they have a legitimate
of course,
grievance.
but I don't think that's even close.
Yeah, that doesn't justify. No, it's not. It's got to be pretty rare, and that doesn't justify anything about like removing the school mandate.
Right. That would only say, well, then you have to fix whatever. What is that problem?
Yeah, it's like fire that teacher or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Are they being bullied? Are they just have some weird special needs thing? You know, we're talking about some tiny percentage of the people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like from teachers I've talked to, I feel like, and even from looking at like kids, like the bullying situation is very different than when we were kids. And even my situation, I'm sure, was very different than when Adam was a kid.
Yeah. I was a huge
It feels like,
bully.
Do you mean it's worse or?
No, significantly less. Because I feel like when Adam was a kid, it was kind of like boys will be boys. You know, you let the kids do whatever the fuck they want.
Hell yeah.
And then when I was growing up, it was starting to be that atmosphere of like the over-parenting helicopter parent of like, oh my God, if someone physically attacks another kid, it's like the police are called to the school. And now it's like even more than that. So I don't know. I'm not familiar that there's some epidemic of bullying going on in our school system. Right
I had
now.
a friend in high school that literally had to change schools because of a bully. Because the guy was just a fucking psycho.
I can't conceive of that existing in most schools. Obviously, it's a very shitty school. It's different. But in most like normal, middle schools, I don't think that this is the world that we live in anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I
could be wrong, but
I think I graduated high school in 2005, a long time ago.
Yeah.
And like I went to, let's say a lower income school district, right?
Mhm.
And in a lot of ways didn't fit in. I never got bullied. I just got ignored,
That was my experience too, is that like, I mean, maybe it's because I went to big schools my entire life. And it feels like when you go to these big schools, it's like, you don't get bullied, you're just ignored. Like there's too many people to like interact with the bully or whatever. I mean, the one time I got into a physical fight in middle school, like, it was literally broken up like instantaneously. So, I don't know.
You got in a fight?
Sure, we talked about that. I got suspended. I got outdoor suspended for getting in a fight. Some asshole kid after PE decided it'd be a good idea to dump an entire bottle of Gatorade on my head.
Oh wow!
Okay. What do you do? Someone dumps a bottle of Gatorade
Kick
in your head.
his
You know what you do?
ass.
You throw down.
Yeah,
gotta
you
throw
have
down.
to.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I grabbed him in a headlock and started punching him in the stomach because that's what you do.
Yeah.
Based.
Yeah. Got
or whatever, or to come up with an alternative way. Maybe we could do a homeschooling process, and maybe
Okay, what if they reject the homeschooling process? What if they jump out the window and try and run away every time?
That's a question. That's a question for you.
Keep making
Wait,
this crazier, Demon Mama.
No, we can't.
Okay,
wait,
no,
please,
we just
please, please, wait. Hold on. Please tell me what your solution is. My solution there, if a child is that opposed to learning, then there might, like, I don't even know if there is an answer that anybody can have to that particular situation.
Therapy.
But this is the problem. Demon Mama is conceptualizing this false reality that, like, oh, if a kid's that opposed to learning, there's tons of kids without some forcing them to do it would not do any schooling. She just doesn't accept that this is reality.
There's a ton of kids that don't have a problem with the Force. That's why I just don't understand. It's like, is this a huge
that's
thing?
most kids, right?
Yeah. But I mean, is this a huge thing? Is there going to be like mutiny at the schools or something? How did this come up? Why are we even talking about this?
I think the inciting incident was Demon Mama giving a take on Twitter, but I might be wrong. I know that Hans is definitely responding to something. He just didn't decide one day to start talking about mandatory schooling.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the question is, did she just bring this up out of the blue? Or, I'm assuming
if I search Demon Mom, am I going to find this tweet?
Maybe.
I don't know how to spell demon. I mean, I can't read.
This is why Adam needed to go to get more schooling.
I went to school occasionally. It was
there
fun.
You go. You were too busy surfing to learn how to read and spell
surfing
correctly.
and chasing women.
That's right.
Do not, whatever you do, don't search
California
Demon
beach.
Mama. Like, you get some really weird shit on Twitter.
Oh.
The mental
Wait,
assistance.
sure, that's what I said. That's not mandatory schooling. That's not mandatory schooling. You're now offering my solutions back to me.
No. The end result is getting them into a mental state where they will agree to the mandatory schooling, Demon Mama. That is the end result.
Wait, that's not the end goal.
Yes,
No.
it
Okay,
is.
so wait. Then that's where we differ. My end goal is not to force children into school. My end goal is for children to be as happy as possible, as liberated as possible, as educated as possible.
What if they don't want to go to education?
Wait,
That's our goal.
That's not. No, it's not.
No,
Fuck
children
that goal.
shouldn't be liberated.
Yeah. What the fuck?
I disagree. I think you're trying. I mean, the constraint is that they have to get an education, but within that constraint, you want it to be as enjoyable as possible. I mean, you're not trying to make it.
That's not what
painful.
she's saying.
Well, making it enjoyable isn't liberation. You could be in a prison cell that's pretty nice.
Well, you understand what I'm saying. There's something that you're trying to accomplish, and they're not saying, okay, well, this'll, if we shock them periodically, it'll be more painful. So let's add that just for fucking shits and giggles, right?
Listen, okay. Obviously, we all want a situation where children enjoy learning.
Yes.
Okay? Yeah, sure. Okay, but that's not what she's saying. She's saying her end, because he's saying his end goal is that if you have a problem child, the end goal is that to find a way so that they can go to school productively. And she's saying, no, my end goal is that children are liberated and happy. That's not a good end goal for a child, okay? Because you could be liberated and happy playing video games all day, shoving cakes in your face, and that's going to lead to ruin down the road in your life. And that's always the trade-off, the sacrifice that as human beings we have to make, is to say we have to not give in to whatever our temptations are at the moment in order to build towards something better in our future.
Yeah, it's like the lesson of your 20s. You learn that you can just do whatever you want. And
Exactly. Exactly.
You probably spend a lot of time just, shoving cakes in your face and playing video games. But after a while, you kind of got to ask yourself,
Right.
is there something a little bit more?
And then you realize that after doing that, you're like, wait a minute, my life is empty and hollow, and I've built nothing productive in my life, and I feel shitty now. And that's why the goal is not just to say, oh, I want to be happy and liberated.
Yeah.
That's not the goal at all.
Responsibility.
We need Jordan Peterson to come in here and say, "You have to take the
Clean
biggest
up your
load you
room,
can carry,
bucko."
Demon Mama, and put it on your back."
Yeah.
Every single kid. Let's say every single kid's afraid of the system. What are we saying?
Every single kid. Okay, so if every single kid is afraid of the system, then you have a failed.
Then it's
system.
working.
And that should be discarded completely. And we should start
and I think if one child is so scared and terrified mentally that they can't fit inside the existing mandated system, we'll get them the assistance they need until they can fit back inside of it. Because we both know this is so far removed from the majority of people.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. You're going off on a
what are we
whole
holding
tear.
on for? I'm ready.
No, you're going off on a whole tear. You're saying this is.
I'm going on a whole tear. I spoke for 10 seconds.
Wait, but you're going. Yeah, okay, but going off on a tear is not necessarily about the time. It's about where the hell you're going with the actual conversation. So if you want to talk about so you've revealed one thing, which is that you've said that the goal is to make them fit back into the school system. I don't think that that's a good goal. I don't think that's a good enough reason to justify anything. I don't think that
it's not good enough to justify therapy. We should just let them be terrified and scream the entire time. What about mandated therapy for people who are struggling? That kid doesn't want to go to therapy. Mama.
Oh, absolutely fucking not. No, absolutely not. You think you should wait? You think you should just like put someone into an institution just because they don't agree with you or because they have a behavioral issue? Is that what you think?
This is so fucking dishonest. But he did ask. I mean, I think his question originally was bad, but the follow-up was a very good question, which is, wait a minute. If you're against the government coercing you to do anything, if you have a problem child who doesn't want to go to school, what if they don't want to go to therapy? What if they don't want to talk to a shrink or a psychologist or whatever?
Which they probably don't, by the way.
Right. Where do we go from there?
Yeah.
If they
you think the state should force kids into an institution?
If they cannot function in society, they are a danger to themselves and everyone else. They are running away from their family. Absolutely use force to get them in a scenario where we can use all the experts and technology we have available to assist them. Absolutely.
So
I am glad that Hans, because she framed it very dishonestly. She was like, "You think people should be institutionalized for not agreeing with you," which is obviously an insane position. So I'm glad that he reframed it like, well, no, if they're a danger to themselves, to others, blah, 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 blah.
Good job.
Therapy. We can send a therapist to the home, but what if they keep escaping the home? We'll use the community watch to bring them back. If they don't want to deal with the therapist, they don't want to deal with any assistance because they're so sad, so scared. They can't go to mandatory school. They can't deal with regular therapy. They're going to run away from everybody. At that point, yeah, I would probably be okay with taking this child and putting them in a place where they can't escape from to get them the help they need. And so this one super child who doesn't fit inside this doesn't fit.
I mean,
inside,
that's wait. Before you get any further, that's your super child that you've invented. I think that this child.
Your super child refuses to go to school. Why can't the child also
my
refuse to go to
super
therapy?
child is that my wait, hold on a second. If you want an actual answer to that, I don't think this imagined super child exists or is even common, and I think it's such an outlier.
Right. It's the same thing with the kids crying about going to.
Wait, Demon Mama just denied my existence.
Well, her whole argument is predicated on this crazy outlier of the kid that doesn't want to go to do anything. So
No,
I
the
think
kid
it's
who does
literally
want to go
me.
to school.
but she throws away his argument by, oh, this crazy, unthinkable outlier that doesn't even exist, when her entire argument is predicated on some crazy, unthinkable outlier that doesn't even exist. So I don't get it.
Yes, exactly.
Throw both these arguments out. Why aren't we having a conversation about reality here?
I don't know how she can say this is not real. There are people that are institutionalized because they're crazy. Those are real people.
Yeah,
I don't know what else she's talking about. What does she mean they're not real?
Yeah. Those are the people that weren't socialized. They grew up in a closet.
Well, not even that. They're people that they're just biologically have mental illnesses that are very debilitating. I mean, she's denying that they exist. I don't understand what's happening.
What's Hans's name?
His name is Hans. What do you mean?
Hans Gruber. I'm trying to find this tweet. I'm trying to find the Twitter beef.
Trying to find the Twitter beef.
I'm going full detective, guys. I'm taking over for Sitch.
That's the problem. I'm
going to be
okay.
I know. Here, look. I'm on Yahoo search right now. Okay,
that's your problem. You're on Yahoo search.
No,
that is your first
that was a
mistake,
joke. You obviously do not know how comedy works. Okay, that was a joke. Listen and search at the same time.
School.
Did you see Did you see the picture that Zofats just put out?
I retweeted it.
Oh, what?
Sexy.
You gotta bring sexy Sitch Chan.
Sexy
oh, man.
Sitch Chan. You're like falling out of your shirt, Sitch. Jeez,
Yep.
wear a bra for
Oof.
heaven's sakes.
Oof.
We'll bring that up in the art section.
You don't want to bring it up right now.
Don't leave the stream. Listen. Listen, we can't derail this conversation. This is a very intellectual conversation we're
of
critiquing
course.
today.
Of course.
Hans versus Demon Mama. Who will win?
Not true. No, that's not true. I'm sorry. I have to call you on that. I want you to engage with actual facts on it.
This is just this is so rich. So rich.
I have to call you on this dishonesty.
This dishonesty. Why are you bringing up this fictitious person that doesn't even exist when that's my strategy in this debate? How dare you try to use my strategy on me, dear sir? That's not how this works. What, interrupting again?
Yeah, like this is the same thing I was talking about from that other conversation where she's very clearly the one to start using insults. She's very clearly the one to like be interrupting people more. And then she'll just attack the other person for that when it just didn't happen.
This is the Cope spiral. We're witnessing the Cope spiral here in real time, guys. My God.
It's most Twitch debates, yeah.
Yes.
What percentage of the population? What population of children are like literally feral and will refuse to go to school in any capacity?
50% of children are feral. Don't you know this, Hans? 1 in 5 children are feral.
Well, I mean, also, this is kind of this is such a dumb extreme too, because kids very quickly learn to behave in ways that get them what they want.
Yes.
Okay, so if a kid is like having a temper tantrum and it works, they're going to keep doing it. They're going to keep progressively getting more, quote, feral.
Yes.
Okay, but if it doesn't work, the temper tantrum doesn't work, then they're going to stop doing it.
You just tell them, listen, I don't have to beat you. Here, I'm going to smash the PlayStation. You want to go to you want the PlayStation here when you get home from school, or do you want to fuck off and die?
That's true. There you go. That's true.
You don't have to
I'm going to hold this over the garbage can. And if you don't go to school, it's going right in the garbage can. Yep.
We have ways of dealing with your children. Okay. We have ways of dealing with their derelict behavior.
Just imagine just imagine a kid goes into therapy and they're like, so what did your father say? And he's, he said, do you want to come home and for the PlayStation to be there, or do you want to fuck off and die?
Well, thankfully I don't have kids. If I had kids, I might moderate my cursing.
Your speech, I wouldn't. I'd tell them to fuck off and die. But.
Well, I would worry about them showing up at a therapist and trying to turn the therapist.
My father told me to fuck off and die when I was 3 years old.
In this day and age, they would probably turn that into like.
This is just a comedy show.
Criminal
You should not tell
offense.
your small children to fuck off and die. Okay, it's a comedy show. This is the jokes.
Many of you do have children. I'm curious. Does the fuck off and die work? My gut tells me it would. my gut tells me that would be a successful.
So I'm going to suggest not A/B testing. Fuck off and die with your children. Okay, I'm going to suggest against that. I don't know. Maybe you should A/B test that. You tell one child to fuck off and die.
Fuck off and die is probably inappropriate for certain age ranges. So like by the time you get to about 4th grade, I think it's probably appropriate.
I mean,
there you go.
None of you had your dad tell you, "I brought you into this world. I can take you out." That seemed to be like a common thing when I was a kid. Which is just, I mean, let's face it, that's a variant of the fuck off and die, right?
That's true.
I mean, it is. It's kind of a roundabout way of saying, yeah.
Oh, it's a little bit.
You want me to kill you or what?
So I found Hans's Twitter, Adam.
Oh, nice.
It's Hans HANZ. Maybe that's your problem. Hans with a Z of Hakar HARKIR. And I found a tweet where he said, this is after their conversation, where he says, I feel like emotionally manipulating your friend by saying, quote, this was a mark on our friendship is more toxic than raising your voice during a debate.
Oh, way more toxic. Way more toxic. Yeah.
Yeah. We haven't gotten to that part yet. But
at the end of the conversation, Demon Mama basically says we're not friends anymore.
I got news for you, Hans. You never were friends. Okay.
That's true.
Someone willing to
That's
throw you
true.
away that easily, you never were friends, okay?
Yeah.
That's when you officially pull out the fuck off and die. Okay? That's when you can use it, with prejudice.
Yeah. I mean, think of how many arguments you got in with what's his face?
Who?
Your friend.
Isaac?
Isaac, yeah.
Yeah, totally. Neither.
Yep.
Well, I think I might have told him to fuck off and die in the stream. But we're still friends, guys. We're still friends. I've talked to
Yes.
Isaac since then. We're still good.
Yes. And it's interesting. See, that's an interesting part of our audience because so many people in our audience were like concerned.
Mm-hmm.
They're like,
Oh,
"You should,"
hell
like,
yeah. Hell, they were first. Okay, I did 12 talks with Isaac Doomer. And Isaac came to me and said, I want you to red pill me. He's way in the progressive bubble. Like he reads the New York Times and thinks it's like gospel.
Mhm.
So from the get-go, people were like, this does not end well. Do not do this with your 20-year friend, Adam. This is not the path to take. Yeah.
No.
People are good. People are, there's a lot of goodness out there. You don't waste your time with Demon Mama Hans, okay? Demon Mama is trying to manipulate you for social points.
Mm.
Demon Mama doesn't want friends. Demon Mama wants what does Demon Mama want?
Clout,
Clout? Yeah.
maybe. I don't know. Twitch viewers, money,
Yeah.
anarchy, socialism.
It's hard to know.
It's hard to know.
Friends are better than all that shit. Oh,
I
God.
mean,
I agree.
yeah.
with clout and money, you can buy friends. So I don't know if I
You
agree with you.
can't. You can't buy friends. Yeah, you get a lot
That
of
sounds like something a
pretenders.
poor would say, Adam.
Yeah.
You get a lot of pretenders.
I mean, what's the difference between having a real friend and a friend who's only a friend because you're very rich? Is there really a difference, Adam?
There's a giant difference.
If you don't think you can buy friends, you
Gigantic
haven't sold enough
difference.
t-shirts.
That's
There's
right.
a
That's
gigantic
right.
difference.
Look, everything in life is either a tool or an obstacle. Okay.
This is something that you can't talk about because everyone will be like, everyone will privilege shame you. They're like, seriously, but it is difficult for people.
My daddy buys all
I know.
my friends full of me.
It is difficult for people who are famous or high status or rich.
Sure.
There's a lot of fucking people wanting to be friends with you for no good reason. That's troublesome.
Yeah, I know.
It absolutely is.
Yeah,
It's also like I've been friends with a lot of women that are very attractive, and they have this huge problem of it's difficult to figure out who actually likes you and who's just trying to bang you.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Doomer,
No,
a
I'm-
player here. What's going on? Tell us more.
Tell you more about.
Do you have that problem?
I
Too,
have
or
all
just
of these
so many
attractive
women want
friends
to fuck
and,
you, that,
you know.
or men. I'm not judging.
No, I don't. No, I don't have that problem.
Oh,
I
okay.
said I was friends with them. I didn't say I was banging them.
Oh,
I
okay.
see. Gotcha. Wink, wink. I got you. I
Yeah,
understand.
and for the record,
but
the reason-
you said you couldn't tell if they wanted to bang you. You implied that maybe a lot of them do. So it seemed like you had a
some
lot of
them did.
opportunities coming your way.
I've had my fair share of experience.
Nice. Okay.
There you go.
Is Hans making the okay hand sign here in this still? I can't tell.
Uh-oh.
Demon Mama's going to use that against him. We
Canceled.
were friends until I found out he was a white supremacist.
Oh my god.
Talking about
That's literally
we're not
what
talking.
He is so doing it. Look, right in her face, he's flaunting it. He's like, "That's right."
He's not just signaling white power. He's gesturing white power towards her.
He is.
Absolutely.
Look at that. He's waving it at her. He's waving it around.
JMac for $20 says, I did one better than buying friends. I bought a family. Isn't that right, son? I mean, you're not wrong, Jay.
Way
You're
to
not
go.
wrong. Okay.
We're going to have Jay on one of these days, and we're going to interrogate him about this situation. So
Jay has a very interesting backstory, it seems like. We
I
gotta get
already
to the
know what I'm
bottom of
going to do
Jay
for the
backstory.
thumbnail. We'll have like the International Man of Mystery on the thumbnail. It'd be great.
Mhm. I think Jay might be the Dos Equis guy. I'm not sure.
That's it.
That's literally what you're
Hans,
saying.
okay, like this is just getting to the point where I don't think that you actually are interested in engaging in good faith. I think you're
This is so good.
Mhm.
Oh, this is so good.
And this basic like conversational archetype has happened several times where someone is just trying to talk to her reasonably and she's just saying something that is very difficult to understand because how could anyone have this position, and then like they're just desperately trying to claw through a reasonable conversation, and then she just starts insulting them. Like, yeah.
I can't believe you're having this. This is so bad faith, Hans.
Oh,
trying to,
I'm
like-
bad faith. I'm not trying. I'm legitimately
No,
curious.
wait, Hans, I'm dead serious right now.
I'm
this
also
isn't
serious.
memeing. This isn't memeing around. Like, I think you're being in bad faith. I think if when I try to say, wait a second, I don't think the feral child is a good example for how we should structure a system or why we should justify or not justify using force to force people to go to school. And your response is, well, feral child. No, I was just about to talk about the fact that, as it turns out, and you should engage with this, I would encourage you as a colleague.
So what's happened in this conversation is that basically Hans posed Demon Mama a hypothetical situation.
I remember that.
That she was sort of also hand in hand creating with him. So kind
I
of created this
agree.
hypothetical together.
Yep.
And now she's complaining that his hypothetical
Is bad faith.
is bad faith.
I know. It's
You
crazy.
know, even though she had a hand in this creation. But that's why I said from the beginning, you have to fight on her characterizing of kids being afraid, because you're right. I don't think the majority of kids are feral, but I just think the majority of kids just don't want to go to school because they don't like it.
This is
Nothing to do
quite
with being
common,
feral.
though. This is quite common. People will get backed into a corner in a debate. They were losing, and immediately they call you a liar. Like that's the move.
Right.
Yeah, it's one of the things that can get returned. Something else that I've noticed is that in this situation where someone's been backed into a corner and they're like about to go down the cope spiral, they'll say something like, "I was just about to do that." The only response you need to say is, "Okay, do it now.
Yeah, that's a good
Give
one.
me the
right
example.
there.
Give me the
Right,
example.
right.
Do it now."
Yeah.
And they almost never can. It's the one of the funniest ways to terminate one of these arguments, because they'll basically just go crazy because they just told you they can do something and they can't.
Yeah.
You just refuse to engage with anything else. Just, okay, give it to me. What is it? What's the
Right.
example?
Right.
Yeah.
True. Very true.
And in a genuine.
I'm engaging. I'm listening.
Excuse me. Hold on. I'm not done with my sentence.
Okay.
That you should go and look at what the actual situation is as to how people feel about and are traumatized by and hurt by schools. Because I can tell you right now, it's not all butterflies and rainbows, as you seem to be like sort of laughing about when you refer to this feral child. There are a lot of children who
I hate
deeply
school.
suffer. And
I think
excuse
school's
me,
perfect,
I'm
apparently.
not finished talking. I would love to finish my sentence. But all right, like I can see.
She totally lost what you said.
Mm-hmm. Well, this also kind of contradicts because before she's like, "Oh, kids want to go to school. Kids, love to learn," and now she's like, "School is traumatizing and horrible,
Yeah.
terrifying." It's like, okay, well, I mean, which is it?
She has no clear position here.
No.
It's just
No.
like, call you a liar, bad faith.
See, I can see where you're at with this. Like, this is why I said on Twitter that I felt like you weren't engaging in good faith, because I really don't feel like you are.
Did you find the tweets? The bad faith tweets?
I didn't find the original
Okay,
argument back
that's
and
all right.
forth. They like these are people that are on, or she's like, she's like a million responses on.
I
Twitter.
know. I
It's
noticed
so much
her.
shit.
Yeah, her feed is
Yeah.
like a tweet a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like you have your
I
position.
can tell you.
I feel like you
all
have your
the-
position,
I
and you
literally
actually aren't.
I literally
I don't think you're
Demon
willing
Mama.
to engage. No. I don't
No,
think
yeah,
you're
Demon
willing.
Mama, I told you all the
I
things
don't
at the
think you're
beginning
willing
about how
to
I think we can
engage.
improve the school system. But like, if we have the ultimate school system and the kids are still doing this, they still did what you said. Again, you started the super child meme, not
Sure.
me. This kid.
No, you
refused-
asked me,
No,
what about
this-
a child that
this
refuses
kid
it?
refuses
If we had
to go to
excuse me.
school. Like,
Excuse me. You're prescribing me things I haven't seen.
You can say someone's being bad faith in a conversation, but
Mhm.
I don't see Hans doing anything that's remotely bad faith in this conversation.
Hell no.
So far.
Yeah. Hans
That-
is-
that-
There's kind of a bigger conversation there. Like
Mhm.
there's a bunch of words that I think just like don't actually have much meaning.
bad,
faith is one of them.
Nazi.
People, yeah,
Yeah.
This is a big thing I stepped in by talking
Grifter.
about it. Yes, exactly. Grifter, that's one of them. Because I have to like fucking defend Vosh when people call him a grifter. I'm like, I'm the fucking guy who made the fuck Vosh video, and I don't
Right.
think he's a grifter.
Right.
But yeah, like with like in my opening section, what I tried to do was take all these different ways that people use the word bad faith and try and like combine them into a holistic definition, like with the idea that people could agree with that, but that is not at all what happened. And it's just like everyone has their own idea of what it means, and a lot of people just mean it to use bad. It's like, oh, well, you said thing, I don't like thing, you bad faith, and it's just okay.
I think that's true, but I also think that the overlying principle in bad faith that everyone generally agrees upon is it means you're being dishonest intentionally.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I haven't seen, from my estimation, I don't see Hans engaging in any sort of dishonesty. He's asking her questions about her position.
Drama
disagrees
mama
with
is
her.
though. All this is bad faith.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's,
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
that's
It's
every
hard. It's
conversation
hard to
she has.
tell. She could just be crazy and stupid. I don't know. But
Said, first of all, if we had the perfect system, I still don't think it would need to be mandatory. I think you could get near to or almost or literally 100% attendance without ever using mandatory measures. I genuinely believe that. I think that's very possible.
Absolutely
And I
fucking
think,
insane.
well,
really
that's
sorry.
fine, but that's fine.
well, here would be my question. Okay, if Demon Mama's made Queen President of the world, okay,
God, oh no, please no.
you know, all these changes that she's talking about that she want to implement to school, like this would take a lot of time.
Yes.
This isn't something you just change overnight. So are schools going to be mandatory until we make all those changes, or is school not mandatory and all those kids that don't go to school are basically just fucked? Are we fucking an entire generation of kids over until school is magically fixed to be so amazing that everyone wants to do it?
Yeah.
Can you tell?
Wait. You can call me. Wait.
No. I want you to explain this point. I'll let you talk on this first. All right, ready? Okay. Explain to me how we can make a system where school or education is so appealing that children will choose it over literally everything else in society.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure, for sure.
Please.
Yeah, it's super easy. So if you want to have, wait, if you're trying to say that why I think
It's super easy. It's
again,
super easy.
No examples.
Well,
Well,
assuming
no,
is she going to give some
No,
examples?
No,
we're gonna
she
get
doesn't.
examples
Okay.
right here.
Okay.
She's getting
This is-
ready.
This is like the people that are like, oh, you know, you could, what was it? They say like, oh, you could have an entirely centrally controlled economy and it could all be run on like a laptop from, 1999 or something. It's just so easy to figure out these highly complicated problems.
Yeah, it's very easy. I mean, why would you, go surfing and smoke weed in the bushes when you could just go to class and learn about Napoleon?
Yeah, I agree.
That's true. When I learned about Nicholas and Alexandra and the fall of the last Tsar of Russia, I was just so engaged in this. There's nothing I wanted to do more than to listen to that all day.
Yeah, my friends were like, hey, come skip school and smoke weed. And I was like, no, man, I
That's
want
right.
to learn.
My kids, my friends were like, do you want to play Mario Kart? And I was like, no. And then the girl was like, hey, do you want to have underage illicit sex? And I said, no. I want to learn about the Tsar, Nicholas, and Alexandra in high
Precisely.
school. That was my experience.
And it's not just your experience, it's everyone's experience.
Oh, okay, good. I thought I was a weird
Your
outlier
teacher
here.
tried to have sex with you? Is that what you said, Sitch?
No, someone my age.
I was trying to
if
read
I'm in
the
high school.
chat.
Okay.
Oh. I thought you got
I mean,
some,
if I had a
thought
hot
you got
teacher,
some
I wouldn't
nookie from
be-
your
I
hot
wouldn't be again.
teacher or something.
I mean, I wish I had a hot teacher that was into that, but sadly, no.
What about
Sadly,
hot
they were
robot
not
teacher?
hot. They were ugly.
think that that's the case. I think kids like learning, and actually, it's funny because if you're willing to actually engage with this in good faith, you can go and actually listen to the professionals on this. Professional educators know that kids love learning. Hell, we've had massive improvements.
Citation needed.
Yeah.
I was an educator. What?
Oh, were you?
Yeah. I was a tutor. I actually wrote the new SAT curriculum for a tutoring company.
Oh, cool.
But
Cool.
yeah, citation needed solidly on that. Like what?
I've seen this happen in a lot of the lefty sphere, not so much in the righty sphere, where they just say like, if you ask professionals, they'll tell you X, and then there's just this claim that all professionals or all academics agree with whatever their crazy position is, with no citation. So you're right. She hasn't actually given any explanation of how she's going to make school more appealing. She just said, well, kids naturally like to learn. Duh.
In literacy and in general education since the introduction of computer technology, because you can gamify things.
So
I see.
So
That was hilarious. That he brought up a picture of it looked like Destiny and his kid, and his kid just looked super pissed off.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Nathan.
And it says Nathan will remember this. Yes.
That's hilarious.
So
the math game. That was some of my chat posted that. I had to make sure it wasn't a bad.
So her only answer to how to make school better is to somehow gamify it in a vague sense. Okay. It's great.
That
That's
was
great
my
answer.
idea.
Game of
Well, see,
Fire. Right.
so someone pointed this out in like the Twitter discourse. They were
Mhm.
like, it's actually my job to design educational video games, and they don't work the way that like, you guys are talking about. You know, like first of all, educational video games are usually designed to be used with an instructor. Otherwise, a lot of like the potential is lost. And beyond that, it's not like you just have League of Legends, but then like, you know, you learn calculus. That is, you
Yeah,
know?
this cast spells in League of Legends. You have to solve a math equation really quickly.
Yeah. Every time you get back to lane, you have to do an integral. Like, no.
Just putting educational in front of the words video games makes
Mhm.
it 10 times more uninteresting. It's like,
It's
I don't want to play that.
no, it's very true.
Yeah,
It's
and-
funny. My parents had got me like this algebra blaster
Oh, I
video
know.
game
Yeah.
for
My
a computer.
parents tried some of those too. I was like, oh,
And my favorite game, because it had like a bunch of games, my favorite game was one where like you're controlling this little tower in the center and like ships fall down and you just have to like shoot them at different angles.
Hmm.
There was no math in that. Yeah, there was a grid with angles in the background. What that had nothing to do with the video game. I wasn't learning math by shooting little ships down.
it's all about hand-eye coordination.
Yes.
That's all we
Yeah.
care about.
Yes.
My favorite game, you controlled a plumber and ran around a magical world collecting coins.
Yeah.
That's
I
right.
love that game.
That's right.
Saving
Yeah,
the
I hated Carmen
princess.
San Diego as a kid. I remember
Carmen San Diego. Oh
yeah,
my
fuck
God.
that. I remember once. Okay, I remember Lil Sitch goes to Blockbuster
Mhm.
and he sees for Super Nintendo Mario is missing. I'm like, oh my god, a new Mario game! And you look on the back and it looks like Super Mario World 2. I was so excited.
Mhm.
I get home, I put Mario is missing in the game. Turn on, and you know what it is? Fuck you! It's an educational game.
No!
It's
Oh!
Carmen San Diego, but with Mario. And I said,
Bait
oh,
and switch.
no.
Bait and switch.
Oh, and
Got him.
I said, no, take this back to Blockbuster immediately.
The
I will not play
disappointment.
this game. I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah.
Miles for $20 says, logically, that makes sense. It's easier to take away my brother's video games than to show him what for like with me. I feel resentful of my brother in a sense. TLDR, I almost died because of Big Sad and have the Prozac now got him. Yeah, geez, Miles. Geez, Miles. Well, look, I do not support having a terrible. I do not support whatever your parents did to you, Miles. Okay. That is not, obviously, that is not a good way. That's not a good way
Yeah.
to raise a child. Duper Duff for $20 says, I feel like this is a display of the shifting culture. The far left has gotten on by calling people liars and racist and interrupting them. But now people are learning that doing that just makes the far leftists look like loonies.
Yeah.
They're
Lord
not
letting
learning
them
that.
do
They're
it
not
to you.
learning that. By
You
the
don't
way.
think they're learning that?
No, they're not. If they were, I would be less inclined to make YouTube videos. I'm trying to move things in that direction, but yeah.
Right. I mean, I am worried that the future, I don't know, it's hard to tell, but I'm worried that the future of politics just seems like we're radicalizing and extremifying the younger generation.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's largely because of social media. I mean, I think younger people were probably always more tilted towards the extremes, but
Yes.
you know, you can like cultivate. You almost kind of do by default cultivate an echo chamber online where, you know, you use social media and you just get sort of force fed all of the information that would not only confirm your preconceptions but like magnify it. It's like,
Right.
yeah, well, you think that's bad. Look at this, you know, and you just kind of go off the deep end.
Yeah. I mean,
You don't really know what you're supposed
it's
to do about
so
that.
easy for confirmation bias nowadays. So easy.
Yeah. And something I have to explain to people is like, you can find a study that justifies anything.
Yeah.
You know, people will be like, I found a study, it's justified. I'm like, okay, do you believe in telepathy? Because I can show you 20 studies that prove telepathy. Like, you know, it's not that simple.
Look,
Yeah.
I saw the Baxter experiments of the plants. Okay. I do believe in telepathy. How dare you?
Yeah. There's actually a dude named Dr. Ian Stevenson. He was like a psychiatrist.
Mhm.
And for some reason, his entire like career was studying what he called cases suggestive of reincarnation. Reading his work is really weird. That's some funky stuff.
Yeah, my
Like,
mom was all into that stuff. I think there's some. Was he the guy? There's
Really?
some famous book, some famous reincarnation book. I'm trying to remember what it's called.
Your mom's
that,
into
like,
reincarnation?
oh, my mom's a big fucking new age hippie.
Wow.
Okay, listen.
Wow. Fascinating.
I like how you say that. Like that's so like shocking. Your mom plays in reincarnation, Sitch. Ugh.
Well, I just
You don't think?
it's-
Do you
it's
think the
interesting.
majority of people believe in reincarnation? I would assume so, or some kind of afterlife.
Yes, the majority of people
Yeah.
believe in afterlife. Yeah,
Right.
reincarnation seems like an interesting thing.
Mm-hmm.
I just
see,
find
I
it
see.
fascinating. I didn't know your mom was a hippie.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah, totally.
So,
Yeah.
the math games
Sick,
are going to
bro.
be more fun than everything
Sick, bro.
else. Like enough that the child will choose to pick the math
Dude,
games.
maybe.
Oh,
I don't know.
Maybe
If they're not,
Maybe.
wait,
What's-
yeah. Wait, hold on a second. If they're not, then make them better. Then do better. We should turn to this. We should turn. Here's what I'm saying.
This conversation could have been so much more interesting. Like, I'm curious, what if you hypnotize a child and
Ooh,
you know,
there you go.
you're forcing them coercively, but not coercively. Like you hypnotize them and then they really want to go to school, but it's only a
Interesting.
result of the nefarious
Well,
hypnotism.
look, Adam, I think Demon Mama has a good point. Like,
Mhm.
if you want people to eat healthy, just make the healthy food taste better.
Yeah.
It's
Con-
so easy.
Yeah, just
It's
put
so
sugar in
simple.
it. What's so
Yeah,
hard about
exactly.
that?
Fill it with sugar. Cotton
Boom.
candy, yeah.
It's so easy to solve health. Just make exercise fun and make good, healthy food taste better. I don't understand why no one's ever done this before, guys.
Yeah, exercise. Ooh, I can't wait
God.
to get up early and go to the gym. Sounds a fucking blast.
I mean, why can't they make exercise just feel as good as having sex? I don't understand. Why can't they just do that? Okay.
Wait, sex is exercise.
Bam, there you go. There you
thing
go.
here is we should turn
Add
to
that to the
these
curriculum.
things instead of forcing a child. If there's something that you have to force a child to do, like for example, here's an example of something I think you might actually have to apply force to a child to do. If a child has a cancerous tumor on their neck and they're running around, you're like, we need to get this looked at, and they won't go in. You might have to bite that bullet and say, yep, we got to force this kid to go get that taken care of because it's going to kill.
You might have to.
Mhm. Yeah. Yep.
You might have to.
As he said, bite the bullet. Like it's such a moral dilemma. Like to
Yeah.
remove a tumor from some.
Yeah, I'm imagining an experiment where this is asked to people. It's like the fucking like we'll ask some people in Brazil, ask some people in India, ask some people in America, and it's like very shockingly, 100% of them said, yeah, he used force. He forced him to go get treatment.
It's
I
just such
wonder-
a weird concept of force.
Definitely. I wonder how this would apply to like pets. And your pet doesn't want to go to the vet, but you still have to take them there because it's for their benefit, so they're healthy.
Yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
pets are kind of weird because like really they are your slaves, but they're better that way. Like my dog is a moron. If I let him outside, he would run in front of a car immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
The kid otherwise. There you go.
Yes, chat. I am implying that children and pets are the same.
I would be so much more open to that. But I think that should be used as a last resort. And in reality, I don't think we have to use force near to as much as we do right now. I think the reason we use force now is because it's deemed as expeditious to a specific end, and because, well, as it turns out, if you make it mandatory to go to school, you can push it off onto individual responsibility to blame people for when the system fails them. That's why I think we use force. I think you can build a system that uses no force and would achieve close to, if not 100% attendance by actually choosing to act.
I can't imagine like lawmakers sitting around like, okay, we need to pass a law that makes school mandatory. So that way, when people fail in society, we can blame them. Like that's the thought process here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know how to respond to that, being honest.
Actively pursue things that aren't force and pursue force only as a truly
I think politicians are in favor of mandatory school as a crime prevention method. I don't think they want a bunch of young boys with nothing to do all day. It's just a recipe for trouble. That's a total
That's such a good
recipe for
point.
trouble. What the
Sure.
fuck?
Sure.
This is idiotic.
last
Yeah,
effort.
And cool. I said, and you seem to take a lot of issue when I said use force as last effort with the super child who like cannot function in society. They're willingly making choices.
Yeah,
that we
because
know
you
is
said
gonna
that they
destroy
should be
them and, like, damage their lives.
institutionalized.
To get the
You said
help
they
they
should be
need, absolutely.
institutionalized.
If they're a danger to
Yeah, all right.
themselves, they're a danger to
I
everybody
don't.
else.
Well, then I guess you and I just have different positions on.
No, but this is the
efficacy
last use of force.
of
What
institutions.
If, what if they're gonna? What if they're gonna Roblox themselves? Like, would you be okay with force then?
I mean, me personally, I would take.
Okay, yeah. So he just asked them, Should you use force? Should the state use force to stop a child from ending their own life?
Mm-hmm.
And she couldn't even answer it. She has to go to, oh, but me personally.
Right.
It's not about you personally.
Yeah. It's about what the state should do. Right.
Yeah.
But she can't answer that question.
Yeah. It's like, this is so easy. This is like the easiest concession off of your hard position ever. It's like, yes, the state should be able to protect the lives of children.
Right.
And she can't commit. Yeah.
Well, doesn't she also have some position that like you should self-diagnose yourself for mental illness and not listen to a doctor?
I thought that was a position. Yeah.
I don't think it's quite that hard, but it's more like it's more like self-diagnosis should be respected and is a valid alternative to going to a doctor, I think, which is still
stupid,
kind of wild. Yeah.
Yes. No, that's a bad system.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Hold on a second. Wait.
What's the prescription?
Whoa! Don't. Oh, wow.
I'm glad Hans.
Yeah, why
I'm glad
don't we
he
have-
immediately spotted that? Yes.
Why don't we have Demon Mama's picture on this? Look, she's going insane.
I know.
What are we doing here?
I know. Well, look, that's why you got the little still picture right there. It's pretty accurate.
It is. No. She's exploding right now. There's
gonna do
spit
the
on the
performative thing
walls. No!
I mean, me personally, I would take.
What do you
Excuse me.
mean
Hold on
you
a second.
personally?
Wait.
What's the prescription?
Whoa! Don't. Oh, wow. We're gonna do the performative thing. Let's do it.
Did you?
yeah.
Listen,
Did
wanna
you
hear
back
yeah,
it up?
Me personally,
Yeah, I
if
did.
my
Let's
kid
hear it
was gonna-
again.
if
One more
my-
time.
If my child was going to like kill themselves. No, oh!
Force that.
I mean, me personally, I would take.
What do you
Excuse me.
mean
Hold on
you
a second.
personally?
Wait.
What's the prescription?
Whoa! Don't. Oh, wow. We're gonna do the performative thing. Let's do it. All right.
I mean, yeah.
Listen,
Yeah,
you want
like,
to hear? Yeah, me personally.
We're going to do the performative thing. He wasn't being performative.
Mm-hmm.
She
Yeah.
started. Yeah.
She's doing the whole
She's
performance thing.
screeching.
All
yes.
of this is
Yeah.
performance. Of this is performance art. This is Alex Jones level performance art, though.
Yes.
Please don't get kicked off of YouTube, Demon Mama.
If my kid was gonna, if my child was going to like kill themselves or was eminently in physical danger, then yes, I would tackle them. I would be like, look, let's get you out of the danger. I know you'll see through this on the other side.
What
And then
about
they
other
probably
people's
would.
kids? Would you force them? Would you
No.
you wouldn't you wouldn't let the state take children from parents when the kid says they're going to kill themselves and the parents aren't doing anything. You're really going to let that happen? Really?
Wait.
That's what you're dying on right now?
Hold on a second. You're saying that it, like, are we talking about like an idealized world? I obviously think that right now, in our current state of affairs, it's probably a good thing if a child is completely isolated from the rest of society, that we have a mechanism in place by which they can get out of that. But no. I don't.
She does this thing that's so annoying. Every time a question is asked, she completely reframes the question. Okay, because he said, if a child is gonna commit suicide and the parents are gonna do anything, do you think it's morally acceptable or right for the state to get involved? And then she's like, well, if a child is completely isolated, it's like, no, why do you she keeps adding all
Why
these
do you
fucking
think she does that?
elements? Because she can't, she knows that if she answers the actual question, she'll make her position completely
She's
untenable.
stalling for time, basically, is what you're saying.
Well, she's a combination of stalling for time, but also she has to reframe the question because her answer is stupid and insane, and she's
Right.
aware that her answer is going to make her look bad.
It seems like a tactic to make it appear as though she doesn't understand the question and stall for time and back and forth of, oh, I didn't understand what you actually meant type stuff. Just because she doesn't want to answer the question.
I don't think that's the intention. I think
Really?
it's just I don't want to answer that question, so I want to answer like it's the classic politician.
But I don't
thing.
think she wants to answer the other question either, the isolated question.
No,
Maybe.
she's trying. Okay, like when you ask a politician a question, they never answer it. They'll answer whatever question
Yeah.
they want to answer. Right. That's
Right.
what she's doing. She's just creating a new question to answer
Oh,
every
okay.
time.
Is she running for
Don't-
office
no.
soon? I hope so.
She might be. She might be.
No,
I don't believe. Hold on. No, you have to let me finish. If you ask me a question, no. I will stop it. Wait, Hans, I will stop right now. If you're gonna do this, I will stop right now.
You're allowed to run away. That's okay.
Bruh, I will stop.
Now I see why everyone was sharing this. Now I totally get it now. Because everyone was sharing this around, and I was like, I don't give a fuck if kids go to school. What? Why do I want to watch this?
Mm-hmm.
But now it completely makes sense.
Well, okay. Here's the question: is it better that the conversation gets torpedoed in this hyperbolic fashion and everyone shares it around, or would it have been better for Hans to just be chiller and let her finish and then ask like very probing follow-up questions and then sticking to them so she doesn't have this excuse to like bail out of the conversation?
Yeah, that's a tough one. That is totally a tough one. So she bails out early here because of this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the other situation though, you're sort
Yeah.
of presupposing that she would actually engage with questions honestly, which we have a lot of evidence that's not true.
No, that's never
she-
going to happen.
No, you're right. She wouldn't, but I think like if he gave her a very specific hypothetical and then she changes it, and then like you let her finish and then you say, okay, but you change the hypothetical, and then you go back to the original, and you just have to just keep doing this again and again and again and again until either they address it or they just look really stupid for not addressing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is what I mean. I felt like I was kind of doing that with Joel. Was I keep bringing him back to the original point I was trying to get him to respond to if he kept changing it.
Yeah. They're never going to answer a question that they don't want to answer. It's just
Sure.
physically impossible for them to do that.
Well, and also, I mean, maybe this is better too, because then it goes viral. You know, the arguments, the yelling is what people,
I know.
as you said, that's what people want. They
But
want
this
the
is what
attention.
Demon Mama wants. This totally makes Demon. We're talking about it on our show. She's won.
Sure.
This is exactly
Sure.
what she wants.
Right.
I mean,
Well, I
I
mean,
don't
it
know that
helps
it's a
Hans,
bad
too.
thing. It's
helps Hans,
totally
too, right?
entertaining. I don't know that it's a terrible thing. I mean, I
That's
guess
true.
it's terrible that she's calling Hans bad faith, because I don't feel like Hans is bad faith, but I feel like that's obvious, surface.
Right.
I did hear Destiny said Demon Mama was bad faith through the whole thing, which I mean, he has a huge community, obviously. So
Right.
Yeah, he hates Demon Mama, but I mean for good reasons. This just is like the consistent behavior that is very difficult to ignore. And then like see, you mentioned Destiny talking with Booksmarts about this conversation.
yeah, I saw part of that.
Yeah, so Booksmarts was in this weird position where
I
Booksmarts
didn't like.
also
I was like totally against Booksmarts in this. Go ahead.
yeah, so here's basically what happened is that Booksmarts also really doesn't like Demon Mama, but he has to try and correct for it. So he like overcorrected.
Oh, okay.
He was like he was trying to be really charitable because he knew like he just I mean, I'm trying to imagine myself in his position looking at this conversation. It's like, I really like Hans. I can't stand Demon Mama. And she's saying something that's just insane. I don't know how I could possibly like talk about this from an objective standpoint. Right. And that's what he was trying to do. So he kind of like overcorrected, which is sort of interesting, but yeah.
I watched him talking to Destiny. I didn't watch his commentary on the debate alone, but from talking to Destiny, it seemed like he was kind of doing he's kind of writing Demon Mama off as like a crazy person. So he's not giving her any responsibility for the conversation. Like he's almost like saying like, oh, she doesn't have free will. So I'm not going to focus on her responsibility in the conversation. I'm only going to focus on what Hans could have done better.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what Booksmart said.
Well, no. That's my impression of like what Booksmarts was kind of doing unintentionally in his mind. Because he was right. Like Hans definitely could have done different things to keep this conversation going in a much longer capacity. But why is he the only one responsible for doing that?
And I don't buy that Demon Mama here doesn't have any free will. I think this is complete manipulative behavior.
Right.
I feel like this is 100% free will driven. Like
Maybe.
I'm going to
Maybe.
manipulate you as much as possible for entertainment value. I feel like that's what's happening. My question is, and this is a question I think a lot of people have, because they're interested. It's fun debating people. It's fun talking to people about stuff like this. But what are the rules of engagement when you have someone who's just obviously bad faith on the face of it, and you're never really going to get any kind of honest dialogue at them, but at the same time, you want to engage because they're just the insanity of it is just too tempting. It's too entertaining. It's like
Sure.
Yeah, I mean,
you're like
it
flying
depends.
close to the sun here.
It
mean, I
depends
would-
what your goal is, right? If you just
Yeah.
want to get clicks and views, which nothing necessarily wrong with that.
No,
But,
I don't.
You know,
that's-
maybe
yeah.
maybe you try to be honest and nice in the beginning, and then when you realize this isn't going anywhere, you go for the shouting and the craziness. I don't know.
You do it. So if you're in Hans's shoes and you're going to debate someone who's obviously like extremely bad faith, you just go in and do it.
I mean, if I was Hans's situation, I would have held out much longer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I thought about this with the Joel conversation.
I mean, Joel
obviously
wasn't bad faith though. I think Joel was just
hold
like,
on, hold on. Joel is nowhere near the vicinity of Demon Mama, okay, in terms of insanity.
But you still think there was like bad faith going on?
Well, no. What I was going to say is, looking back at the Joel conversation, I feel like I'm too nice in these conversations. And what I mean by that is I'm fine being nice and trying to just ask people questions at first, but I feel like when we get stuck in these circles that go nowhere, that I need to be prescriptive and say, no, you are wrong because X. What you're saying is wrong or dishonest, or you're not addressing the point. I feel like I need to be more like, well, dishonest always.
You're not being honest with yourself would be a better way to say it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I just feel like I need to be more like.
No, I agree.
Like the audience wants you to like put a point at the end of something. Like,
I agree.
You need to come out hard, because if you don't, they're like, oh, you let them run away with this.
I agree. Yeah, I read the comments. The thing is, when you do more of these, you get better. And like Sitch, I don't know that you've done. I mean, I think I've done probably like 3 times, 4 times, 5 times the number of debates as you.
Probably.
Yeah. But you're way better than me. That's what's so crazy about it. It's like, yeah. You're better at it. You're way better at it.
Forget.
Yeah.
I spent my teenage years on the message boards arguing about who's going to win in a fantasy fight between Super Saiyan Goku and Superman.
Yeah.
Okay?
I know. I was like running from school surfing.
Born in the internet debates, Atom.
and smoking weed in the bushes. Okay. I just think it's fun. I just like debating is fun. It's totally fun. Yeah.
Sure.
And you get better at it. So I'll drag Sitch into doing more of these debates. I'll set up a Sitch Demon Mama debate.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's gonna
please
be
no. Please no.
It's gonna be awesome.
No, God, no.
I tried to get you to debate someone and you didn't want. Oh, I think I was trying to set up a Sitch Milo Yiannopoulos debate and Sitch wouldn't do it.
I don't want to.
Sitch was like, nah, I don't want to do it.
About what?
I don't know.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's Milo Yiannopoulos. It'll be hilarious.
Jeez.
Debate him about Western culture.
We debate Sargon every other week, and it's awesome. So, I don't know. It's fun. You guys pitch me.
That
pitch
conversation was
debates.
fun for 2 hours.
Pitch me some debates. And
right? Did that debate? Was sorry, I went on too long. That was the problem.
Yes.
It just went on too long.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see the rage. Oh, go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
I was going to say. So I was kind of 2 minds about the Big Joel thing, because on one hand, you looked really good not getting tilted by what I perceived to be pretty obvious, like either passive aggressive behavior or dishonesty. I couldn't exactly tell what was going on.
What was the passive aggressive behavior? Because I didn't really. What was passive aggressive?
Basically, like he didn't seem willing to engage with the idea that he was wrong at all.
He can't engage with a single premise that we laid out for him at all.
Yeah, exactly. So like. Right. It came across, that's why I said potentially passive. I don't know exactly what was going on, but it's, Sitch would like say something and then he would respond, and just like none of the substance of what was mentioned was addressed at all. And then like you said, you would have to just say it again.
Right.
And like on one hand, I think you looked really good by not doing that. And a problem that I've noticed is that, when conversations get heated, it's pretty rare that people will universally get credit for like not being responsible for that. It's like if someone's being an asshole to you and you call them an asshole and someone sees it, it just looks like 2 people fighting.
Yeah, no, that's true.
I'm kind of wondering if it's better just to do your best to not escalate to that point, like ever. That's sort of my inclination, but I'm not sure. I'm not particularly good at debating.
Well, I feel like morally you're correct. I'm just trying to think of like because I'm thinking like, okay, people, I listen to Destiny debates, I listen to other people debates, and I laugh and I smile when the person calls out the person for being an asshole.
Mhm.
And I feel like, I mean, I know I don't generally try to do that in conversations. And I'm like, but I enjoy when other people do it in these kind of conversations.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to if I ever have these conversations. I can't
Right.
I can't help it. But I
Call
just
them out
it's
for
the
being
correct
an
thing to do.
asshole?
Oh yeah. Like there's this guy who it's being pretty rude. Let's put it that way.
Mhm.
And like you want to talk about passive aggressive. One thing he said to me was, and this was in response to the Vosh video. He said, "You have a nice voice, very lovely. It's a shame it's not in the service of something decent." Which is like the most passive aggressive. I just fucking called him an asshole. Like
Yeah.
that's just my reaction. It's like if I call you on, it's like, okay, you're an asshole. Okay, I'm just gonna call you an asshole. It's just my first response.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really passive aggressive. That's just aggressive.
Well, yeah, I'm not passive aggressive.
No, I mean like their original comment.
Was there anything
it's
Joel
trying
did
to
that actually was passive aggressive? I zoned out. I don't know if you guys said anything.
I don't remember exactly. Like I felt like there was a tinge of animosity, and of just not engaging with like the arguments.
Well, not engaging. That's not passive aggressive though. It's like I'm of the mind that most people, it's just physically impossible for them to imagine that they're wrong. Most people, that's the way they're just wired.
Yeah, but listen, like when we had a debate with Sam and Aaron, okay, about critical race theory.
Yeah.
I would lay out, or you would lay out a premise, and they would like actually respond to whatever we were talking about. Now we would disagree, but there was some sort of like response. And I would always feel like with Joel, he literally would never respond to any premise that we put forward.
Right.
At all. Like he wouldn't even engage with the premise.
So I think the reason that I felt like it was passive aggressive was because he was denigrating your argument without even really acknowledging it. And I don't know exactly what to call that. But that's kind of how it felt to me.
Well, I mean, he did accept though. In the end, though, you kept making the argument that Blair was making an argument that he was mischaracterizing that argument. And in the end, he did admit that he understood that there were two arguments there.
But how many times did I have to repeat that argument to get to the point?
Yeah, but we
said
got
it
it
like 7 times.
We got it. It's there. He said, "Yeah, I understand."
But then he gave some qualifier. It was a very tacit agreement. I don't remember exactly what it was.
You got to take what you can get, man. You got to take what you can get.
I guess.
Just acknowledging the fact that he realized that there were the two distinct arguments there. I count that as a win. Most people just they're not even able to comprehend that.
I wish that he had uploaded his version on YouTube, because I'd be super curious to read the comments.
No, you
from
don't
his
hear,
audience.
You don't want to hear that. You'd want to.
I'm curious to see what they would say.
Usually, I was tempted to. My like initial response was like, oh, they would just agree with him. But I've actually found a bunch of videos where like a content creator uploads a video and their whole audience just like excoriates them.
Really?
Yes.
Oh yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah, like one of the really interesting things was the response. Like, so Vosh responded to my video a couple of times, and I checked the like the secondary Vosh simp channels that like upload clips and stuff. And generally speaking, they were agreeing with me. They were like chewing him out for his response, and I was really surprised.
Wow.
Interesting.
We watched one of those on our. Doomer was on the Thursday stream with me, and we watched one of those responses, and Doomer responded to it. If you want to check it out, it's pretty good. We added commentary to Vosh responding, but I remember Vosh being super serious, like a level of seriousness that's uncanny. So I do think that you made an impression on him. I think Vosh was coming off like he didn't even really watch the video, but I do think he watched it multiple times.
He read the script, Adam.
That's what he said, but I think he watched the video multiple times. I think I think it moved him. I think he was like, okay, I'm bigger now. I really have to be more serious. I can't be making errors like this. Yeah. Well, that was my take, my speculation, obviously.
The reason your video was so good was, you spent all the time to really construct all your arguments very well, and to have clear examples that everyone can just see.
I know.
You make a claim, here's an example. Where generally, 99% of the time when someone makes these critique videos, it's just them kind of rattling off their opinion,
That's Sitch's number one complaint. He always says someone will make a claim in a video, and he's like, just show the clip. What the fuck are you talking about? Give us some evidence.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
My general thinking was that I wanted to talk as little as possible. Like I need to establish the frame of what exactly is going on, but I really didn't want to show a clip where I would have to give like background or explain it or like tell you what you're looking at. Like because as soon as you do that, first of all, it seems dishonest, and it probably is a lot of the time. But beyond that, it's just not as effective. If something is just prima facie a certain way, my commentary doesn't even need to add to it. It's just it's communicated perfectly.
Right.
And the only thing people can say is you clip me out of context, and then I get to say, well, that's interesting. I included a Google document with all the sources. Can you please show me an example of me quoting someone out of context? And then they don't have an example and they have to run away butthurt. And it's fucking awesome.
Right.
Yeah.
Brevity is the soul of wit.
I have too many days smoking weed in the bushes to put together that document. That document.
I think that's a really good way of looking at creating a video like that. It's saying, I want to talk as little as possible. It's the exact right way you want to do something like this.
Yeah. Like people really interrogated why I used the Count Dankula example. They were like, surely there are better examples of like bad faith. And I was like, yeah, there's actually a better example from like a month ago. But the problem is like taking that conversation and turning it to something people can watch is like almost impossible. It's just a terrible conversation.
That's true.
Yeah, too many clips make people suspicious.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my problem. I would always, especially when I make videos, I feel like I just go way too much. I gotta cut back, cut down. Afro Fry Cook for $20 says lefties like to downplay the distinctions between different people. One is between adults and children being responsible for their actions. So of course she's in favor of treating them like adults. Very suspicious in my opinion. That's true. That's true to some degree. Short Fight Otaku. Hey Dev. Dev for 5 Canadian says, Doomer, when is the Short Fight Otaku's unironically evil video coming out?
Dude, this is so funny. Counter question, Short Fat Otaku. When's your Vosh video coming out, buddy? Got him. Got him. But yeah,
destroy.
It's kind of funny. Like 3 people a day ask me to make hit pieces on them, which is interesting.
On themselves?
So
they'll be like, make a hit piece.
Never make a hit piece on me. You have to promise. You have to promise.
That's right.
Nah, you seem nice, Adam.
God, if someone's putting together a hit piece that methodical, I think I deserve it. Like what the? I probably
don't say that. Don't say that now. Don't say that.
Well, no, I just like none of that's not really a hit piece though. It's like not out of context. I think of a hit piece as blatantly dishonest, but it doesn't seem like in that you did anything dishonest. But I guess it is kind of a hit piece.
Yeah, I called it a hit piece just because there's no reason to try and couch your language, even though, it's much less dishonest than you would expect from this sort of thing. That was sort of the point. I actually did the research and actually tried to, not clip things out of context and not, be as charitable as possible and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But a lot of people have this meme. They're like, well, anyone who has streamed a long time, you could make this video about them. And I just so strongly disagree with that. Like, I don't think if I watched most people their entire career, I would have like 1/10 of the material. of like what went into that video, right?
Dude, I immediately thought, well, I've never advocated for violence, but I think someone could twist me saying fuck off and die to my kid as like, or leaving them at the park, things that are obvious jokes, things like that. They'd probably twist into something nefarious.
I'm such an asshole. I forgot to put featuring Doomer Politics in the title.
Oh, you did? What an asshole.
God, what a terrible person I am.
How dare you?
That's
to be fair, I was late.
Jeez.
You weren't late. I made that up. I lied.
Yeah, I know. Someone said that to me in a DM, and I was just like,
I lied in the chat, guys. Doomer was on time. We were fucking around.
That's true.
All right. Let's see. I feel a rage quit coming. Well, now you guys totally spoiled the ending, but
yeah. Well, I mean, it's a short conversation. So.
Spoil it, or it could be better.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Spoiler. Okay. For those of you that are not high in cognition, spoiler alert.
There's a rage. Yeah.
There's a rage quit. Yes.
I haven't raised my voice like.
All right, this is easy.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, this is easy.
All right,
yeah, because you're talking over me.
So the question.
You literally need to let me finish on this. You asked me a specific question.
Here's the question.
I will not.
And you didn't.
I will not do this. I will not.
The question was. if your kid is going to Roblox themselves, will you stop them and institutionalize them? And
Yes,
you
I
said,
would.
And you said yes for them.
No.
No. And then so I'm asking.
Every time
dude,
someone does that, I always think it's Destiny. Like Destiny started that meme. No. It's so difficult to do. Like, how do they do it? They must practice in the mirror or something.
There you go.
No.
Look at this base comment in the chat from Cave Dwelling Cannibal Witch.
Wow,
as
that's
someone who-
quite the title.
Quite the title. As someone who was basically the super child who kept escaping from school, my life would be much worse off if they hadn't forced me to go back. They dragged me sobbing and struggling, and I adjusted in like 2 days with minor curriculum adjustments. Based.
Yes,
There you go.
that's
There you
it.
go.
Based in true.
Yeah. There's so many things that I just I did not want to do, and someone dragged me into doing them, and I was like, this is the best thing that ever happened to me.
True.
Yeah.
That's very true.
Yeah, totally.
I really did not want to be in Boy Scouts.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad that my parents forced me to be in Boy Scouts.
I met my wife at a party I didn't want to go to.
There you go.
Fucking
you get Eagle?
drag me to
Of
the
course.
party, and I was like,
Yeah, see, I got life. What does that mean?
Life
Did
is
you
right
give
before
a
Eagle.
fuck?
Life
Yeah,
is right
yeah.
before Eagle. No one gives a fuck.
No one gives a fuck about life. Yeah.
No.
Oh, you got some merit badges? Oh, that's nice.
Was that
You were a Boy Scout
were
too,
you down
Doomer?
on
Huh? Yeah, I was a Boy Scout. I got life. I didn't do the project to get Eagle.
pathetic?
Yeah.
Is that the only reason you get Eagle, or you didn't have enough merit badges?
Oh no,
What
I
is
had all the
life
fucking
mean?
merit badges. I collected those motherfucking merit badges.
So
dude.
wait, all
I
you
had merit
needed to
badges
do
for
was
days.
all you needed to do was your Eagle project, and you didn't.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Dude, I was the truant. I was the truant in Boy Scouts too. Fuck school.
Wait a
fuck
minute.
Boy Scouts.
No one.
Fuck
Wait,
all your
hold on,
bullshit.
hold on.
Listen
No
to
one gets
this.
to life in Boy Scouts by being a truant. Okay, let's not fucking bullshit here. That's still a lot of work.
Sitch, we're in the
Not
dark
really.
here. What is life? Is life like
Okay.
almost Eagle or?
Life is the rank right before Eagle Scout.
Okay. Yeah. What the fuck, Doomer?
Yeah.
Look, I was actively
You need to
wanting
go
rebel.
back to Boy Scouts. Okay, we
my
need to
father
fix
told me to
this.
get Eagle Scout, and I said no. I'll tell you where to stick that eagle.
Doomer's going to be the oldest Boy Scout there.
You know, well, actually, no, you can't. One of the requirements is you can't get Eagle after you're 18.
What? Oh,
Yeah. So there's a cutoff. But no, it's funny because I had a similar thing where like I was star or life, stars right before life.
Mhm.
And I was like, I don't really care about getting Eagle. And my dad was basically like, I'm forcing you to get Eagle.
oh,
Yeah.
wow.
So, and I'm glad he did. I'm glad he did.
You brag about it on the show all the time.
I
It's
know
so
exactly.
insufferable.
Where would I see? I couldn't ever
Fuck
brag
Papa
about.
Sitch. Jesus
If I
Christ.
was a life, I couldn't talk about being a Boy Scout because everyone asks, "Oh, are you Eagle?" It's the first thing anyone asks.
Totally.
Yeah,
When you're in Boy
yeah. I don't
Scouts.
talk about it unless it's funny, like now. But
Exactly.
yeah,
Look
that's
at
the whole
this
reason to
guy.
bring it up because I look like a jackass compared to someone who
Didn't get
actually went through the
Eagle.
whole thing.
Fascinating. Fascinating.
And
I was-
I'm just shocked that you got all the merit. Wait, did you have the required merit badges, or you had a bunch of like pussy merit badges?
Dude, I collected merit badges like they were fucking Pokemon, dog. I had all the
Okay.
merit badges.
Okay.
How do you feel, Sitch, now that there are girls who are Eagle Scouts?
I don't care. I'm totally fine with girls being in Scouts.
Really?
Yeah, I have no problem with it. I made a video on
Very
it. I have literally
progressive.
no problem with girls being in Scouts.
Very
whatsoever.
progressive of you. That was an
Well, it was a-
amazing video. Your Boy Scouts video is like baller. I love that video.
Well, it was a totally bullshit thing because it wasn't there was never a discussion to have Boy Scouts be mixed. It
Mhm.
was just you would have Girl Scouts, you'd have girls that could be in the same type of program as Boy Scouts.
Mhm.
And if they wanted to do functions together, they could shoot both troops could choose to do those functions
Yeah.
together. But there was not a mixed Boy Scout Girl Scout.
Dances. That'd be
There you
great.
go.
Yeah.
And they already had, and that was the thing too. They already had something called Venture Scouts, which had girls in it already.
Wait, did you sell the popcorn?
We sold wreaths and popcorn, yes,
Dude, the
and
popcorn was pretty
lasagna
good.
dinners. We did all that nonsense. Yeah.
Yeah, the popcorn is pretty. I think I did the wreaths one year, but that was more like
Mm-hmm.
a church thing.
Well, that was easy because I just be like, oh, I tell my parents like, oh, just sell these to people at your jobs, and they would do that. So they did all the work for me in that one. But look, did you have shotgun shooting?
Maybe, but I would have been too much of a coward.
There you go. Wow. Come on.
All right, let's see
And then-
the.
Hans, I'm done.
And then I'm,
Hans,
and then I'm
consider
asking
this.
about for other people's
Hans,
kids. For other
Hans,
people's kids, would you be okay with
Hans,
the state doing that to other people's children if the kids
Hans,
going to Roblox themselves? That's a yes or no
Hans,
question.
Hans, first of all, I'm actually done with this. Like, we're not going to continue with this afterwards. Like, I'm actually done. And consider this a serious mark on our friendship, because I think this is remarkably ridiculous. First of all, you asked me 2 different questions. The first time you said, would I personally tackle my child if they were in physical danger? Yes, I would take that onto myself. I would take the risk of potentially harming my child physically onto my own hands. And if I hurt them in the process, that would be my goddamn responsibility, because I chose to intervene there. Then, just very, very slippery, you just about 5 seconds ago changed the question when you said, no, wait, the question I asked you was whether you would have them institutionalized. And you never said that in the first situation, nor did I ever do that. This entire conversation has been you. Excuse me, I'm not even. Hans, are you for real?
I'll give that to you.
I'm done. Hans,
I think what I said was about.
The chat says you get an F on friendship. Hell yeah.
Like whether
Hans,
or not you would stop.
are you for real?
But then you asked. But then I asked,
Hans,
would you stop other
are you for real
people's
right
kids
now?
from doing this? It's
Hans,
a
is this?
question.
Well, let's see, but this is what I was asking. Okay, because on one hand, okay, we all know Team Mama is coming to this conversation in a bad way. If you don't want to say bad faith, okay, whatever. She's not answering the questions honestly. But I still feel like it would have been better for him to just let her finish and then ask the second question, as opposed to just kind of devolving into the shouting.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it's not as
just
funny. It's not as funny though.
Not
Maybe
interrupt
that's the
her?
problem. Yeah. Just let her go. Just let her talk.
I don't. She's not saying anything of value or anything.
Yeah, but just sometimes you have to bite the bullet to let the conversation continue.
Let them
Okay.
ramble. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sure. I
Let
mean, there are lots of
Grandpa
times.
talk.
Sure, there's a lot of times when we're talking to Joel or Sam or Aaron or even no bullshit where they're just fucking rambling, and I'm like, okay, this is pointless, but you know,
Oh,
you
I
have to
know.
let them finish. You know.
God, the rambling drives me insane.
Actual justice warrior. Hey, Sean. Sean's there. Hey, Sean. And for $5 says, are we just going to gloss over that Adam said he met his wife at a party he didn't want to go to, aka page 15 of a 2000s rom-com?
Yeah.
Airport chase memes now.
No airport
There you go.
chase memes, but yeah.
Adam, I don't think you're a real person. Okay, I think you're just a Californian genetically engineered character from a rom-com from 2000.
I often think how my life would be different if I hadn't gone to that party.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is kind of crazy.
You'd be happy. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry.
You're so bad.
Is this?
Let's not even talk
Wait,
about
is this?
institutionalizing? Let's
Hans,
just
Hans,
talk about
Hans,
stopping
Hans,
like the Roblox
Hans.
thing.
Hans, I'm done.
Hans.
This is disrespectful and stupid.
Okay.
And I mean that. Like, I mean that on a very real way. Like, I came in here totally ready to have an actual conversation with you. And what keeps happening is you'll ask.
Lie.
Yeah, no, it's total. But he was bullshitting from the first word of the conversation. It was bullshit,
Lie.
Me a question, then you interrupt, and when I try to be able to actually answer that question, then you accuse me of talking too much. But if you ask me a question,
take
you
a long
excuse
time
me,
to explain
you're doing it right now. You're doing it right now. Oh, nice meme. I love that.
I mean, yeah.
Is that a problem? Do you think you have a problem that I talk too much?
I mean,
Is that
gish
a problem?
galloping is a thing. Like you don't really
You
stay
think
on,
that's-
you don't
you-
really
wait,
stay
you
on
think-
topic. Yeah.
You think that? Wait, where have I gish galloped? Give me a specific.
You haven't answered anything in good
Yeah.
faith this entire
No.
conversation.
Nope.
Yeah,
Nope.
you've avoided every single hypothetical. You've posed hypotheticals that are completely off topic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's been zero engagement here,
Mm-hmm.
despite the fact that you've talked 66% of the time.
Well, there's been engagement. It's just been kind of like dishonest reframing engagement.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Specific example of where I've
So
gish
I
galloped.
asked you whether you would stop your own child from Robloxing themselves, and then you
Yes.
said yes. And then the second question.
That's a direct answer, Hans. That's not a fucking gish gallop,
and,
dude.
and,
This
and,
is
and
so-
then the second
this
question,
is so
which,
stupid.
which you refused to
Dude,
answer,
come the fuck
was,
on. You know
are
that
you in
you know that
favor
you-
of a state interceding to stop someone from Robloxing themselves if
Oh, wait,
their
wait,
parents
wait.
won't do it?
What is he saying? Roadblocks?
Kill yourself.
Oh,
Kill your
that's like a thing.
Roblox. Yeah.
I guess you can't say suicide
Mhm.
on Twitch or something.
Don't
Twitch is,
say
like,
it then.
terrible.
What are you doing, Sitch?
We're not on Twitch. We can say kill
Oh,
yourself
okay.
as much as long as we're not telling a person
Right.
to kill yourself, we're fine.
Okay.
Okay. Twitch is
Oh.
way worse.
Yeah,
than
don't
YouTube.
kill
Yeah, I don't-
yourself, guys. Nobody do
Yeah,
that.
I don't
Hold
think
on
it's
a
a rule.
second. Wait, do you want to watch
If you smoke too much weed and come close, we're not responsible.
back the VOD? I challenge you to go watch back the VOD, because if you go back and watch back the VOD, you didn't let me finish that answer at all. Not even close. I didn't even get
'cause you
halfway
started
through.
watching other
Ah!
stuff.
You're doing it again. You're doing it again right now. Literally every single time I respond, you start to interrupt me before I can even answer. This is
Okay.
incredibly frustrating.
All right, I'll give it.
And I know, and
give
it's
you, like,
funny.
2
I
minutes.
guess. I guess. Like,
at the
no,
fucking
I'm
hand
done.
gesture.
I
Hans looks so wasted right now. What is he drinking? Doesn't he look wasted?
No.
He might be. He was the other night.
He looks
Oh, there you
blazed.
go.
literally don't want to engage with you anymore. I actually
Okay.
think this is one of the worst. I'm disappointed personally, because like
Cool.
and whatever, like you can say that's whatever, but I came on here because you invited me on, you wanted to have a talk about this, and I really genuinely tried to engage. I don't think I've thrown any
I don't think
insults
you
at
did, but that's totally okay.
Really? Wait,
Based-
wait,
I
can
know,
you tell me where?
I know
wait,
you're disappointed in
you're
me.
ju-
I mean,
Yeah, but-
you made fun of like the concept of like getting a kid to go to school, even though you agreed that like in certain
Wait,
situations.
did I make fun of that?
Yes, you did. I don't think you engaged with the question. You talked about like how to, in regards to like what's the important thing. I explained to you that like not having an education in society is literally life crippling for children.
Wait,
And you
I
didn't-
never engaged with that.
Yeah, you didn't engage with that
No.
whatsoever.
I
You
did
didn't engage
literally
once.
engage with that.
Never.
Like I don't know, just watch back the VOD. Like
We
I don't
just
know, this is,
watched it
like,
back.
This is absurd. I genuinely did not expect like this level of actual bad faith from you. I'm
Oh
so
my
sorry.
god.
Actual
Yeah,
bad
well, I don't think
faith.
you are.
The
I'm not.
projection
I think you're exactly.
is out
Actual
of control.
bad faith.
Yes. Yes.
The actual bad faith person.
I
That's what
feel like
thought.
Demon Mama like studied Vosh and was like, okay, I'm gonna start debating like Vosh. Like this is
Yeah.
a lot of Vosh
That's-
tactics. I feel like.
That's the meme. Demon Mama gets called Destiny 3.0. 'cause
Oh, really?
Flash
That's
copied
funny.
Destiny.
Yeah.
Demon copied Destiny.
I can see that.
I can hear it. I can hear these are like things I would hear Vosh say.
Did you listen to what's the Lawrence Southern on what are the
On,
two lawyer guys? Yeah.
Viva
Fry.
Fry?
Yeah, and Barnes
No, I didn't.
and
No,
Robert
why?
Barnes. You didn't listen to because she
didn't see
laid
it.
out. Oh, they were. That is a great conversation. Like three very smart people talking.
Mhm.
And she laid out this is the biggest problem is that the person that goes bad faith first tends to win. And that's being reinforced over and over again. It's funny that I don't think of Destiny as bad faith, but there was a time when I really did think of Destiny as bad faith. So, and we talked about this on that Thursday stream that we did, Doomer, when I brought up that we're in this weird situation where I feel like people have to say things that no human being should say to kind of get the attention to grow a channel, and then they spend their entire career trying to backpedal from that completely crazy, obnoxious thing that they said.
Yeah. I mean, that does seem to be the trend, but I don't know. I'm not willing to do that.
Oh, yeah, none of us are willing to do that, but there are a bunch of people that are willing to do that. Vosh, Demon Mama, like throw me in, right? I'll say whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think Destiny is bad faith, but I do think he gets into trouble where he'll get in like these arguments, and it's just I feel like they're just arguing for the sake of the argument.
I agree. Yeah, that's
I
one
feel
of
like
the reasons why I haven't invited him on, because I'm like, why do we? I mean, we're gonna talk about a bunch of places where we agree, and he's gonna disagree with us. It's like we're better off
Yeah,
not talking
right.
to him.
Like
Yeah,
I
but-
felt like his second conversation, Who Wants Bro, was very much like that. I feel like there are aspects in him and what was the guy's name? Fantastic's
Right.
conversation with Sean and Lauren, where like I just felt like they're just arguing to argue at this point. Like it doesn't feel
Sometimes I
legitimate.
feel like, okay, people walk into a conversation and they have one image of us that they think, okay, well, it's going to hurt my career if I agree with these guys, because these guys have a reputation for being conservative, right wing, MAGA chuds, whatever it is. It's
I mean, I
completely
don't think-
fictional, but
Yeah, I think that's definitely motivation for some people. I don't think that's Destiny's motivation. I think he's just a natural contrarian.
yeah, I agree. Yeah, I totally think that's the case.
I think that's just his normal emotional state is to just try to look for an argument.
Yeah.
Well, there's also a thing where if you don't make positive claims and you just critique the positive claims that others make, it's like the ultimate high ground in terms of argument, because there's always
Right.
something that's slightly wrong about what someone thinks. And if you don't
Mhm.
put anything forward of your own, then there's something for the other person to attack, which is like very
Right.
much something I've done in my personal life, to like not put things forward so people won't attack them. And then someone says dumb shit and I can't help myself. You know, it puts you in a position where you're very likely to win conversations, but it's not necessarily productive.
No, that's a fantastic point. Yeah. If you're not, if someone else is the one putting out all the prescriptions, it's super easy to tear it all down. And then you don't have to defend anything on your end. And it's interesting because that's kind of what like so much of leftist socialism critique is on the internet. It's just deconstructing everything.
Yeah.
Without really focusing on the prescription.
Yeah, because like if they talk about problems with capitalism, I'd probably agree with a lot of it. But then they propose something and it's like, okay, but here are some, you know, just realistic things that you should expect if you tried to do this, and they'll just be like, no.
Right. No, exactly. Exactly.
No. Yeah.
That fits here because Demon Mama's not engaging with the problem. She doesn't want to put a proposal out. She spent the whole conversation avoiding that.
Right.
Yeah.
She didn't explain her explanations for how to get kids to school was yummy food and gamify school.
I just know this is wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right,
So,
have a good one.
and that's where we will end this.
Oh, that was excellent. Oh, Jesus. She said we were done, so I took her out of the speaking to Hans thing.
Oh, nice. Good job, Hans. Good job. I'm glad he kicked her from the show.
Oh my God. I never noticed his thumbnail. He's like Super Saiyan and Demon Mama's got the Majin Buu sign on her forehead.
What does that mean? That's a great thumb.
It's a villain character from Dragon Ball Z. There's a little M on their forehead.
Here, let me remove that. So look at that.
Actual
Debate
Justice
with Demon
Warrior
Mama.
for
Mandatory
$5. Oh, I guess it makes sense because she's Demon Mama. So that's why he gave her the
Drama
Majin Buu sign.
Mama.
That's funny.
No, Drama Mama is what I think her name should be.
Sean says for $5, the angry trucker thinks talking more is winning and goes, whoa, 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 way, went back into a corner. It's embarrassing in every way.
Yeah. Sean's
True.
a great debater too. Sean is really
Sean is a very good
top
debater,
notch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sean debated Vosh, and I remember Vosh did a complete, just dastardly thing at the end where he hung up on Sean. Sean was in the middle of asking him a question, and he hung up on him. And on Vosh's end, he was so excited that he had done that he had like, I bested. Look at that! I cut him off mid-speech.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, so just. It's very telling when someone is like, I am mean to this person deliberately. I mean,
Right.
it's like kicking a dog and feeling good about it. It's like, I don't get it.
Vosh's audience specifically doesn't. They care way more about winning optically than anything else. Like there was a recent, and this isn't like speculation, by the way. I'm giving an example. There was a recent thing with there was a 14-second clip that circulated of a cop supposedly planting evidence. And that's just not at all what happened. You know, Vosh responded to it really over the top, is, you know, in the way that you would expect. And then on the same stream, he found out that it was wrong, and like had to walk it back. And after like probably 30 minutes of like, you know, trying to, you know, walking it back more and more and more until he finally admitted that there's nothing wrong here, he had like an argument with his chat about how to respond to the situation. And the entire, like, there was no mention of like it was just all about optics. It's like, what's the best optical way to respond? It's like, is that really what matters? Like, shouldn't you maybe say, hey, that was a really bad thing that just happened. Maybe we shouldn't do that again. No, it's just, how do we optically respond to the,
Right. But I mean, it makes sense because he's cultivated this audience in this position of all I care about is he's consequentialist, man. All I care about is the consequences at the end of the day. And if that's your position, then yeah, all you care about is optics. You don't care about what is morally right.
Yeah.
It's sad.
V Radio, I did a Thursday stream with him. He's been in our chat a few times. He did a stream with a guy, it might have been yesterday or the day before, and it was a Kyle Rittenhouse guy who was fully on the Kyle Rittenhouse is a white supremacist shooting into the crowd. Like, he fell for all of that stuff, like a true believer on the left and all that stuff. And V talked him out of that, and he came on the stream and admitted that he was wrong. And I thought, wow, that's kind of crazy. Yeah,
That is
I
kind
mean,
of crazy.
he blamed it on the fact that he didn't like the revelry over the loss of life, and he felt like that had put him in an emotional state that made him basically fall for the nonsense. But I didn't necessarily buy into his reasoning for why he believed so hard, but he was very sincere about how he did believe Kyle Rittenhouse was this. You can do the mind experiment where you think of Kyle Rittenhouse like a school shooter or something like that. I know that's the way a lot of people see him, but if you look at those videos, no, that's like not even remotely what happened.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, but to see people see it, I mean, it's so weird because like the Covington situation was the exact same way, and some people are just never gonna. I mean, once they
Some
take
people
a
have never
position, it's
backed off
over.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well-
It's really crazy.
It seems like way more people backed off Covington than backed off Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yes, and Kyle is a weird thing because they keep. I don't know if you watched the hearing, the first hearing that they had, the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, and the defense or the prosecution seems. I mean, obviously he's an attorney. He's not. He may not be in the bubble, but he's definitely using arguments that the people in media and in the bubble are using.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is just they're going to put forward the case that Kyle Rittenhouse went to Kenosha looking for a fight and found one.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what else can they do?
Nothing. That's
Yeah, I mean,
the- yeah.
I-
But it
I
is
can't-
nefarious that they're even pursuing that line of questioning when it's completely fictitious.
Well, that's what I mean. That's why I get so disgusted with a lot of prosecutors when you see them making these arguments and it's like, okay, the prosecutor knows this is a bullshit charge. Like, why are you going after this? I mean, there's like
Yeah.
all sorts of politics associated with the position. That's the issue. But like, come on, they know that they're not going to get him on these murder charges. They just have to because was it Keith Ellis or whomever, dropped a bunch of charges on Kyle Rittenhouse because he knew it would look good for himself politically.
Will there be riots like Rodney King when Kyle
No.
Rittenhouse gets off?
No. There'll be some minor kerfuffle that the news media will try to blow up as like a big thing, and then everyone will forget about it in like a
Right.
day.
I mean,
don't-
there might be. I think there definitely would have been if Chauvin got off.
Yeah, but I think that's an entirely different situation.
Yeah.
Sure, it is. But I'm just saying, like, that was a situation where I'm like 100% sure that there would have been some
Oh yeah. Yeah.
serious civil unrest.
Oh no, if Chauvin got off with nothing, I agree with you. It would have been like Riot City. Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't know. It's a 50-50 for me. I couldn't tell you.
But here, if the people of Kyle shot were black, then I
Oh
would,
yeah.
I would agree.
It
with you.
would
There
be
would be
over.
riots. Yes, even if it's the exact same situation, but they're black, it would be a very different circumstance.
I wonder if they'll televise the trial. I'm not sure. I mean,
I don't know.
they had that thing was televised basically. I mean, streamed. I guess not really
Right,
televised,
right.
but I can't believe they didn't move it from Kenosha just because I like. How can you get a fair trial in Kenosha?
Well, I mean, how did
Yeah.
Chauvin get a fair trial? Where he was.
Yeah, I don't know that they. I don't know much. All right, do we have
What was on your list? There were some things that we were going to talk about.
on my list? Let me see.
Yeah.
Here. My list. Crazy, insane, cancelable take.
What was your awful,
yeah.
crazy take?
Okay, so explain your take first. You want to remove the voting restriction age?
Why you? What? Oh, this is about you, Doomer. Why? What are you calling me out for?
Is your take related to that?
Yeah, my take is like the opposite of his take. I think.
Okay.
My take?
Yeah.
Well, everyone always gets my take wrong, so I actually wrote my argument out. I have like I'm a full
Okay.
argument here. The argument for lowering the voting age. This is
Well, I
long
thought-
though. You really want
it's
to go
not-
into this? This
All right.
is
Should
like-
I?
Well,
I was gonna say.
I'm super bummed because like I didn't wake up one morning and go voting 12-year-olds. That should be a thing, okay? This is not like a demon mama situation. There are certain problems in society that I'm trying to like work a solution for. So I basically lay out my problems, and I think the idea of letting the parents vote for the children, I think, solves the problem. So I think my take might be, instead of disenfranchising kids, let the parents have the vote for the kid until the kid turns 18.
That's an even worse take than your original take. I'm going to be honest.
Well, listen, here's the thing.
Because but wait a minute. Because remember when you gave your original get rid of the voting age take, my counter argument was kids will just vote however their parents want to. So you're essentially giving extra votes to parents that have kids. And then you fought me on this, saying, no, kids are going to rebel, blah, blah, blah. And now you're saying, well, let's just give the parents the extra votes.
Well, listen, here's the problem that I'm trying to solve, though. Okay. The assumption political leaders only care about the people who got them elected and develop public policy that benefits their voters, often at the expense of the opposition's voters. And this is Bueno de Mesquite and Smith, 2003.
Okay.
This creates a socioeconomic system that shifts any costly externalities onto parties with no political power and away from voters. Okay. So kids are part of the equation and they don't have any voting rights. And I think this is one of the reasons why our public schools are fucking garbage, because the parents only have one, a parent has 5 kids and they have 1 vote. So though most people think and this is my number 2 assumption. So though most people think of voting as a decision, the number 2 is an argument why it's not that big a deal if kids vote. I don't think I need to go into that because you understand the problem, right? Disenfranchised people and kids are disenfranchised. So that's the problem that I'm trying to solve. What? Did you guys abandon me? What happened?
No, sorry. I was watching the stream and your mouth was still moving, but you had stopped talking in the call. So I was waiting for your mouth to
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. Got hypnotized by my argument. It was so stellar that you were completely dumbfounded, speechless. I know.
Absolutely correct. I had no response.
The only reason I typed this out was because people keep giving me counter arguments that aren't addressing my argument at all. They don't remotely touch on my argument. And I'm going, I'm not gonna argue about I'm not here to disprove your reasons for why you believe what you believe. I'm here making an argument for why this is a problem and should be solved. Go ahead. What is your take that's counter to this? Your take was like nobody should vote or something like that.
We'll get to that. Should I give this in the diplomatic
no. We want it Demon Mama style. Fucking yell it in our faces.
Demon Mama style? Okay, Demon Mama style. End universal suffrage. Okay, raise the voting age to 25 and disenfranchise almost everyone. That way we can have more direct democracy and more participation, and people are incentivized to educate themselves. Otherwise, they can't vote, and people who aren't educated shouldn't vote. That's the take.
Well, that is...
Okay, wait a minute.
That's a planned economy right there. So you're basically arguing for socialism.
How is that socialism?
Well, hold on. Before we get into that, let me clarify. Okay, so the criteria was raise the voting age to 25.
Yeah.
But then you said something like only educated people should vote.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Only the smart people should make the decisions.
What does that mean?
It means that you should know what you're voting on.
Right.
Like no, but I mean like what would that look like logistically?
Okay. In a practical sense, this will never happen. So I'm just clarifying. This isn't like an argument for something that should happen in the real world. This will never happen.
Okay.
But the way that you would do it is by having some sort of an unbiased council come up with a test, and probably the
central
most
planners. I love it. Keep going.
Okay. And probably the most practical way to do it is to make a test and give people the answers. So all they have to do is memorize the answers, but then at the very least they know what they're voting on.
Wait. I don't understand. You give people tests. I understand that. What do you mean you give them the answers?
I mean, you publish the test and you publish the answers.
But then what would that... So you're saying only people who would take the time to memorize the answers should vote, basically?
I'm saying that people should know what they're voting on. And right now they don't. Like almost everybody that votes is pretty clueless about basically everything. So like there's like 3 different... In my opinion, there's like 3 different reasons to have a democracy. One of them is to have a check on oligarchical power. One of them is
you're setting up oligarchical power. What are you talking about?
That's not oligarchy. You don't need money. You just need
you're
to be able
limiting
to
the number of people who can make decisions in society. That's totally an oligarch.
Well, we're getting to this, okay? So one is to limit oligarchical power, and by that I mean people with a lot of money. You don't need money to like memorize a test.
Sure.
The second reason is sort of a social cohesion argument, that you want people to be bought into their government. You want people to participate and feel like they're doing something or whatever. And the third reason is that you think democracy is a good reason, a good means of making decisions. So basically the issue I run into with everybody is that I only care about making good decisions. I don't care about feeling like you're participating. And I don't think it's an effective check on oligarchy. So the decision making is the only thing that I care about. And if you want to make good decisions, you know, then you at the very least, people should know what they're voting on.
Let me read.
They almost never do.
Let me read my part 2 here because it plays on a lot of what you're saying. So, number 2, though most people think of voting as decision making about the future, with central planning being the furthest extension of this idea, where only the most intelligent and experienced people make political and economic decisions, voting in a democratic society actually functions as a selection mechanism based on the policies of the past. This makes the voting process much simpler since anyone can look at their current situation. Do they have good schools, safe streets, clean drinking water, and vote on how the current policies are affecting them. Instead of conceptualizing voting as a future prediction mechanism, something even the smartest economists and engineers often have difficulty doing, voting is better conceptualized as a poll of the people's individual situations. Voters evaluate how current policies are affecting them, utilizing experiences that they alone possess, and vote to maintain the current leadership or enlist new leadership to displace the current status quo. So I'm thinking of voting as, you know, a poll of everybody's personal situation that you're basically taking off the table because you're going to bring in the central planners that make the decisions for the future.
Well, I'm saying that it can't be a poll if people don't even know what a candidate's positions are. And that's been my experience. Is that, like, you know, if you talk to people about what Bernie Sanders thinks, then you ask them about Medicare for all. I mean, you're only 70% of people would correctly guess that he's even for it. And that's like his biggest thing. You know, if you go down the list and you start talking about his 5th or 6th or 7th policy position, I mean, people who support Bernie Sanders don't know what it was. I mean, I was hardcore for Bernie Sanders. I didn't know.
Do you understand how this though is basically central planning? You're basically saying only the smart people should make the decisions.
I'm not ideologically committed. I want problem solved. So I don't like socialism. I like this because it's a problem that people vote and they don't even know what they're voting on.
Well, I fundamentally believe in, I guess I just believe in like wisdom of the crowds. I think the first one, I think the problem is you get in a situation, and we're in that situation now. Most people don't vote, and the people that don't vote don't matter, man. Politicians don't care one bit. If you don't vote, they don't care.
And in the current system, yeah. I mean, exactly. And in the current system, I think that the general sentiment around people not having power is really overblown. I would agree with you that people actually, if people like went out to vote and like politically mobilized, there actually is a good deal of power in that. But again, I care about making good decisions, right?
Well, you don't know if the decision is good until you try it out and see if it works. I mean, they thought prohibition was going to be gangbusters.
I mean, there's bad ideas that we've had that have not been done away with for, I mean, decades when people know they're bad decisions.
So here in your situation, they implement an idea. It turns out it's great for all the people who came up with the idea and terrible for all the people you just disenfranchised. What happens next time around? Oh, let's keep doing this. This is great for us and horrible for them.
No, that's how things happen now. That's not how things would happen. I mean, if you have tremendous amount of direct democracy.
That is the people that don't vote's fault, though. That's their own fault. That's not the fault of. I mean, you're in a situation where they don't even have any ability to vote.
I'm not placing fault on individual people. I'm saying that I personally have very little incentive to go and vote when I know that I'm completely ignorant, and yet somehow I know more than everyone that I meet.
But you aren't ignorant about your current situation. And if a policy came into play that you'd be like, oh, this would totally affect me, you might like to vote on that policy.
Well, sure. I mean, so like, again, I'm proposing a lot of direct democracy. So there would be different.
What is direct? What do you mean by direct democracy?
Direct democracy means that instead of electing representatives, you directly vote on issues. So like on a social issue, there wouldn't be much need for a test because exactly like you're saying, people do know how these things affect them.
you would still have to be 25 to be able to vote in this direct democracy of yours?
Yeah, I mean
Okay.
that's just a pessimism of like 18-year-olds are,
Yeah.
not making the best decisions.
It's not about this is the thing though. That's what I don't get. It's like it's such hubris to think that it's all about I'm going to make the best decisions. That's way too much hubris for me.
So do you think there's anything wrong if somebody walks into a voting booth and votes and just randomly checks boxes?
Fuck no.
There's nothing wrong with that?
No.
Okay, well then there's just I'm glad we got to this because this is sort of the irreconcilable difference.
Well, wait
there's
a second
no way
here.
I can talk you out of
wait,
that.
Wait a second here. Do you think that person obviously doesn't have anything on the line in the election if they're just going in and voting randomly? Like if there's something,
I don't think you can make that assumption.
Why?
They're just fucking. They could just be an idiot. I don't know.
Sure,
I mean,
totally.
Everything.
Totally.
Everyone has something on
There
the
is
line,
the
right?
thing is though, and I've thought about this, Doomer. The people that go in and randomly tick boxes cancel each other out. It's called statistics. So the fucking this is how the wisdom of crowds works. It does. 80% of the people make terrible decisions, and the people who have knowledge make the good decisions.
What I'm saying is that 95% of the population walk in and randomly check boxes. They just don't realize they're randomly checking boxes because they don't know what the boxes represent. They don't know what the issues are. They don't know where candidates stand on things. They damn the fuck sure haven't done research to actually understand any issue beyond the level of like whatever gets said on MSNBC.
Totally irrelevant.
To whether or not good decisions are made, this is not irrelevant. This is very important because the political system right now is basically such that, who wins is the person who's better able to herd, the bewildered
to motivate people to motivate people to show up. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, again, if what you value is the sort of social cohesion thing, that's fine. We just don't agree on our priorities, right? But in terms of like decision making, our process is pretty bad.
Well, is the issue here that most people look at voting the way you're kind of looking at? I mean, I don't think most people agree with you, but most people look at the way.
No, nobody looks at voting the way I do. They look at Adam's perspective is much
bullshit.
more similar to
Bullshit. Nobody looks at it my way.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Nobody looks at voting.
I've heard
well,
this
hold on. So
everyone looks at voting
even
as
if
future prediction. I know exactly how. If you make me president, I know how to restructure society, make it all great. That's the way people think. They're fucking idiots.
It seems like most people look at voting the same way. They don't agree with what you're saying, Doomer, but they look at it as like people voting for a prescription for how they want the future to be. And Adam has this weird way of looking at voting, which is that he thinks it's like a poll of the description of how things currently are.
Yeah. No, I think his description in terms of like realpolitik is like completely accurate.
I mean, Reagan did this. Reagan basically said, if you feel like you're better off now than you were 4 years ago, then you should vote for the other guy. Reagan came out and said it just fucking matter of fact. Descriptively, that's exactly what goes on every time we have an election.
Yeah, I mean, I think that your assessment of our current system is completely accurate. I don't disagree with any of that.
Gerrymandering is what makes it impossible. Gerrymandering
right.
is what makes this system impossible because it doesn't matter. Everybody just fucking votes the same way.
I think the problem I have with the way you're conceptualizing this, Adam, is that I think you could be descriptively right, but that's not a good thing because often that leads to just people say, oh, like this is what leads to people wanting, the person who's just going to overthrow the status quo. They're like, I don't know why things are bad. Oh, I know that things are bad. So when the guy comes over who says he's going to kick the table over, I'm going to vote for him. Even if the guy's going to kick the table over and make everything 1,000 times worse.
We live in a world where we share power in this way, that when you're out of power, and man, you read some history, like it's been way worse at other points in history, to the point where as soon as one political party gains power, no taxes for us, 100% taxes for them.
Sure.
Yeah. So,
okay.
But I mean, what is the alternative to that?
There isn't. I'm just,
I'm
not proposing an alternative. I'm just saying why I have a problem with like you conceptualizing the polling as like necessarily a good thing. I don't think it necessarily is a good thing.
Because that puts us in a situation where politicians come up and say, oh, look, I mean, that happens anyway. Obviously, everyone who runs for president says, look how terrible everything is. The sky is falling, global warming. We have 12 years left to live. This is terrible. Vote
Sure.
me back into office. We're all dying. The pandemic is killing everyone. Oh, it's been mismanaged, mishandled. That's the argument everybody makes when it's time to vote.
Well, I mean, Biden was sort of like, he kind of ran on the, going back to normal platform, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those kind of
I-
counter that.
Biden kind of ran on the "I'm just going to hide and let you kill yourself" platform.
What's that?
I'm just going to sit in the basement and not say very much, and I'll just win this election easily.
That's true. When you say kill yourself, you mean Trump implode.
Oh,
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
it
no,
is
yeah.
kind
Sorry,
of-
his campaign. Yeah,
right.
I-
That is kind of
yeah.
the tragedy. Yeah, sure.
I do think it's funny that most people cannot include market principles and talk about the state. So many people who are just free market radicals do not look at voting as a market when it totally is a market.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, I want to ask Doomer about, you said you don't care if people feel like they participate in government. All you care about is that the best solution is implemented, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, this kind of comes from my own personal, like, I would feel incredibly irresponsible just going in and just voting without having a clue of what's going on.
There's no
Of
right
course.
answer, Doomer. Come on.
I understand that, but I mean, like the outcomes matter, and you're contributing to it.
You're acting like the poll is like, we continue to live or we nuke the entire city. It's like, that's not how elections work.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, I mean, there are things that are important, and like, I mean, genuinely, I think that like 90% of the population, they couldn't answer 3 consecutive questions about the issue they care most about. It's not, I'm not even talking about like they don't have a master's in political science. I'm talking, they'll say all I care
What's the
about is
difference
foreign
between
policy.
the public option and Medicare?
Yeah,
But
exactly.
listen to this.
And they won't know where Syria is, right?
Listen to this though, Doomer. The people who don't vote, politicians don't even pay attention to. The people who
I
do
understand.
vote, they think, okay, well, that person votes. That person may have voted for the other guy last time, but he could vote for me this time. That person matters. I'm going to put together public policy that is favorable to that person. They do
Yeah.
that. That's a reality. That's a reality of the situation we live
Well,
in. As soon as
I agree
as
with this
soon as you
completely.
say these people can't vote, then politicians are like, well, none of these people matter. Here, show me the people that do matter. Where are the people that get me elected? Oh, there's only 100 of them? Well, can't we just write them a check? Let's write them a $10,000 check and be done with the plebs.
Then an incentive would be created. I mean, first of all, what I'm proposing is not terribly difficult. I mean, you take a test, memorize the answers. It's not that hard. But even if it was very strict, which
Demon
I would
Mama's
like
not
more-
going to pass that test.
No, I
she's
wouldn't
not.
pass it. Like, again, people say you just want only people like you to vote. No, I want to not be able to vote. I want it to be such that I have to go
But
do
you
research. and
literally
work.
understand that if you're like a non-voter and you're trapped in Afghanistan, people are going to be like, fuck that guy. Fucking let him rot over there.
I mean, I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay. Yeah, sure. I'm certain.
Well, also, I know we're kind of focused on different points here, but I thought you said the test would be easy. So, I mean, or the
Yeah.
answers would be available. So, I mean, why
Yeah,
do you
it-
think you wouldn't pass the test?
Well,
Literacy
I-
test. This
okay,
is
I
like
guess I was-
straight out of fucking Jim Crow.
yeah, that's the argument everyone always goes with.
Right.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with that.
Wait,
Um,
let me.
Well, hold on. I want to hear the answer.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, Jim Crow was a targeted effort to oppress a group of people who.
No. Okay, we all know you're not
Yeah.
racist. I meant like,
Yeah.
is the test hard or easy? Like,
Mhm.
I'm
I mean,
confused by this.
okay. So there's a difference between like if you were actually going to do this, the practical way to do it would be quite easy.
Well,
maybe the
I want
maybe the
your
questions would be-
idealized version.
maybe the question. Okay, so let me finish up this thought really quick.
Okay, sure.
So like the practical version is that the test would be pretty easy and that the answers would be readily available. You just go get the answers, you memorize them, you go take the test, and that way, basically everybody can vote. But at the very least, you had to answer some questions so that we know that when you're voting, you actually know what you're voting on. That's the most practical way to do
And
it.
are these
And-
questions going to be like on the topic of whatever is being voted, or are they just general knowledge questions?
Yeah, like if you're talking about taking a test to vote for president, you would probably just have some very basic questions about their positions on things, or
Okay.
You
whatever.
ask things like, what do you know about dementia? It's like, what the fuck is this test going to look like?
Well, again, it doesn't really
What is
matter
the
what the questions are.
normal
if you can just-
age dementia kicks in the elderly?
That would be a good question for our recent elections.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's like you're putting another filter in. You're basically saying,
well, yeah,
whoever makes that test decides who votes and who doesn't vote. You realize that, right?
Yeah. Well, okay. This is why I don't propose this as a practical solution, because people will say that you can't, the person who controls the test controls the power. And I mean, I could respond, and this is a perfectly valid line of argument. It doesn't matter because the questions are readily available. But overall, I'm happy to concede that it's not a practical argument. You are correct. There would be a disproportionate amount of power carried by the people who are controlling the test. So fair enough. But that being said, it doesn't really change my core objection that our current method of voting is a very bad method of making decisions, and that it would be, the decision would be better by having people who actually, at the very least, knew what they were voting on, and ideally were, pretty well educated about certain things. So like Sitch asked about like my ideal utopian world, if I could talk to a genie and snap my fingers. Like the ideal world would be have an incredibly high level of direct democracy, and there would be different domains that you have to test into. If you want to vote on economic issues, you'd have to be able to take an economics test with no provided answers. That was actually pretty hard.
There's no consensus on economics. The more I dig into economics, the more I realize that it's just another religion.
I mean, okay, that's there's a lot of legitimacy to that.
Yeah,
that's
what the
fair.
hell?
But the people voting on it would be able to make that judgment. They wouldn't be people who just knew absolutely nothing.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be one of those people because I don't have a fucking economics degree.
I mean, I'm not proposing anything that would require like an economics degree.
I just don't see why this matters, because I mean, as I assume you agree with this. Like we talked about part of the problem with the internet and social media, and as you said yourself, anyone can find any study to validate whatever they want.
Yeah.
And so to me,
rap
it's like,
music
well,
caused 9/11. Look, I have a study.
Right. Like to me, it's like if you're going to restrict voting to those who are more intelligent or more knowledgeable, it's like that. I don't think it's going to really change the quality of everything, because I'm coming at this from the perspective that most people have some predetermined bias and they're just looking to justify that.
Yes.
And smart people look to justify that with facts and studies, and not smart people just don't
go with
even
their
bother
gut.
justifying that with anything.
They just go with it.
That's a perfectly valid hypothesis that very well might be correct. In that case, I just wouldn't want to participate. You guys vote. I'll go do something else.
Okay.
I mean, that would be my honest impression.
Can I buy your vote?
Yeah.
Sure.
Why can't we buy votes?
I would. That's a.
Why is that
question.
illegal?
I haven't really thought about that.
You don't know. You don't know why it's illegal? I feel like it's illegal because it would allow rich people to get a disproportionate amount of power, because
Of course.
the Koch
it's a
brothers
check on
could
the look.
easily go in and, I mean, 40% of the electorate doesn't vote. That means 40% of the electorate is for sale.
Right. True. And they used to do that all the time. Definitely. Yeah.
That's a terrible idea. Yeah, so the thing that I wanted to ask you, Doomer, was the conceptualizing of, I guess you just fundamentally think that people are able to prescriptively map the future in a way that I am very dubious of. I don't. Go ahead.
Sorry. Do you have anything else? I don't want to. I mean, it's not that I think people can necessarily predict the future. It's just that, I mean, even you're always going to be working with incomplete information, right? And I mean, I've literally worked as like a predictive analyst trying to do that. I know how. I wrote.
Doomer, I hate to interrupt, but you've touched exactly on my argument. The more people voting, the more complete information you have, because you have information from every aspect of society. Like that's the problem, that the whole purpose of markets and the whole purpose of prices and the whole purpose of economics is that you have a distributed way to gather information. That's what prices are. They carry information.
Well, I mean, I would say that you're adding noise to the system. I mean, again, if people don't even understand what they're voting on, then they're not even giving a directional vector in the direction of something. I mean, they're probably just expressing their preconceived bias, like Sitch said.
The noise cancels each other out, though. That's the thing. That's how wisdom of crowds works. A lot of people don't have enough information, but they vote randomly, and those random votes cancel each other out. And then the people who do have the information tip the scales one way or another. Those are the enlightened centrists usually.
No, I actually pretty strongly disagree with that. It's not that educated people make the difference. It's that persuasive people make the difference. And people are very frequently persuaded by people who are malicious and spreading information that is completely incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
And like the correctness is actually sometimes it curbs your ability to convince people of things. It's just like a lot of the stuff that I've had with my sort of quote unquote public relations issues after the video. All of my efforts to be honest with people and just be straightforward and try and do things that I thought would give me integrity just make people like me less. You know, it doesn't help.
Well,
Like
it is a problem, but I don't think the problem goes away because there's less people to persuade. I think it makes the problem worse. Because if you have to persuade 300 million people and you have to, nefariously persuade 30,000 people, which job is easier?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Well, you're talking about constricting the electorate. You're saying that people are easily fooled, by propaganda or whatever means people are using to fool those people. I agree that is a problem, but the problem doesn't go away when you make the number of people you have to fool smaller. If you have 300 million people that you have to fool, that is a much larger task than fooling 30,000 people. We agree on that, correct?
Sure, but they're very different samples because it's much more difficult to fool somebody who has information that contradicts what it is that you're trying to sell them.
Is it easier to fool a targeted group of people that have a lot of the same characteristics, like certain level of intelligence, certain level of schooling, or is it harder to fool? Is it easier to fool people who are like all over the place?
Well, let me give you a very, very practical example.
Mm-hmm.
So I met you like a couple of weeks ago and we've had some conversations. At this point, it would be kind of difficult for someone to sell me on the idea that you're just like a conservative.
Mm-hmm.
But it would have been much easier before I met you.
Sure.
Like you said, they could just pull some clips and show them, and they almost certainly would be able to accomplish that. Now that I have a much better handle on who you are, that would be
I'm a
more difficult.
dirty liberal.
Yeah. You're a a pot smoker, surfing guy. But yeah, like just having the information that what they're saying is wrong is one of the best defenses against propaganda. So like being educated, and this is something that Edward Bernays talked about.
You're not answering my question though. I agree with you. I agree with you about the propaganda. That's what I'm saying is that these samples are different. Like I think that it is more difficult to like let's put exact numbers on it. Let's say that I'm restricting it to 300,000 people in the country. Mm-hmm.
It's more difficult to fool 300,000 people who know what's going on than 300 million people who are clueless.
Mm-hmm. That's an interesting split. That is an interesting split.
I don't know if I agree with this because
that's a super interesting counter argument though, Sitch, you got to admit.
Well, hold on. So I was watching the other day. I don't know if you saw Bill Maher this week, I believe. He had this whole thing where he was shitting on the idea of singing the Black National Anthem at a football game. And his whole point was, something I'm sure the three of us would all agree on about how it's not helpful to separate Americans by race, blah, 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 blah. You all want to have joint unity, et cetera, et cetera. And the reason he was talking about this was because he mentioned this idea previously on a show, and the big brain ladies at The View were attacking Bill Maher and saying he was stupid for not understanding the purpose behind, having the separate Black National Anthem. And I'm sitting here watching the people of The View who are accomplished actresses
and they don't know
who are all very rich and successful. And I'm like, these people are not very intelligent. I mean, I thought they were intelligent. I'm sure you could have an intelligent conversation with them, but they're just regurgitating the nonsense they've read in the Washington Post or whatever. Yeah. And they have no clue that all the woke shit that they're basically parroting is all informed by Marxism.
Yeah.
And all they're based, and you have like the rich bourgeoisie are advocating for their own destruction, and they just have no fucking clue that that's what's going on in this conversation. So I mean, to me, it's very easy, or can be very easy, to fool very informed or intelligent people as long as it conforms, especially when it comes to politics, as long as it conforms to some political viewpoint.
Yeah,
you said that they were you said they were intelligent, but you said they were uninformed.
That's true. They're uninformed about the minutiae specifics of like wokeness and where that all comes from academically.
Yeah, I mean, like, so part of this is that a lot of people have said that I'm basically giving some sort of like a elitist, hereditary argument or whatever.
Mhm.
I don't think this is really an intelligence thing. I think it's an education thing. So like, again, the more when people have information about a topic, it becomes very difficult to like sell them a line of bullshit. The only real way you can do that is if the bullshit agrees with whatever it is their preconception is. In that case, people are pretty vulnerable to being lied to. But if someone has like a base of information about something, generally speaking, I think that it's much more difficult to, sell them a line of crap.
Well,
And in the case of people on The View, it's just, I mean, they wouldn't be in their position if they weren't intelligent, right? They're at the very least, they have some set of skills that have allowed them. There's something that they have that's allowed them to succeed in a market environment, but that doesn't necessarily make them educated. There's a lot of people who, their job is talking about things, and they just talk about things that they didn't even read the article. They just read the headline, and yeah.
Well, but even with people that are hyper informed, and this is like, I think the voting stuff, whether the election was stolen from Trump is the perfect example. There's so much information on both sides of that. You can have someone who's so informed in all the talking points about why the election was stolen. Go like specifically, we talk about the Arizona audit. There's like a million talking points that you can bring up about why the Arizona audit shows that the election was stolen. And then there's a million talking points that you can show how the audit that the Arizona election wasn't stolen and that Biden fairly won the election. And it's basically just like choose whichever set of talking points you want. And this is part of why I've been so hesitant to dive into this, is because I see this and I go, Jesus, like for me to try to disentangle all this information, it's like would take like so much of my time, and I just don't care.
Yeah. I mean, with that particular issue, I had the exact same reaction. It's like, I had been arguing with some people who bought into the like election stolen stuff, and talking with them was, let's say, incredibly frustrating. So
So in that situation, you're
disengaged.
literally guessing in the next election because you don't know which facts to believe. Everyone's guessing.
That's not necessarily true, because there's the burden of proof thing. If you're going to say the election is stolen, that's quite a lofty claim. You'd better have some evidence. And I did spend a good deal of time looking into the evidence, and it's not particularly good.
My only point is, like, I think in today's environment, it's very easy for people to think they're informed on whatever subject it may be, because there's so much talking points available to whatever side you want. And I agree with you that, like, if someone's informed about a topic, it's very hard to trick them into believing like the opposite of whatever they want to believe. But it seems like the way politics is working is what they do is your side tricks you into buying into whatever the side is emotionally peddling.
Yeah,
so all the knowledge you have wouldn't really prevent that from happening.
So maybe this was a bit of a miscommunication. It's probably my fault, but I wasn't proposing questions like, should we move in the direction of MMT? Questions that would require, like Adam said, a pretty substantial level of education to have any level of insight into. And then ultimately, even the top experts in the world probably aren't able to predict the future, right? I'm talking about things like, people don't know what Biden's immigration policy is, stuff like that, like very simple descriptive claims.
I understand that you were practically you were talking about very simple, just do you understand what the politicians are advocating for?
And like I'm not under any delusion that like we're going to have a population of philosopher kings that are gonna sit around and in a meditative stance, coming up with the great solutions to the world. I just want people to know like the basics of what they're voting on. Like it's embarrassing to me that if you talk to the average voter, I mean, I legitimately don't know if they know anything.
We have to change everything because you're embarrassed, though, Doomer. Come on, just get over it. Who cares?
Well, you don't. Well, you don't. I mean, hey, that actually is my real. That's my real position. Is whatever. Fuck it. That's the actual like.
There you go.
Way that I approach.
Stop embarrassing me.
Yeah.
Well, if your attitude is fuck it, then we might as well just like abolish the voting age. If like, why are you on the wrong side of
that's
this?
more embarrassing, Adam. That's not less embarrassing.
And you're just, I mean, if we might as well fuck it in that direction, right?
See, I don't really have much of an issue with people making ideologically blinded decisions as long as they know what they're voting on. That's sort of my position.
For me, it makes no difference.
Yeah, it makes no difference. Totally no difference. Only
then it's hopeless. Fuck it.
Your
That's the doomer pill right there.
Yeah.
Your position though is going to limit voting to people who are more likely to have ideological positions. It really is. I feel like you want more people who are just, not tribally invested in this stuff, who just vote on it based on face value.
Are you being more pessimistic than someone who calls himself doomer?
Yeah, no, I'm being less pessimistic.
Well, my position is that when people educate themselves, they might become open to having their mind changed. And you're saying that's not going to happen.
I don't agree with that.
I
at all.
totally disagree with that. I think the science is against you on that one, Doomer.
Actual
do.
Justice Warrior.
You
for
agree,
$10.
Sitch, right? I mean, you agree.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree. Actual Justice Warrior for $10 says, way easier to fool 300,000 than 300 million. All the big brains bought into eugenics in the early 20th century. On Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, the audience outperforms the phone experts. We vote on emotion, not logic.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, exactly. Sean.
That's
perfect.
right about Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It's rare that the audience is wrong, isn't it?
And also, if you're talking about the level of propaganda, which I agree with you on, Doomer, the level of propaganda is insane. The person that's least likely to act on that propaganda is the people who don't even see it. They're living their lives, they're not invested in politics. They're like, they read the fucking voter thing when it shows up and vote. Mm-hmm. Why would you want to take those people out of the election?
Well, I mean, I would take myself out of the election because why would I participate in this system?
Right. But I'm talking about forcefully. I'm talking about forcefully taking them out of the system. Yeah.
Okay. I kind of want to move on. I think we've talked
Let's do it.
Subject to death. The other thing that we were going to talk about was apparently you have a contention about Jordan Peterson using the term postmodern neo-Marxist.
Yeah.
Okay. What's going on with that?
All right. So I started thinking through how this conversation was going to go and realized that it's kind of an annoying conversation. So my apologies. A lot of this is semantic. I just have to apologize up front for that. But okay. I don't think that either of these things are really appropriate. I think that the appropriate thing to say is that these people are expressing the ideology of what you could call critical theory or critical consciousness, which is quite distinct. In particular, so I'll give you a quick background. I used to say that, like, it used to be the meme, postmodern neo-Marxism is a bad term because it's self-contradictory. Postmodernism is against meta-narratives, and Marxism is a meta-narrative.
Right. We've heard that argument like a million times.
I was countering that argument 5 years ago with, that just means these people are hypocrites. It doesn't mean Peterson's wrong. So that's not the objection.
Okay.
The objection is to, like, whether or not either of these things actually apply to what Peterson's talking about.
Right.
So, like, my personal take on postmodernism is that the word just doesn't mean anything, because every single person that I talk to has a different understanding of what it is. But when you try and figure out what is the glue that binds people on the concept of postmodernism, the two biggest ideas are a rejection of meta-narratives and kind of like this epistemological acid that just sort of dissolves things. It's just constantly breaking things down and not putting them back together.
Right.
Like, those are sort of the two things that I get there. And you run into a really big problem when you look at the critical theory people, because they have a very obvious meta-narrative that they firmly argue for. And then they are absolutely putting things back together. I mean, you could call it a synthesis that was following the postmodern condition, but it's not postmodernism. It's very, very different in their approach and in their philosophy and, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then as for the Marxism component, the only way that you can really make the argument that it's Marxist is by breaking Marxism down into something very, very simple, like class consciousness. I mean, Marxism isn't just class consciousness. I mean, he had to write all these books, that I'm not going to read, right? It's like Marxism is an incredibly complicated topic.
Right.
In the evolution of these ideas, Marxism kind of died around the time of the Frankfurt School, because that's sort of what the Frankfurt School was trying to do. Was they realized that Marxism had these deficits, and they were trying to, like, take some of the concepts in Marxism and reinterpret them and reconfigure them or whatever, and make it so that they could move forward actually in society, because Marxism they didn't think was actually going to work, or that Marxism wasn't going to be politically viable. Postmodernism just has no connection to Marxism much at all. I mean, some of the postmodernists could be called Marxist, but there's basically no connection between, like, the thought of postmodernist insofar as you could say that there is a thought of postmodernists and, like, actual Marxists. And then by the time you get to critical theory, there are a lot of people in critical theory and these movements that would call themselves Marxists, but it's very likely that they don't really know what that means, and they're probably not arguing for things like the labor theory of value. I mean, it's the connection to Marxism or postmodernism is pretty tenuous, in my opinion.
Well, it seems like they're just anti-capitalist socialist, and they make.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's some distinction there, but
yeah, but like, I mean, there's just a number of things. Like the Marxist thing, I object to less because there's enough. I mean, there's enough parallels that I can see how people would draw a line there.
and if they call themselves Marxists, I mean,
Yeah, exactly. If they call themselves Marxists, it's kind of immaterial whether they understand what that means or not. It's like, okay, I guess you're a Marxist. But like the postmodern thing is especially tenuous in my opinion. I mean, most of the postmodern authors don't even call themselves postmodernists. It's only a couple of them. Yeah, just the topic, I think, generally speaking, is pretty poorly founded. And like James Lindsay argues pretty much the same thing. And yeah, I don't find either of the arguments particularly compelling. You're sort of picking and choosing, right? If postmodernism was this big jumble of like 15 different ideas, you're really focusing on like 2 of them, and you're ignoring the biggest one to make the connection.
Sure. Well, it seems like the focus is, as you describe postmodernism, the second aspect you said is just that you dissolve everything.
Yeah.
And it does seem like that's a huge part of the current wokeness, Marxist, whatever you want to call it, is to just dissolve everything. Now, I mean, I agree with you that there is a prescription there at the end of it, but at least from how it's taught, or at least how people act about it publicly, it seems like the emphasis is on just this deconstructing everything.
It's okay. I guess my response would be that it's not really deconstructing because they know exactly what they want. It's like they're trying to build something else. Postmodernists were kind of, the perspective seemed to be, we as humans are so arrogant. We think we have this understanding of all of these things, but if you look into it, actually, we don't understand these things that well. These are oversimplifications or delusions or whatever. And they were sort of looking into things and picking out problems that would show that our assumptions were deficit and that we couldn't rely on things the way that we could.
That's kind of the argument, though, that the wokesters use for everything.
But it's quite different because they know exactly the world that they want to build.
That's sort of, I mean, I understand. That's why this is such a weird thing, because it's like, I feel like it's true and not true at the same time, because they make the argument like this is where all the cultural relativism stuff comes in, like, oh, or the gender performity, or everything's a social construct. Because it's like this idea that either there is nothing that exists truly, or if it does, human beings are not able to access it because we're so biased. And so it kind of feels like a lot of the current woke academic fields are basically the academic people or the critical theorists basically saying, we agree that we can't really figure out what is true, so we're just going to throw our hands up and then do whatever we want, basically.
Well, it seems to me that it's like we can't define an objective truth, but we know we know our truth, right? It's like we have these goals.
Yes, exactly.
And we know these goals are correct, even though they can't be objectively correct.
Right.
But we still know that these are the things that need to be done.
So
and
maybe
the world is sort of a power game.
Maybe we can build a bridge here, which is that they're not necessarily postmodernists, but it feels like they're using postmodern ideology to kind of justify their prescriptions, or to kind of like preemptively counter someone countering their claims.
So I think the best connection to postmodernism is Foucauldian power games, because they seem to buy into that 100%.
Yes, completely.
Like that to me is the biggest. Like, yeah, Foucault seems very, very influential to the way these people think.
Sure. But I mean, even with like critical race theory, I mean, they literally said what you just said, which is that, they're skeptical that objective truth exists at all, or that even if it does exist, that it's something people can figure out. So then they kind of just fall back on the power games prescription nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's sort of a Foucauldian thing. Yeah,
Right.
I agree with that completely. Like the whole basic premise seems to be like we can't figure things out. We can't discover it in the way that we used to think. It used to be we would think, the truth of the universe is just waiting for us to find it, right?
Right.
And they're kind of saying no, like
right.
it probably doesn't exist and you probably can't find it. But what we can do is fight.
Sure.
That's
Right,
that's like the
No,
basic
right.
mindset. And it's like, I don't know necessarily that I'm right, but I know what I want and I'm going to fight for it.
Sure.
It's been kind of a perspective. But that's, I don't know. Again, that doesn't sound like a postmodern neo-Marxist thing to me.
How is
Well-
Peterson wrong about this? That's what I'm.
Well, Peterson, I would need to go like look at exactly what he had said. In general, the use of the terms seems incomplete, and in general, his understanding of Marxism seems incomplete. If the conversation with Slavoj Žižek is any measure of his understanding of the term, like it seems that he compresses Marxism down into something very, very simple, like class consciousness. And it's like, I agree that class consciousness, you could take the idea of class consciousness and shift it a little bit to be like identity consciousness or opposition to oppression or something like that. It's a very similar idea where you would get something like, neo-Marxism. I can sort of understand that. My problem was with the initial link where you're compressing Marxism down into this one thing.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with Slavoj. I mean, I watched that conversation, but it seemed like from that conversation that he's like he's a Marxist. He cares about class and economic issues, not super big on woke shit. That's at least how it appeared in that conversation.
Well, that's the thing is that's Marxism. Like Marxism
Right.
is incredibly class focused.
Right.
Like, again, so like the whole premise of what Peterson's doing is he's saying, well, if you take Marxism and you change class to something else, it's like, well, if you do that, it's not Marxism, because Marxism is like super ridiculously ultra fixated on class.
Sure. So, but my point is that I think Peterson's problem in that conversation is that he's fixated not on Marxist. He's fixated on whatever the critical theorists are, whatever we're
id-pol
defining.
Marxism.
Yeah, whatever the people that are taking the framework of Marxism and replacing class with something else.
Race,
that seems
yeah.
to be what Jordan Peterson's concentrating on. And I mean, I don't know what the problem is. I don't know what to call those people necessarily, because I think the most aptively descriptive term would be to call them cultural Marxists, but that term has been so vilified that we're not allowed.
Yeah, it's probably best not to use that term.
Yeah, exactly. Even though they called themselves cultural Marxists originally.
Yeah, I mean, so like, here's my basic perception, is that they're just not Marxists. They like the aesthetic of Marxism. That's sort of
Interesting.
my perception. Right.
Why are they all anti-capitalists then?
Well, I mean, you can be anti-capitalist without being a Marxist. I mean, when they go through their critiques of capitalism, I agree with a lot of them, but I'm nowhere vaguely close to Marxism, right?
Mhm.
I mean, there's an entire world of possible ideologies you can have that are anti-capitalist.
Yeah, but I mean, they're talking about dissolving the employer-employee relationship, though. That's like, I mean, well, I'm sure I'm critical of capitalism too, but that's like a whole nother level of critique there.
Yeah, I mean, there's different schools of thought.
They're talking about abolishing property rights. I mean, that's
that's
Marxism
sort of
101.
Yeah,
I mean, those
that's
people
pretty
are
central to it.
pretty prevalent now. Like,
Well,
they're not just complaining about, corporate overreach. They're like saying we need to abolish property rights. They're making
Right.
TikToks about it.
What I find interesting is that there is a lot of rhetoric in that direction, but there's like no push to do policy stuff. So like you could take someone like Vosh or Hassan, and it's like they're pushing they're fully committed to the aesthetic of these things. But if you look at like the underlying ethical principles that would cause you to become a socialist or a communist, they aren't really pushing any of it. It's largely seems to be fixated on what you could call selective populism, or directing the rage of the masses at a common enemy, which is sort of invented to be rich people.
Right.
Right. But yeah, like the idea of like decommodification of housing, for example, that's not a super popular idea. Most people don't really understand what that means at all. If you get into the details, I think a lot of these people wouldn't really agree with it. It just seems to be this like, I have this innate sort of level of rage at this system that I perceive to be incredibly unfair. So let's just tear the system apart. Like that sentiment, I think, is very real. When you look at the actual like Marxist ideas, no one's talking about the labor theory of value. Decommodification of housing, you could see people making TikToks about it, but I don't know that I've ever met someone in real life that actually wants that, right?
Right. But I mean, my concern, I agree with you. Like, socialism currently is like a dead issue in politics, really, right now.
Yeah, for the most
But
part.
but my concern is that it's not going to be 20 years from now, because you have this whole generation of kids that are basically watching Vosh and Hassan, and they'll be in, they'll be, when they're boomers, when they're 40 or, mid 30s, then those policies will start manifesting.
Well, so here's an interesting sort of analogy. So let's say that I started a YouTube channel and I was promoting veganism, but I was telling people you can be a vegan, but you can still eat meat. It's like, it's not about what you do. It's just about promoting veganism.
Mm-hmm.
What would be the effect?
I think that could have the exact same effect as being a vegan who's sticking to their vegan moral principles.
Really?
Yeah, definitely. Because I think the way you categorized, like, people kind of performing Marxism aesthetically, I think that's basically true of how all politics exist now. Everyone's just performing some sort of political aesthetic thing, and that's how policy ends up getting changed.
Well, that's an interesting hypothesis. I don't know that I can necessarily disagree with you. It's sort of my my perception is that if you sort of preach socialism without actually even suggesting that people need to change anything about their lives, or really emphasizing sort of the moral foundations for why socialism would be necessary, or talking about the economics. One thing that really bothers the shit out of me is none of these people know anything about economics, and they just admit that. And it's like, well, this is an economic ideology. Why? I'm so confused. Why? How can you just admit that you don't know anything and don't even care about economics, and then promote an economic? That's so frustrating.
Aren't those people also like laying the groundwork for someone to take power and like make eating meat illegal? Like, it's an aesthetic until it's not an aesthetic anymore.
Right.
As soon as somebody takes power and they're like, okay, now that everyone is vegan, even though you're all eating meat is illegal. Shut down all the slaughterhouses, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I guess we are vegan now.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe like you're kind of getting to like memeing stuff into reality thing. I guess I just hadn't really bought into that, but it's interesting that you guys.
Well, it happens in places like Venezuela, Cuba.
Well, I think the thing that made me start to think of politics this way is, way back, was it 2012 when Russia annexed Crimea? Back when Vice used to be good, they had all these videos from this journalist who was on the ground in Crimea and in the Ukraine, and there'd be all these protests and stuff. And I would watch like all the Ukrainian people protesting against, the Russian encroachment. Like, people would show up with their girlfriends to, like, let's go look at the tanks, the guys and their guns. They just show up with their girlfriends, like as if it was like a prop, as if it wasn't a dangerous situation. And I was watching this, and it was like everyone was LARPing. Like, it felt like the Russians were kind of LARPing the takeover, and the Ukrainians were sort of LARPing this protest. And it's like everyone's LARPing until suddenly it becomes real.
Yeah, till someone starts shooting.
Right. And then I'm watching like Antifa and the Proud Boys, and it's like the same thing. Like, everyone's just sort of LARPing until it's not a LARP anymore. And that's just, to me, I feel like this is just unfortunately the way politics. I don't know if that's always been this way, but it seems like that's the way it kind of is right now.
It's scary as fuck too.
Yeah, there is a pretty persuasive element to what you're saying, because I can definitely see what you're talking about.
They stabbed a guy here in Los Angeles. Did you see that? The Antifa guy pulled out a knife and fucking stabbed this guy.
Right. But like, I can totally agree with you that you have a generation of people that grew up on Vosh and Hassan, and they're not real Marxists or whatever. But then but they don't know that.
Yeah, they don't know.
So when the candidate comes and they're saying all the same bullshit, of course they're going to vote for them.
Yeah. Then the next thing you know,
they're going to be like, oh shit, what did we vote for?
Property's illegal now. Huh,
right.
Interesting.
Well, it's interesting because we're basically supporting one of Vosh's arguments.
What is one of Vosh's arguments?
That it doesn't matter. Yeah.
He said he makes this really strong argument that he doesn't care if people are sincere or not. All he cares is that they advocate for leftism. It's like, you can be a grifter. I don't care. Well,
it depends what your goal is. I think if his goal is just to enact some fucked up thing, I agree with him. That is all that matters. But my goal is to create a more moral society at the end of the day, or a better society.
Yeah.
Man, I wish Bosch would aim at like real issues. I mean, there's a huge housing crisis. There's a housing problem.
Look, Adam, it's totally fine for a socialist to buy a $3 million mansion in West Hollywood. Okay, that doesn't go against socialism. Why are you saying socialists have to be homeless?
I
Adam?
don't
That's really
care
that's really
about
unfair.
that.
It's the poor part of West Hollywood.
I don't care about that as much as I care. Like if Hassan was actually advocating for things that were within the realm of possibility and probably a step in the right direction, I would think that's great. I mean, Hassan is it's laughable the way he's advocating for things. Like his idea of solving the housing crisis is like, let the homeless people move into the houses. It's like, okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting.
Yeah.
I don't understand that talking point though. Like, there's all these empty houses, and it's like, and what?
Yeah,
Wasn't that what he said to Larry Elder?
He did, yeah, and that
something?
Larry
Yeah.
Elder thing. It's like
Yeah.
you're so stupid, Hassan. People are
There's
selling
always
those
empty.
houses. They're in transition. Other people are buying them.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, was there anything else on the list, Adam?
I don't have anything. I have the putting things together on the Marxism. I'm like highly
What?
skeptical of
I don't
that.
know what the fuck you're talking about.
What you guys were talking about postmodern neo-Marxists.
I say whatever.
He
I'm
was saying
dumb.
that they were okay.
Well,
we'll
yeah,
move
the
on.
postmodern neo-Marxist thing. Just I understand what you're saying. I would agree that there's probably some more accurate.
Jordan
term.
Peterson says that all the time,
Um,
though. Jordan Peterson always says, I know that they're contradictory.
Right.
Like, it doesn't matter to them. They don't care.
Right. Well, I think part of the issue was when a lot of this stuff was first coming to head.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people didn't know what it was, and they didn't know what to call it.
Our conversation about the aesthetics, I think, is super interesting because that is a weird fucking situation to be in. Everyone LARPing until they're not LARPing.
Yeah, the like Ouroboros of LARP is a pretty interesting concept.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, I'm curious if like the history of revolutions in the world has been LARPing. Until
I
it's
know.
not.
I know. That's
wouldn't-
that's exactly what I thought.
I wouldn't be that surprised if that's really the way.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's easy to say let's go to war, let's start a revolution. Then at some point you're standing there with a gun in your hand, walking towards some other people with guns, and that's got to be a pretty intense feeling.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
I immediately regret this. Why did I say that?
Right. But then once you're in the situation, you just kind of it's kind of like when you go to the job that you feel like no one feels like they're prepared for their job, and they kind of like learn how to do it on the fly. And it's kind of, I feel like it's the same thing with all this LARPing and revolution.
Yeah.
No one's really prepared for the revolution. And then once it happens, there's like, oh, I just got to kind of fake it now.
It seems like a pretty persuasive argument, honestly.
Well, thank you. I'm persuading you all over the place. I persuade you in the Big Joel video.
Look at this.
Yeah, I'm legitimately open to having my mind changed.
Awesome. I think
why I
I'm
like
just super
conversations.
smart. I don't think it has anything to do with you.
Yeah.
I
I think Doomer's pretty smart too, obviously.
Doomer is very smart because he agrees with us. So he must be very smart.
Doomer, real quick, because we argue a lot about objective morality, and you have an interesting position on morality. I don't want to go. I don't want to argue about it, but his position, I think, might be my position, and I don't necessarily know it.
Oh,
okay,
interesting.
I'm almost positive that you're correct. Okay, so I'll explain this with an analogy. I'm going to take this away, but it'll make sense why. So there's all these arguments about.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's all these arguments about whether art has objective or subjective value, and these endless, incredibly stupid, obnoxious arguments.
Wait, when you say, you mean value or like criteria?
Like value, like basically, what are you allowed to say that a movie is good or not? Is basically like.
Okay,
like,
I wouldn't say value. I'd say like that's a criteria of whether something is good. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So just to walk through all the different levels, if something only has subjective value, that would basically mean that if I explained why I liked a movie, that wouldn't have any influence on whether or not you liked the movie.
Okay.
It would basically, my value judgments are limited to me, and they don't even get to you. And philosophy, it's like they don't cross the agent barrier. It's like they can't actually be communicated. I could tell you why I like the movie, but my statements would lack substance, which sounds like a ridiculous position because it is a ridiculous position. People who argue this position almost universally don't understand the implications of what they're saying. Because obviously that isn't the case. If I like something, then people with similar taste to me are going to be more likely to like it, right? That's just, I don't know how people disagree with that. And then when you talk about like the objective value of a film, you get into a problem, because if a film had objective value, basically what you're saying is that if you talk to God, God would have a list of all of the films in order from best to worst. Or something like, you could say something about a film that would, you know, it would have the same effect on trees and rocks as it had on people, or something like that. Or like, you know, this movie is so good that even if we met aliens, the aliens would like this movie more than we like it, right? And that's also a ridiculous position. It's nonsensical.
What's the movie?
That feels like it kind of falls into the trap of local versus universal objectivity.
Oh no.
No, so where I'm going is intersubjectivity. So intersubjective truth is truth that is subjective insofar as it's limited to people, but it's shared between people. So like whether or not a movie is good, basically it has value because movies are something that exists in society, that are created for people. And sort of the aggregate response to a movie would have intersubjective value because people have ideas about these things that are connected. And that's why we can have media criticism. I can give you my reasons that I like a movie, and you might agree, and it might affect the way that you think about the movie. It's because our experiences are connected, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, you know, God thinks this is the best movie.
Yeah. I understand.
Yeah, and like every time I explain this, everyone has always agreed. It just seems so obvious. Yeah, of course. There's you know, meaningful value. You can say movies are better than other movies, but it only really has, you know, it only really means something in the context of people talking to each other. So that's basically how I think about morality, is that I don't think that we could come up with like a set of morality that would be best for aliens, or a set of morality that would be best for rocks, or a set of morality where if we were to meet God or, you know, 5-dimensional super people, that they would necessarily have to agree with it. But at the same time, we can absolutely find moral rules that are that lead us in the direction of an optimal society, and it has truth value between people. So, like you said, I have sort of an interesting position. I'm what's called a moral fictionalist, which basically means that I am a moral anti-realist insofar as I am skeptical of objective morality. I haven't been convinced, you could put it that way, but something like objective morality, I think, is completely necessary. It's what's called a useful fiction. Basically, even if this isn't real, we should pretend that it is, because it is so useful. We have to have this. So my take on morality is basically that we don't need to be discovering objective rules that would like apply to alien civilizations. All we need to care about is what would be best for people on our planet. What are the rules that make sense for us, given our history and the way that we interact and what we observe to be human nature, or however it is that you want to phrase that. So it's not an objective morality. It's an intersubjective morality, right? It's
Right.
We are agreeing on rules that we think are going to maximize some outcome, you know, maximize well-being or minimize suffering or do something like that. And yeah, I mean, that's basically my take.
You still have to choose the goal.
Yeah, exactly. You always have to choose a goal, and people can choose whatever goal they want, but most people are going to agree. It's like, you know, you want to maximize well-being, you want to minimize suffering. And then people, you know, everyone's going to have their own goals on top of that, but at least we can agree on stuff like that.
But how do you do that? Utilitarianism. The guy walks into the hospital.
Adam,
like, fucking, I hate that.
Adam, you realize that what he said is the exact thing that I've said a million times. He just used different words.
I like the way he says it better, though. He has these fancy words like intersubjective truth and moral fictionalism.
Okay, but
Sitch, why didn't you ever teach me about moral fictionalism?
All he's doing is he's using, when I say universal objective, he's just saying objective. When I say locally objective, he's just saying intersubjective. That's the only difference. We have the exact same position.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's kind of the obvious position. It's interesting to me that it's interesting to me that anyone disagrees with it. But so that's why I started this by saying, like, oh God, this conversation could be annoying, because you just get into like arguing about semantics. And like usually this just gets hard stuck on something. Yeah.
That was me and Adam used to argue about objective morality like every stream for a year, and it was all Sitch's law.
Miscommunication.
It was all just the definition of how you define the word objective.
I DM'd Adam during the Sargon debate. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I can clear this up, and I was basically just going to say what I just said.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure if I had said that, everybody would have agreed.
Nah, it wouldn't have cleared.
Well, I don't know how relevant that was.
You don't think
to the
Sargon
Sargon conversation?
In the beginning, it seemed pretty relevant. It wasn't relevant towards the end, but I kind of tapped out. I stopped tracking it at some point.
His original position was you can just make an argument that appeals to people's moral
intuitions,
aesthetics. And I was like, oh, you can do that. I don't think that's very valuable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Alright.
you could. It's just the problem is people have different. Yeah.
Well, that was what I said. Everyone has different moral intuitions and moral aesthetics. I'm not sure how persuasive that's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think at some point, I don't know, maybe it wasn't the exact beginning, but I'm pretty sure there was a protracted argument for like half an hour to an hour about the word objective, basically.
Yeah, Sargon
that's
was
what I was
saying
referring
he was
to.
a moral
I don't remember.
subjectivist, and I was saying I was a moral objectivist. But
Yeah, and I was
Yeah.
that's what I was talking about.
I
It's like
see,
I'm
I see.
almost positive that you guys actually agreed. and
yeah,
it's just
intersubjectively.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
agree.
Awesome.
Super
Is
chats.
there anything you want to ask us before we go in super chats?
Oh,
Tell us that
no,
we're
I'm good.
wrong about something.
No, I would if I did, but no.
I want to fight. I want to fight.
Great
Tell me something.
conversation, though. I mean,
Oh yeah, it's been awesome. I don't know how you guys do this. It's been like 6 hours. Jeez.
It's been
I
5 hours and
guess,
42
yeah,
minutes. So
you're
far,
a trooper
Yeah.
for hanging in.
That's right. That's
Oh
right.
yeah. I'm
I
here
mean,
for the
you
long
could
haul.
split if you wanted to.
No, I like hanging out. You guys are cool.
Awesome. Thank you.
Actually, while you
I
guys
like
read super
Doomer.
chats-
He's a nice guy. He compliments us.
Should I bring up this meme?
Well-
I don't. What does this meme
Well, the problem
mean?
is such is that I'm very much A team.
Ah,
Oh my God. Get him out of here. See, here's the
I'm
thing. You only
giving-
think you're 18.
I'm giving
You only
Doomer the
Wait a
crown.
minute.
Doomer gets the crown now.
Doomer only thinks he's 18. Who's the one that keeps persuading him? Is it
Yeah, but-
Adam or is it Sitch?
Yeah, but here's the problem: is that I met Adam first, and he's really nice. So-
Yeah, there you go. 18
Listen.
wins. Actually,
Listen,
Doomer,
okay.
you're Doom Patrol.
Listen.
You need to.
Listen.
You've got your own flock. You have to tend to now.
What's more important, being nice or being smart? Okay. Adam's nice, but I'm the smart one. That's all that matters. Okay.
Yeah, but we
Don't
don't want to.
answer
We don't care
that.
about nerds and books. We want to go smoke bushes and surf.
Yeah, no shit. Come
Oh,
on.
there you go. You destroyed my argument. Okay. There you go.
All right, I need to take my dog out. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Take
Okay.
it. Smarty Pants. Explain this meme to me. I don't get it.
What meme?
The meme. I brought up the meme. The
Oh,
Zofrat's terrible meme.
what do you mean?
I'm-
This is
I'm
a
asking-
beautiful meme.
Can I have a latte with breast milk? I mean, breast milk. I mean, so that's me basically looking at the boobs, like,
Yes.
and then, but the Sitch chance, our answer is it's called a meme, Adam. I
There
don't think-
there was a picture of, I don't know what like the original meme was. I don't know if this was referenced. There was a picture of like
Are you wearing pants in this? I don't think you.
No. There's a picture on Twitter that was like this chick with like huge tits only wearing the Starbucks apron.
Mhm.
And it was something like, and the caption was something like, can I get an iced latte with breast milk? I mean breast milk. Like they
Oh,
just
okay.
kept.
Okay.
So I'm assuming, I don't know if there's anything deeper than that.
I don't
It's
know if I
just-
saw that meme, so
Okay.
I
yeah,
wasn't hip to that meme.
right. It's a recenter meme. So
Zofrats is getting good at her.
look at that. Isn't that hot? Look at that hot Sitch champ. Oh,
we might have to shrink
Oof.
this down to the Sitch avatar for the show
Oof.
now.
oh, that's right. Utter nonsense. Well, that's right. Doomer. Utter nonsense wants a Doomer's book list. So we'll go back to
Oh
that
yeah,
one.
yeah. I'm curious too.
But so there's an interesting thing about this picture too.
Mhm.
Where's my Twitter? Zofrats posted this and said, "I know how this looks, but Literature Devil made me draw it."
Mhm. Sure.
So I said,
Sure.
"Is there?" I said, "Literature Devil, is there something I should know?"
Yeah, I don't.
So I don't know. It's okay. Literature Devil, if you have a little crush on me, it's okay. Look, you have
I'm
good
s-
taste. What can I say?
I'm skeptical. Yeah.
I should make that my avatar. I'd win every argument.
Oh, I already have made it your avatar.
There you
it's
go.
fully in the stream now.
There you go. From now on, forever. That is the PSA Sitch avatar.
Look at that. I might cut it out and put it on a fancy background just so I have it on the ready.
Butter Anvil says, so I'll ask her for, she has a PNG. Butter Anvil says, stop making me horny for Sitch. It's uncomfortable.
It is super uncomfortable. Think how I feel.
No. Look at that. Just associate that beautiful figure with my voice.
Boom.
It's perfect. You know, Sitch Chan sounds like Dr. Girlfriend, okay? It's got that thick smoker Jewish accent.
I like Dr. Girlfriend.
There you go.
I'm a huge Venture Brothers fan.
I know you are. Anyways, Time for super chats.
Anyways,
And I'll read the people. Some people gave some super chats during the premiere of the Big Joel debate, so I will read those as well.
cool.
The Butter Anvil for $2 says stream was good. Joel was nice. Hi chat. There you go.
Cool. Yeah.
Bill Bonius bag of donuts for $2 says here's some money. Big Joel is still soy based.
Mhm.
There you go.
Sargon was giving Joel a hard time calling him soy based, but the thing is, Joel was bad faith with Sargon. Totally bad faith with Sargon. Which
Did they have a conversation?
No, Sargon made a video calling out Big Joel because Big Joel was sharing Sargon's DMs.
Oh, right.
and
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
Sure.
Big Joel, why?
Well,
Why?
Joel has this really weird position.
Mhm.
It's so weird. It's so funny because Sargon is like really nice personally.
Yes.
And I think that's a great attribute that you should always try to be nice to people, even if you disagree with them like vehemently politically.
Hell yeah.
And I mean, that's always my experience. It's always been Sargon's position. He always tries to be nice to people, especially privately. And I mean, it's weird because Joel had this whole Twitter thread where he's like, I don't understand why like people who say mean things in YouTube videos are then nice to me, like in the DMs. It's like, okay, well, Joel, like, this is such a weird argument. Joel, you understand that YouTube is performative to a degree, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
he should understand that because in our conversation, he's nothing like he is in the videos. So there's obviously some performative aspect going on there. And that's fine. Okay. But
yes,
of
we all
course,
accept this. We're all adults.
Right. We're all adults. We all accept this. But even putting all the performative aspect of YouTube aside, of course, you should be cordial to people in a personal setting. I mean, unless that person is like, I don't know, if that person's trying to ruin your life, I understand that you're not going to be cordial with them, right? If someone's trying to get you canceled, someone's trying to get you fired, someone's trying to sue you for some, bunch of money. Like, I understand not being cordial with that. But if someone said like, oh, they disagree with you politically and maybe they, said you're stupid, like, okay, you can still be cordial to them. And I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
Let's be human beings here. Common courtesy.
Everyone hates Sargon though. It's just so weird.
I guess.
I don't get it.
But he was criticizing Sargon for being nice in the DMs, which is such a bizarre criticism. Like,
well,
okay.
they had exchanged response videos. I mean, we exchanged response videos with Joel, but I mean, he gave us it was a completely different experience. That's what I don't get. It's like,
well, maybe you're right. Maybe it's because Sargon is so demonized that
they
just go into it.
It's unfair. It's so unfair.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. I don't understand it. It's so unfair. Who on the left gets demonized in the same way? No one. I can't think of anyone.
Well, people get demonized. The question is, like, Vash is obviously highly demonized. The question is it deserving? Because we would argue that it is somewhat deserving, or we don't think the demonization of Sargon is deserving.
Yeah, I guess you're right. The thing that I talked about Vosh doing to Sean, I can't imagine Sargon doing anything like that in a million years. Like, yeah, dunking on. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it is. It's just weird. Yeah.
Wolf Spain for $5 says JMac is right. We need our free will somehow. There you go. Well, don't worry. Even if I don't read the super chats, just by sending it, you are automatically, immediately granted free will on the spot. In case you didn't know.
Yes, indeed. It's funny. The one thing I'll say and close the Sargon thing, because I sometimes am curious if Sargon has gotten more tempered as he's done this longer and aged and all that kind of stuff. Like maybe he was more ostentatious, more Voshian 5 years ago when he was interacting with Joel and this was going down. But all of the stuff Joel brings up makes me think, no, that can't be true, because he's talking about how he was nice and cordial in the DMs, which he still is nice and cordial today. So
right. Yeah.
It doesn't seem like, and Sargon has always been nice and cordial with me, and I've known him for a long time. So
right.
Yeah, I don't get it. I just don't get it. That, and also like the Akilah Hughes thing, Akilah suing him. She was fucking definitely in the wrong. Had him pinned as like a white supremacist, was doing it for all these completely nefarious, completely bad faith reasons, all of that stuff. And he was like way more of a saint than I could have ever been in that situation. I would be like, fuck this bitch, right? Like he just completely professional the whole way through in
Right.
ways that I don't think I have that kind of temperament. So
And it ended up her unprofessionalism ended up
Coster, huge.
screwing her over. Yeah,
Yeah.
biting her in the ass. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Cost her fans. I mean, I think she owed, I think, like 30 grand or 50 grand or some crazy amount of money to Sargon, and she crowdfunded it.
I
Talk
know.
about simps.
I know.
What a bunch
That's so
of
pathetic.
fucking simps.
I know.
Ah,
Can you pay my can you pay me this? Can you pay the person that you hate? Because I don't want to pay them.
I know, it's so ridiculous too. It's so ridiculous. And talk about the propaganda aspect of it. She's like, "Oh, I'm being demonized by this white supremacist. Oh, you're saving me." They pay like she's got cancer or something.
Yep, that's true. That's
No,
true.
she started a fight based on lies and lost.
Yep.
And you're going to come in there and pay.
Yeah.
Oh, what a bunch.
And I mean, the lawsuit was incredibly petty. too.
Totally petty.
Very petty.
Giant, hugely petty.
Yeah.
He did make her look like a total dumb shit, but she was a dumb shit.
She was. She was. Cyborg for $2 says, "Yikes to Joel's hair." I don't remember what his hair looked like. I don't think I looked. I don't think I watched the screen at all, so I don't know what he looked like. I wasn't really paying attention. That's my autism. Okay, that's my kinesthetic or anti-visual learning style. Okay.
We did not see him during the debate, and he did not see us. So the video
what do you
we had
mean?
to
There
put
was.
together. We didn't see him during the debate. We were on a Discord.
I thought there
call.
was some visual. Am I out of my mind?
So we were going to live stream.
We were on a Discord call.
And instead of live streaming, I recorded the call. And then I downloaded his video. And that's the first time I saw the video. And
Right, but he was streaming live. We could have opened up the video and watched it.
It would have been delayed, and I couldn't have recorded
Sure.
in the thing. So
Okay, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I'm misremembering. I
that
thought there was some
delayed
visual.
stuff, I just can't. No, that's
Right.
I can't take that stuff.
Cyborg for $2 says, "Big Joel, more like Bigot Joel." Okay.
That's a little excessive, but
I think it's funny. Daniel Chahote for $2 says, "Adam, comic drawing stream when?" Question mark.
I guess. I mean, it seems boring. Aren't those streams boring?
I think people like them. I guess the
Sit
question is
around.
just, do you want to spoil some page? by,
Oh yeah,
you know,
that's
showing
a
it?
huge point that I don't.
I guess
yeah.
that was the question. Yeah. I mean, you could do one, I guess, if people are interested. You know.
What is this? You're sending me a bunch of memes here. One of these doesn't. I mean, how is this? This is just pornography you're sending me.
What do you mean? CT sent you a bunch of memes.
The
That's
Tifa
weird.
one. I mean, it's
Someone commissioned this picture.
No, that's bullshit. Someone
No,
just
it's
downloaded
real.
this
They
picture.
no.
Oh my god, it's got us in their boobs.
Yes.
We can't put this up. This is
We can 100% put this up.
No, this will get the stream taken
No,
down.
put it up. Don't be a bitch.
It's
Don't be a bitch.
okay. You're taking full responsibility.
I
for
will.
This.
Oh, so that meme was put by
Dan Fraga lost his whole channel for putting like a butt that was just in a G-string. It wasn't even.
I think we'll be okay.
They deleted his whole channel.
I don't think we're gonna get our channel deleted. Okay.
Susan hates my guts.
You can put it up for a little bit and take it
A
down.
little
if
bit?
you're super
You're
concerned.
gonna have to pause the stream, guys.
No. It's fine. There's literally nothing pornographic in it except that you can see panties. Okay.
What? They call and YouTube calls it sexualized content.
It's fine. Oh my god.
Tifa panties. Look at that. You know the way, can I recommission this so you can switch it up so I'm between Tifas just to get on
I thought you were on the Dragon Maid. What are you talking
just to
about?
get under Sitch's skin. Well, I'll take either or here. I'm in an either or situation.
Look at this. He's like, I just want to upset Sitch. There it is. Did you put it up? Does anyone know what we're
Sitch,
talking about?
This is no, not of course not. Are you kidding?
Oh my god.
Sitch,
So for the
somebody
yeah.
did you in my outfit from the stream.
I know. The picture we're talking about, Anthony, let's see, not Black Hat on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
He told me he commissioned this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, who's the person that drew the picture? Person's name is Profit Art.
Mm-hmm.
They draw a lot of pornography. Now that I've clicked the link.
Yeah. Oh,
which I guess is
I suspected.
Which I guess you should suspect. The picture is, and we'll put it up, even though Adam doesn't want to. It's a picture of a very busty Tifa and a very busty Dragon Maid, and they're wearing the Sitch and Adam plushies around their necks.
Yeah, they are.
Yep.
They're suffocating us. Basically, we're dying of oxygen depletion.
We're dying the best way ever, right?
Yeah. Here, I'll put it up now really quick.
Okay,
Boom, there
put
it
it
is.
up.
Okay, you guys, it's enough.
No, oh my God, look at this.
That's enough.
Sammy G says, as a woman, I give you permission to show women fan art. It's empowering. See, there you go. We have permission. We have permission.
Okay, well, as long as we're empowering women, I guess it's okay.
Oh my God, you flashed it for like a quarter of a second.
I shrunk it back down.
Jeez. Oh my gosh.
Here it is.
There you go. Look at this beautiful art. Thank you, not Black Hat Anthony, for commissioning this. And thank you, Profit Art, for making it.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Wonderful.
Lovely.
Okay. CT says, I can't even post in the Discord because it's flagged for porn. There you go.
Really? Is that true?
There's the Discord posting in the Discord is like highly super sensitive. There's so many things that's let me post that says it's porn.
Really?
Like, what? Yeah.
I didn't know Discord. You couldn't post Discord and porn in the Discord. I didn't know that.
I don't know. I've had trouble posting things that are not even remotely porn. It's like this image is porn.
Someone pointed out that you can have porn on Twitter and you only have to be 13 to have a Twitter account, and that just completely repulsed me immediately. I thought that's so fucked
Why does
up.
that repulse you?
Because every 13-year-old can fucking look at hardcore pornography on Twitter. It's just wrong. It's totally wrong.
Okay, well, as someone who started looking at porn when they were 10, I don't really give a shit.
Yeah, I think it was 9.
I'm like, okay, well, these 13-year-olds are looking at porn. Oh, okay.
You guys had it so
Jeez.
good.
Jeez. Did you get to see the hot picture, Doomer?
Yeah, I did.
Nice.
It's
Nice.
very creative.
We have some really cool fans.
Are you Team Tifa or Team Eris?
Is that Final Fantasy VII?
Okay, you don't have to answer the question then. Never mind.
Here's Sitch on his first day in school.
Is this the sweater vest picture?
Yeah. Who made
So
this? This is great.
Canvas Infinitum, who, if you recall, he did all the funny pictures of like us dressed as fruits. He's doing the video / game of like us with the robots that we were showing way back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said this was inspired by the vest that you were wearing when we were talking to Joel.
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah.
It looks like Joel.
You know what? Shut up.
I almost clipped that out. But I didn't want Joel to think I was like throwing shade at him. But there's this completely sincere conversation going on before the debate begins about where Joel gets his sweaters and how he has so many cool sweaters with one of his fans. Yeah.
I mean, cool is one way of putting it, but
his brand is really sweaters.
His brand is Bill Cosby, and I'm not sure that's a good brand anymore.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
He's got the Bill Cosby look down. So
Bill Cosby ruined the Bill Cosby brand.
Bill Cosby ruined the Bill Cosby brand. Yes, I agree with that.
You're rocking the look there, Sitch.
That's true. That's not Bill Cosby. That's sweater vest. That's a little different. Because Big Joe has just a sweater. It's the sweater with like that line pattern.
Yeah, see, we're getting into my inability to visualize things because I can't
Okay.
really.
Wow, I thought I was bad at visualizing, but even I could
Yeah, it's really
I
bad.
have a general sense in my mind.
All right, we got
his sweaters have sleeves. Big Joel doesn't show his arms. The
enough.
Butter Apple for $2 says, I saw a Destiny cover. Oh, okay. So now we're on to today. I saw a Destiny cover this stream, or this debate reminded me of Vosh. True. That's true. I can understand that. The Crappy Robot for £2 says, have you seen Squid Games on Netflix? It's pretty good. I have not. I don't even know what
No.
that is. Squid Games?
I
Squid Games
watched
is the South
Love on the Spectrum, which is totally addicting.
Love on the Spectrum?
Yeah, it's autistic people dating.
Oh my God.
It's pretty crazy.
Jeez.
I've got enough experience with that.
I can imagine.
That's funny.
You should watch
we
it,
never-
Sitch. You might get some pointers.
First of all, fuck you. Second of all, we didn't explain this meme that you have up.
Oh, I know.
This meme was put out by the Not Sargon account on Twitter, right? We've
Okay.
confirmed that this is not Sargon, right?
Correct.
Okay.
There was a really weird thing because Sargon did a video where he was tooling around Twitter, and it appears as though Sargon can log into the account that he can't control. Like he can't.
But he
tweet
wasn't
from.
logged into this account. He was logged in because he was logged into a different account.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Right. I think you can still, even if you get banned, I think you can log into Twitter. You just can't post anything, right?
Which is weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
So it says the meme is you have the IQ spectrum and you have the stupid person saying school is gay. And then you have the people in the middle saying, I love school. And then you have the super smart people saying school is gay again. So there you go.
True and based.
There you go. There's your horseshoe meme.
It is true. Horseshoe is real.
You used to fight me
Yeah.
on that one.
You need the
did,
Drake
yeah.
meme. You need the Drake meme where he's like saying no to school and yes to libraries. That's the big brain take.
That is the big brain take. Tristan Verhecke for €10 says late. That's true. We were late. John Smith for $5 says, hey, John. Says A team is late team and they like to chew gum they found under the seats of public buses. And we have a cute little emoji after it.
Sometimes it has a little flavor left. You never know. You gotta give it a little sniff, little taste.
Oh, God. I'm going to vomit.
Wasteful. You don't want to see some gum flavor go to waste. Sometimes they had different flavors back in the 1950s, you know?
Yeah.
Get something special.
And then, you get extra flavor because whatever food the person was eating beforehand, it kind of like embeds in the flavor of the gum and it creates like a unique flavor.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
This is fucking disgusting.
The flavor of the air from
The flavor of tinfoil.
Yes.
the
The
centuries
flavor
under
of
the
the
sea.
diesel from the bus.
the diesel.
My God. I'm going to throw up in my mouth. Alex Karras for $5 says, Adam, if you tilt the harmonic up slightly, you can use your bottom lip to isolate single notes rather than playing 3 at a time.
Someone criticizing my.
Look at that. Alex is giving you harmonica tips.
I love it.
Try it right now.
Tip it up. Is that the key?
Tilt the harmonica slightly up.
Well,
Use your
the
bottom
back of
lip
the
to
up or what?
isolate single notes.
I feel like it's upside down here.
To make a difference.
I don't know. Does it? I can't tell.
I don't think so. But I'm gonna say that's probably you, not the advice. C Hennessy for $5 says, y'all see Shu on ahead didn't go on with Alex Jones and Tim. Why didn't she? Was she scared of crazy dude being right? Probably the backlash she get.
Yeah.
I don't. She tweeted about this. I don't think she was afraid of appearing on a stream with Alex Jones. I don't think that was the concern there.
Yeah.
I don't think. I mean, I would be. Maybe I'm wrong. I didn't think she would want to go on Tim's show at all.
I have no information. I did see one tweet where Shu said, "Oh, I'm gonna do something that's so gonna get me canceled,"
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh, maybe interesting.
but she did two things now, and I'm like, oh, it's like the first thing was she became a member of that, like she agreed to work with that right-wing populist group. And I thought, okay, well, that's it. She immediately jumped out of it, decided not to do it. But then this came up, and I thought, oh, well, that's it. What is going to happen tomorrow that I'm going to be like, oh, my God, that's it. Right? I mean, she tweets out something. What do you, I mean, maybe there's something, maybe I'm dying to know what it was that she thought would get her canceled.
Probably the
Maybe
Alex
it
Jones
was
thing.
this. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, like if you care about your public image, I don't think there's really any way you can navigate that without it being very risky.
Oh yeah, it's totally risky.
It's true. I mean, if she was on with Alex Jones, like, oh my God, she'd get infinite shit from the lefties.
Alex
Leftists.
called her out on the show, and then she responded to his tweet saying, oh, I would totally go on the show. That's not why I didn't go on the show, but it wasn't super.
Right.
I don't know. Do we have answers? I don't know. I mean, I'm not.
Why didn't you go on Tim Pool and Alex Jones? Tell us.
Yeah.
Tell us. We know
Maybe
you're
it's
falling
top
asleep
secret.
right now listening to our soothing voice.
Maybe it's top secret. Don't ask.
Shoo, why didn't you go on? Just DM us. If you don't tell everyone, we'll keep it secret. Okay?
Yeah.
But we want to know.
My nickname's Big Mouth. I won't tell anyone.
Just tell me. Don't tell Adam. Okay, I'll keep the secret. I can actually keep secrets. Okay. The amount of secrets I know that Adam don't. Oof.
Well, you better tell me if she tells you.
Oh, I'm not. I'm not telling you shit. Whale Ears for $5 says, can't stick around because the Rams are about to play, but I need some free will for the week. Thanks. Well, there you go, Whale Ears. You get 5 free units of free will just for you.
Where are the Rams these days? It's LA, right?
They're where the grass is on the mountainside.
Rams.
Ha ha ha. Diogenes for $5
Los
says,
Angeles. That's right.
There you
LA.
go, you're right.
Fucking
there are
baller.
no Rams in LA. That's false advertising.
Got a couple at the zoo.
It should be like they should be the LA homeless or something.
Oh my God.
The LA star fuckers.
Yeah,
The
God.
LA tents.
Why are you? You're
The LA
evil. You're evil. How dare you? I can't wait for global warming to take your whole state under.
Oh, I'll be long gone. Get the fuck out of here.
Bye
Jeez.
bye. I'll have beachfront property and you'll be dead.
That's what you said. You said I can move in with you when that happens.
I'm having second thoughts now that you're so mean about the LA Rams.
What do they call those little like spikes they put on the benches to prevent homeless people from sleeping on them?
Yeah.
Or like on the.
We're
yeah.
gonna put those on our couch and
They
invite
call
you
those
to
That should be the name of the LA team. Whatever you call those things.
the LA Spikes, the LA bench spikes.
Diogenes for $5 says, y'all make working on Sunday a little easier. Appreciate ya. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for
You
stopping
make it
by.
possible. People like you make it possible. Thanks to viewers like you here at NPR. Liam Cooper for £5. Thank you so much, Liam. Vulcan of Nocturne for £2 says, J-Mac makes me feel cheap. No, don't feel cheap. Look, J-Mac is in his own jammer category, okay? So no one feel bad. No one feel bad about the fact that J-Mac is just so amazingly awesome, okay?
Yeah.
Don't feel bad that J-Mac is just so cool. Don't feel bad about that.
J-Mac looks pretty cool. J-Mac's
He
on
does.
Twitter now, so that's kind of
Yeah,
cool.
look at him. He looks like a badass.
You know who the LA Rams played today?
Who?
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Isn't Tampa Bay in Florida? I think it is.
Tampa Bay is in Florida, yes.
Fucking destroyed them.
There you go. I don't care. Not caring about football nor being from Tampa. I don't care.
Beat them by 10 points. Wasn't even
Okay.
close.
Mhm. Michael Hickson for $10 says the Big Joel talk was enlightening and that Big Joel can't understand English and lives in a perma headcanon. Regardless, a team reigns supreme. There you
Well,
go.
that's true. That last
That
part
is true,
definitely
yeah.
true.
I like this. Utter Nonsense says Sitch is Rick, Adam is Morty, and Joel is Jerry.
Wow.
I like that.
Who's Jeremy? I don't know this one.
Joel is Jerry.
Oh, Jerry. Okay, I
Yeah.
know.
There you go. Are you fine being Morty? Are you fine being a Morty, Adam?
I feel like I am kind of Morty.
Adam, we got to talk about Critical Race 3. Adam,
Why?
Adam, you fucking idiot.
Why?
Adam, why you keep interrupting me? I'm trying to pin Joel on this thing, and you just keep interrupting my flow.
Stop burping in the microphone.
Yeah, they think it's funny. They think it's funny.
It's not funny.
Okay.
It's not funny.
S class is best class.
Why are you always drunk?
There you go.
Typical. Look at this.
Typical.
Morty is age 14. Should be voting.
Oh, geez, Sitch.
How can you not think Morty is smart enough to vote, you guys? So elitist.
Maxi Tabby for 25 stars says Demon Mama says something vaguely intelligent is a fat tail event.
Mm-hmm.
Vaguely intelligible as a fat tail event. What's a fat tail event? Not familiar with this term. Fat tail is like they mean a fat tail like in statistics.
Yeah. Long tail is like a lot of different things. So her not making sense is going to be the majority of things that she says, and then once in a while she'll say something that is actually coherent. That's the fat tail. Yeah.
Right.
Long tail stupid, you could say. I don't know if she's stupid though. It might just be bad faith. Who knows?
And one Guitar Man for $5 says there are plenty of ways to encourage kids to learn at every age. I'm getting a teaching degree right now, and I'm totally against compulsory education. Interesting. Though I would imagine you could give a far better argument and discussion than Demon Mama on the topic. So
true.
Chris Jones for $5 says if kids aren't going to school, they need to be stuffed in the trains and sent to the vote gulags. True. That's Adam's position. Yes.
To go vote.
Yep.
Yeah.
Common Cure for $10 says here's some Subnautica Below Zero trivia. I played early access. Robin went through 3 voice actors. The first one sounded like a ditzy college intern, so just think it could have been worse. That must have been. I played early access, but when I played the voice actress originally was like very unemotional and kind of stoic. It sounded like a Star Trek character. So I missed the ditzy intern. I think it would have been better with a ditzy intern, honestly. Just make her a fucking moron. Then the game would have been better. It would have made more sense. I am saying that all female protagonists in video games should be ditzy. That's my position. Yes. Jimmy Mulligan for $5 says, Demon Mama, school is great. Me and my family always wanted to go. Also, Demon Mama, school is terrible and deeply flawed. Yeah. She was kind of contradictory. Yes.
Huge contradiction.
Yes. Tickleson for £5 says, hey guys, happy to see Doomer popping on the show. We'll have to watch this later. By the way, love the stream of you on Flam's channel. Keep it up, bud. Who?
Cool. You are on Flam
Who's
TV.
Flams? What's that?
Isn't it Flam TV?
I don't know. Who's that?
Doomer left.
No, I didn't leave. I just don't know what you're talking about.
Bye-bye, Doomer.
He's right there. Well, is he talking about Doomer or is he talking about us?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I wasn't on Flam TV.
What is Flam TV?
Another YouTuber.
Oh,
I believe it is, but maybe it was someone else. I'll look it up.
Are you talking about Flamenco? Didn't you talk to Flamenco?
Oh yeah, I talked to Flamenco.
Oh, okay.
TV?
That's it.
Maybe that's what they're talking about.
Okay.
It's Flamenco
no.
TV, right? Yeah,
Something like
Flamenco TV.
Dr. Diddler for $5 says, A-Team wears Crocs with socks and recently found a new source of protein in these delicious paint chips from the wall. S-Class is the best class.
No, I hate Crocs, but the paint chips, I'll take a large bag, please.
I think anyone that eats paint chips should not be allowed to vote. That's my position.
I'm still voting, Sitch.
That's very elitist, Sitch.
I vote for 90% of the time. I vote for my wife too. Just think of that. I get 2 votes.
Jesus, look at that. What a misogynist. He steals his wife's vote.
No, she copies off of me. What are you talking about?
Joe Burrito for $4.99 says they didn't include Ed in the live action opening. Oh, you're right. They didn't. I watched it when you guys were gabbing actually during the stream.
What? You big fucking cheater. You big fucking cheater.
They added scenes from the show and replaced Faye's dancing and seductive walking with her using knives.
Oh yeah,
That's
people were
true.
complaining about that.
Whatever. Okay.
I was never a
People complain about
Cowboy
everything.
Bebop fan, so I couldn't tell if it was different or the same.
Mm-hmm. I like Cowboy Bebop. I don't like it as much as people seem to love it and idealize it. So
Yeah, it's no Akira.
I mean, I like it more than Akira. I'll give you.
Well, it's not a very good take.
Is it Akira or Akira?
It's pronounced Akira, but I mean, if you're talking
Okay,
to
look at
people
this.
here, yeah, Akira.
Actually, it's pronounced Akira. because
Hey,
I'm
you pushed me
Japanese.
into it, okay?
I know. I set you up for that one. Dr. Diller for $2 says Mark Wahlberg is an innocent man. Wait, what happened to Mark Wahlberg? Is he in trouble? Is he getting canceled? What's going on? I don't know. What are you referring to?
Me too. I'll look it up.
Mark Wahlberg's been canceled like several times.
I see. Were they calling Hans Mark Wahlberg or something? I'm not sure. That could have been what was happening. It's a high compliment. Mark Wahlberg is pretty awesome. Michael Hickson for $5 says, check out Jordan B. Peterson's talk about luxury beliefs with the originator of the idea. They try to get at one of the reasons they say ideas and practice otherwise. All right. Kobe G for £5 says, cheers, lads. Vaccines being political party says it all. Yeah, I know. It's sad. Kyle the Nightcat for 5 Canadian says, A team is a team for you. Uncle Sam poster with Adam's face. Didn't someone draw that exact picture?
Not sure.
There's either an Uncle Sam. There's an Uncle Sam of someone. I don't know if it's you or me.
Me is Uncle
It
Sam.
exists. Yeah, it exists.
It's probably you.
I can see it in my head. Probably me because I'm just way better.
More
but
popular than me for sure.
yeah, that's true.
By about 4%.
Mm-hmm. Like 40%.
No, 4, like
Mhm.
3-4%. Every
Yeah,
time
okay.
we poll in the Discord, you barely win.
Mhm.
I'm gonna.
All that matters is that all that matters is that I win.
I'm gonna have my way soon enough.
Not for
I'm gonna
long.
Pull ahead. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I got Doomer. Look at this, Doomer.
Yeah, 2v1.
What can I get some
Look
ads
at
in your
this guy
next
over here.
video?
Look at
I
this
think
Absolutely.
we need to commission some A-team ads in the next Doomer politics video.
Yeah, I have a bunch of like B-roll sections where there's just not enough time to
Nice.
put visual information.
Nice.
I'll just play your channel.
There we go. Yeah, perfect.
And you'll just put A team,
Yeah,
A team forever. Right
yeah.
there.
I'll have A team. It'll kind of like flash up and down in like
How
bold
do you-
letters and like change colors.
How do you feel about backward masking, Doomer?
That is a good question. What is backward masking?
Well, that's when you play things backwards and it gets into people's subconscious. Maybe we can put like a track in the background
Like
of your video.
Stairway to Heaven?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe a little A-team reign supreme, just
Yeah.
backwards, a little
There you
light
go.
track.
Here's
There you go.
what you do. Just record some ASMR and I'll just put that there,
Oh,
at a
yeah.
low gain. Just throughout the whole thing.
Let's
Adam
do it.
hates
Just sort of-
ASMR though.
Just to sort of saturate
Let's
it.
do it. Well, I'll make a exception for this backward masking.
How do you feel? How do you feel about ASMR, Doomer?
I don't know anything about it.
I see.
It exists.
ASMR is
Okay.
That's
terrible.
interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
know. It's like asking me
Oh,
what I think
wait a
about
minute.
football. It's like, I don't know.
How do you feel about musicals, Doomer?
Oh man, that is actually a very complicated question.
What do you mean? That was a complicated fucking
Here-
Sounds
Okay,
like
here's-
A-team to me.
Here's okay. I don't like the theater at all. So that's
Sitch,
usually what
to
people mean
explain
by
my thought on
musicals.
musicals, we have to start with feudalism. You see,
Yes,
back-
we do. Yes, we do. Okay, so if we're talking about like theater, like I just don't like the theater at all. And then if you're talking about traditional musicals in film, I don't really like them at all. But
Okay.
the
Fine.
idea that I'm most interested in, like this screenplay that's been in the back of my head for like 10 years, could be called a musical. It's like an incorporation of music without the traditional elements that would be called a musical. So I don't know. It's sort of a complicated answer.
Do you like classic Disney films that have, musical numbers and stuff in them?
I guess yeah.
Hell no.
Okay.
Yeah,
so you
some
like
of those are pretty good.
Aladdin and Lion King and all
Well,
that stuff.
Aladdin is very problematic.
Wait, why is
I mean,
Aladdin problematic?
It's I don't know, something about representing the Middle Eastern culture. I'm not exactly sure, but people have made a big deal about it.
Okay,
I
I'm
mean, the
asking your
Lion King-
real
Lion King-
opinion.
The Lion King isn't. I haven't seen Aladdin. I don't think I even saw it as a kid.
You've never seen Aladdin?
I don't think I've seen Aladdin. I really like the Lion
Jesus.
King.
Oh my God, Doomer, what are you doing with your life?
Who
I haven't
sees
seen the movie
Aladdin? Aladdin was
What am I
terrible.
gonna do, load
Everyone
up
who's
Aladdin?
alive.
No.
That should be the criteria for voting. If you haven't seen Aladdin, I don't think you should be able to vote. Jeez.
Anything that gets less people to vote.
Okay. Okay. So I feel like I can't get a straight answer whether Doomer likes musicals or not. Like, he kind of does.
Okay,
kinda
probably like the answer is probably not, but I'm kind of writing one. Which is
doesn't.
a
Well, there
weird
you
answer.
go. There you go. Interesting. That is kind of interesting. Okay.
I looked up
Matt-
Aladdin sucks just to see what I could find. There's a huge Reddit thread on it.
Pff, okay, get out of here. Mass Media for 199 says also S class is the best class. A team is also cool, I guess.
Woo!
I added the I guess. They just said also cool.
Oh,
okay.
There's an incredibly based comment in chat.
Mhm.
Someone said musicals are awful except the South Park movie. Yes, 100%. The South Park movie is so good.
Yeah, that's why it's complicated. Every once in a while, there's a musical that hits it, and you're forced to say, okay, well, South Park movie, obviously.
South Park movie is awesome. I mean, I
Yeah.
think other musicals are good, but South Park is amazing.
Is there singing in Team America? I don't even know. I feel like there might be.
There
A few
are
musical
songs.
numbers.
The characters are not singing at any
Right.
point,
Yeah,
but
see,
there
that-
are songs. Yeah.
that's what really interests me is like the incorporation of music as a strong element in fiction, but they're not like the characters aren't actually singing it.
Here, I'll Google
can-
musicals that don't suck.
Is
We'll
there
see what
something
happens.
like Team America that has that same element where there's like music that's directly jokingly relating to the scene, but the characters are not singing?
So a really good example, have you seen a movie called Once?
No.
No.
Okay, so Once it's like an indie movie from like 15 years ago. So people generally speaking haven't seen it, but it's about people who are musicians, and most of the movie is sort of interpersonal drama and talking about their life and stuff. But there's this one like incredible scene where they go in to record sort of like their first album,
Mhm.
and like you can basically they have to like pay some guy to do the audio mixing. They don't know how to do that. They're just going in and setting up their instruments, and like the scene starts with them going in, and you can tell the guy thinks that they're going to suck and it's going to be awful and like what a waste of time, and he's sort of dismissing it. And they start playing it, and you can see him kind of start to get into it and like start mixing, and you know the way music's incorporated into that scene is like really really incredible. But it's not a musical in the traditional sense because it's not like breaking the reality of the movie at all. It's just that the characters in the movie are playing music.
This is Once 2006. I Googled musicals that don't suck. There's a list of the 10 musicals, the only musicals that don't suck, and Once is on it. It's number 5. Number
Interesting.
1 is the South Park movie.
Yes. Yep.
Number 1, obviously. Aladdin is on the list, which
Told you.
it's number 9 though. So I mean, let's just make
What's number
this
2? Just give me the whole list.
the whole list. Number 2. Let's see here. You want to number 2, Purple Rain. Number 3, the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Number 4, The Wiz, 1978.
I'm shocked that Rocky Horror is on that list.
Rocky Horror is pretty base though.
But I mean, it's like a very standard musical. Like,
I
it's
I
not
almost
love
singing.
that movie though.
I almost explicitly called it out. I was like, I kind of like that movie.
Number
I
6.
do not like Rocky Horror.
Number
but
6
okay.
should be number 2, The Muppets.
That's Muppets is good, yeah.
I take a firm stance against Muppets.
What the
Poultrygeist.
fuck?
You don't like The Muppets?
No.
Okay.
I don't
Except for-
trust you.
The only
At
Muppet that I
all.
like is Jordan B. Peterson.
You don't have someone who doesn't like Muppets doesn't have a soul. Okay, this is
I
What is-
always
Suspicious.
hated Muppets. I was dead inside as a child. Even as
Oh
a
my
child, I was like,
God.
fuck these Muppets.
oh my god,
So evil.
terrible.
Poultrygeist, which that's awesome. Night of the
Poultry
Chicken.
guys.
Night of the Chicken Dead.
Never heard of that one.
Sounds interesting though.
Mm-hmm.
Little Shop of Horrors, number 8.
Mm-hmm.
Aladdin, number 9.
Good.
Sweeney Todd, the Demon Barber.
Oh,
of
do not. I didn't like Sweeney
Fleet
Todd very
Street.
much.
Yeah,
I thought it was boring.
Oh,
that's
Mulan.
with Johnny Depp, right?
Yes,
I was bored as fuck.
Mulan's a
yeah.
good one. Be a man. Do, 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 do,
Nobody
do.
likes
man.
musicals.
Everyone likes
I lost
Mulan.
some fans over that Muppets take. Wow.
You should. You should. That's a terrible fucking take. That's the most. That's the most
Doomer's like
spicy
my
take you ever had."
subs are plummeting.
Jeez.
I guess I shouldn't make a video on the Muppets.
This is how the internet works.
You should go downvote a random video on Doomer's channel because of that.
You're everybody's best friend until you have one take that they don't
That's
like,
true.
and then
That's true.
you're out of
people are
here. You're bad.
People are saying I
faith.
forgot. There are 2 songs in Team America that are sung. There's "I'm So Lonely" by King John and
Oh yeah,
Real, and there's the "Everyone Has AIDS" song. So
that's pretty racist, right? I'm so lonely.
I'm so lonely. Yeah. JMac for $20 on his wife's account. Mrs. QMac says, Doomer, you have brought me great sadness. My wife and I have been doing theater for our entire lives. So sad.
Wow.
Wow. Look at this. Doomer, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Not saying Joe Biden should show up and shut down the theaters. It's just, yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't speak to me, I guess.
The theater.
Go. Stick to comedy. You guys suck when it comes to musical arts. Hey, don't let me in with these guys. Okay. Oh, Book of Mormon. How's that not on the list?
Book of Mormon
That's a
is
fantastical
amazing.
musical.
Yeah, but
Yes.
that's a play. That's theater.
Oh, these are only movies. Okay, gotcha. Where was I?
Yeah. What's up?
Miss a Thrimus 6 for 100 Kazarkazarks
Mhm.
says, I know anarchism may seem very childish to you, but what about the alternative? Let's have a beauty pageant every 4 years, and who promises most stuff gets a key to everyone's purses. So much better, wink face. I mean, that's better than the alternative. I don't understand how anarchism like would even remotely function at all.
I mean,
Yeah.
that means you do understand it.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
That's
Thank you
true.
for clarifying that. Yes.
It doesn't work.
Trapping Akbar 7 for $2 says, school's out for Demon Mama.
Mhm.
David C. There's a musical. David C. for $5 says, I understand everyone needing basic schooling, reading, writing, and simple math, but do you really believe that everyone needs 10 years of schooling? Yes.
I
Sure.
don't know.
I'm fine with the length of schooling that people go to right now. I'm fine with that. Mass Medium for $1.99 says, or just read it if you don't have the time.
Mhm.
Wait, what am I reading? Oh, One Piece. He's talking about One Piece. Adam can't read. He'd have to watch
I
One
can't
Piece.
read.
Yeah.
Reading is difficult for me.
So,
That's why we need mandatory schooling.
Yeah, it's true. Well, dyslexia is what stood in my way. You said
they
you
can
had
beat
dyslexia
that out of you.
too, right?
Okay?
Do you have dyslexia, Doomer? Didn't you say you did, or was
Okay,
I
so
incorrect?
I'm not entirely sure. So when I like looked into this, there were 2 different forms. What like I don't have the common form,
Mhm.
but I have a really hard time distinguishing like left and right
Mhm.
and like certain kinds of like binary things. So I think I have like a form of it. Yeah.
I went.
Wait,
I
I don't
was
understand.
test.
What does that mean?
They do
Like
tests
like
for
if
it.
like if you're in the like if you're the passenger in my car and you tell me to turn right, there's like a 48% chance I turn right and a 52% chance I turn left. That's what I mean.
That's interesting. Wow. I didn't know that was like a dyslexic thing.
Yeah, like I literally have to remember like, okay, you said right or left. Okay, this is my right hand. Okay, that's right. Like that's literally what I have to do every single time.
You just make an L with your whichever hand can make the L is the left.
Yeah.
Wow, that must suck for you when you have like the GPS going and it's like turn left here and you're like, oh fuck.
Your chat is really passionate about Muppets apparently.
Muppets are great.
Who's talking about Muppets? I didn't even
The
see.
entire chat.
Well, they should be because the Muppets are amazing. Okay, they should.
That's-
Do you have
Muppets
the
are
right
great.
chat? Are you on the Muppet movie chat? Maybe.
That's a very good public facing
Awesome.
position.
Wait, so have you? What Muppet movie have you seen?
None of them. I hated them since I was like 6. So I don't watch it.
So, what
Were
happened?
you
You were 6
molested
years
by
old
a
and you turned
Muppet?
on like, yeah. Is that what happened? Were you touched by Kermit the Frog in some place?
Oh,
Something
like
that?
Height would say that I had an effective disgust reaction to Muppets.
Hey,
My mind was
Doomer,
made up.
I'd
It was
like to
all
put
it was
my
all
hand up your
post-hoc
butt this time.
rationalization.
Oh my god.
Don't worry, you do it to me, so I can do it to you, right? Yay!
What is
Wait, so but did you like see Muppets once, like when you're 6, and you're like, oh, this is dumb? Like
I was born into this world hating Muppets.
I
It's just-
see,
it's
I
central
see.
to my being.
There you go. That's your racial bonus when you were born. You chose hate Muppets.
Yeah.
I don't think
I
that was a good.
I could have trusted like teamwork or creativity or
Yeah.
something, but yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. I think it was a
Hating
bad
Muppets.
stat point allocation. There
it
you
was a bad perk. Well, I mean,
Yes.
kids are not very good at allocating their own stats.
That's true. That's true.
I have a Muppet. I think I save this. I save weird stuff that I see during the week just to bring up on the show. But I can't tell if this is a Muppet. This weird thing. I can't. This thing is impossible for me to stop looking at. It's a.
Well, I'll tell you if I hate it, and then we can determine if it's a Muppet or not.
There's no way you can love this. This is a crime against humanity.
Is it up? I don't see anything yet.
Yeah, I just brought it up. It's from a meme. It's from that meme of the guy kind of side eye. I think it's a Muppet side eye looking at you. And somebody did a hyper realistic version of it that's just insanely.
Oh, I'm gonna.
Oh my God, Jesus
Yeah,
Christ!
I know exactly.
Yeah, that's not a Muppet. I don't know what show it's from. It's a little puppet, the little bear puppet looking sideways. Yeah. And they made it look like realistic and it looks terrifying. Yeah.
Is this why you don't like Muppets?
That's an additional reason that I can give as to why I don't like Muppets. Yeah.
Do they bother you? Do you have like an anti-doll thing?
Huh? No, I don't mind dolls. It's
Okay.
Muppets.
What about like ventriloquist dummies?
I'd
So
say I'm
weird.
agnostic on ventriloquism.
Okay. Okay.
I can't tell if they made it or it's 3D.
Get that picture away. Like it's terrifying.
so bizarre.
Get that out of here.
Set it as your
Jesus.
profile picture.
Get that out of here. Stop zooming in. Get that out of here.
You should make this your profile picture.
Oh my God, no. Get this out of here. Get it out. Get
Can
it
we
out.
do a Sitch version of this?
No,
Photoshop
fucking God, no.
Photoshop it black.
Please, God, don't do this.
I feel
Nobody
like,
do this. It's terrible.
I don't know.
Oh,
You don't have Sitch doesn't have eyeballs like that.
I don't have
though,
pupils,
so-
so yeah.
But I do have
David-
I do have a Sitch thing with pupils, which is
That's
kinda-
right. CT made little magnets. Yeah.
Yeah, which is kind of weird, and I don't know.
Do you like Angel and Buffy, Doomer?
You mean the character in Buffy or the separate
The
show?
TV show.
I like the initial run of Buffy, and I like Angel in Buffy, and I don't think I liked Angel, the separate show.
Really? Oh, that's an interesting take. Okay.
Yeah.
There was an episode of Angel where he gets turned into a Muppet, so maybe that's why I didn't like it.
Yes, precisely.
It's one of the best episodes. It's hilarious.
Yeah, and I didn't even know that. I could feel it in my bones.
Right,
that
you could
Muppets were gonna
sense
be
it was
involved.
coming.
Yeah, something was wrong about this show. Yeah.
Right. Those are the CT made like little Sitch and Atom up, like refrigerator magnets. So that's pretty cool. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. David C for $5 says, why can't people go into apprenticeships or learn their family business at a young age? Look at college now. What good are they learning? Take away power. I mean, you can do that in your own time. I don't see why that conflicts with going to school. I mean, you don't have to go to college. You can definitely take an apprenticeship instead. I think you should still have a basic education, be knowledgeable about things.
No,
So
be dumb.
okay. Bull Moose for $4.99 says, did you guys see James Lindsay on Ben Boyce? I didn't watch it. I think Adam did.
I didn't.
It was great. Everyone should watch it. May have seen some S-Class and A-Team in his chat. Yeah, I mean, I like Ben. We've had Ben on.
Hell
before.
yeah. Hell yeah.
So we should have him on again soon.
We should.
Someone else told us to watch that last week. The Butter Anvil for $5 says, if criticizing Sitch's upload schedule is anti-wrench behavior, I relinquish my wrench. Also, update, I am more than halfway done writing my giant video. Great. That's great, Butter.
Yeah. We encourage it. Make videos. It's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
It's what people do
Yeah.
these days.
Yeah, cool
It's
people.
It's not as hard as people think. It's kind of time consuming though.
Yes.
Right.
Hugely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, for a lot of people, that is what makes it difficult.
Yeah.
Video games are time consuming too, from what I hear.
That's true.
I can check my played time. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's measured in years.
Why
I spent
can't
like 10,000 hours on this?
guys? Why can't we just make work as fun as a video game? Like, why is anyone compelled to work? I don't understand.
Yeah, exactly. Just put calculus tutorials in World of Warcraft, and we'll all be Einstein.
I mean, there always is some work that's as fun as video games, I feel.
Is there?
I feel like there is.
What's-
Yeah. I mean, I'm
I-
working on the
it's
comic.
fulfilling.
I fucking love it. Oh, it's fucking great.
That's different. Yeah, I think, dude, I think it's the thing's the difference between fulfilling and fun.
Yeah,
those are
I think
different things.
they're like always fulfilling, but there's a lot of periods that aren't fun. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think editing audio is ever going to be fun for me. It's a painful process.
Yeah. I like editing audio.
You should tell
Ghost
me
of-
how to do it.
Oh, Danimal made this picture of Demon Mama.
Down with homework. Demon
Down.
Mama. Huh.
See, Adam, if kids could vote, Demon Mama would run for president on the platform of abolishing compulsory school.
See, this is
There you go.
this is terrible because that's the perfect example of two movies, one screen. Because like down with home, she could be saying, "Yeah, hell yeah, I'm down with homework. I love school."
Well, considering the pencil's breaking,
Yeah, the pencil
I think-
snapped.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tip in your favor, but I still say,
Okay.
she's down with homework and very
Right.
sad that her pencil broke.
I say.
I should make a video called "In Defense of Homework" because it's actually the abolishing homework's a dumb idea. You need homework.
Abolishing homework is unironically evil. Yes.
No.
That's gonna be like the forever meme associated with you now.
It
What did
really
that-
is. It's like
Yes.
it's like kind of interesting that I created a meme, but it's also terrifying that I'll be hearing this in a year, like guaranteed.
Yep.
Yeah,
yep,
you'll get
yep.
sick of it. You're probably already sick of it.
Probably. Ghost of Recon for 499 says, Who is this she we're talking? Oh god. Who is this she we're talking about? Not trying to be a butthole, but I'm listening and I think I missed something. Terrible. We do not promote transphobia here, Ghost of Recon. Okay. I mean Adam does, but it's not his fault.
I type Vosh into YouTube search, and the first thing that comes up is Vosh is unironically evil.
Nice.
I just saw that you changed the
Nice.
title "Big Joel unironically trans James Blair White."
Yeah. I did. That's all thanks to you. You said change the
Based.
title, so I changed the title.
That is incredibly based.
Thank you.
There
Ghost
is
of
a
Recon
Vosh
for
response to the hit piece. So that's all. You're right on 200,000 views at 199K. Good for you, man. That's a solid fucking second video there.
Yeah.
But you know what's crazy? Like, if you had a 30% or 25% click-through rate on a non-political video, that's like 10 million views. That's
Yeah.
insane. Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
so it's funny how like the political sphere is just so much smaller than everything else.
That's kind
the
of
thing.
good, though, right? I mean,
I don't think it is.
I think
Well,
people
I
should
mean,
be
maybe it
more
is
obsessed
considering
with
the-
politics. Oh, I feel like
Maybe it
it's
is
horrible.
considering like how shitty the discourse is generally in politics online, but so maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Derek Drummond for $5 says S-Class hates education and skips school to jack off. Look, I never
Skip-
skip school.
Skip
jack
school
off,
to
okay?
jack off? Is that
No,
what
I mean you
you're
just do
doing
it in the
over there?
bathroom. Why would you skip school for that?
Absolutely skip school.
To jack off?
I mean, probably among
Okay.
other things. Yeah.
A-Team loves learning and skip school to chase the ladies. There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
David C for $5 says, "Really, you really believe that if people don't have school, then they will become criminals?" W2F guys, all in caps. I don't think people become criminals because of the lack of school, but I do think if there was not compulsory school, I do think criminality would increase dramatically. Yes,
Hell yeah.
I do. I do
Hell
think
yeah.
that. Sure. I mean, is that a controversial take? I would
That's
think that'd
the icest cold take. I mean, the only people who would disagree with that are anarchists, probably.
Mhm.
I don't
I don't know
even
what
how
David
you can
C
disagree
is,
with that.
but I don't think we have a lot of anarchists watching, but maybe we do. Zenik for 35 Zardoses says, "One thing I've noticed is that before the internet and Twitter, we watched all the trash people on Jerry Springer, and now we watch them debate."
Yes.
That's funny.
YouTube, there is a bit of the reality television aspect to YouTube, but Jerry Springer was
That's
always
true.
fake. I feel like YouTube is more real.
Was it?
Well, what do you mean by fake?
Jerry Springer was fake. I'm on the,
Don't shatter my childhood right now.
I don't think it. Well, like I guess it's fake, and that the people on it were acting up intentionally, but like they didn't tell. It's not fake. Like okay, you're gonna come in and do this, and the
This was-
storyline,
There
like
was a documentary about this. You
they
really
did.
think
I know they wasn't fake to that
Jerry
regard.
Springer fake?
I don't think it was.
You mean the people faked stuff to get on Jerry Springer?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe there are people that are faking stuff to get on.
That's still fake.
I don't. But I'm saying when you say Jerry Springer's fake, that implies to me that Jerry Springer production company is like hiring people and telling them to perform in some fashion, which they were not doing, to my knowledge.
I think I saw some documentary on this, and oh god, it's so evil what they do. The reality TV producers ask them if they're on any medication, and as soon as they list off any kind of psych meds, they're like, okay, you're hired.
Oh my god, that's so fucked up.
That's
I know,
hilarious.
it's terrible, isn't it?
Oh my god.
Yes.
Well, that's like like with a lot of the old reality shows that were on MTV and VH1 was like people would send in the videotapes of themselves, and it's like they're obviously choosing the most like unhinged, unstable person.
Yeah, that's what they're shooting for.
Right.
But isn't it hilarious that you would think that they're asking them like, oh, well, it would not be right for us to bring you on if you're suffering from depression. But it's completely the opposite. It's like, oh, yeah, that's the person we want. Give us the Prozac girl.
So someone who's suspiciously not Batman in chat has a good point. They said, who wouldn't fake something to get a free expense paid trip to Chicago? There you go.
Is Jerry
That's
Springer
true.
in Chicago?
Apparently.
I had forgotten that.
Judge Judy is fake. Judge Judy isn't fake. I mean, people don't care because like they get the thing paid for. Like they don't have to pay for it. So
Yeah.
Derek Jones for $5 says, I'm against state mandated education. But interesting. But it infuriates me that Demon Mama is an idiot, though, making all these BS anarchist arguments that don't hold up.
Yeah, that's a problem. People representing your position and representing it poorly. If someone was, representing my abolish the voting age position inaccurately, I would hate that. If they were in favor of abolishing the voting age but had no reason for it, just some unhinged Demon Mama type. My God.
So this picture is some more slander by Daniel. Daniel slandering, pretending like he's noogieing me in school.
Yeah, look at that.
Didn't happen. I don't think I was ever noogied, wedgied. I didn't see anyone ever engage in any of that behavior that you see like the stereotypical bully behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was just people that were kind of rude to each other, and then people getting in fights occasionally, but it wasn't like the stereotypical bully behavior is like getting knocked into a locker or something. I never really saw that.
Right. Well, our lockers were like tiny. It couldn't fit a person in the locker in the first place.
Someone did burn down a locker accidentally one time when they like put their joint in it or something.
That's funny. Sebastian Lee for $5 says, a peasant from the Middle Ages is more educated and intelligent than a newly graduated high schooler in Baltimore. Our schools have failed our children. Now, Sebastian, I don't know how you could possibly make that claim. I'm going to be honest. I don't know how you could even remotely make that claim. A peasant from the Middle Ages. I don't think a peasant from the Middle Ages is more educated and intelligent than like almost anyone in modern society.
Yeah.
Just via osmosis, the average person, or even like not the average person, even like the dumber people in society, they probably are more knowledgeable about random shit than like a peasant from the Middle Ages who doesn't even understand like what the sun and the moon are. Okay.
What about Demon Mama?
Okay, you've destroyed my argument, Adam. You've completely destroyed my argument.
This looks like is that a based idle game there?
I don't know.
Oh, the picture?
Little Sitch finishes his schoolwork.
I can't see.
For the
Little
day.
Sitch this is another Daniel meme. Little Sitch finishes his schoolwork for the day and gets to play on the computer. I have to blow it up. I can't see what am I looking at here.
Is this that gay game that your mom got?
E621. I'm not sure what that is.
It's probably an idle game. It involves numbers big enough they get represented in scientific notation.
Well, considering there's like a search thing under it and it's Danimal, I'm assuming it's some kind of degenerate porn site because that's generally Danimal's MO. So
No, this
that's
is
what I'm assuming it is.
This is some stupid
What did you
teaching
Photoshop
game.
Danimal?
Some stupid teaching game or something.
Okay, maybe. Lick Tasty for $5 says Demon Mama's worldview seems to stem from a teenage angst she never grew out of. Also, Adam, please explain the Hogwarts outfit during the big Joel talk.
My wife just got Hogwarts costumes for us for Halloween, and I was like, I'm gonna wear that because it's badass. I mean,
what was the thought process there?
I
gotta
will
look this
put
up.
that on my body.
That was it. There was nothing deeper than that.
I mean, it fucking look. It looked amazing. Did it not look amazing? I look like was straight out of potions class.
I didn't even notice this. You do look kind of fly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Come
Yeah,
on.
the drip's okay.
Dress. For
People
to
are telling you to
impress.
Google search that, Adam, to figure out what it was.
What? Google search what?
The
The
I don't
game?
remember what the number was.
You want to know what the game? Can't we just ask Danimal?
Just Google search it, Adam.
No, I will not. Don't tell me.
That's how you know it's something. That's how you know it's something pornographic. People
Don't tell me to. Don't try to force me to do things. I don't like force.
It's not the government. It's the chat. Okay.
Oh wait, there. It looks like something is blurred out. Oh, it's like furry porn or something. Never mind.
There it is.
Yeah, you were right. That is.
I was right.
MO.
I know.
Danimal.
I know Danimal. I know the way Danimal thinks. Okay.
Danimal.
Mm-hmm.
At least thank you for blurring it out.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. Thank you. Peanut steak for $5 says, I don't want to go to school, just want to be a fool, just want to play video games. Everything else is really lame. Video games by Blackout Band. There you go. There you go. True. Input latency for $9.99 says, you're clever folks. You probably heard of Pascal's wager, but have you looked into Eucharistic miracles? Spiritual made manifest with forensic paper trails. Would love to hear your take on it.
I haven't. What's it called?
Eucharistic miracles.
Eucharistic miracles.
Let's see. According to Wikipedia, in Christianity, a Eucharistic miracle is a miracle involving the Eucharist.
Oh, okay.
Is that like when you eat the little cracker or whatever?
Yeah.
When they put a little angel dust on
the body
your
of
cracker.
Christ, Sitch.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a Jew, so I don't know any of this stuff.
Oh, okay.
I
I'm a
killed
Buddhist.
Jesus personally, so you have to excuse my blasphemy. Didn't you know that? Every
most
bar mitzvah, a
remarkable.
Jewish kid goes back in time
It's
to
so
help nail
bad.
Jesus to the cross.
So
Yeah.
bad.
Oh,
Why do you
That is
say
true. I
that?
heard that. I think Mel Gibson said that. Yeah.
He did say that, actually. Yeah.
That's the equivalent.
Whenever I say that, Adam gets so upset.
Well, it's so
That's
bad.
part of why I say it.
Do you say it to piss off Ben Shapiro? I guess.
I say it to annoy you because you get very upset when I say it. Okay. I don't know anything about the
Yeah.
Eucharist miracles, but I guess I'll check in. What I don't know what the forensic paper trail would be for that. But
5 extraordinary Eucharistic miracles that left physical evidence. This must be it right here.
I see.
Let's see.
I know people for a long time where there was what's the Shroud of Turin. They're like, oh, this is, but then it turned out to be fake.
Yeah, it was totally fake.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a shock.
I know. Listen,
Yeah.
fuck you guys. I'm holding out hope. Okay. I'm holding out hope here. Are you going to read the miracles or no?
Wait, I hope for
A
the
woman living in
Shroud of Turin?
Portugal in the 13th was distressed that her husband was unfaithful to her, and she decided to consult a sorceress for help. The sorceress told her the price of her service was a consecrated host. She went to Mass at the Church of Saint Stephen and received the Eucharist on her tongue, removed the Eucharist and her mouth, wrapped it in her veil, and headed to the door of the church. But before she got out, the host began to bleed. When she got home, she put she didn't help the guy. What? When she got home, she put the bloodied host in, what?
The cracker started to bleed.
Oh, it did? When she got
That's what
home,
they're
she
saying.
put the bloody host in a trunk.
Mm-hmm.
That night, a miraculous light emitted from the trunk. She repented of what she had done,
Uh-huh.
and the next morning confessed to her priest. Her priest came and received the host and took it back to the church, and they have it wrapped up like in a
There you go.
sacred thing.
Confirmed.
After an investigation and approval of the
Uh-huh.
miracle, the church was renamed Church of the Holy Miracle, and the bloodied host remained on display to this day. I mean, so she had a mouth bleeding situation, or
No. The cracker was bleeding.
right?
She
right.
wasn't bleeding. Yeah.
But the woman, so the woman put it in her mouth and took it out. I guess she didn't eat it. I thought you were supposed to eat the cracker.
She was trying to give the cracker to some sorceress or some
Oh, okay.
spell. But when
Holy
she took it
Spirit
out of the
told her to
church,
expel the cracker.
yes, and when she took it out of the church started bleeding, and then a holy light descended upon the cracker. So she's like, "Oh my god!" And so she took it back to the church.
And they got a whole church renamed for this. I mean, it
Right.
sounds.
I mean,
a
I would have just
little-
ate the cracker. I've been like, "Oh shit! I guess
suspicious.
I really should eat this fucking thing."
I mean, it's a pretty amazing story, don't you think?
Well, actually, I don't know if something's bleeding. I don't know if you want to stick it in your mouth. So maybe that's maybe my first intuition's a bad one. There you go. There you go. Interesting.
Right. Okay.
Okay. This this picture was my CT. Says I had a rough week. This is all I have time for. Sorry. That's okay.
That's okay. You don't have to apologize.
You have to apologize for
do stuff
not drawing
us.
pictures
Yeah.
CT for free. You don't have to apologize.
What's up? I noticed how you
I
put
like the little-
Sitch in his underwear, which
I like the little Sitch in his little heart boxer. That's adorable. She did, however, unfortunately, make the horrible thing that you asked for.
Mhm. I
If you,
thought that
if you
might
check-
happen.
yeah, if you check your DMs,
I'll look.
I don't want you to put it up because it's the worst thing ever.
Is it insane?
You'll see. You're right. She should have eaten it. She would have got superpowers. True.
Is that what happens?
Darth XX360 no scope. Wow, look at that. This is Darth Dawkins' younger brother for $10. Says it's a takeaway I had from the Big Joel stream is it seems like Joel never internalized the phrase, quote, read the room with regards to Blair's approach. Anyway, a team reigns supreme. There you go.
Mm-hmm. What was that last part again?
I can't read that. I don't remember. My dyslexia is acting up. Says Team Chris Reagan Supreme. That's what I think it says. Yeah. Interesting.
Funny.
Chris Reagan fan. Jacob's Law for £5 says everyone knows the greatest element is Americum, the atom of freedom. There you go. I agree.
Mhm.
I should have just wrote, you know what? When they gave me the little blank periodic table, I should have just wrote the 50 states and then drawn an American flag throughout the rest of the periodic table and been like, fuck yeah.
Yeah. America.
Boom. Boom. Look at that horrible picture that CT made.
Mhm.
It's the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
Look at that.
Jesus. Disgusting.
I like it.
Oh, God. Get it
That's
away.
very
Get it off the
weird.
screen.
Since you should grow your beard like this.
You know, it actually looks better than the actual normal one does.
And
Actually,
Like, it
looks
looks
kind of
less-
good.
Yeah, it looks less disturbing than the normal picture, to be
No,
honest.
I kind of visualized something sort of like this, and I'm shocked they did it so quickly. I think they did a pretty good job, honestly.
Yeah,
this is the
CT's great.
crazy Muppet thing. For those of you who are listening, the crazy Muppet thing. CT has turned into a Sitch Muppet.
Terrible. Also feels vaguely anti-Semitic. Brian Townsend. Brian Townsend for $5 says, I mean, just look at all the countries that don't have mandatory school. They're doing fantastic. We should be just like them. That's a
Yeah.
good point. That's a good point.
Yeah. Nicaragua, right? What
Mm-hmm.
what are the nations?
Yeah, I don't know, but probably not good. The expert layman for $5 says, please reload the stream from the Please reload this stream from the notification if you didn't find it that way. If we increase the notification, click through YouTube, it will notify more people. Oh, I see. So expert layman is saying, like, if you if you have like the bell set up so you're notified and you click it to watch the stream, it will help the algorithm like throw this out to more people. So
Wow.
awesome. Yeah.
Thanks
I
for
didn't know
the
that.
tip.
Get the click, guys. Click the like button. Click the like button. There's only 560 we gotta get it to
That's
1,000
it?
likes. Come on. Where's Sean? Sean.
Do you know
Sean,
what?
get us up to 1,000 likes. Come on. Guys.
Do you know what Nick Rekieta does?
What?
Oh, I shouldn't mention this. Never mind.
Oh, why not?
Because we're not gonna do it.
CT says, "Can I give it a yarmulke?" Fuck no.
Nick Rekieta does at 1,000 likes. He does a shot. He
Oh,
does a
right.
shot of something.
You should take
Yeah.
a toke.
I'll do a hit of acid.
That's right, guys. Get us
We
to
got to get
1,000
this
likes.
video to 20,000 likes.
No.
Get us to 1,000
that was a
likes.
joke.
Adam will do a shot.
Take
of
your
acid.
like. You better
of
take
acid.
those likes back because I'm not
I
doing
say.
it. I don't
I
want.
say.
I'll do it.
There's no obligation here.
There you go. Doomer will do a hit of acid. Okay.
Yeah.
It'll be great. I can't
Mark
even
Cre-
imagine. Can you imagine being on a stream on acid? Oh my god,
Yeah.
That's true. That'd be awful.
it would
tried to-
be awful.
I tried to play League of Legends on acid one time. I was actually pretty good.
Mhm.
Oh, there you go.
I tried to see a movie on acid and it was not fun.
Hmm.
I've done that a bunch of times.
I want to see like the most contentious people debating, but they're both on shrooms. See
That
how
would be fun. Hell
that
yeah.
would be fun.
That would
yeah.
be pretty funny. They would just continuously forget what they're talking about, and there would just be like these long gaps in the conversation.
Yeah.
But they'd end up being super nice to each other too, probably.
Hell yeah, they would.
Mark Cruz for $10 says, honestly, here's my terrible take on this. We need to reopen the asylums and we need to reopen the asylums and open to help these actual indoctrinated, useful idiots. It's the least we can do. Help both for the right and the left. There you go. I agree. Put all the political extremists in the asylums. I agree.
Let them LARP it out.
Doge Whistle for $5 says, A-Team eats mayo by the spoonful and tries to pay with a check at the McDonald's drive-thru. S-Class is the best class.
A-Team is paying for a check at the McDonald's drive-thru?
Paying with a check, yes. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's awful. That's awful.
Is that true, Adam?
Hell no. What's a check?
Mhm.
Who
I think
writes
you do
checks anymore?
You do eat mayo by the spoonful. I believe that.
I haven't had a checkbook for like a solid while.
Yeah. Yes.
I haven't had a checkbook since college. The fuck? Who
Yeah.
writes checks anymore? Nobody.
You see occasionally at the grocery store someone writing a check and you're like, oh,
That's true.
that
Like, what-
person.
Who is this old
Yeah.
lady? Get out of here.
That person. Yeah.
Right.
It's the only reason I needed them. I needed to pay my parents back some money a while ago, and they were like, send us a check. And I'm like, how do I what? How do I get a check? How do I
get a
mail
checkbook?
something?
Can I
don't
pay
know any step of this process. Yeah, exactly.
I just
That's
noticed
funny.
you have Tim Pool's beanie in your avatar, Doomer.
I do. It's
Was that
pretty
deliberate?
stinky.
Tim Pool
This is
doesn't
not
have
deliberate.
a monopoly on beanies, Adam. Okay.
Yeah, the honestly, all the branding of the channel is pretty unintentional. Like, I initially made it to make a video about the January 6th stuff, and then I just didn't. And then I just kind of like had all the socials and channel made. And then I was like, hey, I want to make this Vosh video. I guess I'll use this channel I already have.
Yeah.
So I didn't really think it through. I just didn't want to go through the pain of like recreating all that crap.
That's a way to do it. Yeah. Or do it in progress.
I feel like that happens a lot. So
Yeah.
it's like that was like Adam and some other people sent us that rightful opinion video. That's like 2 hours on Blair White, super fucking boring. At least the part I watched was very boring. I'm
I
like, how
agree.
egotistical it is to have your channel be called The Right Opinion. And I'm like, well, he probably started that like as a joke and then just blew up and he never changed the brand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the right opinion is kind of brilliant because you don't necessarily know if it's the right as in political right or correct.
I assume it meant correct. But
Yeah. Well, I thought it could mean the right.
Yeah,
I
like,
don't
it's sort of
know.
ambiguous meaning. I always thought it'd be funny to have a podcast called like A Genius and a Man Child, and you just never clarify which is which.
which is
Yeah.
which. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cat in the chat says A-Team can check D's nuts. There you go. I agree.
What?
No, that I disagree with that.
Yeah, of course you do.
More D's nuts jokes.
Simp. Call you simp politics.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't make
Okay,
fun of
fine.
my friend, okay?
A-team politics.
Taylor Akiri for $5 says, what was the literacy rate in the U.S. prior to mandatory schooling? Oh, that's actually a good question. I don't know. a good question.
400%.
Literacy rate in the U.S.
Before
Over
mandatory schooling.
time.
Oh, over time.
When was mandatory schooling like a thing?
I mean, I think it came about with John Dewey back in like the late 1800s.
Well, I can't find it very quickly with a quick
Yeah.
Google search. So
Okay.
someone find that information out. I would be interested in that. Derek Drummond for $5 says S-Class bases all their knowledge on their lived experience. A-Team bases all their knowledge on their lived experience and data to back it up. There you go.
Mhm.
See, Adam is just very good at cherry picking data that conforms to his lived experience.
True.
There you go.
Excellent.
I mean, everyone is good at that. Yeah.
That's true. I mean, look, I drive around. I see lots of Donald Trump signs. So obviously it's going to be a 49 state landslide. Okay.
Mhm.
Oh man, what a bad prediction.
Rob Walker for $10. Thank you so much, Rob. Doge Whistle for $5 says, wait, a little late to party here. I thought Demon Mama was a girl. Demon Mama is a trans woman. You're all horrible people. But I still love you. Soj Sog Zalink the Great for 50 secs says, Sneed class is best class.
Sneed.
Sneed like that. Wasn't that like a video game where you shot like little heads or something? Am I thinking of something different?
Not
I don't know.
sure.
I thought that was like one of those little bubble popping games with faces. Yeety the Yeti. I like that name. Yeety the Yeti for 100 rubles or rubies or rubs for 100 rubs. Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Says if commie perspective is so important, can you say, quote, we need Nazis too out loud? There's no A in team and S-Class is gassed. You both dogs, LMAO.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna be 100% honest. I have no fucking clue what any of that.
I couldn't parse any of those words. Yeah.
Yes. If commie perspective is so important, can you say, quote, we need Nazis too out loud? I don't even, what is that even a reference to?
Is he calling me a commie?
I don't know.
I don't know.
You know, kind of fun with
there-
that. It's cool. Whatever.
You're both dogs. Okay. Rough.
Hey, dogs are based.
That's true. That's true. I was trying to think of a dog pun, but I couldn't. Danish cartoon for 5 Aussie bucks says, okay, Sitch. No, the quartering. You made that clear. What about Count Dankula? He's awesome, and he's already been an EFAP. Also, good day to Butter Anvil. Yeah, Count Dankula's great. Who doesn't like Count Dankula?
Yeah, he's
Bosh.
featured in the sticky comment to my video.
There you go.
Bosh.
That's right. That's right. Grassroots Dictator for $5 says, children are born curious. It takes years of public school to beat that desire out of them.
True.
American schools are
True.
designed for obedience, not education.
There's some truth to that, definitely.
Daniel in the chat says, what did I miss? Did Adam check that website out?
No.
Adam did not check the
did
website
not.
out. Sorry, Daniel. I tried to get him to
course.
Google it, but he wouldn't.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna. Come on.
Yes.
We're wise to you.
Are we?
Mm-hmm.
Life plus one for 7 Canadian says the Montessori by my house was being run by a pedophile for 15 years before he got caught.
Ouch.
LOL.
Ouch.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
not LOL. That's like, oh.
That's not great. Oh, Expert Layman made some like graphic with CT's Alice in Wonderland picture.
Hmm.
That you could probably put up in the watch together.
Sure.
Let me switch to Streamlabs for a bit. Skeptical Waves for $5 says, hey now, it's your boy Skeptical Waves with another audiobook. This week, Reflections on Violence, a socialist justification for violence as a political tool, and The Rape of the Mind, a book about torture and mind control with applications to mass media. There you go. Interesting. Skeptical Waves does audiobooks. Check them out. Magor for $2 says, anyone who thinks kids can be incentivized to do beneficial things every time, every day without being forced doesn't have kids and should not opine on subjects involving kids. Agreed. Kids refuse starting their bedtime routine all the time. That is true. That is true.
Yeah,
You can't make me go to bed.
Gotta get
That
them
is also
going to
true.
bed early. Yeah.
Oh my God, an old favorite we haven't seen for a while. Keith Rhymes. Keith Rhymes is back, everybody. Keith Rhymes for $5 says, forcing kids to go to school. It's not kind, but straight up cruel. You say it's fine. What a cope. Coercion is a slippery slope. When you sanction this aggression, you excuse all child oppression. Every horror they go through, like veggies, bath and bedtime too. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I agree.
Great stuff.
I mean, why should kids be forced to take baths, right?
Yeah. Just gonna get
Yeah.
dirty again.
Yeah, you're just gonna get dirty. I mean, they're not hurting anyone else by just stinking, right?
Yeah, of course not.
uh, yeah. What about why should kids be forced to brush their teeth,
Mm.
right?
Yeah,
You
who
know?
cares about
Who
teeth?
cares? Yeah.
Teeth are stupid.
Vagabond for $1 says this whole thing boils down to Demon Mama being traumatized by going to school and not being able to realize that they were part of the tiny minority of people that school should that they are part of the tiny minority of people that school should force to change or else expunge from society because they can't and don't fit in.
Yeah.
That's how it came off. She kept saying that wasn't the case, but that's how it comes off.
I think they should forbid them to go to school. I think they should have forbade Demon Mama to go to school. Like, okay, fine. Find your own. Yeah, get out of here. Go
There you go.
away, punk.
Yeah, one of my takes was these non-mandatory school people should be forced to go back to school for 2 more years, and if they don't want to, they prove themselves wrong.
Oh, yeah.
I like that. That's funny. Lemur Wrench for $2 says the school is about learning to fit into society argument doesn't really pan out for me because it seems to imply that teaching kids things they don't need to know is the only way to do that. If the real goal is socialization, there are better ways. There's a lot of important things to teach that can be justifiably mandated, but also a lot of things currently taught that cannot be justifiably mandated. If you want to socialize kids and design a program that's explicitly designed to do that. I mean, I understand school isn't explicitly designed to do that. I just think that is a important part of schooling is the socialization aspect. So.
Yeah, and also, I mean, yeah, you're teaching them a lot of shit that every single kid doesn't need, but you don't know what kid is going to be on the path to become an engineer or, you know, whatever they're going to become. So, I mean, you have to have you're like teaching 30 kids this stuff because you don't know which one is going to be the engineer. You don't know which one to teach.
Sure.
Yeah, what we need is a sorting hat.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, a sorting hat would solve all of this.
There you go. There you go. Well, and also, like, everyone has their pet subject that they think should be taught in school.
Well, and you're introduced to things for the first time. I'm sure there are plenty of people who thought, I wouldn't like this subject or that subject, and then they're introduced to it and they're like, man, this is my life's goal now.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I mean, when I was in 7th grade and we learned geometry, I was like, this is bullshit. I'm never going to use this shit. And I was right.
Well, yeah, of course.
Fuck geometry. Why do I have to be able to figure out the sides of an isosceles triangle without using a protractor? This is fucking useless.
Yeah.
There you go.
Would it be better if you, I mean, didn't you just opt out of further geometry? Some other person was like, okay, well, now I'm going to take more geometry.
Sure.
I love geometry.
I did have that problem in school where, like, if I did not understand the usefulness of something, I would psychologically just not give a fuck about it.
Check out.
Yeah, I check out immediately.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
CT for $1 says, I will say, as someone who was homeschooled, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, fuck homeschooling.
Oh, wow.
CT did not have a positive homeschooling experience. So.
That's quite the unendorsement.
Mm-hmm. It's a mixed bag. I put allspice in my Ko-fi for 542 says, this is my penance for my affront against nature and nature's God. I do generate my own home brewed free will, though, all natural. So I think I will be fine. Well, you got to be careful. If you brew your own home brew free will, oftentimes it gets infected with fungus and other spores. So you have to be super careful. The Sitch and Adam make sure that all of our free will is not only free range organic, but also fungus and pesticides free.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. 10x on the Thursday stream, guys.
Okay, that one's cut with baking soda and Coke, so you have to be careful.
Don't promise them cocaine.
Genos Kuhn for $4 says, hey now, I checked with the simulation gods and they gave Sitch a good boy point for answering the fuck, marry, kill from last week. Since Adam refused, they'll grant you yet another fetish. Adam, here are your choices.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Chorophobia.
At least I don't have to kill anyone.
That's true. Well, I don't know. It could
Chlorophobia?
It could be a fetish about killing someone. So who knows?
Oh, you're right. God
Dun,
damn
dun,
it.
dun. Okay, here are your choices: Colrophilia, Trypsolonia, and Macrophilia.
Oh, okay.
Chlorophilia?
Colrophilia.
What are these things?
They're fetishes. The
I'm
ones
not
Adam
doing
chooses
nothing with
will all explain
philia
what
in
they
it.
are.
I don't like philia.
They all have feel. Oh no, they don't.
What's the M one?
Trypsilogenia.
I'm going with the Trypsilogenia. Sounds
Yeah, that
fun.
sounds good.
So let me tell you what you didn't choose.
Okay.
Colrophilia is a paraphernalia involving sexual attraction to clowns, mimes, and jesters.
Okay.
Dodged a bullet.
Okay.
What's wrong with clowns?
What's no, I'm S team. Never mind. What's the other one?
S-class.
S class. Yeah, there we go.
You're anti-clown. Are you afraid of clowns?
No, not really. I'm just fucking around.
Okay. Are you?
I definitely would not be. No.
How hot is
We're
this
not-
clown?
We're not
Here, let me
betraying. We're
bring
not
up-
betraying our roots. Okay, you could
Let me
theoretically
search
get a
sexy clown.
If Scarlett Johansson dresses up as a clown, it probably would be hot. Okay, but that's
Okay.
Let
the
me
edge
bring up
case.
some. Let me bring up some sexy clowns here.
I mean, yeah, I'm not like sexually attracted to clowns, but I'm sure there could be hot clowns. Harley Quinn's pretty hot sometimes. So
I guess that's fair. There could be worse fetishes. I'll put
That's
it that
true.
way.
Macrophilia is a sexual fetish with giants.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, the
that.
male is the smaller character and the female is the giant. So there you
Okay.
go. The last one, Trypsilogenia, is a sexual erotic arousal from having one's scalp massaged or hair shampooed.
Oh, nice.
There you go.
That's not. Is that a
I
fetish?
think I officially have that already.
Oh, you
Doesn't everyone have that?
No. Wow, we're learning all sorts of things. Adam and Doomer both get off to having their hair shampooed. That's wow. So when you go to like,
and a
the
scalp massage. I mean, a scalp massage.
I mean, it
is
feels
great.
good, but there's a difference between feeling good and like
Who
having a
doesn't like
sexual fetish, right?
Who doesn't like a scalp massage?
But you can like something can feel good without being sexual. You understand that, right?
What?
No.
Okay. So apparently we learned that Adam and Doomer, when they go to get their haircut and they get the shampoo, they're disgusting perverts
Oh,
who are like having
Oh,
giant
yeah.
erections while the lady shampoos their hair.
I'm
What's
like, I
so
bring-
bad about getting thrown out of a haircut?
There you go.
That's why I always bring my jacket in the back when I can throw it over my lap.
Uh-huh.
You tell him to wash your hair with cold water so it handles it.
There,
Oh, there
you go.
you go.
So there you go. Janos ends the chat by saying S class is super alloy class. That is true. That's true. The Love Doctor 69 all day for $3 says, I like how Demon Mama accepts the premise that adults are responsible for guidance, but asking children to do something they don't want to do is too far. Does she seriously believe that trying to make adult life more palatable now is not guidance for their life? And it triggers the F out of me that she's basically using the Mott and Bailey tactic, the Mott being, quote, school is flawed, therefore force is too far, with the Bailey being, quote, if a child is being asked to do something against their will, it's abuse.
Right. Yeah.
How
There
could
was
you
some
ever
Mott and Bailey
suggest?
there.
How could you ever suggest that Demon Mama would equivocate? That is ridiculous.
Well, it's funny because her video explaining her position, like 90% of it is her talking about how school is bad, which is irrelevant to her position, as she admitted within the first 5 seconds of their conversation.
Was the video before or after this discussion?
I think it was after. I think
It was
after.
She had
posted
to
after, but
clarify
recorded
her
before.
position. What? Really?
Yeah,
It was posted after, but it was before the conversation.
it was
Is that what you
recorded
said?
before. Yeah.
Oh,
Seem-
okay. Okay.
Seems fishy to me.
Interesting.
That seems
Interesting.
super fishy.
Vosh Eats Rocks. That's an interesting name. Vosh Eats Rocks for $3. Says, last week I spoke of my younger sister who was caught up in a trans friend group. I think she wanted to present as a boy, not non-binary like I said last week. She never presented dysphoria ever, and she's lesbian. Ideas on what to do. I'm college. She's in high school.
Yeah, wow, that's a tough one.
I mean, I would only be concerned if she's thinking about transitioning with
Yeah.
hormones or surgery, and she's not gender dysphoric. But I mean,
Yeah.
if she's just dressing as a boy, presenting as a boy, I mean,
Yeah, that's no big
guess
deal.
let her do that. I
The
guess.
thing to worry about is when like the hormones come into play and stuff. Like,
Sure. Right.
sounds like she's already past the puberty though if she's in high school.
Well, she's probably going through puberty if she's like
Right.
14 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
wouldn't
don't know.
worry too much about it.
I wouldn't worry that
unless
much
it's
unless she
like-
starts to try
Right.
to transition.
I would encourage her
Mhm.
to take caution and just
Mhm.
really think about things
Right.
and let you know before she like engages on any medical stuff, so she has time to change her mind.
Well, and here the question too is she acknowledged that she's lesbian because
That's good. Yeah, that's great.
right, because I mean, there's lots of lesbians that like to dress, traditionally masculine.
Yeah,
It's kind of
Yeah.
hard to be a lesbian if you transition to male, right?
they enjoy that.
You're not quite a lesbian. So.
So that's what I worry about. I worry
Right.
about that a lot of people are pressuring gay people into stereotypical gender roles by transitioning, which is just, come on. I thought we were past that. I thought that was the success that we had in the,
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not sure people are pressuring
Abolishing
to do
gender
that, but I
roles.
think it's happening.
yeah, it's definitely happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let us know what's up.
Give us your take, Doomer, so you can get canceled.
Oh,
I don't
was
think
reading
that's a
Twitter.
cancelable
Okay,
take.
never mind.
I mean, caution is
He's ducking.
the way to go. Yeah.
Right. Utter Nonsense for $2 says A team gets to the Cloud District very often, but S class can't even open a novice lock with infinite picks.
Mm-hmm. What?
Yes, I am playing Skyrim, and yes, A team reigns supreme. There you
Look
go.
at that.
There you go.
Pick locks, S class.
You don't even know what he's referring to.
I do. A team. It's fucking great.
Okay.
Yeah. The best team.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Diller for $3 says, I love how Demon Mama doesn't understand why kids wouldn't want to go to school and the government shouldn't force them, but also thinks there's legions of kids who are terrified of going to school. Her argument contradicts itself. True.
Yeah.
That's very true. Dr. Diller for another $1 says, I changed my mind. Demon Mama is the proof that these demonic little children exist because she acts like it. This is tantrum mode. There you go.
Totally.
Utter Nonsense for $2 says the opposite of Demon Mama is God's son. The son of God is Jesus Christ. The opposite of Jesus is the Antichrist. Demon Mama is the Antichrist confirmed. There you go. That logic fits.
It is.
By the transitive property. yeah.
Ironclad.
Yes. Yeah, transitive properties, words. Yeah, I know what that means. Good. Mad Robot for $5 says, my wife's a nurse. The state of Washington is requiring all nurses to get vaccinated. My wife, sorry for the airplane, my wife doesn't want to, so we moved to Iowa. Wow, geez. No mandates, no CRT in schools.
Wow. Well,
There you
good
go.
for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Interesting.
The objection, I don't, if you feel that strongly about it and want to move, fuck, more power to you. My only problem with the Tim situation was it just seems nasty to say to someone like you've abandoned your principles. It's kind of like, I don't know, it's a super tough situation. It's kind of like saying, if someone is, if the classic, hiding the Jews under the floorboards of your house, and Tim Pool is like, you lied, you abandoned your principles, you said you were honest. It's like, dude, I was in a tough situation here.
Well, to be fair to Tim, I don't think that's a fair analogy.
What was the take?
Why is it unfair?
Because the argument would be your moral principle of protecting innocent life is more important than telling the truth 100% of the time.
Right, but
Right.
having your kid do the vaccine like off the charts risk by comparison?
Well, I don't.
to,
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'd have to listen to the whole clip because I don't know what
uprooting
his.
your entire.
I don't know what the guy, I forget his name. I don't know what his. I don't know why he was against the vaccine. I don't know if it was some health concern. I don't know if it was because someone was telling me concern. And then there was another part of.
We don't know how much shit the guy has talked about the vaccine either. Like if the
That's
guy
true.
is
He could
out there
be
talking
super
shit all the
shit-talking,
time,
right?
saying like the vaccine is like
Right.
guaranteed to kill you,
Sure.
then
sure.
I'd be like, okay, like why are you giving it to your kid if that's what you believe? That's Yeah. Then I'm on
Mhm.
Tim's side immediately. But I don't know.
But well, there's another element here that's important too, which he brought up, and the clip doesn't show what Tim's response to it is. I'm gonna be curious, which is that he says, he's divorced and his wife shares joint custody.
I know.
And so if he says, I'm not going to let you play baseball because I don't want you to get vaccinated, and his wife says, that's preposterous, I'm going to get you vaccinated, and she goes to family court, says,
Yeah.
my ex-husband is irresponsible, look at what he's doing. I mean, she's going to lose custody of his children. So obviously that's something you have to weigh in there before you start, talking about your principles.
My only point in bringing up the people under the floorboards is the stakes. Like there's giant stakes involved here.
Sure. J-Max says part of it was because Jack Murphy was railing hard against the vaccine mandates on Twitter, calling people cowardly. At least that's what the scuttlebutt was.
Well then fuck him.
Interesting.
Yeah,
okay,
good.
Jay.
Now I'm totally on Tim's side. Yeah.
Okay. You know what, Jay? That's a very important distinction.
I'm glad you brought that.
Yeah, me too. Because if he's calling other people cowardly and then he turns around and does the same thing, then okay, yeah.
Coward.
Tim is in the right for calling him out.
What a coward.
100%. That one little piece of information completely changes my opinion on it. So
now we know he's the coward.
Right. What a bitch.
Talk big. Fucking talk big.
Yes. Punished Chris for $5 says, take it if you want, but mandating a product from my massive pharmaceutical company and tying it to your place in society is fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Owana B for $10 says, Tim doesn't have a problem with the vaccine. The problem he has is with the mandates. He's totally okay with people getting the vaccine and even says you should talk to your doctor. He says it is a personal choice.
That's the same position we have. Exactly.
Sure.
Same. Yeah.
Even though it is kind of a punt, but that's fine. As long as we're punting, it's okay. Cowbeck for $5 says, I'm not taking anything still under emergency use authorization, which is what the Pfizer authorization says. No experimental drugs for me. Thanks. I thought they're not under emergency use authorization anymore.
Yeah, the FDA approved them. So
yeah, I think FDA approved all.
To basically make it so you guys couldn't say that anymore. So I don't know.
Sure.
Like it's all political, so who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But I do feel, you just gotta. Life is unsafe, guys. Come on. God, I feel like I've done a million things that were way more risky than fucking taking this vaccine. just for fun. Like just for fun.
True.
Yeah. It's also just like, sorry, I was just gonna say it should be like the risk of the vaccine versus the risk of the virus, right? Or the risk of not taking the vaccine.
But that would be the calculation, yes.
I know people that have been fucked up by this shit in a way that I'm just terrified of.
By COVID, you mean?
Yeah, by COVID. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Right. People who seemed far healthier than me. I'm like, oh shit. I know people have died from it.
Right.
Which is fucked up.
Right. Well, that was always the problem, is that the calculation. This is why Scott Adams, as much as Adam loves him, his line was always, this is a risk management situation.
It
you
is.
have to compare your risk to getting COVID and what that entails versus your risk of getting the vaccine and what that entails.
This is why I'm against the mandates too, because they're taking you out of the, you're the best one to evaluate the risk.
Well,
for you.
I don't know if that's true, but I still think it should be a personal choice for most people. But I think for different reasons, but
you don't think,
I don't think most people will know the risk, understand what the numbers, do the research to figure out like what the actual risk comparison is. No, I don't think most people know that.
Yeah, so don't let them vote.
There you go.
I feel like some people don't know the risk, but everyone seems to. I think I agree with you that some people are bad about evaluating the risk, but I myself feel that it is unfair because I know exactly what you're saying. Like they would march out different numbers than we would march out for the risk. They would say doing the vaccine is far more risky than, even though those numbers could be inverted. But just putting someone in the situation where they feel like they're taking a lot of risks that they don't want to take, I think that's wrong. That's totally wrong.
Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, I'm not in favor, at least as of now. I'm not in favor of like a government mandate for the vaccine. I don't agree with that reason. That's all I was saying.
Yeah.
The Butter Anvil for $5 says, Doomer, I heard on Twitter you're making a Hassan video. If you are, please feature the JXE EFAP arc. We need the nuggies.
Yeah, I asked him in the
yeah.
chat what that was, and no one responded.
The nuggies.
What is that?
So
No, I know what nuggies are. I have a lot of experience with that.
the JX. So we actually covered this, or were we on? Maybe we were on EFAP. when
We
covered
are on
this, I don't
EFAP,
remember.
yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, do you know who JX is? Jay's a YouTuber.
I've heard the name. I haven't watched his content.
Jay's a
Yeah,
YouTuber,
possibly.
does mostly like pop culture, movie, film, TV videos, and some other random stuff. Hassan, without asking Jay, basically played Jay's video on his stream and then got up and walked away. So it's like his
Oh,
audience was
yeah, I
just
did hear
watching
about
the video while Hassan was like making food or something.
Making chicken nuggies is where the nuggies reference comes
Yes. And Jay got upset by this and was like, what the fuck? You didn't even ask me permission. You didn't put a link to my video. I don't even think Hassan said who made the video whatsoever. So basically just stole Jay's content. And then Hassan was basically like, fuck you. Is his answer to all that.
Well, he did make a follow-up video where he proffered the excuse that his mom wasn't home to make him his chicken nuggies, and therefore he had to make them himself.
Yes, he made the same excuse with the house where he said, "What, you want me to starve? Okay, what am I supposed to do? My mom's not home to make me food. What am I supposed to do?"
Yeah.
It's probably good to contrast with like occasionally he'll claim that like his job's really hard. You could like play a clip of him saying, streaming is really stressful, and then just him getting up and just walking away, like fast forward. That could be a good
Right.
clip.
Yeah, and just coming back with some food like 10 minutes later. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lord of the Nerds for $10 says, how else are we supposed to socially construct the correct epistemological, ideological framework on a national scale for generations to come without state mandated and regulatory institutions? There you go. Again, you can't do it, Lord. You can't. Big Brain for $5 says, I don't like that the government forces me to wear pants in public. Down with pants. A-team snorted MMT at school and S-class rides the short bus. There you go. There you go. I'm not sure which one of those
got
is
us
worse.
both. I think it's both
Yep.
bad.
Yep. Jimmy Mulligan for $5 says, I used to hide under my bed when I didn't want to walk to the bus stop. My mom would come to my room, see my bed was made, and assume I left. LOL.
Hilarious. Well, if you're that smart, you don't need school. I'm telling you.
That's right. That's right. Big brain right there.
I'm telling you, the way to do it is you just stay up all night playing video games and then you sleep through school.
Yeah.
That was working real good.
Drake Glasser for $5 says, my parents wouldn't let me a day off even after I rear-ended a car so hard I totaled it. Jeez. There you go, Drake. There you go. Hopefully it made you a better person.
Have you totaled a car yet?
Me? No.
What?
No.
Pansy.
Excuse me. Jeez. Excuse me for being a responsible driver. Okay.
I totaled the car, but not through a car accident, through like driving over speed bumps too fast.
Oh my God. That's the lame way to total a car.
It's a really lame way to total a car.
You pull into the shop, your car's like on fire, have exploded. Like, oh, what kind of crazy thing did you do? Well, I drove over a speed bump very quickly.
Wow.
It wasn't one. It was more like every speed bump.
Okay. I see.
Bad news.
Have you guys talked about Sam Harris calling out Joe Rogan and Brett Weinstein? We haven't talked about that. Maybe we'll talk about that a little later. Whatever Indeed for $5 says, the teachers I was talking about come at it more from a, quote, I have the training and they don't mentality. Nothing to do with past teaching experience. Oh, yeah, the whole teachers that think they know better than the parents. Yeah, I've met teachers like that. I had definitely met teachers like that. That is an issue. Lick Tasty for $2 says, quote, yummy school food opens Elmer's glue bottle. There you go.
And the crayons.
And the crayons. And as we learned from Adam, the scented markers. Yes. Machine Gun Hunt for $2 says, wait, is Demon Mama a dude? Demon Mama's a trans woman. How dare you? Derek Drummond for $5 says, you guys keep making fun of Demon Mama. Oh, you read that one. For presenting anecdotal evidence. Well, we're presenting anecdotal evidence. Roll for Initiative for $10 says, For a not academically inclined 14-year-old, do you think it is better for them to start an apprenticeship in trades, example, carpentry, machinist, or get a diploma that is only relevant if they go to university? I would say get the diploma because you don't know. I don't know. When you say this is a problem. You say like not academically inclined. Like I don't. I mean, can you really make
trades
that?
is not bad.
Sure, but I'm just saying
trade stuff is good. The problem is that if you don't get a high school diploma, it's really hard. Like basically, if you don't get a high school diploma and you just get a GAD, you're on track. You have to go to community college, basically. But I mean, you're not like fucked. It's just you have to go to community college.
Sure, but I'm assuming their point is not about that. Their point is about like, couldn't we restructure society so that this was an acceptable alternative?
Isn't that kind of like the German system?
Is it? I don't know.
I think so.
I don't know if people can make that decision when they're 14. Honestly, I couldn't make that decision.
That's sort of the question. I think they have a sorting hat situation where I think it's in like around the end of what we would call middle school. They get sort of put on a track to either go to university or go to trade school, I think.
That's interesting. I'm not sure how I agree with that, but Rise Griffiths for 5 Aussie says, in my state, Tasmania, I assume, we've had 0 cases for almost 12 months, but they're requiring people to get vaccinated to work. That's madness. S-team reigns best. That is kind of strange, yeah. I mean, especially if you're on a small island, too. You think you'd have easier control mechanism, but it has become politicized, too. So that's part of the problem. It's like, oh, if you're not an evil right-winger, you have to get vaccinated. Which is dumb, but...
I took wireless. I just didn't know it was available. It was like not available for a long time, and then I don't know. No one told me.
I think you're just a fascist, honestly.
That is true. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, how else could you not like Fosh? Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, "Hey kids, who wants to have some fun with algebra and state capitals? If you're good, I'll let you practice conjugations." Wait, where did everyone go?
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun at all.
That's about the size of it, Lord of the Nerds.
They need to fix their game there.
They do.
Yeah. Learning state capitals does not seem necessary.
I had to learn them.
Yeah, I had to learn them too. We all have to learn them.
I'm so mad. I almost got a perfect score on that. I think I misspelled Oregon or something.
Wait, I don't know the capital of the state I live in right now.
Are you serious? That's awful.
Yeah. What's the capital of Illinois?
I don't fucking know.
It's not Chicago.
I know Illinois. Wait, it's no,
I don't know the answer. I forgot all the capitals. It's been too long.
Yeah, exactly.
Springfield.
There you
Springfield?
go.
Springfield.
Really? Yes.
Springfield. How did we forget
Really?
that?
Gotta be Springfield.
Yeah. Springfield.
How about Minneapolis?
I don't know.
Well,
What's the capital of Minneapolis?
That's a city, so I don't know what you're referring to.
Minnesota. It's Minnesota's
Capital of Minnesota is St. Paul.
Oh, St. Paul. Damn it. Did they change these since I went to school?
No, they did not change these. Do you know what the capital of California is, Adam?
Sacramento. I know that one.
Okay, so you do know.
Come on,
I actually would not have known that one.
I would hope everyone knows the capital of their own state, except for Doomer, apparently, too.
I moved here like 3 months ago.
Okay. Wait, where are you born from?
I was living in Florida before. I've lived in Florida and Georgia recently.
You're a Florida man.
Florida man.
I know.
No?
I left.
You know what the capital of Florida is?
Tallahassee.
Yeah,
I was asking Doomer, Adam. Jesus.
I mean, I lived in Tallahassee for like 15 years, so
that doesn't. You could still not know, maybe. Okay, fair enough.
Tallahassee.
Tallahassee.
No.
Having Tallahassee be the capital of Florida is not indicative of like 90% of Florida. Anyway.
No, it's not. Yeah, if anyone's thinking about visiting Tallahassee, don't.
Yeah.
Tallahassee's basically like southern Georgia, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the capital of Georgia?
Atlanta. Or no, it's
no, it's not.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
It should be Atlanta, but it's not.
What is the capital of Georgia?
I guess I lived in Georgia for like 5 years, and I don't know the capital of Georgia.
It is Atlanta. I was right.
It is Atlanta?
It is Atlanta?
Yeah, I would have guessed Atlanta. It
is Atlanta. That's what I thought. Yeah.
See how much fun we're having with this, Lord? You're totally wrong. You're incorrect. We could, if we weren't all stuck in those schools at various different times and places, we wouldn't be able to have this conversation.
Yeah,
I see.
We should replace school with podcasts.
We're bonding.
We should.
This is what it means to be American.
I mean, Nuance
Yeah,
Bro.
revealing you don't know your state capital in
Yeah,
your mid
exactly.
30s.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's very American.
Nuance Bro used to end
God-given
his
right.
streams by doing like the little map quizzes every time. So there you
Really?
go.
Oh,
It's
that's
fun.
fascinating. Yeah.
He was good at them. Yeah.
That's
Lucy,
great.
I only like doing those to laugh at people that don't know like very obvious geography. That's the only enjoyment I get from that.
I know the geography that matters.
Yes.
The
America.
the clavicle, the limbo ring.
Oh my God. Jesus. Adam is perpetually horny. He's horny when he gets his hair cut. He's horny in like anatomy. They're talking about like limbo rings, and Adam's like a fucking
I guess Freud was right.
Freud was right. Jeez. Something going on there.
That's so awesome.
It's for the Doberman.
Please don't clip this.
Oh, we're clipping it. It's clipped. It's going to be the end of every segment. Talking about how horny Adam is. Brian for $5 says, Demon Mama thinks there are only two options: North Korea military school and letting your child join a hippie commune. There is zero in between.
Oh, I
True.
know. I know. It's so funny how everything is a binary to them except for biological sex.
Mm-hmm. But AOC's rack has value. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
True.
I don't know what that was in.
True and based.
True and based. The Butter Anvil for $7 says, I need extreme passion to work on long projects. I usually make 3-minute videos that take me like 5 hours. And by then I just want it to be over. LOL. For me to stay motivated, I need great passion.
True. This is why
That's
Montessori schools are supposedly good, because they let you follow your passion.
Horseshoe Shies Panda. I'm sorry, horse-sized trash panda for $5 says, quote, liberation is a far left dog whistle. I would generally agree with that.
Hell yeah, it is.
Did you guys ever see Hassan do the visual country test? I haven't. That actually does sound hilarious.
Oh my God, it does.
I'd love to see that. Yeah. Okay, Doomer. Do you think
fuck.
you could fight and defeat a horse-sized duck?
A horse-sized duck.
Yes.
So my gut feeling says yes, but my brain is like, you're a fucking idiot. But I still think I could do it.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
That's the proper answer.
That's
right
the
there.
S-class answer. Yes. I could fuck that duck up.
Yeah, fuck the duck.
Yeah. Adam's a pussy. He thinks he's going to get his ass kicked.
Well,
by a
not
duck.
bestiality. I'm not going to go crazy. Here,
Okay.
You guys.
It's not literally fucking a duck. It's metaphorical. The Jordan Peterson metaphorical truth. Overseer's Log for $10 says, I have an aunt that teaches, and she is mad that the system seems to be lowering standards, which, to be honest, hurts the students. She is not allowed to give students failing grades when they could learn from it. Interesting.
Ooh, that sucks.
Now, well, here's my question. Is she not allowed to give students failing grades because the school district said that, or because the principal doesn't want students to get Fs? And so the principal is pressuring her not to do that?
That's the way I would teach. I would come into class first day and I would say, I don't care how well you all do. 5 of you are going to get Fs. And you could, I mean, you could turn in A work all the way through, but if you're just, if you're that A minus, you're going to get
But if you're in that
F.
bottom 5, doesn't matter what happens, you're getting that.
Don't you think that's the way to go? That's the way
I
to really
don't.
make people work.
I think you'd get people that would just give up because they know they're going to be near the bottom.
It
I
would
gotta
depend.
be. Son. F.
Rave Forever for $5 says, I found you guys from EFAP and I'm loving this. Oh, awesome.
That is
Thanks, Rave.
awesome. We didn't
awesome.
mention. We didn't mention.
Oh,
Guys.
gotta mention this.
Guys,
It's very
guys,
important.
guys.
Guys.
Today is our 155th episode.
Ooh.
Ask
What's
me
that?
what episode EFAP is on.
What episode is EFAP on?
154. Losers. We
Get
passed them up.
Fucked. You
Look
hear
at
that, Mauler? You hear that, Rags?
Yes.
Fuck you.
Thank you.
Losers. Get
Thank you.
destroyed. Okay? Get owned. Get, as the kids say, pwned. All right?
Yes. We'll see
We
you at
are-
200, buddy. Good luck.
Boom. Sitch and Adam, 155, baby.
Look at that.
Eat our dust, motherfucker. Eat our dust.
Yeah. Thank you, Big Joel, by the way.
Yes. We say that with love and peace. Love and peace. The Butter Anvil for $2 says detective.
Mhm.
You say Adam.
Uh-huh.
An SJW detective, perhaps.
Oh,
A social justice detective.
maybe so.
Maybe so. Daniel Chahote for $10 says, what am I supposed to do with happiness? A fleeting, stagnant emotion. I want the satisfaction that I bent a piece of the world, however small, to my will through hard work and sacrifice. Ooh, I like that. I
Yeah.
like that. It's good. It's good.
Hard work is great. Feels
Plug the
very
plushies. That's
rewarding.
right, guys. In the description, click the link. Get your deliciously
bring it up.
adorable Sitch and Adam plushies.
How are they doing? I think we're actually going to make it. Sammy's very excited.
Nice. Awesome. Bring it up. Let's find out.
I will look it up now. I will bring it up as we
Who
speak.
doesn't want an adorable? I mean, you should put the picture that was drawn in the campaign of the of Tifa and Dragon Maid wearing the Sitch and Adam plushies.
Mhm.
Don't you think?
Maybe Sammy wants to put that on the campaign.
Yeah.
It's
I
an
mean, we
optional
are saying
surfboard.
that if you buy this Sitch and Adam plushies, material, your waifu, your busty waifu may materialize in real life and wear them. That is a possibility.
Very, very remote possibility.
It's anything's possible. Okay.
You're more likely to die from a COVID vaccine
You can't prove it won't happen. All right.
than that happening, but
Okay. Azrael for $5 says horse-sized duck is so yesterday's news. I want to know if you can take a Darkwing Duck. Oh, come on.
Darkwing.
Wait, no, Darkwing Duck has like lasers.
No, he doesn't. What are you talking about?
Doesn't Darkwing Duck have lasers?
No, what?
Wait. Hold on, I gotta Google Darkwing.
Who are you
Duck.
thinking of?
No, I'm thinking there's a Darkwing. Wait, is there a Darkwing Duck crossover?
Are you thinking of one of the Darkwing Duck villains?
I don't
I'm
even
thinking
know
of the
what that
Looney
is.
Tunes with Marvin the Martian. Who's
Oh,
Darkwing Duck.
you're thinking of Duck Dodgers in the 24th
Duck
and a half
Dodgers.
century?
Yeah.
Duck and Dodgers in the 24th half century. I could beat Duck Dodgers. Duck Dodgers is a moron.
got
Darkwing
lasers.
Duck. Okay, he's still a moron though.
We
Darkwing
have,
Duck, you could not beat in a fight. Darkwing Duck is like Batman, but he's a duck. Okay. Darkwing Duck.
So we're 90.
Let's
we're
get dangerous.
We're 93% there. 4,000 is what Sammy put the flexible goal at. We messed up by making it a flexible goal. It should have been a fixed goal. So a lot of people worry backing a flexible goal campaign because technically you get the money, but sometimes people don't deliver. We're going to deliver no matter what. So, but we're so close to really the only reason Sammy did this was to get an idea how many she had to get made before she got them made. So once this campaign closes, we're going to have, that's like the number. You're not going to get a chance to get these after she gets them made because she's going to get like
guys.
a big batch of them made. Yeah, exactly.
You
So,
have 9 days left to get a Sitch and Adam plushie. There may
Yes.
never be a Sitch and Adam plushie after this moment.
yes.
This is
yeah.
your possibly only chance.
Well, when the market, I
Yes.
might sell mine on eBay for like $100 or something like
There you
that.
go.
You know, once
There you
it's,
go.
once they're a collector's item, I might dip in. I got two Sitches and 2 Adams coming, so I'm ready.
You know, I got an idea for your next marketing push.
Mhm.
What
What's
you need
that?
is a plushie of this green female Sitch.
Mhm.
That would be quite enticing.
Oh, you mean Sitch Chan with the green ape? You know what?
Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
right.
the Sitch chance would have been good.
Sitch Chan's would sell. Yeah, that's
If
true.
we reach $5,000 goal, we all get a little keychain.
A wrench keychain.
keychain too, which is cute as can be.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah.
You should if you have an infant, this is the perfect gift to give to that infant.
Well, I don't know. There's some pieces they could probably put in their mouth. I'm not sure it's a good gesture. I don't know. There's too many things they could choke on, I think, to get this for an infant.
That was a joke, obviously.
Come on. Come
But
on.
I'm glad you brought that up. Yes,
Okay.
the picture of it next to the dime says it all.
That's right. That's right. Do
This
not buy
will-
these for infants.
Yeah, this will
Or
end up
ta-
in your infant's poop.
You can
No time.
look. You can buy the Sitch and Adam plushies for your infants. Just make sure you take off the keychain. Okay,
Yes.
that's all we'll say. Hexadecimal Delirium says, in the Russian translation of Darkwing Duck, he did not say "Let's get dangerous." He said, Start your engines. Okay. It's interesting.
Mhm.
It's very interesting. I don't know what's up with that. Sammy G likes to remind you that the dolls and plushies are undressable. You
Yes.
can take the clothes
Yeah.
off.
Yes. I'll
Maybe-
bring up the degenerate picture that Sammy wanted to put on the campaign for you guys so you
Yes.
can see. What it
Sam-
looks like
Sa-
Sitch and I are playing a game of show me mine and I will show you yours, which is a little I was like, what?
Sammy in the chat says Sitch Chan body pillow slams fist on table. So maybe that will be her next project.
Hell yeah.
It's like that Nietzsche quote. If you stare long into the abyss, that's
Mhm.
what you would get looking at the Sitch plushies.
The abyss stairs.
Nether
back,
regions,
yes.
yeah.
Mhm.
Right. Raw 1381 for $10 says keep calling out these people for pushing these agendas. If you don't shine a light on these people, people will say they didn't exist, and that no one is saying that. EFAP Shang-Chi's video was awesome. Awesome. But that is
Yeah.
true. People will say that they don't exist. That's true. Angry Bellsprout for $5 says, how many kids came out of her clown car? Also, look up unschooling and free range parenting. Glad to see A Team and S Class getting DP'd. Humor politics. But AP program is love. There you go. That's funny. I feel like your team has to be DP now.
Mhm.
Not the Doom Patrol. You're the DPers.
Donkey punchers, yeah, 100%.
You're the
That's
DP. Oh, I'm thinking
terrible.
double penetration. So
Oh yeah, I know. I'm
That's
just adding more. in.
terrible.
there you go. There you go.
It's a very memeable name because there's like Doomer, Zoomer, Coomer, Boomer,
Mhm.
That's right.
a million
That's
different things
right.
you can do with it. And then DP is just like one of the funniest set of initials.
That's true. That's true. Look at that amazing picture. Look at that. Adam is like, Sitch. I'm just like, Adam, why are you not wearing your pants?
Sitch, my shorts are right over there. Throw them over here. Why are you trying to steal my shorts, Sitch? What are you, gay? Give me my shorts back.
Adam, why are you walking around with no pants? Okay. And you said I could live with you. This is not what I envisioned. Okay.
You say that like it's out of the ordinary.
Exactly.
Laundry day. What do you expect?
Laundry day and nothing to wear. Yes. Angry Bellsprout for $5 says, I gave up on school in 4th grade and I learned on my own. And learned on my own was way ahead. Sean should have won that clusterfuck debate this nut was on months ago with Corn Boy.
Yeah. Sean should have won. I agree.
Wait,
Sean, actual Justice Warrior.
Yeah, with
Okay.
Corn Cob guy, Jake. Corn Cob Jake.
wait, was Sean on a
Oh,
debate with
God.
Corn Cob Jake and the Demon Mama?
Yeah, weren't we supposed to be on that debate? It seems like someone offered us, and I was like, that doesn't seem like a good move.
Oh,
for
it
us.
was one of those giant. Oh,
Yeah.
maybe this was the Demon Mama controversy panel that she's quote won. Yeah, I don't want to do one of those like 10, 12 people panel
Yeah.
thing. Yeah,
You know
we were supposed to be on. Jesus Christ.
You know what's really upsetting about the
Thank
Jake,
you,
the guy in
Miles.
the corn suit, is that it's
What?
actually genius branding. Like,
Is it?
Instead of being some jackass, he's the jackass in the corn suit. Everyone knows who he is.
That is
Seems-
true.
Seems very effective to me.
That is true.
Mhm.
Hex says the actual line, he found the actual line. It's clear the prop. What the fuck does that even mean? Clear the prop. Okay.
Clear.
That was the dark-
prop,
That was what Darkwing Duck said in the Russian version. Clear the prop.
like
Very
a
strange.
airplane crop.
Apparently, it's an airplane term. Yes. I didn't know that. Merv and New for $5 says, "Don't worry, y'all. I hit the like button twice for you. Double the likies." Okay, Merv, I
Nice.
don't think that's how that works.
3 times is even better.
Yeah, I think if you click it twice,
Turns it off.
yes,
I don't think I
Look at
clicked
that.
the like button, but I don't think I
we're
can
at
click it.
616 likes. You know what 616 means, right?
616? 6.
616 is the actual 666.
Oh, it is.
616 is the actual evil satanic number. 666 is fake.
I don't believe you.
Look it up. It's
Yeah,
actually the
citation
original. The original number is 616, and somehow it got translated down the road to being 666 at some point. Look it up.
I brought up the stream just so I could click like.
Thank
Is
you.
it cheating to click like on a stream that you're actually on?
No,
Okay.
It's a power move to immediately like your own tweets.
it is not a power. I always think it's so lame when people do that. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like and retweet. Just to make sure it gets out there.
Can you retweet your own
You can. Well, some people retweet their own tweet when like it's been a while and they want to kind of like
Yeah,
do
I've
it
done
again.
that.
So that's. I mean, I don't have a problem with that.
If it's a popular tweet, I figure,
Yeah.
share it with the world. Obviously, everyone loves this tweet, so I figure, yeah, throw it at them again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Butter Ampler for $5 has been playing a lot of Assassin's Creed Unity, and the enemies call you a moderate when they attack you. It's hilarious. Assassin centrist unite. There you go. Interesting. An actual American flag for $10. I'm crying and saluting. Says, I'm meeting my family in Fort Myers next weekend. Are you familiar with any cool restaurants or things to do? No, I'm sorry. I'm not. I don't know anything about Fort Myers. I think I've been there like once a million years ago. Sorry. I can't help you. Florida's a big place. It's a big place. Horse size trash panda for $5 says, I got to Life Scouts and gave just like Doomer, and gave up to focus my free time on the robotics club. I regret nothing. Robots are better than camping.
That person is based.
Mm-hmm.
I can't disagree with
agree.
that.
Yeah.
Especially if you can build your robot waifu, then it's definitely better, right? Akilan Naryanasawamy for $2 says, I enjoy the fact that leftists are chronically unhappy.
Mm-hmm.
That is true. That is
Happy
true.
about that?
Yes. Well, that is true. That it seems like the leftists, especially on YouTube and Twitch, are chronically unhappy. That's accurate.
I think.
Excuse me.
Are you a leftist, Doomer?
I guess it depends how you define it.
The chronically unhappy, though, I think is why they why they cause so much trouble for everyone.
I mean, that is
just
true.
Fucking get their shit together, they'd be a lot easier to deal with.
Maybe that's true.
Yeah. Handle your shit, Favius.
Colivar clipped the segment of the stream that you said please don't clip.
Oh,
So
did
there
he?
you go.
Damn.
Thank you, Colivar. We'll send that down the line. Brian Mullins the Fox for $2 says, super ultra hot take, Demon Mama doesn't have kids. Yeah, that's very super ultra. Yes.
Yeah.
95 Keat for $20. Thank you so much, Keat. Says, during early school, my grandma would take me to school. Since she spoiled us, I would often able to talk her out of taking me to school. I missed fractions day and still don't know how to do that. That's hilarious.
Fractions are not that important. I mean,
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
yes.
I'm upset because I was in the gifted program in elementary school.
I was in the gifted program. Let me just
Nerd.
a little humble brag here.
Well, okay.
I was so upset. I was so gifted.
I
All
was
the cool
so
kids were
upset
smoking
because
pot
I'm
in the
such a
bushes.
genius that when I was in gifted, I had to come back to the regular classes with the plebes like Adam.
I
Be
know.
like, oh, it's just so frustrating. I'm so boring.
Terrible. They were so slow with their dyslexia and inability to
Oh
read.
my god, so stupid. All these idiots that think these children should vote. Jeez. What I was going to say is, because I was in gifted, I missed, like, we only had certain subjects in gifted, and one of them was English.
Mhm.
They literally never taught us grammar. And
Really?
I never
Oh,
learned
wow.
like proper, like this is a noun, this is a verb, this is an adjective, this is like a predicate. I never learned any of that shit.
That stuff is not as necessary, but
It's necessary when you try to write a fucking book, I'll tell you that.
yeah, it's
I don't
true.
know that it is.
But I didn't think it was, and then I was like, oh my god, this is so necessary. Because I was like intentionally trying to write certain characters speak in like specific ways of how they would phrase things with the like putting verbs and nouns kind of backwards, and I realized, oh shit, I gotta like learn how to do this properly to be able to do that. Anyways,
You got to work on your book. I got to pressure
know.
you into doing your book thing.
I know. Angry Bellsprout for $2 says Hans is constantly interrupting and mansplaining her.
Of
There you go.
course. Yeah.
As you do. Look, he's giving her the real woman experience. Okay.
Sexist pig.
Brian Mullins the Fox for $5 says, should there be a mandatory requirement that men and women are required to be 30 years or older to be married because relationships are better off? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
No, I didn't even. Is that like a stat? I've never seen that before.
I think people should get married at 18.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. Arranged marriage.
There you go. Adam's coming out for
Arranged by an algorithm.
Yeah. Yes.
True.
Based
true.
on whether or not they like horror movies.
And musicals. Yes.
I want
no,
one
Adam-
person that likes horror movies and one person that doesn't, and we marry those two people together.
I see. I
Yeah.
see.
Horror movies suck, by the way.
Yeah. There you go.
I agree. I agree with
Your
that.
wife
Yeah.
loves them.
Yeah.
Geoff Shots for $10 says voting age should be raised, not lowered. Let people get some real life experience before voting. There you go.
Voting is real life experience. What are you talking about? It's true.
Okay. Actual Justice Warrior for $5. Thanks, John. Says the prosecution should want the venue changed. Kenosha was destroyed by rioting. Everyone hates rioters for what they did. Also, Keith Elson is in Minnesota. Oh, that's right. Keith Elson, that was the Derek Chauvin case that he changed the charges. That's right. Not Kyle Rittenhouse.
That's interesting. I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah.
That is an
'Cause
interesting point. Yeah.
the prosecution does seem like out to lunch a bit.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
I guess we'll find out.
The state is like, oh, this is totally trumped up charges. Let's give it to the prosecutor.
Right.
Or do they only have one? Do they have more? I'm sure they have more than one prosecutor.
I'm sure they have more
right?
than one in Kenosha. Yeah.
Like, give it to Dum Dum. He'll let him
Mhm.
fuck this up.
Mm-hmm. Political jargon for $10 says college students already hardly vote on policies they care about and that affect them. If college students don't turn out to vote, wouldn't younger voters vote even less? Yeah, I would imagine so. Well, maybe not because their parents would force them to. Probably. So there might actually be more than college students, but we'll see.
What do you think of the idea of the parent getting the vote? You don't like that idea?
I don't like that idea. That's a terrible idea.
Why?
Because
if you have 10 kids, you should get 10 votes.
oh my God, stop, Adam.
Why?
It's a terrible. Why should you have extra votes just because you have more fucking kids? That's a terrible idea.
Because you're more invested in the society. You should have a bigger say in what's going to happen. If you're voting on some school policy and you have 10 kids in the school, you should get 10 votes.
No, I don't want to incentivize people to have more children so they get more votes. It's terrible. This is a bad
so your
idea.
the basis of your argument is just you don't like people having kids?
No, my argument is that people should not be incentivized to have or not have children for political gain. That's a terrible fucking
There
idea.
are literally countries in the world where they're like, we'll pay you to have kids. Here's how about $1,000 a month? You have
That's
a kid.
a different scenario though.
Isn't
That's 'cause if
having
they
kids having kids for political gain is like the entire history of like the aristocracy.
I know, and that's we want to go back to
Nobody's having a kid so they can get an extra vote. Nobody's doing
You
that.
say that now.
Listen, sweetie, I know you don't want
that.
any more kids.
I
But
know. Listen, we got to
You
get
gotta
Trump
really make sure
reelected.
Trump wins against Biden in 2024.
We have
okay?
4 years. We need 4 more votes.
Right. This is a terrible idea.
Pump them out. Can you imagine?
Should sperm donors get like a vote for every donation? There you go.
you've unintentionally started an argument about whether or not you get an extra vote while you're pregnant.
Oh,
That would become a whole thing.
I'm down. Yeah, sure. If you're pregnant, you get an extra vote. I'm down.
Here's an interesting question. If it worked the way you were suggesting, would the Democrats suddenly become anti-abortion?
Maybe. See, that could be a positive step in the right direction, right?
Oh, I'm pro-choice, so I disagree with you. But
The Democrats would be trying to get a vote for their abortion. They'd be like, well, I had a kid.
there you go. When you're pregnant, you get the extra vote. So even if you get an abortion later, it still counts.
Yeah, I
What
was
if you're
going to say,
pregnant with twins?
we can't do the pregnancy thing because
Oh,
you could
yeah. What if you're pregnant with
could
twins?
miscarry.
There you go.
No,
Okay.
you gotta the kids have to be born, okay? They pull
Well, I mean,
them out,
kids can
slap a
have an
social
accident.
security number on them, and
Wait a minute.
get
Someone in
'em-
the chat brought up a very good point, Adam. Okay. You're constantly talking about
Unlikely.
how some of the most disenfranchised and oppressed people in society are incels. And now you want to doubly fuck them over because they don't have kids.
How is that fucking them over?
Because they have less representation in the government. What do you mean?
Most incels don't vote anyway.
Oh my
Incels,
God.
just tell the incels to download Tinder.
There you go. There you go.
I don't. That's
Thumbs
not.
up.
How are you disenfranchised?
If you put your child up for adoption, do you get to keep your vote or do you have to get rid of it?
How about this? I'm willing to wheel and deal with you here.
Wait a minute. You're gonna have like
Incels
political.
can
Wait,
vote
wait.
for their friends. They can get a vote from their friends.
Oh my god.
Do incels have friends?
You have other
Hopefully.
incel friends, Adam. That's not helping the situation.
Hopefully.
Adam, you realize
Incels get 2 votes. Final
Listen.
offer.
you might not have you might not have some family that's gonna like have a bunch of kids, but you are gonna have political families that adopt like as many kids as possible.
And
just to
then
get
give
extra
them back.
votes.
They're like, I just need these kids for
No, you need,
November,
like,
okay?
No, like literally.
You like work at an orphanage and it's like, man, it's a crazy time every 4 years.
No, seriously, think about
just
this.
need these
You would-
kids for November, okay?
if you got extra votes for adopting kids, you would have in every city, in every state, in every county, you'd have like a Republican family sponsored by the RNC and a Democratic family sponsored by the DNC that would just adopt as many kids as possible to get extra votes.
I
That would
don't know about
actually
that.
happen.
I don't know about that.
You don't think that would 100% happen? Maybe you would solve
Hmm.
your adoption problem, but that would completely happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting dilemma because there are people in foster care and their foster parents would technically be taking care of them, and who's more disenfranchised than foster kids? But
Right.
I say let the foster kids vote for themselves. Fuck that.
I
Their
see.
foster
I see.
parents don't get that.
Okay. That's only biological kids.
This is just
Okay.
my thinking though.
Whatever. It's a terrible idea. The actual justice
Why is it
for
a terrible
$5.
idea? You didn't even really argue against it successfully.
It's a prima facie thing. You're just a prima fascist.
You're
Okay,
just
I don't even have to
consulting your
argue.
gut intuitions and
Yes.
not really thinking it
That's
over.
what we all do.
That's what we all
You,
do. Yes.
I understand that, but there's a
No one should get extra votes, Adam,
These
for any
people are
reason. That's why it's a terrible fucking
nobody
idea.
should be disenfranchised. No,
Everyone
there's
should be
no-
disenfranchised.
No, no one
Wait,
should be
you understand?
disenfranchised.
If you're giving some people extra votes, you're literally disenfranchising the other people.
No, you're not.
Yes, you are. What do you
You're
mean?
not giving them votes. They control a person's vote
You're giving them an
Yeah.
extra vote.
for the
What do you mean
other
it's-
person. They don't like
Instead, they should be franchised. They should like start a Taco
every
Bell.
person.
Oh my God.
There should be a vote for every single person in society.
Oh no,
Yeah.
this is such a terrible idea.
Well, the parents are responsible for the kids.
This is a
thing
worse
anyway.
idea than your abolishing the voting age idea. Okay, as amazing as that may be, I didn't think there could get a worse voting
Do
age.
you accept that disenfranchising people is bad?
Of course.
Okay.
I don't.
So I won. Let's move on.
There you go. There you go. Actual Justice Warrior for $5 says the idea that only the thinkers and intellectuals should guide us is failed.
Mm.
A restriction that makes sense is landowners and net taxpayers because they have skin in the game. I horribly disagree with that.
Yeah, and not only that, I don't understand how a police force can come and drag you out of your house and you say that you don't have skin in the game. Fuck that.
Well, you'd still presumably pay taxes, I guess. But
Well, no, if you're being policed by
right.
a government, you have skin in the game.
hmm
That's like saying, oh, because slaves don't have property, they have no skin in the game. Oh, I didn't
Right.
realize slaves had no skin in the game.
Yeah. No,
It's
I agree.
ridiculous. It's
Yeah,
totally
lots of people-
ridiculous.
Sure.
Slaves
I
have
agree.
more skin in the game, I would argue, because they're literally being oppressed.
Right. I agree.
That would mean
Uh,
incels have more skin in the game.
They have
Literally.
less skin in the game, but want to get more skin in the game. That's the problem.
I guess they don't have any skin in the game. Yeah.
That's true.
Not yet.
Bjorn Kazark for $5 says, aren't you making Dima Mama's argument if you think kids are, quote, aware of their own situation and can make decisions like who to vote for?
No, because, and I make this distinction all the time. People talk like voting is Western civilization is on the line or something. It's one vote. It's not. It's like if a kid doesn't go to school, that's going to destroy their entire life. If they vote for Donald Trump in the election, it's not going to change their entire life.
Mm-hmm.
It will on Twitter.
There
Well,
you go.
there are people that want to change their entire life, but
Electric Elephant for 20 Aussies. Thank you, Electric. Says kids and adults are distinct. Adult Adulthood imbues rights and removes protections. You are considered self-responsible. You can't be forced into education, and you can vote. Voting is not the same as polling. It represents will of the people. It's a bulwark against violent revolution. I agree with some of that. Yeah, I agree with most of
see
that.
how we're really disagreeing there. He's saying it's not polling, but then he's describing it as polling.
Well, no, he says it's a bulwark against violent revolution.
Yeah,
It represents the will of the people. Okay, I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever.
but
I
if
mean,
you're
I agree that-
disenfranchised, you can't. That's
Right.
where you get violent revolution. And you're talking about disenfranchising people.
I agree that part of, with Demon Mama's argument and part of what's lost in this conversation is that it's true. Kids and adults are distinct. Kids don't have certain rights, but they are also afforded special privileges, because they don't have those rights. They're not viewed as responsible as an adult. So it's a trade-off. And it feels like Demon Mama wants kids to have like the best of both worlds, I would imagine. Unless she's going to say that, like, if a 5-year-old commits a crime, should they be held to the same standard as like an adult? I don't know.
100%.
There you go.
Oh shit!
It should be worse.
It should be worse.
William's coming after me. Holy cow!
William Icebane for $5 says, "Excuse me, Adam. Everyone knows orphans can't be loved fully in comparison to blood children. Hence, they are 3/5 the person. Let's call it the 3/5 compromise." There you go.
That's the opposite of what I said. I was giving the
I know.
foster children more rights. I was calling them the full adults.
Horse-sized trash panda for $20. Thank you so much. Says, our system isolates.
Did we lose you, Sitch?
Yeah, I don't hear him.
Maybe so.
Rip.
Nails for 20 euros. Thank you very much, Nails. I miss most live streams and have to rely on VODs. Glad to be here. S-Class is best class, except when you did the kid voice. That must actually be aimed at Sitch. I wonder if Sitch had a power outage or something.
I don't know.
He's still in the channel. Oh no, there he went. Yeah.
Yeah, rip.
He had a power outage or something.
You said he lives in Florida?
Yeah,
Happens a lot
very
in Florida.
Very
Yeah.
shaky. Yeah. It's that Governor DeSantis. He's trying to turn him into a third world country over there.
It already is.
Trying to shut down their internet and stuff. No, I actually like DeSantis. Although I'd be called a right winger for saying that, but
yeah, despite having lived in Florida recently, I don't know anything about him. Who pays attention to this stuff? Readings for nerds.
well, I think DeSantis was going hard at critical race theory, which I'm super skeptical of. George F for $2, 616 for the OG Satan worshippers. Oh yeah, that's exactly what it means, right? 616. That's skeptical.
That's what Sitch said.
Skeptical of that.
Here, let's Google that.
X Hammer X13 Thor for $10. It's a whole different situation. Japan gives money, extra incentives, and some work perks to have children because their birth rate has been tanking for decades now. But isn't our birth rate down? I feel like that's why we're being encouraged to have so much immigration in America, because our birth rate is way down. So, man,
Yeah, the birth rate's
if we can get people just to have kids based on a couple extra votes, oh my goodness, that's like a bargain.
Yeah, like if people have less and less kids, there's fewer and fewer people we need to disenfranchise.
Hammer, no, stop that. X Hammer X13 Thor for $2 says also S class is best class.
Well, that's certainly not true right now.
Skeptical, but
yeah,
I do enjoy. I do thank you for the $2. I think I'm all caught up on my super chats here.
Yeah, so you'll love this. I Googled 616 number of the beast, and it says 616 is the natural number following 615 and preceding 617.
Yeah, there you go.
It's true.
Epic poem there. Man, I used to love that Revelation stuff. I used to love all of that apocalyptic imagery. I was so into that stuff.
Yeah, the Revelations is actually, I think the proper name is the Apocalypse of John.
Mm-hmm.
And like apocalypse is actually the class of literature. It's like
Oh, really?
yeah, they're called apocalypses.
Interesting. I didn't know that. Because it's Armageddon, really.
Yeah. It's kind of like extremely like I don't know, I guess me characterizing it would probably be a bit heretical, but it's it's kind of like massive spiritual sort of like hallucinatory visuals sort of stuff. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is cool. So what video are you working on now?
That's hard to talk about. So I'm actually
Because you
working
don't
on
want
a
to
bunch.
spoil it. What?
Yeah. So
what did your sub count finally get up to? What are you
I think
kicking
I think it's almost 14K.
That's great.
Pretty good for one video. Yeah, it's not
Hell
bad
yeah.
at all. Yeah, the current video I'm working on is kind of the way it'll look when you click on it is not what the video is actually about. It's a bit tricky. But yeah, that one will be quite interesting. And I have a bunch of stuff sort of laid out. Unfortunately, I had been really busy with stuff like, reading reading that book and catching up on schoolwork and like going on all these shows and stuff. But next week I'm going to start going really hard on like video production.
That's something that we didn't talk about. I'm glad you brought that up because you told me that you read The Righteous Mind. You were reading it. Yeah.
I'm not quite done. I'm done with the first two parts and I'm like in the middle of the third part. Yeah, it's pretty good.
So
sorry, what?
what's your take?
Overall, I think it's very persuasive. I mean, it's kind of hard to judge because it's confirming a lot of things I already suspected. Like I've been saying that people are fundamentally irrational like my whole life. Like if you're trying to convince someone of something, just trying to make a rational argument is not necessarily a good way to do it.
Yes.
And the whole breakdown of like the different moral foundations seems really interesting and appealing. It's also kind of cool that I don't exactly match any of them. I'm the closest to the progressive one, but I think I also had the was it the loyalty betrayal dimension I also care about that I guess progressives typically don't.
Loyalty betrayal is yeah, they usually don't care. This comes out a lot. You see this a lot in politics when they throw each other under the bus so easily. I mean, look at Demon Mama here. We have the perfect example. She's like, yeah, we're not friends anymore. Fuck off.
She just throws them under the bus immediately.
Yeah, exactly. I'm done using you, okay?
Yeah, it's a wild thing. Yeah, like we just had a conversation that was where we clearly have a pretty big disagreement. I can't imagine like fuck you, Adam. Like what? I don't understand how you end up in that place. It's so weird.
Disagreement is like fun. I don't understand it. All my friends and me growing up loved to just argue with one another over stupid stuff. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I guess that's just part of, growing up, being friends with people is the way that I look at it.
Yeah, no, I guess I'm not super personally invested in ideas. There's like this Alan Watts quote. He's like, I don't want you to believe this. I want you to play with it or something like that. And that's kind of how I treat ideas. It's like, don't take it too seriously, But Demon Mama seems a bit more committed to her ideas about things. Yeah, the only thing about the book that really bothered me, and I'm wondering if this bothered you too, because I feel like you would agree. I think it was in part 1. He was talking a lot about the implicit association test, and he never couched his language in clarifying that it's not a good test. He sort of like presented it as being very good and a reliable piece of evidence in favor of his theory. But I was like, I'm pretty sure the implicit association test is like awful. Then I went and looked it up and it's like, yeah, it's pretty bad. So that was kind of weird.
He used that in the book. I don't remember that, but it's been a while since I read it.
Yeah. I think it's in like part 1 when he's sort of drawing the distinction between affect and emotions, where affect is like this immediate thing that's like, it happens so quickly you don't even notice it. And he's sort of it's not just a bit, it's like a pretty big section. He's justifying the idea of, why the elephant is in charge, and it's because of these effective things that just sort of happen immediately. You don't even notice them. It's more like your mind sort of notices that happening and then tries to justify it, is a sort of thing. And he was using the implicit association test as sort of like evidence for that, because it's forcing you to make decisions really, really quickly.
But he backs that up by the hypnotic experiment where they hypnotize people and they get a flash of disgust when they read certain words and stories.
Yeah, that was another one that's
so
weird.
He
because
backs up the affect argument with more than just the implicit bias test, which I completely agree with you that the implicit bias test is kind of.
What's the thing is, I don't
whack.
reject the argument. I think that he's completely right.
Yeah, I agree.
The broader argument's very persuasive. It's just odd to me that he would present it like that without. I mean, it's like, it's just not good evidence for basically anything, right? And it would be perfectly acceptable if he said, this isn't a perfect instrument, but if we are to take these things seriously, this is what it suggests, or something like that. That would be fine. But like the test retest reliability is under 0.5. Like it needs to be 0.7 to even be acceptable. So I don't know.
I don't know the statistics stuff. Statistics is one of the classes that I failed. So
that's what I'm getting a degree in right now.
Are you really? Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm getting a master's in statistics.
It'd be nice to know statistics. I'm more of a broad strokes kind of guy. So
yeah,
but I hacked into the account. I can log into the account now, so I actually have the super chats. But I don't know where we're at. I think he read the actual justice word $10. Way easier to fool. I think he read that during the thing. I think I'll just use that as a marker. Go ahead. I cut you off. What were you saying?
Oh yeah. So there's basically, because this is kind of weird, but psychometric testing is actually something I almost went to get a PhD in at one point. I was really interested in personality psychology and psychometric testing. So there's basically two ways of judging whether or not a psychometric instrument is good. There's reliability and validity. So reliability basically means that when you take the test, if you took it again, you would get the same result. And reliability is sort of a measure of how consistent the test is at returning a single result. Because there's like a test for autism or whatever, and you went and took it and it said you don't have autism. Then you go back and take the same test, and now it says you have autism. Well, that's a pretty big problem with the test, right?
That's a huge problem. Giant problem.
Exactly. Exactly. It needs to be returning a consistent result, but it could be returning a consistent wrong result. So validity has more to do with, is the test actually testing what it presumes to be testing?
Right.
And that has to do with there's predictive validity and the construct validity and all these other things. But I mean, the basic idea is pretty clear. Is your test testing what it presumes to be testing? And would you get the same result if you took the test over and over again? So the IIT fails both.
What is the IIT? Oh, implicit bias.
The implicit
test.
association test. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the test retest reliability is the usual metric that's used for reliability. And 0.7 is kind of like a general benchmark for acceptable. And I mean, to be a good instrument, you need to be 0.8, 0.9. The implicit association test, the last time I checked, was 0.45. It's very low.
Wow.
Way below. Yeah, way below the benchmark of acceptability. And then the only form of validity that really works for the test is predictive validity. So the main thing that's been studied is racial bias and implicit association. So basically what they would do is they would take the test and say, okay, the test says this person is racially biased. And then they would try and use that as a predictive instrument to predict behavior in the future. And it completely fails that as well. So it just, in every way that you could look at it, it's just, not very good. So yeah, that was the one thing where I was reading that and I was like, really? You mentioned that, bro?
Bro, really? Bro.
Oh, you're back.
He's back.
Damn it. I was getting ready to just pour through these super chats.
So my router's taking 10 years to restart. So I'm actually using my phone hotspot. So I don't know how good my internet
Really?
connection-
Holy shit. You sound awesome.
Oh, okay.
How is
well,
that even possible?
there you go. Technology is amazing.
I hacked in. I'm all set. I'm ready to go.
Hacked in. Oh, you mean you just logged in?
I did. Yeah, exactly. It did take me a while to find the super chats, but it's good to know that I can do it just in case.
Yes.
But I don't know where you are, so I'll let you take over. Unless
Awesome.
you can't take over. I don't know.
Oh no, I can still. They didn't close the window or anything. I still
Oh,
see where I am. so.
fascinating.
Oh, if I keep cutting out, let me know, and I'll try to switch back.
I'm
to my
glad your
wired.
house didn't burn down.
Yes. Did we ever check up to make sure that Aiden didn't get like kidnapped or something?
Yeah, I saw her in the comments and I said hello.
Okay.
The
good. She's
yeah, she's still good. The
okay.
Doomer read The Righteous Mind before he came on. I'm sort of making it a requirement to come on the show now. People have to read the book. No, he volunteered, guys. I don't want Demon Mama. I'm not forcing anyone to read something
Anyways,
against their will. So
mm-hmm.
go ahead.
Let's see, where was I?
I'm curious. Yeah, because I read about 5 super chats towards the end. So
did you read horse? Oh, they were at the end.
yeah.
Horse size trash panda for $5 says uninformed votes are heavily biased towards simple options, not random ones. Think, quote, Bernie is going to make my healthcare free.
Don't trash Bernard.
You a big Bernie fan?
I love Bernie.
Yeah.
I should be pissed though because I lost $5,000 betting on him on Super Tuesday.
Whoa.
What
yeah.
a terrible bet.
Red-haired motherfucker.
Jeez.
Hey, that was not a terrible bet, sir.
Yes, it is. Even if you like him, there's no fucking chance.
Bernie had the bird.
He won 3 of the 4 primaries before that. Okay, whatever.
No, he didn't. What are you talking about?
Bernie was gonna win.
He
didn't-
crushed Nevada. He won New Hampshire, and then like he got the most votes, but didn't technically win Iowa. I think
What's the first primary?
the first primary was Iowa, but it was it had all the commotion. Like there was something wrong with counting it or the machines or something. So like the results didn't come back very quickly. And like the
thought,
second was New
like-
Hampshire, and the third was Nevada. Bernie won.
I thought some fuckface guy won. I thought like Pete Buttigieg or some weird candidate won like one of the first ones or something.
I think like so. There's a difference between like if you count the votes or you count like the delegates or something like that. And Pete like edged out the delegates. Yeah, Pete edged out the delegates, and Bernie edged out the votes. But I mean, it's like whatever.
See,
Judge.
Iowa says Joe Biden.
No, Biden was
Joe
like
Biden.
Biden
Wait.
was like 4th or 5th in Iowa. Hold on, let me check.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at. This doesn't seem right. Whatever. Anyways, I don't know. I think Medicare for all is stupid. I'm on board with the public option. So that's
Yeah,
my take.
I don't have a strong preference. I just want better healthcare.
Sure. Okay, that's a
I'm
good
not-
way.
I'm not super committed to like any particular thing.
Okay, that's a good outlook. I agree. Code 5601 for 10 Canadian says the Canadian electoral election the Canadian election shows personality, cult, and emotion trump silly things like principles and corruption and integrity and good policy. See very SoCon immigrants voting for uber progressive LPC. Oh, social conservative immigrants. Okay. There you
Holy
go.
cow, that's the one I was gonna read. I was totally on it. Look at that.
Oh wow, you were there.
Oh,
Good job.
damn.
Good job.
Boom.
Nice.
Look at that teamwork.
Teamwork makes
Yeah.
the dream work.
There it is.
Oh, I see what happened. Joe Biden got a bunch of super delegates, but he didn't do well in the actual thing.
I see.
So he got
cheating
4th.
super delegates.
He got 4th in the vote, but he got a bunch of super delegates at the convention. That's what happened.
Bunch of
Who won
shifty
the normal
delegates.
delegates?
super
looks like
shifty
Bernie-
delegates.
Mhm.
It looks like the main man Bernard won both.
Of
I see.
course. Of course. Democratic Party stole it from Bernie.
So you're saying Bernie won Iowa, New Hampshire, and Nevada, and then got crushed in South Carolina.
South Carolina was not a pleasant day. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
racist
okay.
South Carolina voters. That's what it was.
I'm still gonna say that was a bad $5,000 vote, Tumor.
Well, it wasn't. I didn't bet on like one specific thing. It was very spread out. Like
Mhm.
basically the only scenario where I lost a sizable amount of money was what happened, like a massacre.
Yes, destroyed.
Man, I've
whatever.
never lost $5,000 in a bet. That's painful.
That is painful.
I mean,
yeah.
I've won and lost a lot more than that a bunch of times.
Wow.
Well, that's right.
you're-
You used to be a professional gambler, so
Oh,
this is
yeah.
all
Oh,
old hat
wow.
for you. So
Yeah, you
I
you
never
really
gambled on
explained
politics
that.
though. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was talking about that earlier. Yeah, I gambled on daily fantasy sports for like a year and made a living doing that.
Wow.
interesting.
Wow.
Oh, I can't see chat, by the way, so I'm sorry. I can't see normal chat. Normal chat is paused for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Thought Criminal for $5 says A-Team Sour Cream Burrito Supreme S-Class Hall Pass. Free will, please. I'm acing accounting, but I need something to keep up with the other classes. Well, there you go, Thought Criminal. 5 free units of free will just for you.
Yeah.
Bobo for $5 says they are not postmodernists. They are cynically using postmodern concepts as a weapon against everyone else.
I would
Sure.
agree with that framing. Yeah.
I would agree with that too.
Me too.
Angry Bellsprout for $2 says the current system of paying for mail-in votes is bad. Wait, what?
I think it is. Yeah, I think it's terrible.
What is that a reference to? Paying for mail-in
That's
votes?
a reference to the election fraud, you Sitch. We all
People are paying for mail-in votes. Is
Yeah.
that what's happening here?
Yeah.
Okay. I see. Shiro for $5 says everyone will tote or use elements of ideology up to the point it supports them and deconstruct what you don't like, fill in with what you do.
Exactly. I
That is true.
totally agree. Yeah.
True. Babad Sad for $5 says everyone has a good view of propaganda. Ah ha 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 ha.
Mhm.
Bjorn Kazark for $5 says LARPing happens at the start of all civil unrest, wars, etc., because it starts with the perception, not serious danger. People in danger can't protest. True.
Mm. Yeah.
Derek Drummond.
What about like Tiananmen Square?
That's a good
Doesn't
point.
seem completely right. Yeah.
That's a good point.
I mean, they were students, so I don't know the situation.
Mm-hmm. Derek Drummond for $5 says counterpoint. God probably hates the sequel trilogy. I agree with that.
True.
Yeah. See, there can be movies that are objectively bad. You're wrong, Doomer.
Mm-hmm. No way God could like that movie.
Yeah.
Not any God I would believe in. That's for sure.
Utter Nonsense for $2 says, hey, you never gave me a book list, Doomer.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The book list. Doomer.
Oh yeah. Unfortunately, I don't read very many books.
Oh my God.
Reading this kind of made me realize I need to get back into it.
Interesting.
Reading The
because-
Righteous Mind got you back into reading.
Yeah, I need to.
Okay.
I need to read.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of books I used to read. Like in college, I read a book a day for like a long time. But I haven't read recently. One thing I would highly recommend is it's a resource text called the Oxford Companion to Emotion and the Affective Sciences. It's really, really cool if you're interested in like emotion and affectation.
What is it? What is it called?
It's called the Oxford Companion to Emotion and the Affective Sciences.
Yeah.
It's basically a summary of like all the literature on emotion and stuff.
Sounds awesome.
It's pretty lit. Yeah.
I'm rereading a book now that Sitch actually recommended to me. It's that austerity book by who's the guy? Who wrote Austerity? Let me see here. It is Mark Blythe. Because I was listening, they did a debate on.
What about Mark Blythe?
I'm rereading the austerity book of, was it Sticks and Hexenheimer 666 did a debate with Anomaly about
I don't
Trump
know.
or something like that, and they were arguing over inflation. This happens all the time. Every time an argument over inflation comes up, people point to Germany and the hyperinflation in Germany. And I swear that Mark Blythe said in that book that the hyperinflation in Germany was deliberate because they owed a bunch of money for war reparations.
Wasn't that the Treaty of Versailles thing? Yeah.
They owed a bunch of money for war reparations, and they were like, well, fuck you. We're going to destroy our currency so we don't have to pay back these war reparations. So I don't think it's a good example for people to constantly pull out and say, we're going to become Weimar. Weimar did it deliberately. Like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm rereading it because I want to make sure that I'm getting it right and I'm not misremembering it. So I could be misremembering it, but I'm digging in. Fucking that Mark Blythe book is great. It's fucking great as far as
It is,
economics go. Yeah.
Yeah, I love Mark Blythe. He's great.
Another really good one is Motivation and Personality by Abraham Maslow, the GOAT.
Yeah.
Good book. Another good thing is you only need to read like half of it because half of it's sort of responding to other literature at the time. You can just kind of skip that. But in particular, there's a section called, I think it's chapter 12 or 13 called Love and Self-Actualizing People. It's incredibly interesting. It's like an academic take on healthy relationships. It's really awesome.
Wow. That does sound fascinating.
Cool. Miles Kinslow for $5 says, "Hey guys, I just saw Biden. He is confused as Test. He's as confused as Tess Holiday believing she is anorexic. Also, Team Adam. There you go. There you go.
Based.
Biden is super confused. So
William Icebane for $2 says, "Who would win, the Tin Man, the Scarecrow from DC Comics, or Dracula?" I don't know why you're throwing the Tin Man in there. He's gonna get his ass kicked.
yeah, he's definitely out of the running here.
I mean, Dracula obviously wins this. I mean, is Dracula even affected by like toxic gas? I mean, he doesn't breathe. So I'm gonna say Dracula.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Dracula wins that one. Jab Slant for $2 says, "Yo, Sean said he'd go on EFAP if he was offered."
Sure.
Tell Mahler that. Awesome. I don't know what. I mean, I'll tell Mahler. I'll say, "Hey, get Sean on EFAP."
I don't know. Mahler, I don't know if there's a long list to get on EFAP or what the deal is. I think there might be. Like the first time I went on EFAP, it seemed like it was like hurry up and wait. There's a long. I don't know how that is. We're actually getting kind of a long list for people to come on now. We have, I think, about.
We're 4. So popular, yes.
Well, I mean, fuck, that's not what I mean. I'm not trying to brag here.
I know. Jab Slant for $2 says, and get Doomer on EFAP as well. It was in their chat. There you go. Get on EFAP, Doomer.
I'm trying.
Okay, I'll put in a good word for you. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, I sent Mueller an email. I was like, "Hey, it's the jackass who made that BATSH video."
Oh, did you really? Wow.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Here
you go. I'm gonna DM him right now. I'm gonna say, let's see, where are my DMs? Mahler.
Do you have?
Mahler, get.
Yeah.
Doomer.
Because the branding.
Doomer. Get Doomer on EFAP.
Yeah.
Based.
Okay.
Yeah, my branding's kind of bad because for like the majority of my life, I didn't care about politics. I've been obsessed with like film and writing for like most of my life.
Okay, so that's a good fit then. That's what
fit.
That's what I was curious about. Yeah.
Yes.
Can you do, because they do this thing on EFAP where they're like TLJ, RGS, they have like all the different, and I don't know them. I'm like,
you know the Star Wars code words, Doomer?
Do you know the Star Wars code words? Yes, that's the correct way to ask this question.
TLJ is The Last Jedi.
There you go.
Assuming RGS is the one after that
I
didn't
made
see.
up RGS. I don't even know. Like RGS is one that doesn't exist. RGS.
Yeah, so the only unfortunate thing is that I don't watch many of the like big blockbusters, which is probably a lot what they focus on. But if they've seen like anything else, I'm sure there's a room for conversation.
Radical Gold Star.
Or they could just tell me like, "Hey, we're gonna have to discuss this," and I'll go watch it, and then I'll shit on it because I fucking hate everything. So yeah.
Oh, that's
Dr.
perfect.
Hitler says Mahler has explained a few times he tries to get people on for a relevant video, which makes sense. Sitch and Adam show he wouldn't have you two on to discuss Spider-Man. I made a whole video on Spider-Man. Why would
you did. Spider-Man? I love that video. Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah. I know about Spooderman. Okay.
I loved Into the Spider-Verse. Yeah.
I like Spooderman.
Even though I'm not supposed to because it's super woke, I still liked it.
It's not woke. What do you mean?
It is kind of woke. I mean,
how is it woke?
Come on.
The only thing that could conceivably be seen as woke is that there's a strong female protagonist and she's got like the SJW haircut.
Is Kill Bill woke?
Spider-Gwen. There's like a female Spider-Man. The main Spider-Man is a half black, half Latino kid.
But that was in the comics from like years ago though.
The main
Peter Parker is like a fuck up.
Yeah, the white straight male is a total fuck up. Come on.
But see, they did it perfectly.
Now. They did good job. I agree.
They did it perfectly because the original Spider-Man in Miles' universe is a quote white straight male, and then he dies heroically in the beginning of the movie.
I know.
And so the other Spider-Man is from
surprise.
Right. But what I mean is like the problem with Star Wars is that they took the iconic, and I talk about this in my video, they took the iconic character of Luke Skywalker and they ruined him.
They ruined it. Yeah, I know.
But with Spider-Man, there's so many like alternate versions and different universes that like no one gives a fuck if you make one like a putz.
They fuck up so regularly though. that I kind of wonder if it was accidental in Spider-Verse. Like they just...
I know it's the guys that write it. It's the Clone High guys. They're geniuses.
Okay.
And the
That
Lego
makes
Movie
sense.
guys.
Oh yeah, Lego Movie's a fucking
Yeah.
genius. Yeah, totally.
Right.
Lego
Yeah.
Movie was actually pretty good.
Yeah, I know. It's great.
It's
It was one of those movies where I was like, I was like looking at the ratings. I'm like, why the fuck does this have almost perfect movie about Legos? And I'm like
I
watching
know.
it super skeptical. I'm like, this is gonna be fucking stupid.
I agree.
And like 15 minutes into it, I'm sold. I'm like, fuck, I like this movie.
Even
God
the
damn.
twist, you're like, oh my God, it's so cool.
Yeah.
Phil Lord and Christopher Miller.
Yeah.
They're smart.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Clone High?
I haven't. Is that
no.
Why not?
good?
You have. Oh, I thought you had.
Clone High? I guess I got to see this movie, Clone High.
No,
I'll
it's a
check it
cartoon show.
Yeah, it's a
it was on
cartoon show.
It was on MTV for like
Okay.
one season and then got canceled, but it's hilarious.
Wait, I have seen it. One of my ex-girlfriends made me watch it. I don't
Oh,
remember what it
nice.
is though, but I'm pretty sure I've seen it.
It's the one where like they've cloned all these historical figures and they make them go to high school. The main character is Abraham Lincoln and Gandhi and Joan of Arc.
Yeah. I've definitely seen.
And
part of it.
JFK. Yes.
I'll check it out.
You gotta check it out.
I
It's
like
great.
cool things.
Awesome. They were hired to do Han Solo and then they got fired midway through and replaced
That's why Han Solo sucked.
they replaced with Ron Howard, I think, or something.
Don't you
weird,
hate
so,
that?
yeah.
Somewhere
I would love
out
to
there,
see their
they're-
cut of it. So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Jab Silent for another $2 says, quote, dressed as fruits. So you guys dress normally.
Is that fruits like gay? Is that what he's really means? I don't know.
That's
I
the
saw that
joke.
one.
That's the joke. Andrew Clark for $5 says, movie quality. The objective quality group are trying to argue for signs of observable craft independent of enjoyment, not Kantian objective quality. Yeah, I feel like you could have a whole discussion with Mahler about objective
Yes.
quality.
Hell yeah.
I mean, but the thing is, there's like this whole class of people that reject that. Like I have like 3
know.
pages in my book debunking their dumb fucking arguments that you always get from these people. No, you can't possibly say a film is good at anything. It's like, okay, here's a counter argument to that. Would you say that I was the best screenwriter of all time if I wrote a Python script to just make like random code? Because if you can't determine quality, then I wrote more screenplays than anyone else. Wouldn't that make me better?
Yeah.
Like there has to be something, right? Yeah.
That's a good
Yeah, no.
argument right there. Quantity.
Yep.
Listen,
No.
I've written 10,000 screenplays, so obviously I
You-
win. They're totally
you've written
incoherent
6.
garbage, but
Yeah, you've written 6 and I wrote 17 billion.
yeah.
It fucked.
Yeah. Take that. Take that, Hollywood.
Like that. Rich Jammer for 125p says Adam wore a school uniform on that Joel stream because he knew he'd get school.
What?
He should really attend the S class, which I hear is the best class.
Well, that's a great super chat, so I'm not gonna.
Thank you, Rich.
I can't.
I'll object to it.
complain.
Andrew Clark for $5 says, we understand that prescriptions for art are subjective, but to say that the room achieves a high standard of craft is nonsense. Do you agree, Doomer?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a high standard of craft at all. I mean, people enjoy that because of Schadenfreude, you know?
Yes.
Yes.
Like,
right.
if it wasn't bad, people wouldn't like it, you know?
True.
I don't think it's Schadenfreude though, because that's when you delight in someone's suffering.
I guess not exactly. Yeah, it's not delighting. But it's delighting in like the movie being deficient.
terrible.
Yeah.
Right.
I guess you're right. There is a bit of that. How can this be so bad? Like, how can someone think that this is good as a filmmaker?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Lord Tennyson's Pipe for $5 says, today's my birthday. Well, happy birthday, Lord Tennyson's Pipe. It's awesome. I'll be 23, celebrating with several sake highballs. This stuff goes well with some ginger ale over ice. Here's to me and Gemini. Yes, happy birthday.
23 was a great year, man.
Happy birthday. Yep.
Yeah.
That's right. I think Lord Tennyson's Pipe and Gemini are the first Sitch and Adam community romance.
Yeah.
There you go. We're bringing people together.
Very cool.
Hippo-sized cat for $5 says, the most dangerous predator in the world.
Yes.
Hippo-sized cat says, gaze upon me in despair. Fear will freeze your eyes before I seize you. My eyes will pierce you something fierce. Close yours tight and say goodbye. Good night.
Are we allowed to run? What the fuck?
There you go.
Can we at
There you
least
go.
run?
Nope. Well, you can try, but it's
We
a
have to
hippo-sized
close
cat.
our eyes and wait for you to kill us. No, thank you.
You can't outrun a hippo-sized cat.
I'm gonna try. We might
Yeah,
as well
you're
give it
gonna
a
fail.
shot.
You're gonna try it. You're gonna fail. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work.
I'm giving it a shot.
The expert layman for $2 says, "Hello, I'm so lonely, so lonely and sad and alone." I had to say it like that. He spelled it that way.
Nice.
So there you go.
Hello.
Hello. That's your nice Team America reference. Cat Branchman for $5 says, "I'm subscribing to Doomer for his based Muppet take."
Oh,
Nice.
nice. You picked up one.
Wow.
I
You
picked
lost
up one and
30.
lost 70.
There you go. There you go. I'm starting to kind of have my doubts about Cat now. Stug for $5 says, "In my school, a kid got shoved in his locker so many times that his ghost began to haunt bullies. And years later, a half ghost had to fight him."
Hmm.
There you go. I didn't know that Stug went to school with Danny Phantom. Wow, that's incredible.
There's half ghosts.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Lord Tennyson's pipe for $2 says, "I'm drunk and a homosexual, a god among men." There you go. That's exactly how you should feel on your birthday.
I love the declaration. It's so fun.
George F for $10 says, "Left to watch the Doomer video and thought it was great. This might be too in depth for now, but as the MMT guy, can Adam give me the idiot's rundown of FMT? Because I'm clueless. A team reign supreme."
Spend money first.
Why don't Sitch is an MMT guy too.
Yeah, but no, you're like the MMT guy. I'm just like tag along here.
I mean, Doomer gets it right. Spend money first.
There you go.
The big scam about the way things work now, like people are arguing over the debt ceiling crisis, but the government doesn't need tax dollars to spend money. They make the money. So the idea that
debt
the
ceiling
government
is like extra dumb. I think that's beyond dumb. That's like beyond
totally,
MMT is
totally
extra super
beyond dumb.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So right now the argument over the debt ceiling is like, are we going to pay like people's Social Security checks? Are we going to pay military checks, stuff like that? When they're arguing over the debt ceiling, they're arguing over whether or not checks are going to go out, which is completely ridiculous. But because it's money that's already been voted and spent. But yeah, the real constraint for the economy is inflation. That's why I was talking about the inflation thing with the hyperinflation and why I'm rereading that book, because the thing to worry about is inflation, but bankruptcy is really not a problem. And another thing that nobody ever talks about is like there's a certain like a lot of people believe if you add currency to the economy that you automatically get inflation, and that's not remotely true because it really depends upon how people use that currency. Like if you add a bunch of currency to the economy and everyone just puts it in their bank account and doesn't do anything with it, you're not going to get inflation because it's off the table. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't enter the money supply. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
And also if you added a bunch of money to the money supply and for some reason, like supply and demand is what causes inflation. So if you had a huge jump in supply and you added a bunch of money to you'd still get deflation because prices would go down.
You know how you really fix the economy? You just take all the rich people's money.
Yeah.
That's not really true though. That's not really the case. Well, a lot of rich people are using their money to develop things and stuff like that. So, but if they're using it for rent-seeking behavior, yeah, maybe you're right. They're definitely driving up the price of houses in ways that are damaging for society. I mean, I would much rather see families buying their first home than fucking some slumlord buying their 100th home, right?
True.
Yeah, housing market makes no sense to me.
No, it's fucked up. Lord Tenson's pipe has an important update. He says, "I'm less drunk, but still homosexual." There you go.
So it's not correlated to the drunkenness.
No. I'm going to
That's
say
good to
that
know.
any politician, Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter their party, any politician that is against raising the debt ceiling should immediately be thrown out of office for being a stupid fucking piece of shit garbage human being.
Yeah.
Fuck them. Fuck them.
You do realize, I mean, I'm just completely, MMT has convinced me that the debt controversy is as trumped up as the white supremacy controversy. Like, it's just a complete fucking bullshit fucking thing.
Yeah, but I don't think, well, but the difference is I don't think most people, including the politicians, understand the whole thing about the debt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Which, again, to be clear, is unrelated to the debt ceiling. There's two completely different issues.
Well, they're sort of related. I mean,
well, no, because there's a difference between saying we shouldn't rack up more debt and saying we shouldn't raise the debt ceiling, which is paying for the debt we've already fucking decided to pay for. Spend. Yes. Yeah. Right. So.
Another thing people don't get is that, like, even categorizing it as the debt, it's an investment vehicle for people. It's a service that people provide. A lot of people don't want to just have their money in a bank account that earns zero interest. So the debt is something we're offering as a service. Like, here, you can buy this bond and you make a certain percentage of interest on your thing. And it does also dissuade people from taking that money and going it out and causing inflation, spending it on stuff. Like, if you know your money's not earning any interest, you're more likely to go out and spend it. And spending it, competing against other people for goods and services, is going to cause inflation. So the literal debt is what is restricting inflation from getting out of hand. And a lot of people don't realize that.
Horse-sized Trash Panda for $5 says, read my $20 super chat. You missed it because of your internet. Did I get cut off?
Horse-sized Trash Panda.
Horse-sized Trash Panda for $20 says, our system isolates kids from many aspects of society because they're cared for by parents. If voting is a poll in the state of society, then by design, kids have an incomplete view of society that shouldn't be included.
Our society isolates kids from many aspects of society because they care. But wait a second here.
Did I read that one? I thought I did. Maybe I got cut off.
Listen.
I'm listening.
Well, the things that I listed in my thing, are you telling me that the kid does, like the kids in Flint, Michigan, are you telling me they don't know they have fucked up water? Is that your argument? The kids in Flint, Michigan are insulated from the fucked up water.
I don't think that's the argument.
Well, what is it then?
Kids are insulated from certain aspects of society, right? Like, like a kid can't, like, does it make sense for a kid to make the vote on like tax policy?
Kids are not that insulated from society. Like, if police or if bad shit is going on, you're aware of it. You're completely aware of it. If your parents are having trouble maintaining, if the factory's getting shut down and your dad's going unemployed, you know that shit. It's so ridiculous.
Okay.
It's so ridiculous.
Okay.
I don't know. Did you not have any strife in your family when you were a kid that you were aware of?
Of course I had strife, but that doesn't mean I understand like politics or voting or anything like that.
You do. You come on.
I told you when I was 5, I wanted to vote for George H.W. Bush because skywriting. Okay, that was the realm of getting my vote in kindergarten. Skywriting. Okay.
Kids are not so insulated from.
Okay.
I don't understand that.
Okay.
It's like,
Drew Cole for $5 says anti-Muppet agitators deserve the Pinochet treatment. True.
No.
True. I'm sorry, I hate to say it, but true.
Slander.
No. Bad.
Anti-Muppets get the wall. Mott Fish Flakes for $5. Thank you so much, Mott. Vosh fan. It's a rare Vosh fan for $5 Canadian. Says, what do you think about Destiny's idea for education at 17 minutes and 45 seconds into his review of the Demon Mama Hans video? It might feed into Adam's 14-year-old voting thing.
Well, we can't look that up.
I'm assuming they're referring. Destiny had a hot take. He kind of was joking, kind of retracted, where he said, like, kids should only go to school till they're like 12 or something, and then they should have to work for 10 years at a job, and then they can go back to school and finish like at that age.
What is the job?
Anything, like just some menial,
Anything?
yeah, some sort of menial labor that like a kid could
I mean,
do.
there is something in there that I agree with. Like,
Mhm.
I think there's a lot of value in having a shitty fucking job when you're like, 16.
Oh,
Nah.
100%, sure.
I
Sure.
don't think so.
What do you mean? You had tons of shitty jobs.
Yeah, I think I could have done without him. A lot of these shitty
Well,
jobs.
well, the thing is, like, that's the point though, is that you want to learn that like you don't want that job and
Yes.
you need motivation to go do something else. Like,
Right.
I was
I
really,
disagree.
I was really unmotivated until I had this fucking job at Hungry Howie's, and
Then you're like, oh my
fucking
God.
awful. I was like, yeah, I'm not doing this shit for the rest of my
Yeah.
fucking life.
No, I agree completely. But I don't know how you would actualize that into like law or something. Which is what
I
Destiny was
would- I
saying.
would- I would
Destiny was kind of
legislate
joking
it.
because he was like, well, I mean, I know this is completely not practical, but
I do remember I worked at a film studio where I was developing film for fucking
Mhm.
like 8 hours, just developing film. And yeah, that was pretty nightmarish. And all I would think about was, how am I going to get out of this job? This job is the most boring job ever.
right.
Yeah.
So something like, I mean, obviously, I don't know how many people are developing film nowadays, but
Yeah, none.
yeah, zero. But I was gonna say, like, that wouldn't be so bad if you had like today's technology, because it's quiet enough. It's not like working in a factory could be super loud. That'd be like a quiet enough job
Oh,
where
I
you could
could have
listen to
easily,
whatever you wanted.
I could have
to,
easily
yeah.
listened to audiobooks if that was a technology available at the time.
Right at
but
the
it wasn't.
time, yeah, sure, yeah. Adagoo 13 for $50. Thank you so much, Adagoo. Says, I know no vax talk, but as a military member, I don't really want to see my fellow troops dishonorably discharged, the real threat. What to do against lying politicians that manipulate the poll as it stands? It seems like too little, too late. I'm not sure what's being asked here.
Yeah. I don't
I know.
Yeah, it's
a military
Something about
member.
like he's worried that sorry, they're worried that like someone's going to get, I guess, dishonorably discharged from the military for not
yeah,
getting
for
the
not taking the
vaccine.
COVID vaccine? Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, don't they give you like a shit ton of like shots when you join the military?
Other
Yeah, I
vaccines.
mean,
The
I
thing
don't know.
is, though, people feel those vaccines
Mm-hmm.
have been tested, time
Right.
tested, and
Right.
these have not been time tested. Which
I thought they
mean,
give you
I
more
agree
than
with.
vaccines. I know someone in the military. I don't remember what branch. They were like convinced that they were given testosterone and steroids, like without their knowledge in the military. So don't know if that's true or not.
And I think
but-
the poll question is about the voting, about politicians that manipulate the poll as it stands, and I think that's like voting fraud,
what to do against lying politicians that manipulate the quote poll?
right? Like the vote.
How do lying politicians manipulate the? I mean, I think pollsters often manipulate the polls. Sure.
Well, no, I think he's talking about voter fraud.
Oh, maybe I'm not sure.
It seems like it's too little, too late because we already
Mhm.
have voter fraud going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We
I'd say
have
get
to
the
clean it
vaccine if you're in the military. That's what I'd say. I'd say it's probably being dishonorably discharged is part of the risk you have to include in in the equation.
Yeah.
So I would say
Um,
get the vaccine in that case.
The Lauren Southern was pretty pointed on Viva Fry's stream
Mhm.
about how she just was like, Trump has no one to blame but himself because he did absolutely nothing to deal with the fucking fake lying media. Like all he did was bitch about it when he could have actually tried to make some.
What could he have
tangible
done?
change. I don't know. If
I
he's
mean, that's
president of the
true.
United States, he could
You mean
have
the
done
Russiagate
something.
stuff?
No,
No, I
it's about
mean-
lying about fake news in general.
Fake news and all kinds of shit. Yeah.
No.
Gerrymandering.
I don't know what he could have done.
Thing.
Yeah, I don't like. I agree that Trump just complained about it, but I'm not sure. Like, what do you expect him to do?
Find somebody who that's their issue and figure it out. I don't know. Fucking do it.
Okay.
Well,
I
he
mean, just
did,
hire a
that's
dude.
how he did. He did prison reform because Kanye and his wife brought it to him on a silver platter. Oh, they just told him what to do.
Okay, so you're saying it's because Trump's so fucking lazy. As long as someone does all the legwork for him, and he'll just sign off on it. Okay.
This
guess.
this is how the world works, Sitch. I don't
think that's
you're
how
like a
most
newborn
presidents work.
baby in front of me here. It's
I don't
like,
think
come
that's how
on.
most presidents work.
Yeah, well, he also the same. He did the transparency, the hospital transparency thing, because that guy that wrote the book brought it to him on a silver platter.
Right.
Here,
So there
this
you
is what
go.
do.
Someone else had to do. If only Lauren Southern had done all the work to figure out some sort of executive action that would crank down on fake news, which I don't know how that's possible because it'd be a giant First Amendment
Listen,
issue.
you're
Then
the
he would have signed it.
president.
Okay,
You're the
there you
president
go.
of the United States. Listen,
Uh-huh.
somebody out there has thought about gerrymandering. What do we need to do? Fucking bring me some proposals.
All these things cannot be solved through executive action, though. Most things can't be solved through executive action.
Yeah, but he didn't even try.
Not yet.
Not yet.
He didn't even try.
Yeah, because Trump wasn't a good president. I know this is shocking to you, but
Well, he was good when people brought him stuff that I wanted.
there you
him
go.
to
When
do.
people brought him things to sign, he said, "Okay."
Shout out to Kim Kardashian, by the way. She's actually done some really good activism.
Hell
in
yeah,
justice reform.
exactly.
More than
fucking
Vosh and
I
Hassan.
was always like, "Who's this dumb bitch?" But then, like, I was hearing about her work with the Innocence
Fuck
Project. I was
yeah.
like, holy shit, dude, this is so based.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Some
There
rich
you go.
people feel some responsibility to, pay it back to society.
Kim Kardashian is more moral and more
Mm.
active than Vosh or Hassan
Yeah.
in the activist realm.
It's
By a
true.
lot, yeah. She's-
Got a
yeah.
nicer booty too.
She's way hotter. That's true. Hippo-sized cat for $5 says, in school, I took pre-AP and AP classes whenever I could. The students in those classes were less disruptive, making class less stressful, in my opinion. I mean, it's true. There are definitely kids
That
in
is
pre-AP
way
and AP
true.
classes, are going to be less disruptive. That's definitely true. Angry Bellsprout for $5 says, USA does 13 plus years of mandatory school and has an 8th grade average reading level. Why not enforce standards and end mandatory school at 8th grade? That's funny. I don't think that works that way.
Mm-hmm.
Overseas Logs for $10 says, as far as I'm aware, it's district. Oh, it's district. I see that it says you can't fail students. My aunt doesn't want to give students failing grades, but sometimes they have to. They're worried about the quality of education students will be getting in the future. Yeah, if it's a district thing, that's fucked up. That's like there's a district in Florida, or maybe it was all Florida, where they did make outdoor suspension illegal. Or like basically you couldn't outdoor suspend someone unless unless you had to call the police for whatever the problem was. And it caused all sorts of problems. Because lots of schools don't have the money for indoor suspension. So basically you had no disciplinary alternatives to kids acting up in class.
Just get a camper suspension.
There you go. But yeah, no, that's stupid. If I don't understand why a district would say that you can't fail a student. That sounds suspicious. Dr. Coke for 5 Canadian says, you guys make for a fun listen while playing Halo Infinite Beta. It's pretty all right. S-Class is the best class. Thank you, Doctor. Congrats on getting into the Halo Infinite Beta.
I read George F.
616 for the OG Satan worshippers. See, George F knows what's up.
I read all the way up to Nails, I believe.
You read X Hammer 13, Thor?
Yeah.
You read also S-Class is best class?
If you want to read that again, I figured you might really
S-Class.
want to.
Thank you, X Hammer 13, for saying S-Class is the best class.
I read William Icebane, The 3/5 of a Person. We had an amazing argument about it.
Yep. You read Nails for 20 euros.
I did, but I think they want you in the kid voice. I don't know. I missed most of my.
I miss most live streams and have to rely on the VODs. Glad to be here. S-Class is the best class.
Except when you did it in the kid voice.
The kid voice.
And what is wrong with all these super chats?
What do you mean?
They're
for being
wrong.
S-Class? You mean for being objectively correct?
Oh, I know. Welcome to my doom. Welcome to my hell.
Look at Doomer. Almost, I think every other guest we've ever had,
I know,
is very like tepid. They're like they don't really want to pick a side. Doomer's over here like fuck you, Sitch.
I like thought about it. I almost called you an asshole early on just because I thought it would be funny. But maybe that's over the line.
He should have done it.
He can take it. He knows he's an asshole.
Take it.
Yeah,
that's true. I am an asshole. William Icebane for 5 Canadian or for 5 US. I'm so sorry. Says, asked this earlier, maybe I missed it, but you did miss this. Who would win the fight? Dracula, the Scarecrow from DC Comics, or the Tin Man from Wizard of Oz. I love you, Adam.
Mhm.
Yeah,
It says
we
love
all...
you, Adam. It doesn't say I love you, Adam.
Okay, whatever.
Gotta make it weird. Why?
Okay. I think we all settled on Dracula was the clear winner of that fight. Yeah, we did answer that earlier.
Tin Man from Wizard of Oz, we questioned why you would even...
I don't know how you put him in. You've got two like super villains and the Tin Man from the Wizard of Oz. It's
Obviously,
a very strange,
the person that's gonna get slaughtered is the
it's
Tin Man.
a very strange entry into this fight.
Tin
I'm not
Man's
sure I
coming
get that
back in
one.
parts. He's like a crushed can.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they could barely beat some flying monkeys. Okay. Yeah, Dracula takes that one. He doesn't breathe. Scarecrow toxin doesn't affect him. I'm calling it. CT for 2 Canadian says something to read. Hi, Adam. Hi, Sitch. Oh, wait. Thanks, CT. George F for $5 says, while we have this downtime, mind explaining MMT because I don't get it.
We did a little bit, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
you
a
just
little
spend
bit.
money. Yeah.
Just spend money. Debt doesn't matter. Inflation matters.
Inflation matters, yeah.
How do like anarchists, do anarchists and people like Demon Mama, like how would currency exist in their non-coercive government society?
They would
do you
want
wanna-
private institutions to develop the currency themselves, but that's how this is
That's
another thing.
stupid
No,
as fuck.
No, those are ANCAPs. These are
That's- yeah.
ANCOMs.
Right.
Yeah, so it's different. So
Oh, really?
I've heard two different explanations in terms of like the end goal. There's obviously all these middle steps of like
Mhm.
how do we change things? The end
Right.
goal is one of two things. One is like the complete decommodification of everything, where there's just literally no currency and no currency replacement.
Star Trek, yeah, sure.
Yeah, exactly. And the other option is what's called labor credits, where it's like instead of like basically your work isn't judged by the value you put into it, it's just judged by how many hours you work. So you'd get something called labor credits that would you do something with them. I don't know. I don't
It's the
remember.
dumbest fucking thing I've
I
heard in my life.
know, it's crazy.
Well, and who's issuing these labor
insane.
credits?
The benevolent government. I don't know.
I say.
That's a good question, because the people proposing labor credits like don't want to state. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
These are all fine questions. Yeah.
Because I was listening to Demon Mama last night. I'm like, so currency really only has value because you can pay your taxes with it. Paying taxes is coercion. So if you have a non-coercive government, how do you have money?
You
I know.
didn't have this conversation with Demon Mama.
No, I had this conversation in my head listening to Demon Mama.
No, I
last
know.
night.
That's my question as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
don't know.
she doesn't really understand the level of coercion here.
Sure.
It's just like you like introduce a bad thing, and it's like it doesn't matter the level of it. It's like there's a bad thing, so it's bad, so get rid of it, right?
Right.
Like roads.
That's ANCAP memes.
There you go. William Icebane. I'm not driving. I'm traveling. William Icebane for $2 says, "Why not instead give families a tax write-off? Don't families get a tax write-off?
Instead of the vote?
Yeah. Don't they? Isn't that a thing? I could have swore that's a thing.
I'm pretty sure that's a thing.
Yeah.
There's
I
some
just-
write-off for having kids. Yeah.
I don't think you're engaging with the assumption at first.
You're not. I agree. Your
Yeah.
assumption's terrible.
Well, no, you
Colin-
agree that disenfranchised people get the brunt of like this, if the slaves voted, it would be a different thing.
How
Yeah.
about kids can vote if they pass a test?
It's like the wolves being able to vote and the sheep's not being able to vote.
Yeah, I agree. That has nothing to do with having
Power
extra votes
indifference.
for having extra kids. Okay.
Mhm.
Colin Check for $5 says, "Thanks for all the content." Well, you're welcome. Makes editing presentations and doing aerospace engineering checklist a breeze. S class is the best class. Thank you, Colin.
I love all the extra S's.
Yes.
at
This
that.
for the what?
That's it. We're to the end.
Oh no, there's more.
What? Oh, I must.
You got to
have lied.
refresh.
Oh my
Luce-
god! I
Those for the
forgot
Doberman for 20 Canadian says, "Adam and Sitch plushies are the only toys I won't eat. Get yours before they run out." Thank you. That's true. Lucifer will eat all toys, but the Sitch and Adam plushies. So that's how you know they're good.
Mhm.
Black Hat 0061. Oh, that's the guy who commissioned the Tifa and Dragon Maid art.
Nice.
Thanks so much. For $10 says, "I rolled back and found the part where my commission came up. Glad you liked it. I'd like to recommend a fun garbage anime.
Mhm.
Bento has fighting, food, and boobs. S class is a pretty cool class. Well, thank you. Ben
Yeah.
2. Bento.
Those are like two of my favorite things.
There you go. I'll check it out. Bento. How you feel about anime, Doomer? Besides Akira.
So that's what's kind of funny is I love Akira and I love Miyazaki's movies, like the Ghibli movies.
Oh my God, you're one of these people.
Aside from that, I don't really watch it much.
You're one of these people. Ugh. That's like
One
the
of
worst.
these people.
Yeah, how do you feel about anime? Well, I like Akira and I like the fucking stupid anime movies that everyone likes. But besides that, fuck anime.
Is Hunter x Hunter supposed to be good? People keep telling me to watch
Hunter
that.
x Hunter is amazing.
Watch
All right,
Kill la
I'll watch
Kill.
Hunter x Hunter.
Okay.
Kill la Kill. I've heard that one too.
Kill la Kill is also amazing. Hunter x Hunter is it's like starts as like kind of like a kiddie shonen anime and it like evolves over time to be like really complicated and dark. So, but I think it's
Nice.
fantastic. Kill la Kill is fantastic. It's also short by enemy standards. It's only like 20 episodes, and it's got lots of half naked chicks in it. So there you go.
Yeah, the only one I can remember like seeing is Death Note, which was pretty good for a while and then got kind of lame.
Yes.
I think around season 3, if I recall correctly.
Yes, there's 3 arcs, 3 parts of Death Note. Everyone says the first part is the best, and then it kind of gets second part's okay, and third part is kind of whatever.
Yep. Yeah.
So, yeah. True. William Kurt for $5 says, "Hello, buckos. Video on Immanuel Kant and the Enlightenment is coming. Beware." Ooh, interesting.
Oh, I like
Check it
to
out.
check that out. Yeah.
Let me switch over to Streamlabs. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, "I don't think I could hold a conversation with Demon Mama. Knowing that she gets mad like that is triggering my troll instinct. I probably start interrupting just to annoy her and trigger a nuclear meltdown."
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's the enticement right there because you're kind of playing with fire, I think. I don't
Yeah,
know, it
the
seems
only-
fun.
The only time I've ever seen her in like a hostile conversation with someone she disagreed with that wasn't a total shit show was that Rim conversation. He really did like, I don't know how he didn't get upset, but he just stayed cool the whole time. It was really
Patience.
impressive. Yeah.
Have you seen our stream with no bullshit?
No.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
a contentious
You should
stream.
watch that one.
I'll check it out.
That's a fun one.
He could have thrown that friend thing right back in her face though. Just, were we really friends? I mean, if this is affecting our friendship, or he could have been like, just totally played devastated. I can't believe you'd put our friendship on the line like this. What do you do?
Mm-hmm.
Demon
He could've.
Mama? Like, there's so many directions. Like he needed
I'm
to go in the
guessing-
performance art direction.
That's true.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it was pretty surprising for him, honestly. It wasn't
Yeah.
surprising to me because I've seen. heard two
Yeah,
other
we know Demon
conversations.
Mama.
Yeah.
We know what to expect.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. He didn't really react. So I don't know, maybe he didn't care.
Yeah.
Maybe they weren't really friends. I don't know.
Well, it's kind of like if your girlfriend's like, maybe we should break up. It's like, do you take it seriously? Are you trolling? Is this?
Well, I mean,
You know.
that's I wouldn't compare this to
Yeah.
that.
No, I'm just saying like it's a very sure. I'm just saying
I
it's like a
understand what
really
you're saying,
strong
right.
statement. Like you don't know how to take it.
You don't
right?
know how to
It's-
take it.
It's hard
Maybe.
to respond to.
It
I don't know.
didn't seem
Someone said that I'd like
strong to
react to
me.
it. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Oh, we were.
Okay.
I didn't realize we were friends. I wouldn't call you a friend. What are you talking about?
The Destiny Vosh thing. We're not really friends. Yeah,
Oh
exactly.
yeah.
Oh yeah. Vosh has been like obsessively watching his stream for 10 years. They've hung out IRL.
Mhm.
Yeah, I know.
You made your
Complete
whole career
parasocial
copying-
relationship.
yeah,
And suddenly it's like, oh, are we really friends? It's like, what the fuck, dude?
How convenient.
I
How
know.
convenient.
The authentic S class. There you go. You know it's real because it's authentic.
Mhm.
The authentic S class for $3 says, "Hey guys, S class here. Last week I was sent to the retard dungeon, but I got removed to make room for the new tenant, Demon Mama. I bumped into her and I have to say she's not very ladylike. God, I wish I was as cool as A-Team. Take care, everyone."
That was fucking awesome.
There you go.
I don't know.
So-
that was a pretty cool super chat. So
Adam, it seems that clip from earlier did get released. Do you mind if I retweet this?
the
Oh,
thing,
I already retweeted it, so you should definitely retweet it.
you guys are already retweeting that. Colovar.
Yeah, Cullivar, your boy Cullivar Adam clipped
I
it.
know.
Tweeted it out, yeah.
I saw he even got the subtitles in there.
Yep. Good job, Cullivar.
Yeah.
Approved.
Is that good? Is it really a good job? I'm not sure.
It's a fantastic job.
I'm not sure I agree.
S class approves.
I'm pretending. Oh, only 7
Uh-huh.
likes. Good. Not a lot of people have seen that.
Gotta blow it up. Actual Injustice Warrior. Oh my god, it's Sean's evil twin. says, does anyone have Demon Mama's phone? She keeps telling me she needs to dial 8.
Mhm.
Wait, I don't get it.
Dilate.
I don't know.
Dial 8?
Not
What
sure.
does that mean? Dilate her pupils? Dilate her vagina? I don't. What is,
Yeah,
what is that?
I'm not
I don't
entirely
understand.
sure. I'm just pretty sure dilate's probably dilate. Yeah.
She keeps telling me she needs to dilate.
Dilate her vagina.
I don't know what that means, but okay. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, do you really need to know every aspect of policy? If you know you're voting for X because of their strong stance on immigration, say because you lost your job to a legal immigrant and the opponent has a much weaker position, aren't you settled?
Who's that again?
That was Dr. Diddler.
Dr. Diddler, thank you.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that a lot of people think they know people's positions and they don't. Like, there was like a poll during the primary, and a lot of people thought that Biden was like for Medicare for all, for example.
Mhm.
It's like, regardless of your feelings on that matter.
Bullshit.
Yeah, like Biden was very much not
such-
for that.
This
Yeah,
is such bullshit.
Mm.
Because people are wrong on one policy. It's like, we should disenfranchise everyone. It's
they're
like,
not wrong on one policy. They're wrong on most policies.
I think most people understood that there was a difference in immigration policy between Trump and Hillary. I think that was pretty clear. I think you could be
What
6
was
years
it?
old and understand that there was a difference in policy there.
Was there a meaningful difference in immigration policy between Trump and Obama?
Yeah, one of them wanted to build a wall. One of them wanted to let everyone in, give them free health care.
I thought Obama was
That's
like the chief
not-
deporter.
Yeah.
Well, Trump didn't run against Obama. Trump ran against
That's true.
Hillary. Yeah,
That's true. I don't know what Hillary's immigration. There's
immigration policy was, we need more Democratic voters. Here, open that
here's the
fucking-
real fucking truth. Okay, here's the real true. Okay, Democrat Republicans have not had an actual immigration plan for 20 years.
I
And they never
know.
fucking will. Okay, it's all bullshit. on
Build a
both
wall
sides. There's
is a
no
plan.
It's not a plan.
Build a wall is a tangible plan.
He couldn't even get the
not a
fucking
tangible
passed.
plan.
Okay, he had to reappropriate funds from the military.
Doesn't
to try
matter.
to-
The Diddler's
something.
point stands. You can be 6 years old and know who is for building a
that's
wall and who
true.
isn't. He even puts
If
it
you're
perfectly. He
talking
says,
about a
"Listen,
simple,
if your dad lost his job from immigration, you know,
Mhm.
it's not a
how would you know
secret.
you lost your job from immigration?
Because your dad would come home and say, listen, sorry I have to beat you again, but I lost my job.
Haven't you seen American History X?
But how would you know?
Tell me
Okay,
they
dad
don't have
comes home
skin
and
in the
says,
game.
I got replaced by the dirty Mexican.
Yeah.
And now I'm racist. Yeah.
Tell me, though, that the kid doesn't have skin in the game when he's getting beat every night because his dad lost his job.
Dad telling him if it wasn't for Biden's lax immigration policy, you wouldn't be getting beat right now.
See? Exactly. That's skin in the game. Literally.
A strong argument in favor of my point, but it's probably not worth taking seriously.
Your point. I don't understand. That's for
So-
my point.
The dilate thing is apparently it's a meme I'm not super familiar with. Where you a retort to someone who's upset, you say cope, seethe, and dilate.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, I have heard that. Yeah.
Okay.
is that
you
like
go.
the suicide hotline or something?
I don't think so.
I think it might refer to a piece of lower anatomy that both genders have.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Dilate your anus.
Funny.
Precisely, yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
Thank you, Dr. Diddler. I'm not going to forget this.
Dr. Diddler for $2 says Mark Wahlberg was unjustly accused for Marky Mark's heinous crimes. Spread
What?
the word. Oh, poor Mark Wahlberg always getting accused for Marky Mark's funky bunch. That's true. Brian Mullins the Fox for $3 says imagine Mullen Rag starting up a political podcast called Every Frame a Politic. They're not allowed to do that because that's what we do. Okay. We'll
Yes.
fucking sue them. If they ever want to talk about politics, they have to come on our show. That's the agreement.
Yes.
That's the agreement.
Well, Mueller doesn't do that, right?
Talk about politics?
We're kind of like Happy Days and Laverne and
Only on our
Shirley
show.
now. It's like we kind of have like sister shows that overlap. It's great.
I know. Did you see we had the historic meeting of Mahler and Shu on our show?
We
I
did.
did see
yeah.
that.
Yes.
And he did
Shu
reveal
said,
his
"What the
political
fuck is your
inclinations."
politics?" Mahler says, "Well, it's a mystery."
No.
Still a mystery.
I can't believe Shu came on, said she took an IQ test, didn't fill half of it out, and got 90. I can't believe she said that.
It's funny because it's probably pretty good actually. If you don't feel half of the IQ out, you
I
still
know.
that's
She's
that's
probably
exactly
a
it.
fucking
It's like-
genius.
That's what's so funny is that it's not nearly as bad as it seems, but it
Yes.
seems really bad.
Well, it's pretty bad that she fucking skipped half an IQ.
That's why we talked when you were out. We talked a little bit about testing, and that's the first thing that I thought of. Like
Yeah.
they
There
have
you
to
go.
be IQ tests have to be the most inconsistent tests in the world because people just they're so fucking hard and so mundane.
They're not. I don't think that's not true at all. IQ tests are
Yes.
probably one of the most tested tests in the world.
Really?
Don't
Easy
you
for
think?
I don't
Most
like.
studied tests.
IQ tests are very studied. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I score good on mine, so it must be true.
No, no. Easy to fail.
Mhm.
I'm telling you. From
Uh,
experience.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm too big to fail.
There you go. Too big brain to fail. Dr. Diddler for $1 says, I once tried to post a black and white drawing of a buck and it refused to allow it on the basis that it was pornography. Well, I'm assuming it was a horse and not like a buck in a sexual connotation. Lemur Wrench for $1 says, what do you think is the youngest age at which someone can learn that shoveling cake in your face and playing video games all day is empty and hollow? If kids were, quote, liberated earlier, would they learn it at a younger age, or can it only happen in your 20s?
28.
I think that can only. I'm going to be a complete real here. I think that it can only be learned in your 20s.
I learned it when I was like 21 and then 24 and then 27 and then
Yeah,
like
you learn it
28.
over and over again. I
Keep
know.
learning it over and over
31.
again. I'm still learning that to this
Yeah.
day. I don't think as a kid I could not conceptualize that as being bad at all.
Yeah, this is one of those things like you can explain it to a kid and maybe they can intellectualize it, but they'll never believe you. They're like,
They
what
won't feel it.
are you talking
Yes.
about? Just sitting
Yeah.
around and like drinking Mountain Dew and eating pizza and playing video. Like that
It's
just
just
be the
heaven.
fucking life. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
What could possibly be bad about that? Yeah.
Yeah. I think you have to be in your 20s to learn it. Something magical happens there. I don't know what it is, but
Yeah.
I don't think if you let kids discover that on their own at younger ages, it wouldn't affect them.
No, I wouldn't affect them.
The Loch Ness Monster. The Loch Ness Monster for $3.50 says, I thought about moving to the Hudson Bay, but then Canada decided to re-elect Trudeau. Sheesh. I guess I'll be stimulating the free will economy in Scotland for a bit longer. Also, Big Joe looks like a grown-up version of Chocolate Boy from Hey Arnold. Who is Chocolate Boy?
Let's Google that.
Wait a minute. He kind of does.
So I think that
kinda
sounds
does.
right. Oh my God, he kind of does.
Kind of does. I thought there was another Hey Arnold character that Joel looks like. Like I like one that even wore like the sweaters and everything. Maybe not.
I don't know. I'm not up to date on my Hey Arnold lore.
It's been. I never liked Hey Arnold. It was
You
okay.
guys are mean. You guys are
I was-
totally mean.
I always watched this show, but I don't remember it. It was like it's no Ed and Eddie.
That's true. That's true, Ed Boy. It was no Ed, and Eddie. What's the best episode of Ed and Eddie?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen it in so long.
Everyone knows the answer to
The one where they get the jawbreakers.
the one where they like deconstruct reality.
Oh yeah.
You remember that? Like he like pull people's outlines out and they melt and everything.
Yeah, that was pretty
You're
good.
not a true fan, Dimmer. You're not true.
I'm an Ed and Eddie poser. I just got
You
out.
are. You are. We just found out he's lying about
It's
his Ed,
okay.
Ed, Eddie.
Nobody
Yeah.
cares about that show.
Yes.
That's
Everyone
not
does.
true.
Ed the boy.
This is a chocolate kid. I brought him up for you.
There you go.
I know he's
CT.
moving into my territory here with those red shorts.
CT for $1 says, unrelated, but me and Sitch were super excited to play Jackbox 8 on Thursday. Like our bodies were ready. And then we've discovered that it was actually pre-order. It doesn't come out till next month. We're so mad.
Ouch. Oh,
Yeah, that was pretty disappointing.
under
Pretty
the
disappointing.
rug, under the
Yep.
bus, rather.
Hurt.
He looks more like Big Joel when he's not covered in chocolate, though.
Half the pictures were chocolatey, so I just went.
Well,
with
he
it.
is Chocolate Boy, so that
I
does
know.
make
That's. I
sense.
figured this
Yeah.
was his jam.
Yep.
We don't need to imply that Big Joel is like all over chocolate.
hmm
No, we don't know if that's true. That's
Could
true.
be true though.
Could be true. We
It's a
don't-
reasonable hypothesis. Yeah.
Yes, he looks like it. Something about him. He looks
Chocolate is
like it.
delicious. I mean, there's nothing.
I think he
wrong with
likes
being
like
into it.
charcuterie boards and stuff.
What the hell?
I'd believe it. Lemon Drop for $5 says, enough mind-numbing discussion about school and politics. The real question is, how do you feel about the upcoming Project Eve?
Amazed.
online?
The video game? I don't know anything about Project Eve. So
Yeah,
I thought Project Eve was going to space. Oh no, Project Eve is the video.
no, there's some video game and there was some controversy because like the main character's like a hot woman and there's a picture of her butt looking nice and people were mad about it or
From these
something.
pictures, I'm the opposite of mad.
Are we going back to 2014?
We literally are. We're literally going back. We always go back. Did you know that everything that's happening right now is Gamergate's fault? I don't know if you knew
Dude,
that. But...
True story. I was looking through your channel, Sitch, and I was like,
Mhm.
I've never understood Gamergate at all. And I clicked on your video explaining Gamergate, and I still don't get it. I don't understand why.
What don't you understand?
Why did anyone give a fuck about any of this?
Oh well, that's a question. No.
Why does anyone care about any woke shit? What do you mean?
Yeah.
I lived through it, and I was like I was of the persuasion that would care about it, I guess.
I see.
Just like a game journalist, like fucked a game person, and
that's not why people cared. I'll tell you why people cared. The reason people cared was because basically you had a lot like when the controversy happened, okay, about whether Zoe Quinn was fucking people for good reviews or whatever, regardless of whether that was actually true or not.
I mean, that's just based.
Right. There you go. The reason people cared was because that gossip was being talked about on like a bunch of different message boards and forums across the internet. And basically simultaneously, all these message boards and forums said, we're not going to let you talk about this anymore. And all these news articles, all these game journalist articles came out within days of each other saying, the fact that this is being talked about is evidence that the video game community is ripe and rank with misogyny.
Okay, that was the dining tables thing. All right.
Yes. And we need to completely reform the gaming community or re-educate the gaming community for feminism.
Oh, okay.
That's why people care. Yeah.
The fact boys talk about girls is very sexist, Doomer. You need to understand that.
Dude, it's like someone's fucking someone for good reviews. I'm like, that sounds awesome. I should do that. I don't know.
I should be a journalist. This sounds like you get a lot of tail.
If they hadn't done that, no one would have, like, everyone would have forgot the story in like a week. No one would have given a fuck at all.
Project Eve, it looks pretty good. I mean, she's got a nice tie there.
There you go. There you go. Utter Nonsense for $2 says, just found out I got passed up on a promotion due to a diversity hire. There you go. Damn immigrants. Or damn non-diverse people. She is dumber than a rock and needs help to do the most simple things. At this point, I should just lie and say I'm queer, refuse to elaborate, and apply to the job like normal. You should say you're trans.
That's the purpose of queer.
Yeah, you should say you're queer, trans, non-binary individual. And also say you're not white, but never explain it. You know, let them try to figure it out. And if someone asks you, you get very offended.
Yeah.
Like instantly.
Yeah, don't question my identity.
Yes. Hey, if it works for Rachel Dolezal. Kotro for $1 says, checking back in for the weekly tithe. Thank you, Kotro. Book isn't done. A sad face. I have whatever Doomer has. The left-right retard brain. There you go. Someone has the same issue. Sitch has been on fire. Sitch has been on fire on this Adam and Stitch show. Oh, fuck you. I would almost consider S-Class if he made a video.
Oh my God. They're coming for you.
A-Team's art makes the world dream. There you go.
You guys were talking about how people call the show Adam and Sitch. I was doing the same thing. I think it's just you're trying to like put it in alphabetical order.
No, I think it's from Lilo and Stitch.
That's another good point. Yeah.
That could be it. Yeah.
People just.
I think it's also because I'm so antisocial that basically any community creator that wants to interact with the show interacts through Adam.
Through Adam first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
It's also worth pointing out that Adam's better. So that's with that.
Woohoo! Look at this piece of shit. I like Akira. That's such a great anime.
Ooh, I don't like Akira. Why don't you watch anime?
You know, I like Howling's Moving Castle and Princess Mononoke. Look at my refined anime.
Howl's Moving Castle can actually fuck off. It's one of those.
Okay, I'm so you don't like that one.
Yeah, not that one.
You like that? What's the one that everyone likes with the little girl? Her parents get turned into pigs.
Arietti. Oh no, that's Spirited Away.
Spirited Away. That's the one everyone likes. Yeah.
Spirited Away is pretty good. I prefer Mononoke Hime. Say it in Japanese to piss you off.
My favorite anime is Boku no Hero Academy. I have to say it in Japanese because I'm an asshole. Dr. Dylan for $1 says Jeremy Quartering is a nice dude and I love him on the Tismcast, but holy fuck, his content is putrid, low effort, assembly line, ultra tribalist, and a little disingenuous, but he seems cool. Wow, that was quite the emotional roller coaster there.
Hell yeah.
Interesting. CT for $1 says Adam. Listen, I will make you a deal. If you can beat me at a game, I don't know which one yet. I'm open to suggestions, but if you can beat me, I'll agree with you about abolishing the voting age 100%, no questions asked.
It's the game Rochambeau.
I guess.
It's got to be a video game. So there you go. There you go. You guys will figure it out. For all the marbles.
Was that CT saying that?
That was CT, yes. Stug for $2 says, I have so many questions for you about MMT and UBI, Adam. I guess I'll have to wait till Thursday. Thursday. George F for $5 says, Doomer, Vosh has a 20-minute clip where he talks about your video. Did you watch it? And if so, what were your thoughts?
Ooh, okay. So this is now more difficult to respond to because I've been given information I can't reveal.
What does that mean?
From someone associated with Vosh has told me some things to give me a different perspective on his response. I think it's pretty disingenuous.
Oh, really?
That's my take.
Holy
You think
shit.
Vosh is disingenuous?
Yeah.
So I was right. Was it me? Was I the one that gave you the information when I said Vosh watched the video like 6 times?
No.
That was just my guesstimation. Okay, that wasn't.
It's hilarious.
That wasn't actual information. I don't know that Vosh watched it 6 times.
So like there's 2 different responses. I'm pretty sure since he said 20 minutes, he's referring to the second one.
Which one did we watch on the Thursday stream? Was that?
Oh, that was the second one.
What was that?
Oh, that. So I put expert layman's thing in the watch together, but it has a copyrighted song, so you have to turn the volume off.
Okay.
We can play it in the background while we're talking.
Well, I'm putting pictures up and stuff, so.
Well, we put this up. He did like the little thing where he like animates a picture that's CT true.
Let's do it.
But just make sure your watch together volume is off.
I'm looking for the right tab here.
Yes. Adam's too many times. Anyway, Doomer, tell us about your take.
Yeah. So initially, I expected his response to the video to be one of 2 things: either just completely ignoring it, or like really, really excruciatingly bad faith. And he responded to the video and basically like character assassinated me, and then admitted to a bunch of the criticisms. So I was kind of fine with that because I'm like, hey, he admitted to a bunch of the criticisms, like that's better than I expected. I always knew I was going to get character assassinated, so that just kind of didn't care. Yeah, apparently the situation is a bit less honest than I expected. And it's probably the case that like the second response was probably just sort of a min-max optimal calculation of like, people are watching this and taking it seriously, so I can't just say it's terrible like I did the first time. I have to like cop to some of the criticism, but I'm going to do everything I can to like discredit this guy. That's my guess as to what was going on.
So what is it discrediting? Is he calling you a Nazi and shit like that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bunch of stuff. He's like, he liked comments by right wingers. He's a right winger. Right-wing talking points. I mean, there's a bunch of that stuff. He called me an obsessed, delusional anti-fan, which is funny because I haven't watched any of his content since the video came out, and I probably won't ever again. I'm just so done.
You're done with. You're like, I'm done with Vosh forever.
Yeah. I have my catharsis. I can move on and not watch that anymore. He just said a bunch of stuff.
I mean, we barely talked about him on this stream. I mean, just for context of the video and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I figure Doomer's so tired about talking about
shit. Yeah, no
That's
doubt.
accurate, yeah.
Like Shu kept calling us Vosh haters, and we're like, I mean, I don't hate Vosh. People in the chat hate
hate's
Vosh.
a strong word.
Yeah, exactly. We don't have time to hate Vosh. Come on.
I don't like Vosh, but yeah. I don't usually hate people unless I know them like personally. There's some like personal reason I hate them.
Somebody sent us a video. Well, first of all, Vosh. People send us Vosh videos all the time. Well, I'm sure they send them to you, Sitch. I get Vosh videos all the time.
Yeah.
Someone sent me that Vosh did like an hour and a half video on Jordan Peterson, and I watched like 5 minutes of it, and he was so bad faith in the first 5 minutes. I was like, why am I watching this? Like, I didn't even.
Yeah, but that's his brand.
Yeah.
Being horribly bad faith.
Yeah, he doesn't understand. He doesn't want to understand. His audience doesn't want to understand. It's like I don't understand circle jerk, basically. I don't know. What do you call it?
It's an aesthetic, I think, is basically it.
Yeah, I
Like,
guess you're right. It is an aesthetic. It's just like conservatives are evil. That's the aesthetic.
yeah, I mean,
Right.
Yeah.
there's a bunch of components to it, but none of the like underlying stuff is really there. Like his moral system is so weird for someone who promotes socialism. This doesn't mesh at all. Like if you wanted to make an argument for socialism, there's these certain ethical implications that almost always go along with that, and he just completely skirts all of it. It's quite weird. And like just the idea that you could be a socialist and that doesn't change anything about your behavior is so weird to me. Like I'm a vegan, just like, again, like the vegan comparison, it's like, oh, you can be a vegan and still eat meat. It's just so ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's like, it should mean something in terms of your behavior. You should do something to live out your values.
True.
Yeah.
Very true.
I wish he did. I wish he really cared, because these kids that he's basically just preaching to, it'd be helpful if they were interested in solving the fucking housing crisis. Yeah.
I mean, I wonder if a lot of people kind of got like red pilled on Vosh because of his Kyle Rittenhouse submit to the mob take, and his both those arguments with Destiny are like insane. That one and the you don't have to live what you preach. Those, I mean, I can't imagine putting myself in the headspace about hearing a content creator I respect say that and like still liking them after.
Yeah,
after
if you look at the like to dislike ratio in the comments section on his channel, his whole audience was just like, not this take, bro. Not that. I think it's the most ratioed he's gotten.
Was that on
which
the
one?
Rittenhouse take?
Kyle
one?
Rittenhouse take. Yeah.
The submit to the mob video.
The
submit to
Kyle
the mob
Rittenhouse
video.
or the leftists don't have to live their principles take?
The leftists don't have to live your principles take was 3 hours of pain and suffering debating Destiny, and that one wasn't as bad, but I think he still got partially ratioed there. He also got ratioed on the prime case fascism shit show. But yeah,
I don't know
like
if I've seen that one.
Well, I don't want to live my principles, but I'm definitely not submitting to the mob. Like, fuck that shit.
yeah, I mean, it's actually worse than just submit to the mob. Like I think at one point he said something to the effect of like a woman about to be raped should submit or something like that, and like he like straight up said that Ahmaud Arbery should have submitted. Like there was some weird
Was
Yeah.
some bad
I
weird
forgot
takes
about
in that
that, yeah.
conversation.
There were
Yeah,
some real bad takes. Yeah.
and it's that's why he stopped talking to Destiny, by the way. It's
Yeah.
not because Destiny's a bad
Sure.
person, it's because Destiny fucking reveals him.
Yes.
And like it, and this is another reason that I'm almost certain he's a malicious liar, is his only response to that take is to say he never gave it. He said that over and over again. I never gave the submit
Which
to the mob
take?
take.
The
The
Ahmaud
submit to the
Arbery
mob
take?
take.
Oh,
Yeah,
he did
just,
give that take. Yeah.
he just refuses to say that he gave it. And it's like, yeah, you
Interesting.
did.
He did that same thing. I remember there was a clip going around Twitter where he said all black women sound the same or something like that. And
Yeah.
somebody clipped it out. But I guess maybe that was out of context.
We were told
Yeah.
by someone
it's
that
not
was out of
context.
context.
Yeah.
It's
That
not,
he
it's
was
not out
the-
of context. Yeah.
Oh, someone said that he said all black conservative women sound the same.
Right.
Not all black women sound the same.
Oh, maybe, but it's still, I mean, it's just,
Right.
it's not,
Which
not
I
particularly
mean, it's
good.
still racist, but it's less racist. I guess less.
Yeah, so I don't understand this sort of mentality of like, I can never admit that I'm wrong. Like, personally, I feel like admitting that you're wrong is like a superpower. You just get to get rid of it and move on with your life.
Yeah.
Like,
I
know,
wouldn't
if I
call it a
fucked up,
superpower, but I think
it's
the key
great.
is not to
I
get in
think
a
it's a
situation.
superpower. It's so rare; it might as well be a superpower.
yeah.
I would
mean,
I would much rather the people weren't taking these fucking extreme takes on shit they know nothing about. Like, why are you in a position that you have to admit you were wrong? Because you fucked up. You did something. Like, if Vosh wasn't in the, think of all the bad takes Vosh took that he didn't have to take.
Yeah, just say you don't have an opinion. That's
Yeah.
one of my biggest things is like, don't have strong opinions about everything.
Why
It's
are
like,
you
if
on a
you have a
debate
strong-
saying Kyle
Yeah.
Rittenhouse was guilty when there's so much
Right.
evidence against?
But
it?
that's
It's
the
like,
trap that like a lot of streamers and commentators fall into because they feel like their audience asks them a question and they're like, I have to have some like very strong take, some very strong prescription take to throw out
Right.
there, a prescriptive take. Yeah.
If you're
Oh,
doing strong takes and you have no idea the context or what's going on, that's just completely stupid.
Not good.
Yeah.
Not good.
Yeah,
But I mean,
think
I don't
he's-
want to disagree that, you should be able to say you're wrong if you are wrong, but I'd rather that less people were wrong. That's all I'm saying.
I maintain that like one of the most Chad things you could do is sign up for a debate and then show up and just like concede in the opening statement and be like, I did the research and I'm wrong. Like, I feel like that would just be incredibly
I
Chad.
disagree. I completely disagree.
I understand your position. Has that ever happened?
That's
I don't
not
think-
Chad, though. I
It
can't,
certainly
like-
never happened.
The Chad thing is not to take the debate in the first place. Like, why are you taking a debate that you know nothing about?
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
What was the CP thing? I always see people saying Vosh gave some weird CP argument.
Yeah.
It was a really, okay, if I recall this correctly, it was a really bad argument, but it wasn't, I don't think it was bad in the way people think that it was bad, if I'm recalling correctly. It was something to the effect of like, it was a no ethical consumption under capitalism thing. It's like, well, you can't, it's like, well, the whole ethical child porn meme is like, well, what if you could like create it without any harm or whatever? And then there's this argument about
He
Like
kind
if it
of
was fake
deserves
people
that.
or something.
He kind of
Yeah.
deserves that one because I believe the context was he was trying to equate capitalism to pedophilia, and it kind of backfired on him. It's like,
Yeah,
you
exactly.
fucking
It was-
Oh, I
bastard. You
see.
shouldn't be doing that anyway, you asshole.
I think he was equating the idea of like, well, if child porn already
Yeah.
exists, you can still use it to like the effects of like, well, you're buying stuff under capitalism,
Yeah.
which funds like, people blood diamond mining or whatever in Africa, basically. Something like that.
He's
But-
basically saying,
Oh,
if you own a business, you're a pedophile. It's like, come on, dude. You're fucking.
Well, he constantly slanders Sargon as like a white nationalist. So
I
fuck
know.
him. There you go.
yeah.
Uh,
I think he just calls a function when there's someone he doesn't like, and it's just like
He did that with
alt-right,
Jordan
white
Peterson.
nationalist.
mhm.
Yeah, exactly. I talked about that in the video.
It's exactly what he
said-
did with Jordan
and he-
Peterson immediately. He's like, oh,
Yeah,
yeah, fucking.
I'd love to clear this up a little bit because I didn't go into it in the video. Yeah, so he said that Peterson spread neo-Nazi conspiracy theories, believed in the JQ, and was far right. And the reason that here's the reason that he said this.
Uh-huh.
It's because of Peterson's postmodern neo-Marxism take
Right.
sounds similar to the cultural Marxism like Nazi conspiracy theory. And he just didn't draw a distinction between them when there's nothing in common with them.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he's a dishonest hack. So there you go.
Yeah.
You'll have to. Can you tell us off air the secret thing you're not supposed to tell anyone?
Me?
Yeah. You said you had some secret inside source about Vosh or something.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you.
Okay. I'm super curious now. Lucifer the Doberman for 10 Canadian says A team reigns supreme.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
Hell yeah.
George F for $5 says, will Doomer's behind the scenes information about Vosh be revealed at some point, or will it forever be a mystery? And that video about maybe it's supposed to say Peterson, but it's misspelled, was ... Jesus.
I mean, I'm not going to reveal it publicly.
Okay, there you go. I guess
that's
it'll
what they're
forever be a mystery.
What was that? The Peterson video?
There's
Is that
some
what that was about?
the Vosh Peterson video that you were talking about.
Oh.
Oh,
What
what
do you
Vosh
mean?
Peterson video?
Vosh.
you say-
That's still up.
Yeah. Vosh
just
did
it's
a
called.
thing on it. You guys
Yeah,
can
recently,
watch
yeah.
it. Go knock yourselves out.
Right.
But
That's
I mean,
not
I
the
don't
secret
think we're gonna.
information that
I
we
don't think
know.
we're gonna cover it, obviously. And
No,
I mean,
probably. I don't know. Maybe not. We have some other things we want to cover.
That video is pretty boring. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
do you watch the Kyle Dunning channel?
No, I haven't heard
Like
of that.
it's super hot right now. He does like the Fresh Prince of DC, which
No,
is
I haven't heard of
like
this.
making fun of Biden. He does.
Really?
The last video was a week ago. It's Starboard. It's pretty hilarious. Where Biden is like Captain Kirk.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am not familiar with this. CT for another $1 says, just throwing out there, if it's a gambling game, like you're shoot for the moon or whatever, I'm gonna bet everything. It won't matter what my hand is. I'm gonna bet everything. I don't know what I get if I win.
Mhm.
Haven't thought that far ahead.
do
It's a
it.
good approach to poker. Yeah, just don't even look
There
at
you
your
go.
cards. Just bet everything.
Is that a good approach? It feels like a terrible approach to poker.
That doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah.
Poker's all about bluffing.
True. I watch JoJo. Anyways,
That's it?
that's it.
What? So
Yeah.
early.
I know it's only 2 a.m. So early.
I know. All right.
Anyways,
You want some
Harmonica
harmonica?
sounds.
You want some
yeah,
harmonica?
I always want harmonica. There we go. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you for going on the journey with us, watching the insane ramblings of Demon Mama versus Hans. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for supporting our comic. Get your plushie. You only have 9 days left. There'll never be another plushie again, probably. Click the link. Get your plushie. It's in the description. And thank you so much, Doomer. Doomer gets special thanks. One of the very, very select, hyper few elite guests that had made it all the way from the beginning to the end of the stream.
Well, one of them. You might be the only one. I'm not sure.
I feel
I
like
think you
someone
might be-
else. I think someone else did
I think
once.
you might
I don't
have. I
remember.
think this might be the belt here.
Nice. Got him.
Anyway, yeah, you could be top. You are Doomer is top tier guest, even though he's a disgusting A-teamer.
Well, yeah. Thanks a lot. I appreciate you having me on. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, check out his channel, Doomer Politics. I didn't put a link in the description, so I'll do that.
But we will
Don't
someday.
care.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. See you next week.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye-bye.